Blue Star Jiangning Province. In a desolate corner of the wilderness zone within a ruined, deathly silent cave long since abandoned by fierce beasts. Where on earth have I ended up? Is this really still within the country? A young man, grievously wounded, slowly opened his eyes, confusion, shock, and utter bewilderment interwoven within his gaze. Immediately after, a torrent of fragmented memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind like a rising tide, draining the color from his face. This was a brand new world, strikingly similar to Earth on the surface, yet fundamentally very different at its core. In this world called Blue Star, ferocious beasts roamed rampant, and martial might reigned supreme. After rapidly digesting these memories, Li Luo finally came back to his senses, his face filled with astonishment. Have I crossed over into a parallel version of Earth? The body he now inhabited not only shared his exact name, Li Luo, but even his appearance was identical. Both of his parents had been martial artists, yet when the original body was still very young, they perished in a terrifying beast tide that suddenly swept across an entire city. Afterward, in consideration of the fact that his parents had been martial artists, the government granted him a compensation sum of nearly 3 million, enough for the original Li Luo to live out an ordinary life in safety and comfort. However, in order to seize control of his own fate and to prevent his parents' tragedy from ever repeating itself upon him, Li Luo stepped onto the martial path from a very young age. He yearned to become one of those ultimate experts who could shatter mountains with a single punch and tread upon the void, slaughter all fierce beasts, and avenge his parents. Yet the heavens seemed not to favor him. Once he chose the martial path, the massive consumption of resources quickly burned through the entire 3 million. To obtain money and purchase cultivation resources, Li Luo had no choice but to enter the wilderness zone where fierce beasts rampaged. He joined a relatively strong martial artist squad, hoping to gain some harvest. Yet shortly after they entered, they were ambushed by a mid-tier beast, general-level fierce beast. The entire squad was annihilated. Only Li Luo survived by a sheer stroke of luck, dragging his gravely injured body into this cave. But his wounds were too severe, and in the end he still died with unwillingness in his heart. And thus his body became the vessel that the current Li Luo crossed into. Damn it, what a catastrophic start. Feeling the waves of pain radiating from the wounds on his body, Li Luo's heart sank into utter despair. Whose script was this supposed to be? Was this how they wanted to play it? The wilderness zone he was currently in lay nearly more than 100 kilometers away from the nearest human city. Unbelievable. Did he have no sense of his own strength at all? What was the point of coming this far out? And now I have to clean up this mess for him. Li Luo sat in the cave, his face filled with lifeless resignation. He truly could not fathom why the original body, merely a martial master-level martial artist, had insisted on coming into a wilderness zone harboring beast general-level fierce beasts. And to even delve so deep inside. Was it the so-called courage given by that martial spirit peak captain? That fellow ended up dying the most miserably of them all. As the strongest member of the squad, he was immediately targeted by that beast general-level fierce beast. If he had not drawn the beast's attention, the original Li Luo probably would never have had the chance to drag his severely injured body into this cave at all. A distance of over 100 kilometers would not be too problematic for a martial master peak martial artist. But the problem now was that Li Luo was grievously wounded, and the grade battle armor he wore was badly damaged. If he stepped out of the cave, it was questionable whether he could even make it 10 kilometers. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I've only just crossed over, I haven't lived enough yet. Just as Li Luo refused to give up and racked his brains for a way out, a bestial roar suddenly echoed from outside the cave like rolling thunder, shaking the entire mountain forest. What was that sound? Startled, Li Luo shuddered violently, his heart pounding madly. He hastily and laboriously crawled up, peering toward the mouth of the cave. In the dense forest in the distance, pairs upon pairs of dark crimson eyes suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura belonging to a beast general-level fierce beast swept in along with them. It's over, it's caught up. Sensing that alto familiar presence, Li Luo felt something was terribly wrong, and his nerves stretched to the breaking point. This beast general-level fierce beast was none other than the Dark Knight Thunderwolf, the very culprit that had just wiped out the entire martial squad and left the original body mortally wounded and dead. A mid-tier beast general equivalent to a martial lord-level martial artist, it had led a beast tide and followed the scent Li Luo had left all the way here. Damn! Li Luo instantly fell into panic, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. The cave was completely sealed with no passage leading deeper in, and outside the Dark Knight Thunderwolf was already blocking the entrance, ready to charge in at any moment. In his current state, he could not even contend with an ordinary beast soldier-level fierce beast, let alone the mid-tier beast general-level Dark Knight Thunderwolf. A sudden spark flashed through Li Luo's mind, and he shouted at the empty air, hello system bro, are you there? When no response came, Li Luo refused to give up and continued his final struggle. Picking up the long blade made of grade material in his hand, he softly called out, "Hello, is anyone in there?" The surroundings remained utterly silent. Dragging his body, Li Luo groped around the deathly still cave. "Senior, are you in here?" He longed to find one of those so-called golden fingers from novels, something that would protect the protagonist at a critical moment, perhaps a hidden expert or the lingering soul of a mighty cultivator. Yet aside from a few lumps of thoroughly dried beast droppings, there was absolutely nothing. "You've got to be kidding me, there's really nothing here. So all those things in novels are lies." Just as Li Luo finished searching every corner of the cave and sank into complete despair, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "Ding, auxiliary sign-in system successfully activated. Today's sign-in count has been refreshed. Does the host wish to sign in immediately?" There really is a system. That voice was like dawn breaking through the darkness of night, instantly illuminating Li Luo's heart. A hint of wild joy flashed through his eyes as he responded without hesitation, "System sign-in." In his current predicament, whether he could turn danger into safety depended entirely on the reward from this sign-in. "System Mighty One, give me something good. Everything rides on you." Li Luo silently repeated in his heart, tense and apprehensive. "Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Martial Saint level cultivation. Martial Saint." Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as an indescribable surge of ecstasy flooded his heart. He was saved. As the system's voice faded, a terrifying power erupted from within Li Luo's body, like a raging storm sweeping madly in all directions. In an instant it engulfed the entire cave, and even all the fierce beasts in the wilderness zone trembled because of it. The surrounding space seemed to twist in that moment, the air compressed until it howled sharply. Under the baptism of this power, Li Luo's grievously wounded body rapidly healed, not even a single scar remaining. His cultivation skyrocketed as well, soaring from Martial Master to Martial Spirit, Martial Lord, Martial Marquis, and so on, racing upward all the way to the Martial Saint level before finally coming to a halt. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly leaves a road to life. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through his body and the Martial Saint aura radiating from him, Li Luo spoke in exhilaration. Boom. A violent tremor suddenly erupted within the dilapidated cave. Under the terrifying aura unleashed by Li Luo as he broke through to the Martial Saint realm, the place could no longer withstand the overwhelming surge of power. With a thunderous crash, the cave began to collapse. "Is it going to cave in?" Li Luo's brows knit slightly as his body trembled once. A terrifying Martial Saint pressure erupted outward in all directions, crazily sweeping across the area and grinding the falling boulders into dust. In an instant, the entire cave vanished without a trace. Even the surrounding centuries-old trees, thick as pillars, snapped apart in unison. So this is the Martial Saint realm. Li Luo clenched his fists, marveling at the surging, inexhaustible strength coursing within his body. At this moment, his perception had become incomparably sharp, allowing him to directly lock onto every target within a radius of 100 li. His hearing was preternaturally keen. The wind, the chirping of insects, even the faint breathing of distant beasts could no longer escape his ears. As for the dark night thunderwolf that had been following his trail with menacing intent, pursuing along his aura, the instant Li Luo broke through to the Martial Saint level, terror flashed across the beast's eyes. It immediately turned tail and fled in panic, leading the beast tied in a headlong retreat. "I'm trying to run." Li Luo let out a cold snort, clearly unwilling to spare the little wolf that had once caused his original body to be grievously wounded and die. He quietly savored the surging might within him. With a gentle leap, Li Luo soared into the sky like a superhero from his previous life's movies, shooting straight toward the clouds. Now that he had stepped into the Martial Saint realm, treading on the void, and taking flight from a standstill was nothing more than a trivial feat. "Found you, ha ha ha." His incomparably sharp eyesight instantly locked onto the dark night thunder wolf darting through the dense mountain forest, fleeing at extreme speed into the distance. Li Luo's figure halted in midair, then he suddenly hurled a punch. The force of his fist howled forth. Even the air itself seemed to be torn asunder as a massive burst of white mist flashed across the sky. A deafening boom echoed a heartbeat later. The mid-tier beast, general level Dark Knight Thunderwolf, was obliterated by that terrifying punch without even the slightest chance to react. Not even a corpse remained. "Damn, so this is my strength." Li Luo gazed at the massive crater in the distance, unable to suppress a hint of excitement. At last he had avenged the grievances of his body's former owner. Suspended high in the sky, Li Luo overlooked the entire wilderness like a sovereign surveying his domain. In this blue star world where ferocious beasts rampaged, he too had become a powerhouse capable of suppressing an entire region. According to the newly emerged memories in his mind, the levels of martial artist from low to high were martial disciple, martial practitioner, martial master, martial spirit, martial lord, martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. Each major realm was further divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. Across the entire Blue Star world, the total number of martial saints in all nations combined barely exceeded 200. There were only 10 martial gods in existence. It sounded like many at first glance, yet when evenly spread across the various countries, they became exceedingly scarce. Having just transmigrated and already become a regional powerhouse, the corner of Li Luo's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Inwardly, he murmured, "System, explain your functions." Ding. Functions of the auxiliary sign-in system: the host may sign in once per day at any location of their choosing. Each sign-in yields a random reward, including realm breakthroughs, divine weapons, martial techniques, cultivation methods, rare treasures, and more. Alright, got it. Li Luo's eyes lit up after hearing the system's introduction. Being able to sign in every single day was simply too delightful. What was more, there were no restrictions on location. Ding. Host information panel refreshed. As the system's voice once again echoed in his mind, a semi-transparent futuristic light screen instantly unfolded before Li Luo's eyes. Name: Li Luo. Realm: Martial Saint, early stage. Fist strength 72000 kilograms. Power amplification 3. 8-fold. Cultivation method: grade D, iron bone body tempering art. Martial techniques: grade C, void shattering fist, advanced basic blade technique, intermediate. Type: ordinary martial artist. These cultivation methods and techniques all belonged to his body's former owner. Their grades were mediocre and not particularly rare. Comprehension of martial techniques was divided into 5 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, master, and perfection. The only truly eye-catching entry on the panel was that fist strength of 720 kilograms. He was practically a humanoid war machine. When he erupted with full power, his strength could soar to 2736000 kilograms. Although Li Luo was only at the early stage of the martial saint realm, his 8-fold burst of force could already rival some veteran martial saints of the same stage. Exhilarating. After thoroughly understanding his own condition, Li Luo dismissed the system panel with a single thought. He prepared to leave the wilderness region and return to human civilization. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he shot off like an arrow loosed from its string, flying toward a resupply base garrisoned by the military over 100 kilometers away. Woohoo! On his way back to the resupply base, Li Luo's mood was exceptionally buoyant. He made no attempt to conceal his martial saint aura. Instead, he unleashed his pressure to the fullest. He soared wantonly across the sky above the wilderness. Suddenly feeling a surge of interest, he directly chose the trembling beasts below as test subjects for his newfound strength. Take my punch. He clenched his fist and hurled it forth like a cannon shell. With every punch he threw, earth-shaking detonations erupted, stirring up turmoil throughout the surroundings. Every ferocious beast he locked onto was slain beyond any hope of survival. None could withstand even a single punch from him across the air. His actions sent tremors rippling through the wilderness, mountains cracked, and trees toppled. The ground was riddled with deep craters left in the wake of each blow. Even the few strongest low-tier Lord-level beasts lurking deeper within the region trembled uncontrollably with fear. Who was this big shot massacring the novice zone? Every beast and martial artist within the wilderness felt his presence. Against these sub-lord-level beasts, Li Luo did not even need to use martial techniques. A casual punch was enough to kill them in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. What's going on? Have the beasts gone berserk? The troops stationed around the resupply base had been carrying out their routine patrols. As they felt the massive tremors rolling in from the wilderness, the very earth shuddered beneath their feet. Assuming that a beast riot had erupted within the wilderness, they swiftly shifted into a state of high alert. The heavy cannons mounted atop the base's walls were all primed and ready to fire. Just as everyone tensed, a powerful martial saint aura swept in from the depths of the wilderness, allowing them to breathe a little easier. It was the presence of a human martial saint. Mighty and filled with solemn authority, it inspired instinctive awe. Look, there's someone up there in the sky. Anyone who can fly in the air must at least be above the martial king realm. This aura, it's saintly might. I just don't know which martial saint senior it is. The soldiers stationed atop the base walls, sensing this extraordinary aura, hurriedly raised their heads to look toward its source. Their eyes brimmed with excitement and reverence. There were only 41 martial saints in the entire Xia nation. To witness one in person today was cause enough for elation. In the distant sky, a lone figure was rapidly closing in. It was none other than Li Luo, clad in a damaged grade D battle armor, yet exuding a martial saint might that no lower realm martial artist could ever hope to emulate. His lithe figure cut across the sky like a bolt of lightning, flying from the wilderness toward the resupply base. I'm here already. Li Luo looked ahead to see a vast resupply base suddenly appear within his field of vision. He had not expected his flight speed to be so astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the base. Throughout the entire journey, he had not even approached his full speed. Having abruptly become a martial saint capable of traversing the heavens, and earthly Luo still felt a bit unaccustomed for the moment. After calming his thoughts, Li Luo dove straight down from high above. Like a falling meteor, he streaked across the sky and landed steadily in the central plaza of the resupply base. The levels of ferocious beasts were divided as follows. Beast Soldier level corresponded to Martial Disciple, Martial Practitioner, and Martial Master. Beast General level corresponded to Martial Spirit, Martial Lord, and Martial Marquis. Lord level corresponded to Martial King, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. Beast King level corresponded to Martial God. Beast Emperor level corresponded to realms above Martial God. The bracketed realms were the human martial ranks, each beast tier matched. From Beast Soldier to Lord level beasts were further split only into low, mid, and high tier. For example, a high tier Beast General matched a Martial Marquis and did not have early, middle, late, or peak stages. Beast Kings did, for instance. An early stage Beast King matched an early stage Martial God. Beyond the Martial God realm, new levels existed which would only be revealed later. As Li Luo descended, an intense aura of a martial saint burst forth, sweeping across the entire base like a raging storm. An involuntary sense of reverence rose in everyone's hearts. The soldiers stationed at the base, as well as the martial artists preparing to enter the wilderness zone, all felt their hearts tremble. A martial saint. What a terrifying aura. Is this what a martial saint level powerhouse is like? Which great figure has come here? To have just returned from the wilderness zone and already witness a martial saint's true presence, I am truly fortunate. Feeling this aura that unmistakably belonged to a martial saint, people's hearts were filled with curiosity and elation as they hurried toward the central plaza where Li Luo had landed. They wanted to see which of the 41 saints of the Daxiao nation had suddenly descended upon this place. Why has a martial saint lord come here? The station chief of the supply base, Lin Yue, a mid-stage martial king, sensed the aura of a martial saint-level powerhouse emanating from Li Luo. He hurriedly walked out from inside the base, heading toward the central plaza according to the source of the aura. His face carried respect and curiosity, uncertain why a martial saint lord had suddenly come. When Lin Yu quickly arrived at the plaza and clearly saw the newcomer, he froze in place. The man wore a damaged, drank battle armor, his appearance dusty and disheveled, yet from his body surged an undeniable aura of a martial saint. He is a martial saint-level powerhouse. Appearing in such a state was something Lin Yu had never seen before, and a hint of doubt surfaced in his eyes. To avoid the embarrassment of failing to recognize a martial saint lord, his mind raced. Yet no matter how he thought, he could not figure out who this young-looking yet somewhat bedraggled martial saint might be. He could not help but speculate inwardly. Could this be a newly advanced martial saint-level powerhouse? But he had not heard any news of such. Esteemed martial saint lord, I am Lin Yu. May I know your honored name? Lin Yu stepped forward and asked respect. Li Luo looked at Lin Yu upon hearing this. Judging from the epaulets, he was a colonel, and combined with the martial king-level aura he exuded, he should be the highest-ranking officer in this supply base. Li Luo did not conceal his identity and said calmly, I am Li Luo, a member of the Lanya squad. Given the level of technology this world possessed, it would have been far too easy for them to investigate his original identity, so there was no need to hide it. Telling lies would only put him at a disadvantage. The Lanya squad was the team Li Luo had chosen to join when he entered the wilderness zone earlier. Only now, aside from himself, all his teammates had perished. Oh, hearing this answer, Lin Yu was stunned. The expression on his face turned somewhat comical as he felt that Li Luo was teasing him. He then forced a smile and said somewhat awkwardly, Martial Saint Lord, please don't joke. He simply could not believe what Li Luo had said. A martial saint-level powerhouse entering the wilderness zone as part of a team with other martial artists. No matter how he thought about it, it did not sound real. Yet Li Luo gazed at Lin Yu with calm eyes and said, do I look like I am joking to you? Facing the martial saint pressure revealed in Li Luo's eyes, Lin Yu's heart could not help but quiver. To verify the identity of this mysterious martial saint, he could only respectfully arrange for people to receive Li Luo and let him rest for a while. At the same time, he sent people to investigate Li Luo's information as well as the Lanya squad that Li Luo had just mentioned. Li Luo, meanwhile, first went to the VIP rest area of the supply base where he enjoyed a comfortable hot shower, scalding water cascading over his powerful body. After finishing his bath, he changed into a fresh set of clothes, his entire person seeming renewed. Coupled with the martial saint aura he exuded, no one dared to overlook his presence. Martial Saint Lord, this way please. A staff member with a sweet smile on her face led the freshly bathed Li Luo toward the dining hall. Very well. Having just returned from the wilderness zone, Li Luo was indeed somewhat hungry. When he arrived at the private room, the table was already laden with various dishes made from ferocious beast meat, while the staff stood respectfully to one side waiting for his instructions. Their eyes shimmered with excitement. It was the first time they had ever been this close to a martial saint. Li Luo sat down and, ignoring everything else, began to heartily savor the ferocious beast meat, a specialty unique to Blue Star. Compared to the cuisine of his previous life, it possessed a flavor all its own. The beast meat was not only delicious, but also rich in energy and nutrients. For martial artists, it was the best form of replenishment. While Li Luo enjoyed the feast, Lin Yu successfully completed the verification of his identity, his face filled with disbelief. It's actually true. According to the information they had obtained, there really was a martial artist named Li Luo in the Lanya squad. Aside from the discrepancy in his recorded level, everything else matched. A martial master at the peak suddenly becoming a martial saint. How is that possible? Lin Yu's brows knit tightly. This was simply beyond belief. The Lanya squad had entered the wilderness zone a little over a week ago, and from then on there had been no further news. How then had Li Luo managed to break through from martial master to martial saint in that time? Could he have obtained a tremendous fortuitous encounter within the wilderness zone? After thinking it over, this was the only explanation he could arrive at. Otherwise, he truly could not imagine any method by which a martial artist could break through 7 realms in such a short span of time. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. Lin Yu did not dare delay. He immediately reported the major intelligence that martial master Li Luo had entered the wilderness zone and subsequently broken through to martial saint to his superiors. He believed that this news would soon shake the entire Daxia nation. Burp. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Luo let out a comfortable belch. Now that he was a martial saint-level powerhouse, consuming ferocious beast meat below the lord level had only a negligible effect on his body. But as it was his first time tasting it, he had simply eaten more. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Station Chief Lin Yu arrived, as well, wearing a gentle smile as he knocked and stepped into the private room. His superiors had responded swiftly after he reported the intelligence. They had instructed him to ascertain the process by which Li Luo had broken through to martial saint. To learn the specific reason, he could only come and question the person involved. After entering, Lin Yu first shot a meaningful glance at the lightly dressed staff, signaling for them to leave. Then he smiled at Li Luo, who was seated, and asked, "Martial Saint Li, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" "It's fine, quite good." Li Luo picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth as he replied. Lin Yu nodded, secretly letting out a breath of relief. The topic that followed was somewhat sensitive. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, "Martial Saint Li Luo, I may be a bit presumptuous, but I am truly curious. How did you manage to break through from martial master to martial saint in such a short period of time?" The man before him was a genuine martial saint powerhouse. If he did not wish to answer, there was nothing Lin Yu could do. In truth, he himself had not wanted to ask. But this was an order from his superiors, and he could only carry it out. After speaking, he nervously watched Li Luo's facial expression, relieved to see no sign of displeasure. On his way back to the supply base, Li Luo had already decided how he would explain this matter. Pretending to ponder for a moment, he then said calmly, "Not long after entering the wilderness zone, the Lanya squad encountered an attack from a mid-tier beast, general-level ferocious beast. The entire squad was almost annihilated. Only I managed to escape with serious injuries and hide in a concealed cave. Inside the cave, I discovered several energy crystal stones that might have originated from the cosmos, each brimming with astonishing power. I attempted to absorb them, and to my surprise, the immense energy within directly propelled me into breaking through to the martial saint realm." Li Luo calmly finished recounting the entire process. A breakthrough from martial master to martial saint within just over a week was fundamentally impossible, so he could only make the explanation sound as plausible as possible to others. The fact that Blue Star had no such energy crystals did not mean the cosmos lacked them. In any case, he was already a martial saint. Even if they did not believe him, they could do nothing to him. Capture him for research. With a single punch carrying 72,000 kilograms of force, could they? Lin Yu stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of energy crystal could allow a martial master to break through directly to martial saint? Could such energy crystals from the vast universe truly have fallen by accident into the wilderness zone? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu asked respectfully, "Martial Saint Li, do you still have those energy crystals, or the residue left after absorbing them? Could you let me take a look?" Li Luo shook his head, his expression unchanged. "My apologies, Station Chief Lin, I must disappoint you. Those few energy crystals have already been completely absorbed by me." He could hardly take out the energy crystals he had fabricated. "Very well," Lin Yu replied. Listening to Li Luo's explanation, he remained half-convinced, doubt still lingering in his heart. Yet it was an undeniable fact that within roughly 10 days of entering the wilderness zone, Li Luo had advanced from the peak of martial master to martial saint. And the only eyewitnesses, the Fong squad, had all perished beneath the claws of savage beasts. It truly was possible that he had absorbed some special energy crystals from the cosmos. After all, Blue Star was still insignificant amidst the vast universe. Lin Yu had no choice but to take a step back. Marshal Saintly, could you at least tell me the location of the cave where you discovered these special energy crystals? If the kind of energy crystals Li Luo described truly existed, they would be enough to shake all of Blue Star. Martial masters who took them could directly break through to Martial Saint. Then if martial saints or martial gods consumed them, what realm could they possibly reach? This, very well. No problem, Li Luo replied. Li Luo deliberately let a trace of difficulty show on his face, as if he had weighed it over carefully. The cave he spoke of, however, contained nothing but a few piles of dried beast dung. Nothing else could be found there. Moreover, it had long since collapsed under the pressure of his martial saint breakthrough, reduced to a field of ruins. He answered each of Lin Yu's questions one by one. Station Chief Lin, I have said all that needs to be said. I will be taking my leave, Li Luo said as he rose to his feet. It was time to experience the human cities on Blue Star for himself. After the original body became a martial warrior and left the orphanage, he had obtained his own residential community. So Li Luo would not be without a place to live. Understood. I respectfully see Marshal Saintly off, Lin Yu said. Hearing that Li Luo was leaving, he did not dare to utter a word of objection. He had no wish to invite trouble upon himself. In any case, he had already reported all the detailed information. From here on, the matter of this mysterious, newly advanced Marshal Saint Li Luo no longer required his concern. As for recruiting Li Luo, a mere martial king like him was far from qualified. After bidding Lin Yu farewell, Li Luo walked out of the supply base's main building. I wonder what the martial saint is discussing with the station chief inside. Could it be that those few Lord-level savage beasts in the wilderness zone are about to break through? Someone speculated. No idea. Why hasn't the martial saint appeared yet? I can't wait any longer. Hell, why don't you go in and hurry him along? Another teased. When will I ever become as strong as a martial saint? Outside, many warriors and soldiers had gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of a martial saint's visage, their hearts brimming with expectation and excitement. When Li Luo appeared before them with an entirely new bearing, the crowd instantly sensed an indescribably terrifying aura. It was the overwhelming presence that only one standing at the pinnacle of martial path could possess. The martial saint has come out. Wow, his aura is terrifying. Feels like he could suppress me with sheer presence alone. Wait, this martial saint looks a bit unfamiliar. I don't think I've ever seen him before. Everyone's fervent gazes converged on Li Luo, their voices unable to hide their excitement. So many people gathered. Li Luo thought as he felt the sudden shift of countless eyes turning toward him. Only now did he realize that he had greatly underestimated how alluring a martial saint was to ordinary warriors. Among the hundreds of millions in the Great Xia Nation, only 41 martial saints had ever emerged. The ratio was absurdly low. Thinking this, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Li Luo's lips as he inclined his head slightly to those around him. Then the air around his body seemed to solidify, a powerful aura surged out from within him. In an instant, it permeated the entire base. Everyone's hearts jolted violently as they felt a heavy pressure crash toward them. With a boom, Li Luo's figure moved. His entire body shot skyward like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the distant city. As for why he did not suppress his aura, he had no desire to end up like in those novels he read before transmigrating. Clearly possessing vast power, yet being brazenly provoked by random passers-by, he could crush with a flick of his wrist, only to then posture and slap faces afterward. Wow! Everyone in the base gazed up at this scene, with worshipful eyes immersed in the shock brought by a martial saint-level expert. Only when Li Luo's figure completely vanished at the edge of their vision did they awaken from their daze and excitedly begin discussing what they had just witnessed. They quickly noticed something amiss. This martial saint did not seem to be any of the 41 saints of the Great Xia Nation. Moreover, Li Luo's features were very young, at most a little over 20. They assumed he was a martial prodigy who had just broken through. The topic immediately reached a fever pitch, and everyone was filled with reverence and envy. After Li Luo left, Lin Yu immediately moved into action. Someone summoned the commander of the Wolf Fang Corps. Tell him there is a new urgent mission for him to carry out. He dispatched the base's most elite unit, the Wolf Fang Corps, to search for the cave that Li Luo claimed contained special energy crystals. They hoped to find even the slightest clue. If such energy crystals truly existed, then the warriors of Blue Star would usher in an entirely new era. Perhaps they could even break the current deadlock between humanity and the savage beasts. Li Luo's speed was as swift as lightning, leaving a brilliant trail across the sky. From the ground, he looked just like a meteor. Only warriors of slightly higher rank could discern that this was no shooting star, but a person. He was flying toward the city at an astonishing speed. Before long, a bustling metropolis gradually emerged before Li Luo's eyes. It differed somewhat from the cities of his previous life, carrying a touch of technological flair. Here so soon, Li Luo murmured to himself, inwardly marveling at how convenient a martial saint's cultivation was. Like an upgraded version of a certain super soldier, Li Luo withdrew his martial saint aura. Guided by the memories in his mind, he easily located the residential community on the outskirts where the original body had lived. It had a pleasant name, Linyu Manor. Seen from high above, the entire community was neat and orderly, shaded by lush trees, giving off a tranquil and comfortable feeling. Though not extravagantly luxurious, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. Let me see where it is. Li Luo's sharp gaze swept quickly across the community, and before long, he located his home based on memory. It was a small villa deep within Linyu Manor. Its exterior design was simple and elegant, white walls paired with black window frames appearing refined, yet not lacking in dignity. Around it stretched a spacious courtyard planted with all kinds of flowers, plants, and trees, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. It was a symbol of the original body's status as a peak martial master and had been purchased at a price cheaper than what ordinary people could ever dream of. Not bad. After giving the exterior a once-over, Li Luo did not hesitate and descended from the sky to land directly in front of his residence within the community. The villa's door lock was a high-tech facial recognition system that required no physical key at all. Standing before the door, Li Luo leaned in close, allowing the intelligent system to meticulously scan his features. A crisp beep rang out as the system confirmed his identity, followed by a synthesized voice. Verification successful. Welcome home, Master. Immediately after, a faint mechanical whir sounded from within the lock as it swiftly disengaged. If the system failed to recognize a face multiple times, or if someone attempted a forced entry, it would automatically trigger an alarm. It would then notify the martial security personnel stationed within the residential compound. So this is my home. Li Luo stepped into the house, familiar furnishings unfolding before his eyes. Yet deep within, an indefinable sense of unfamiliarity stirred. Perhaps it was because he was not a native of this world, but a transmigrator who had inherited the memories of his body's original owner. Li Luo pushed open the inner door, walked into the room, and lay down on the sofa. He then turned on the television, which happened to be broadcasting the news. In recent days, the coastal defense line of the Liaohai province military region has been repeatedly assaulted by Lord-level beast tides, resulting in thousands of soldiers wounded and hundreds fallen in battle. In an untamed wilderness zone of Lanyu province, a ferocious beast riot has erupted, causing hundreds of martial artists to be killed or injured, and the beasts even attempted to cross the supply base and charge into the city. Fortunately, the incident was suppressed in time by Chuan, a martial emperor stage powerhouse and president of the local branch of the Elders Association. In Central Plains Province, Zhao Tianhai, a peak martial king expert, successfully broke through to martial emperor 3 days ago. Let us congratulate him. The content rolling across the television screen differed greatly from what he had known in his previous life. Reports of ferocious beasts attempting to invade human territories filled the news every single day. This Blue Star world is fraught with peril, Li Luo murmured, lounging comfortably on the sofa as he listened to the broadcast. Fortunately, I am now a martial saint. I don't have to worry about some ferocious beast suddenly breaking into the city and swallowing me in one bite. In this Blue Star world, even an initial stage martial saint was considered a top-tier powerhouse, surpassed only by martial gods, and personal safety was largely guaranteed. After listening to the news for a while, Li Luo's gaze gradually turned unfocused. He yawned as he glanced at the sky outside the window, which was slowly darkening, and a wave of drowsiness rose in his heart. Although he possessed the physique of a martial saint and could go weeks without sleep without feeling tired, Li Luo still could not break his old habits. He turned off the television, laid down on the bed, and quickly drifted into sleep. The next morning at dawn, Li Luo opened his eyes, early excitement surging in his chest. Today he could sign in again. Today's check-in count has been refreshed. Will the host sign in now? Sign in. Li Luo responded without hesitation, in his heart to the system's inquiry echoing in his mind. He was greatly looking forward to the system's reward for today. If it granted him another direct infusion of cultivation, he would truly be able to stride unimpeded across this blue star ravaged by ferocious beasts. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ice Element Affinity. As the system's voice faded, Li Luo suddenly felt a unique and unprecedented power surge forth within his body. With a single thought, that power gushed forth like a spring, rapidly flooding his limbs and bones. At once, the surrounding air was affected by this force. The temperature plummeted. The once warm interior of the villa turned bone-chilling in an instant. Around Li Luo, the air began to condense into fine crystals of frost. These frost crystals accumulated rapidly, soon spreading throughout the villa. The floor, walls, and furniture were all coated with a thin layer of sparkling ice. The entire villa seemed to be encased in a world of ice and snow, and the chill was still spreading outward. If left unchecked, it would quickly engulf the entire neighborhood. So this is what ice element affinity means. Feeling the might of this power, Li Luo could not help but be. He hurriedly calmed his mind and drew the power back into his body. Under his control, the impact remained limited. The frost within the villa began to melt away, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. On the system's personal information panel, the field indicating his own type changed as well. Type: ordinary martial artist, frost martial artist. Li Luo had now become an elemental martial artist, one who possessed the power to command ice and cold. His combat strength had risen markedly compared to an ordinary martial artist. He was no longer the weakest among the 42 saints of the Daxia nation. In fact, his ranking could leap forward by several positions. Previously, his explosive power had already been on par with some veteran initial stage martial saints, yet he lacked any high-level martial techniques or cultivation arts. He had not mastered any natural element either, so it was only natural that he had been ranked at the bottom among the many martial saints of Daxia. Even so, taking someone like Lin Yue, a mere martial king, would still have been trivially easy, hardly worth any real effort. Just as Li Luo was enthusiastically exploring the icy power within his body, his formidable perception suddenly caught an unusual aura entering the Linyu Mountain Villa residential area. Moreover, that presence was moving directly toward his current location. Coming for me, he mused. And a mid-stage martial emperor at that. Li Luo's brows knit slightly as he muttered under his breath. In the span of a moment, even across such a distance, he had already discerned the background of this middle-aged man. Finding no trace of malice, he quickly put the matter aside. So long as it was not a martial god-level powerhouse, everything remained negotiable. There were only 3 martial gods in the entire Daxia nation, and judging by the news, each was busier than the last. A slightly larger little shrimp, like himself, was unlikely to warrant their personal descent just to probe his secrets. Before long, a clear knock sounded at the door, shattering the villa's quiet. Only one person had come. It was none other than Wang Ming, president of the Jiangning province branch of the Elders Association, who had arrived. The Elders Association was a force jointly established by Daxia's 3 martial gods and 41 martial saints. It governed the entire nation and maintained its operation. Through the report of Lin Yue, the station chief of the supply base, the Elders Association had already obtained information on Li Luo, this newly advanced martial saint. They knew he had accidentally absorbed an energy crystal from the cosmos in the wilderness, though they remained half skeptical. Even so, they had dispatched someone at once to win him over, or at least to stabilize him, and to see what choice Li Luo would make. On this matter, the 3 martial gods were of one mind. No matter how this martial saint had come to be, so long as he obeyed commands and stood against the invading beast tides, all would be well. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to act. In the current situation of Daxiao, there could be no unstable martial saint-level existence. This should be the place, Wang Ming murmured. Strange, why does it feel so cold around here? Is it because of this residential area? It didn't feel like this just now. How odd. After knocking on the door, Wang Ming shivered and was inwardly. His cultivation had already reached mid-stage martial emperor, and as a frost martial artist, he possessed great resistance to cold. Yet in this clear sunny weather, he could actually feel a chill. This was truly bizarre. And you are? Li Luo opened the door and looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged man before him. Once he learned of Wang Ming's identity, he invited him inside to sit. The speed of the Elders Association was truly remarkable. He had only returned from the wilderness to the supply base yesterday, and today they had already sent someone to find him. Judging by appearances, however, they were not here to arrest him for research. As for the Elders Association, Wang Ming spoke of only those who had broken through to the martial saint realm were qualified to be invited to join and become one of the elders who kept the nation running. Aside from Li Luo, all 41 other martial saints had chosen to join and serve as elders, enjoying exalted status and special privileges. They wielded immense authority and stood nearly at the very pinnacle of Daxia. Branch presidents of the Elders Association in each city, such as Wang Ming, held less power than full elders, yet they too were far from ordinary. Even so, to assume such a post required at least a martial king-level cultivation. In cities with weaker economies, branch presidents were martial kings, while in more prosperous cities the position was held by a martial emperor. Lord Li Luo, congratulations on your breakthrough to martial saint, Wang Ming said. On behalf of the 3 sequence elders, I am here to invite you to join the Elders Association. Upon advancing to martial saint and entering the Elders Association, one could serve as an ordinary elder and receive the veneration of Daxia's people. The 3 so-called sequence elders in his mouth were precisely the martial god powerhouses hailed as the pillars of the nation. Their strength was unfathomable. These are the welfare terms and benefits we are offering. Please have a look. With a gentle smile on his face, Wang Ming respectfully handed the already prepared documents and clauses to Li Luo. All right. Li Luo spoke softly and reached out to take them. He began to leaf through the pages with careful attention. The conditions offered by the Elders' Council were extremely generous, divided into 2 sets of terms. The first was to become an official affiliated martial saint of the Daxia nation with the option to serve as the highest-ranking guardian governor of any province enjoying supreme authority within Daxia and holding power over life and death. Alternatively, he could enter the military and be granted the rank of general, receiving 20 billion in operational funds each year along with numerous special privileges and perks. However, he would be required to strictly obey all commands and regulations of the Elders' Council or face punishment. The second option was to become an external martial saint of the Daxia Elders' Council, granted an honorary general's rank. The benefits and various treatments, however, were far inferior to those of an official affiliated martial saint, with an annual operational budget of only 2 billion. Yet this option imposed no personal restrictions. He could freely choose whether or not to accept the Elders' Council's orders. In both cases, he would still become one of the many elders under the council. Only the degree of freedom differed. Some martial emperor experts, after breaking through to the martial saint realm, did not wish to be bound or bothered by trivial matters. Those who only sought to continue cultivating toward greater heights would choose the second path. Conversely, others would choose the first path, becoming official affiliated martial saints to serve the nation, enjoying supreme authority while shouldering corresponding responsibilities. Which should I choose? Staring at the two options before him, Li Luo fell into hesitation. In the end, he found himself inclined toward the first, to serve as the highest-ranking guardian governor of a province. After carefully reading through the various regulations of the Elders' Council, Li Luo felt they were not particularly harsh. As for orders, unless there was an emergency, they would rarely be issued lightly. Ordinarily, he would essentially be a border magnate, a local sovereign in all but name. The oversight would also be less stringent than in the military. I choose the first option. After thorough deliberation, Li Luo made his decision. In his heart, he had already resolved to take on the role of guardian governor. Martial Saint Li Luo, thank you for your decision. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's smile grew even brighter. Throughout the entire Blue Star, martial saint-level warriors were exceedingly rare, only just over 200 in total. Every nation was in dire need of martial saints. In recent years, in particular, attacks by ferocious beasts on human territories had grown ever more frequent, and in the oceans, several mid-level lord-class beasts had advanced to high level. Their numbers were gradually surpassing those of human martial saints. The coastal provinces of Daxia were being struck ever more often, and on several occasions the defensive lines had nearly been breached. Fortunately, each time the sequence elders had intervened in time to drive them back, yet the overall situation remained grim. Every year, the number of soldiers and freelance warriors who died resisting the beast tides reached tens of thousands, with even more left maimed. Land-based beasts were comparatively manageable, their rate of advancement was slower, and for the moment the defensive lines could still keep them outside the provincial borders. But the beasts of the oceans grew stronger by the day, and humanity had no effective countermeasure. Thus, whenever any country produced a martial saint or martial god, the pressure on the beast defense lines would be significantly eased, and the likelihood of beast tides breaking through into cities would decrease by a few precious degrees. For this reason, Wang Ming was deeply grateful for Li Luo's decision. The combat strength of a single martial saint was equivalent to that of tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers or warriors. Even if Li Luo had been forcibly catalyzed into a martial saint by consuming special energy crystals, making his strength the weakest among his peers, he could still reduce the number of outstanding warriors who would die in battles against the beast tides. Martial Saint Li Luo, would you prefer to serve as a provincial guardian governor or to join the military? Wang Ming asked in detail. I will serve as guardian governor, Li Luo replied with a faint smile. Joining the military could not compare to the exhilaration of becoming a border magnate. Very well, no problem. Joy surfaced on Wang Ming's face. In truth, he had hoped Li Luo would enter the military, but serving as a guardian governor was also an excellent choice. The difference lay only in the level of danger. The troops stationed along the oceanic defense line faced harassment by ferocious beasts every single day. At any time, a king-level beast could suddenly appear, and even martial saints might fall to such an assault. In this upbeat mood, Li Luo quickly signed all the clauses issued by the Elders' Council. Among the 13 provinces of Daxia, he was free to choose where he would serve as guardian governor. The number of guardian governors stationed in each province varied according to the severity of the beast tides they faced. The coastal provinces had the largest garrisons of guardian governors. For example, Jiangning province, which bordered the ocean, had as many as 3 guardian governors stationed there. Inland, the defensive pressure on the Central Plains province and Jinyang province was relatively lighter, with only 2 guardian governors assigned to each. After some deliberation, Li Luo chose to serve as guardian governor of Jiangning province. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, after all. He wanted to see for himself just how ferocious the beast tides at the oceanic defense line truly were. Martial Saint Li Luo, your choice has been approved. Congratulations on becoming the fourth guardian governor of Jiangning Province. The Elders' Council welcomes you to our ranks. We have prepared a villa worth 1 billion in the city center for you, he continued. Here is its location. You may move in at any time, and if you do not like it, it can be changed. Your 200 billion in operational funds will be transferred to your account shortly, he added. When you have time, you may report to the guardian governor's office to assume your post. Wang Ming explained everything to Li Luo with a broad smile. As soon as Wang Ming reported Li Luo's decision, the Elders' Council replied. The three martial gods, hearing how cooperative Li Luo was, abandoned their plan to enact the second contingency. For the time being, they decided not to place Li Luo under control or dissect the secrets hidden within him. Marshal Saint Li Luo, I shall not disturb you any further, Wang Ming said. After confirming Li Luo's assumption date and obtaining his consent for a few matters touching on personal privacy, Wang Ming prepared to take his leave. These matters involved widely publicizing that Daxia had gained yet another martial saint-level powerhouse in order to inspire the many warriors, something that would require Li Luo to make a public appearance when the time came. All right, thank you for your efforts, Chairman Wang. Li Luo rose to see his guest off. The moment he sensed Wang Ming's aura leaving the Lin Yu Villa estate complex. Beep. A notification from his phone signaled that the transfer had arrived. The 200 billion in operational funds had been deposited into his account. Li Luo had never seen so much money before, and he began excitedly counting the digits of his account balance. Not a single cent short of 200 billion. Now I'm a rich man too, he exclaimed with satisfaction, sprawling back onto the sofa in high spirits. For a martial saint-level warrior, a net worth of only 200 billion was not considered much. At such a level of strength, excessive wealth was of limited use, for many rare resources could not be bought simply with money. They could only be exchanged for resources of equal value. Before leaving, Wang Ming had also mentioned that after Li Luo assumed his post as guardian governor, the Elders' Council would grant him a set of rare resources that greatly benefited martial saint-level powerhouses. Every elder would receive such resources, though external elders would receive a smaller allotment. They would also be allowed to freely comprehend many high-level martial techniques and cultivation arts stored within the Elders' Council. There was, however, a price. In the future, they would have to create their own techniques or martial skills and submit them to the Elders' Council. I wonder what kind of resources they'll grant me. Forget it, I should move house first, he murmured. In addition to resources, the Elders' Council had prepared a massive villa worth 1 billion for him in the city. The villa he currently lived in had cost only a few million when he bought it, and even that was a discounted price offered in recognition of his status as a martial master-level warrior. If a villa worth only a few million was already this luxurious, he could only imagine how extravagant a 1 billion villa must be. This is the place. Li Luo, following the address provided by Wang Ming, swiftly arrived at his destination. His figure descended slowly from the high sky. As far as the eye could see, in the bustling city center, a magnificent villa complex named Splendid Mansion came into view, observed from above. The scale and opulence of the villas within clearly surpassed the Lin Yu Manor where he had previously resided. This complex housed all the distinguished martial artists and their families within Jiangning Province. Based on the information from Wang Ming, Li Luo quickly located the villas specially prepared for him by the Council of Elders. It was the best situated and most luxurious one in the entire complex. Looks decent enough. Li Luo grinned with satisfaction. He was now a distinguished martial saint-level powerhouse and one of the 4 great guardians of Jiangning Province. His residence certainly couldn't be shabby. Subsequently, Li Luo's form flickered as he swiftly swooped down from the high sky, landing steadily in front of the villa's entrance. At that moment, dozens of servants within the villa who had already received word stood neatly at the entrance under the lead of the butler, awaiting his arrival. Li Luo's figure suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that made hearts tremble. Such a fearsome presence. The assembled servants at the entrance were first startled, then immediately recognized him as the future master. The involuntarily leaked aura of a martial, saint-level martial artist was unmistakable. An elderly man in a crisp butler's uniform, looking hale and hearty, quickly stepped forward. With a gleam of reverence in his eyes, he bowed slightly to Li Luo and said, "Welcome, sir. I am your personal butler. I am in charge of all affairs within this villa. Please feel free to instruct me with any needs." Li Luo nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the elderly butler and the other servants. He sensed that the old butler's aura, though restrained, was profound and steady. He was actually a martial artist at the latest stage martial spirit level. However, it seemed his body bore an internal injury. Barring a miracle, he would never break through again. The other servants, though only at the martial disciple level, were much more agile than ordinary people. They had all been strictly selected and trained. They were specifically assigned to serve powerful figures like Li Luo, who had attained sagehood. Unlike Li Luo, some experts came from formidable martial arts families with dependents. Naturally, they required care. All right, thank you for your trouble. Li Luo stated calmly, slightly retracting the martial saint aura emanating from him. Sir, if you don't mind, you may call me Butler Lu from now on. Butler Lu said with a humble smile on his face. He had previously been a junior non-commissioned officer in the military, severely wounded on the front line, defending against ferocious beasts. Though he survived by a stroke of luck, he was left with a chronic ailment, his strength greatly diminished. To care for him, the military district leaders approved his early discharge with severance pay. They arranged an easy job for him, saying he would never need to go to the battlefield again. Unexpectedly, it was to be a butler for a martial saint. Truly a good position. Thus Lu Chao cherished this job earned with his life all the more. Sir, please follow me. Butler Lu led Li Luo on a slow stroll through the villa, familiarizing him with his future home. The villa occupied vast grounds like a miniature palace. The interior was exceptionally spacious, adorned with many valuable artworks. Most of the structure was built with sturdy grade materials, with a smaller portion using even more robust grade materials, effectively resisting damage. Each room was also equipped with top-tier technological facilities, from a private swimming pool to a luxurious training room, all embodying ultimate luxury and comfort, symbolizing the master's esteemed status. Sir, do you have any opinion on the number of servants? Should we add more? Butler Lu inquired, seizing the opportunity, as Li Luo seemed quite satisfied with the villa. No need. I have no objections, Li Luo said indifferently. The villa currently had 5 male and 5 female servants besides the butler, and they were all martial disciple-level martial artists, more efficient than ordinary people. He wasn't an invalid, he didn't need so many servants. Butler Lu, you may handle the affairs of the villa as you see fit from now on. Upon hearing this, Butler Lu quickly responded, very well, sir. Thank you for your trust. I will manage things well. Subsequently, Li Luo waved for Butler Lu to withdraw and attend to his duties. He rested for a short. After informing Butler Lu, Li Luo departed, directly heading to the Jiangning Province branch of the Council of Elders to find Wang Ming. According to Wang Ming, he planned to hold a press conference upon his return to announce that the Great Xia Kingdom had welcomed its 42nd martial saint. Since it was almost noon, it was time to keep the appointment. Goodbye, sir. Lu Chao respectfully watched Li Luo leap up, transforming into a meteor that vanished into the high sky. The Great Xia Kingdom had gained another martial saint, and he appeared quite young. Yet Lu Chao had seemingly never heard news of this martial saint Li Luo before. It was as if he had emerged from nowhere. Lu Chao deeply envied Li Luo, who had broken through to martial saint at such a young age, becoming an elder of the council. He, with mediocre talent, had finally steeled himself to join the military for experience, only to be severely injured by a ferocious beast. He would likely be stuck at the martial spirit level for the rest of his life. At the Jiangning Province, Jingyang City branch of the Council of Elders, a lively atmosphere had already been ignited. At Wang Ming's call, reporters from major media outlets gathered. Various equipment was ready to record this historic moment. Wang Ming stood on the podium in the branch hall, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Greetings, fellow reporters. I am President Wang Ming. I have gathered you all today to announce a momentous piece of good news to the people of our nation. Our Great Xia Kingdom has welcomed a new martial saint who is currently within Jiangning Province. Please wait a moment, soon you will learn the identity of this newly ascended martial saint. Wang Ming's voice was resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. A new martial saint. Fantastic. Finally, another martial saint has emerged in the Great Xia Kingdom. I wonder which martial emperor successfully broke through. As soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, excited voices arose from the audience. No one doubted Wang Ming's words, and no one would dare spread such a rumor. Everyone was curious which martial emperor within Jiangning Province had achieved the breakthrough. No one doubted Wang Ming's words, and no one would dare spread such a rumor. Everyone was curious which martial emperor within Jiangning Province. Martial Saint Li Luo has arrived. He quickly led the vice president and several high-ranking branch officials out to welcome him. Outside the branch, a figure descended from the sky. Landing steadily on the ground, the figure exuded an awe-inspiring martial saint aura. Martial Saint Li Luo, you've arrived just in time. I was about to inform you. Wang Ming warmly greeted him, extending his hand for a firm handshake with Li Luo. The other high-ranking members of the sub-association stood awkwardly to the side, as they did not have the qualification to approach. Li Luo slightly restrained his aura, smiling as he spoke. No, you arrived just in time. Please. Wang Ming greeted Li Luo with a broad smile. Even if Li Luo had arrived late, he would not dare to say anything. This aura is saintly might. The reporters who had been prepared inside immediately felt the overwhelming presence of a saint-level warrior. Although Li Luo had already restrained much of his aura, it was still palpable up close and very clear. Once Li Luo stepped onto the stage, everyone looked at this young, unfamiliar saint with curiosity. He was not any of the martial emperors from Jiangning Province. It seemed they had never heard of such a powerful figure. This piqued the curiosity of many reporters. Unable to contain their excitement, they rushed forward to interview Li Luo. Throughout the process, Li Luo was very cooperative. He told the reporters that he had taken on the role of elder in the Great Xia Kingdom and had been appointed as the town protector of Jiangning Province. He also shared his journey of breaking through to the saint level. His statements were the same as what he had told Lin Yu before. The reporters' reactions were similarly skeptical, their faces showing astonishment. Is there really an energy crystal in the universe that allows a martial artist to break through from a martial master to a saint? But feeling the saintly aura emanating from Li Luo, they could only bury their doubts deep within. The vast universe is not like Blue Star, or perhaps it really exists. Then the scene erupted in fervent cheers and applause. The Great Xia Kingdom welcomed another vibrant saint-level warrior, which bolstered the public's confidence in defeating fierce beasts. It would also enhance the enthusiasm of martial artists in training. Jiangning Province became the first province to have 4 saint-level warriors stationed, further improving the safety of the populace. However, the way Li Luo broke through as a saint was somewhat hard to believe. Yet the reality was evident, and they could only choose to trust. Since Li Luo had fortuitously broken through to the saint level with a special energy crystal, everyone instinctively placed his strength at the bottom among the 42 saints. But he was not someone an ordinary martial artist could provoke. After the interview, the sky was already growing dark. Li Luo bid farewell to Wang Ming and prepared to return to his villa in the city center. Wang Ming had intended to warmly entertain the newly promoted Saint Li Luo, as he would soon be his subordinate. However, Li Luo insisted on leaving, and Wang Ming had no choice but to relent. With a terrifying wave of energy surrounding him, Li Luo took off and disappeared into the sky, reflecting internally. It was incredibly convenient for a saint to fly, saving a lot of time. Sir, you have returned. The butler Lu in the villa respectfully greeted Li Luo as he descended from the sky. Li Luo nodded, and then instructed Lu to prepare dinner. A warrior at the saint level would not feel too hungry even if they went weeks without eating. Even if they were in closed-door cultivation for months, they could go without food or water. But now that the conditions were available, he naturally wanted to satisfy his appetite. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Li Luo walked into the training room equipped in the villa. The equipment inside was also very organized, perfectly suitable for daily training for warriors below the martial king level. I forgot to ask Wang Ming for this level martial art manual. Li Luo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to start training, the level martial art iron bone body forging method came to mind. For him, now the benefits were negligible, and it was most suitable for martial spirit level warriors to practice. As for practicing martial skills, he feared that he might lose control of his strength and destroy the training room. Having cultivation without corresponding martial arts and skills was Li Luo's current shortcoming. Otherwise, he could definitely match some seasoned early-stage saints. So I forget it, I'll go to sleep. Perhaps tomorrow I'll sign in and be able to get something good again. Li Luo stretched lazily and left the training room. Without a martial art, his practice speed was very slow. It was better to rest and wait for tomorrow's sign-in to refresh. Moreover, tomorrow he would be taking up his post at the town protector's office in Jingyang City, where he would receive a share of rare resources distributed to all elders. He could also apply for martial arts and skills above level from the Elder Council headquarters. The other 3 town protectors in Jiangning Province were stationed in other coastal cities. They would only gather together in emergencies or upon receiving directives from the Elder Council. Jingyang City is relatively close to the inland region of Jiangning Province and is not typically disturbed by oceanic fierce beasts. Hence, there was no need for a town protector to be stationed there only to guard against potential riots by fierce beasts in the wilderness. The highest rank among them was the President Wang Ming, an established martial emperor. He could easily handle some lord-level fierce beasts. Time moved to the next day. After waking up, Li Luo habitually signed in. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving SS-level martial art body forging heavenly gang technique. Body forging heavenly gang technique absorbs the special energy wandering in the heavens and earth to temper the body, making the practitioner's physique stronger, blood vigorous, enhancing punching power and explosive force. After the system's voice fell, all memories regarding the SS-level martial art body forging heavenly gang technique surged into Li Luo's mind. So powerful. After digesting all the memories, Li Luo's expression was filled with delight. This was a body-forging martial art that could significantly enhance physical explosiveness after training, and it would make his physique even more robust. System, you are my god. Li Luo silently praised the system within his heart. It truly delivers whatever one wishes for. Just yesterday, he was troubled by the lack of high-level martial arts and skills, and yet this morning he signed in to receive an SS-level martial art. He believed that martial skills would not be far behind. As long as Li Luo was given enough time, he could grow stronger day by day with the sign-in system. Who knows, one day he might just receive a sudden boost in cultivation, allowing him to brush aside the fierce beasts of Blue Star like mere wild monsters. Today he still had to go to the town protector's office, so Li Luo didn't have time to train. He could only wait until he had free time in the evening. Inside the villa, butler Lu had already prepared breakfast. After waking up, Li Luo directly enjoyed a lavish breakfast. While eating, Li Luo did not forget to turn on the television to watch the daily news. Major news. Our country has welcomed another new saint-level warrior, bringing the total number of saints to 4. Li Luo, a martial master-level warrior from Jiangning Province's Jingyang City, absorbed a special energy crystal in the wilderness and broke through 7 realms to advance to saint. He has also been invited to become an elder and will soon take on the role of town protector of Jiangning Province. Let us congratulate Saint Li Luo. Next, we will broadcast the interview footage. Due to the uplifting news of the breakthrough to saint, all television programs were currently airing the same. Li Luo was also quite interested in watching the footage of himself during the interview on the news, muttering to himself with a hint of pride, "I look pretty good on camera. It's time." After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Li Luo felt revitalized. He straightened his clothes and prepared himself. Stepping into the villa's courtyard, he moved like a bolt of lightning shooting into the sky. He flew straight toward the direction of the Jingyang City Prefecture. The prefecture. As the core authority of Jingyang City, it was situated in the city's heart, exuding grandeur and solemnity. It radiated an inviolable majesty. At that moment, Inspection Envoy Han Tianxiong, along with various department heads of Jingyang City, such as Public Security Director Lin Haoran and Elder Council Branch President Wang Ming, were all present. Li Luo was now a figure of great importance in Jiangning Province, their immediate superior. Naturally, they dared not show any negligence. Today marked Li Luo's first day in office, and to express their respect for him, they had arrived early at the prefecture's entrance awaiting his arrival. They had also seen the morning's news and were quite curious about the young martial saint who had broken through by absorbing a special energy crystal. President Wang, did Martial Saint Li Luo ever reveal any news about that special energy crystal? Inspection Envoy Han Tianxiong, seeing that Li Luo had yet to arrive, asked Wang Ming with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He had been stuck at the midstage Martial King for far too long. Despite consuming numerous rare resources, his bottleneck showed no sign of loosening. He was also getting older, and the probability of breaking through to Martial Emperor in his lifetime was slim. He had resigned himself to fate, intending to let things be. Consuming so many resources had been futile. He might as well save them for nurturing the younger generation. But after hearing about Li Luo's achievements, he reignited his hope of breaking through to Martial Emperor. He was very interested in the special energy crystal Li Luo had mentioned, unwilling to give up even a glimmer of hope. No. Wang Ming shook his head. He had also heard some inside information about the special energy crystal. After Li Luo left the Wilderness Zone Supply Base, Director Lin Yu dispatched elite troops to conduct an extensive search within the area. They had scoured it almost entirely, but found nothing. Not even a trace of the special energy crystal remained. Had Li Luo not chosen to join the Elder Council upon invitation, the 3 sequence elders would have considered detaining him to uncover the truth behind the matter. From a martial master to a martial saint, the secret Li Luo carried was far too alluring. Just as they were still discussing the special energy crystal, a powerful aura suddenly descended. It pressed down like a mountain, even causing these top-tier experts of Jingyang City to feel a sense of oppression. Such a strong aura. It must be Martial Saint Li Luo's arrival. The crowd waiting at the entrance quickly fell silent, raising their heads to look. A black dot in the distant sky was rapidly approaching, then landed steadily before them. "Welcome, Lord Prefect." The crowd, gazing at Li Luo's imposing figure brimming with Martial Saint authority, cupped their hands in respect. No need for formalities. Li Luo gently waved his sleeve, retracting his Martial Saint aura. He warmly signaled everyone not to be overly restrained. Seeing this, Wang Ming stepped forward with a smile to introduce the others to Li Luo. He pointed to the sturdy middle-aged man beside him, saying, "This is Inspection Envoy Han Tianxiong, and this is..." Those introduced by Wang Ming stepped forward one by one, bowing respectfully to Li Luo. This allowed them to become acquainted with him. Li Luo nodded and exchanged brief greetings with them. From now on, these people would be his subordinates. Then, under Wang Ming's guidance, Li Luo entered the prefecture. Wang Ming detailed the responsibilities of the prefect, including maintaining city order, coordinating various forces, handling emergencies, and preventing beast invasions. It sounded quite burdensome. However, if Li Luo preferred not to manage too much, he could delegate these tasks to his subordinates. Only tasks that proved insurmountable would be reported to the prefecture, and it would not interfere with Li Luo's personal cultivation. "Then I shall rely on all of you from now on," Li Luo said calmly. Though his expression remained unchanged, inwardly he was delighted. He liked this job. It wasn't as troublesome as he had imagined. He was grateful for his decision when Wang Ming first invited him to join the Elder Council. The power of the prefect was truly immense. All official armed forces, martial artist families, and personal powers in the entire Jiangning province could be mobilized by Li Luo at will. Those who disobeyed the prefect's orders could be charged with treason, subject to arrest and direct execution. You flatter us, Lord. A chariot moves fast with a strong lead. Under your guidance, the people of Jingyang City will surely live in peace, free from beast invasions. Han Tianxiong quickly chimed in, his words dripping with flattery. The surrounding crowd was stunned by his behavior. Good heavens, was old Han always this sycophantic? Why hadn't they noticed before? I don't say that. Li Luo waved his hand modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed by the flattery. The people standing beside him now were all bigwigs whose mere stomp could shake all of Jingyang City. Yet they were all deferential before him. After gaining a general understanding of the prefecture's operations, Li Luo dismissed everyone, keeping only Wang Ming behind. As the administrative hub of Jingyang City, the inspection department and public security department were both located here, but the Elder Council branch was not within the prefecture, though it wasn't too far away. Li Luo then inquired when the rare resources promised by the Elder Council would arrive. Rest assured, Lord. The headquarters has specially dispatched an envoy carrying the resources from the imperial capital, expected to arrive tonight. Wang Ming replied respectfully. Good. Li Luo nodded, and then let Wang Ming leave. He mused to himself that since it had to be transported specially from the Elder Council headquarters in the imperial capital, it must be quite precious. The prefect's office was also very spacious with complete communication equipment. It ensured that in case of emergencies, the prefect could be contacted immediately. So this is the prefect's office. Li Luo looked around after entering. He had already instructed everyone everything regarding administrative affairs would proceed as usual, and they should only come to him for more important matters. The high-ranking officials breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seemed Li Luo intended to be a hands-off leader. They had initially worried that the young prefect would meddle without experience, but that concern proved unnecessary. Li Luo was more than happy to do nothing and simply focus on cultivation. After delegating his own duties to his subordinates, Li Luo said with ease, "It's not as hard as I thought." He had a clear understanding of his abilities. Fighting beasts was no problem, but handling administrative affairs would be a challenge. After all, before his transmigration, he was just a graduate from a no-name university. Specialized matters should be left to the experts. After delegating authority, he now had ample time to cultivate the SS Shrank technique, body tempering heavenly firmament art, which he had obtained from the morning check-in. And before nightfall, no one should disturb him. Let's begin cultivating. Li Luo took a deep breath, sitting in the bright and spacious prefect's office. He closed his eyes and began to focus wholeheartedly on cultivating the technique. His mind gradually sank into a tranquil state, as if isolated from the bustling world around him. Following the memory of the technique in his mind, Li Luo perceived the special energy drifting through heaven and earth. These energies were subtle and omnipresent, flowing like a gentle stream quietly coursing through the air. He then guided them to flow slowly into his body. As the energy surged in, Li Luo's robust physique began to undergo subtle changes. He could feel his muscles gradually becoming more compact and powerful, and his bones seemed infused with new vitality. A warm current surged within him, continuously nourishing his body. His skin also began to emit a faint luster. Li Luo soon became immersed in the process, losing track. It wasn't until evening, when the Elder Council headquarters' special envoy arrived, and Han Tianxiong knocked on the door, that Li Luo awakened from his cultivation state. Has it gotten dark so quickly? Li Luo murmured to himself, gazing at the stars and moon outside the window. What surprised him even more was that despite cultivating for less than a day, his physique had noticeably strengthened compared to before. Moreover, during the entire process, he had been in a state of self-forgetfulness, completely unaware of how fast time had passed. No wonder those powerhouses would seclude themselves for months, or even longer when cultivating. Hearing the roar of fighter jets in the sky outside, Li Luo ended his cultivation and walked out of the office. As the jet from the Elder Council headquarters landed at the garrison, the aura of a martial saint-level powerhouse instantly spread out. This is the aura of a martial saint. Li Luo frowned slightly, a hint of shock in his heart. He hadn't expected that the one delivering resources to him would be a martial saint. From the aura, he could sense that the cultivator had reached the mid-stage of the martial saint realm. The Elder Council headquarters is in the imperial capital. Could the special envoy this time be the imperial capital's garrison commander? Li Luo pondered in his mind as he walked toward the position of the jet outside. Before long, the two martial saints soon met face to face. Li Luo gazed at the unfamiliar man descending from the jet. The man was tall and straight, with a firm countenance and an imposing aura of authority between his brows. "Sir, this is..." Under Han Tianxiong's hushed introduction, Li Luo learned of the other's identity. His guess had been correct. This special envoy from the Elder Council headquarters was none other than the Imperial Capital's garrison commander Qin Hong. Born into a family of martial artists, he had displayed prodigious martial talent since childhood and was admitted to the top-ranked university among the nation's martial academies. After graduating as an outstanding student, he was taken in as a disciple by a first-sequence elder and meticulously nurtured. At the age of 30, he successfully broke through to Martial Saint and then advanced to the midstage within a few years. He was expected to become the fourth martial god of the Great Xia nation. Moreover, before Li Luo's emergence, Qin Hong had been the youngest martial saint in the nation. However, that title had now been claimed by Li Luo, who broke through to martial saint at just 20 years old. So he is Li Luo. Qin Hong also observed Li Luo, and the two exchanged a glance. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. As martial saint-level powerhouses testing each other's strength during their first meeting was an inevitable ritual. Qin Hong slightly released his aura, and Li Luo responded with his own without backing down. Oh! A flicker of surprise passed through Qin Hong's eyes. He sensed that this martial saint who had broken through by absorbing energy crystals was not as weak as he had imagined. Impressive. Li Luo also perceived that the Imperial Capital's garrison commander was exceedingly powerful. If they were to engage in combat, he would likely be no match. After a brief probe, both withdrew their auras. This brought a sigh of relief from Han Tianxiong, who thought, truly the might of a martial saint is terrifying. The saying, those who do not attain martial saint are but ants, finally resonated with him in that moment. Elderly. Qin Hong, without any airs, greeted Li Luo with a smile. Li Luo understood that the other meant no harm. It was merely a simple test, and he responded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hong removed a spatial ring from his finger and handed it to Li Luo, saying, "Elderly, these are the resources the Elder Council has prepared for you. They're all inside, you may take a look." All right. Li Luo took the spatial ring and put it on, then examined it with a thought. The space inside the ring was not cramped, measuring about 50 cubic meters. Within it lay a fist-sized translucent and colorful energy crystal, along with a set of scrayed battle armor and a long blade that gleamed with a cold light. At that moment, Qin Hong explained to Li Luo, "This crystal is called the Holy Light Marrow. Its rarity is rated as SS grade, extremely precious. Absorbing it can greatly enhance both physique and mental strength, providing a significant boost even to a martial saint. This set of scrayed battle armor and long blade is custom-made for you, the new garrison commander, by the Elder Council. Moreover, as a garrison commander, you can claim one set for free each year." After speaking, Qin Hong took out an item resembling a bracelet from his pocket and continued. "This is the Spirit Link Ring. Only elders can obtain it. It is crafted from special S-grade material, making it extremely durable, and can be transformed into any decorative shape according to personal preference. If the Elder Council convenes a meeting, you can attend via projection through the Spirit Link Ring without needing to travel to headquarters. Additionally, it allows you to log into the official website established exclusively for internal members. There you can freely select various precious cultivation techniques and martial skills not found elsewhere, and you can directly learn and comprehend them on the ring. Each elder can also use their personal contribution points to exchange for various rare resources on the site. It is also equipped with the most advanced artificial intelligence in the Great Xia Nation, Dreamweave, which can swiftly locate corresponding items or relevant information based on your requests." Li Luo listened quietly, a glint of delight flashing in his eyes. Resources rated as SS grade were exceedingly rare, unattainable even with wealth. Moreover, by using personal contribution points to log into the Elder Council's official website via the ring, he could freely exchange for rare resources that were simply unobtainable elsewhere. "Elderly, I still have a mission to attend to, so I must take my leave. Let us meet another day." After handing over all the items to Li Luo, Qin Hong smiled and bid him farewell. "I want you stay for a meal, Elder Qin." Hearing that Qin Hong was leaving as soon as he arrived, Li Luo warmly invited him to stay for dinner. He wished to fulfill the duties of a host. After all, this mid-stage martial saint had traveled a great distance specifically to deliver resources to him. "No need, Elderly. I have tasks awaiting me in the Imperial Capital." Qin Hong politely declined Li Luo's warm invitation. The Imperial Capital had been somewhat unstable recently, with frequent beast tides assaulting the defensive lines. If not for his master stationed in the Imperial Capital, he would not have been able to personally deliver the resources to Li Luo. His main reason was curiosity about Li Luo's strength. Very well then. Li Luo had no choice but to give up, and he waved goodbye to Qin Hong. The roar of a fighter jet sounded once more. The majestic and domineering large jet vanished in the blink of an eye, speeding toward the Imperial Capital at an incredible velocity. "The jet is so fast. I'll have to get one when I have the chance." Li Luo marveled inwardly as he watched the direction Qin Hong had departed. The jet was clearly worth a fortune, and its speed was astonishing. Looking at the darkened sky, Li Luo realized it was time to clock out. After giving instructions to Han Tianxiong beside him, he prepared to return to his villa in the city center. The villa's location was not far from the garrison, ensuring Li Luo could arrive swiftly in case of urgent intelligence. Rest assured, sir, with me here you can count on it. Han Tianxiong patted his chest after hearing Li Luo's instructions. Then, watching Li Luo's figure vanish into the distant sky, he felt a deep sense of envy. Why hadn't he been so fortunate as to find that special energy crystal in a cave in the wilderness? In the deep of night, after a period of simple exploration, Li Luo had roughly figured out the Lingshuan ring distributed to each elder by the Elder Council. It is akin to an upgraded smartphone. Not only can it connect to any elder, but it can also be used to exchange resources based on one's contribution points. For example, now that he served as the garrison commander of Jiangning province, he had gained 30 initial contribution points, which could be exchanged for some level resources. The method of acquiring contribution points is quite simple. One can earn them by repelling beast tides or making significant contributions. The exact amount awarded is to be assessed by 3 sequential elders. Moreover, contribution points can be exchanged for virtually anything. Even the warplane that Qin Hong rides can be obtained, although it requires a substantial number of points. An elite-grade warplane made entirely of a level materials costs over 100 points, and Qin Hong's is clearly of a higher grade. It's surprisingly expensive. It seems that to freely exchange for resources, I need to eliminate more ferocious beasts, Li Luo thought as he gazed at the projection on the ring. After getting a rough understanding of the Lingshuan ring, Li Luo closed the page and went to the training room in the villa. He took out the Holy Light Spirit Essence from his spatial ring, preparing to absorb it. So beautiful, Li Luo said, holding a fist-sized energy crystal, a smile appearing on his lips. The crystal's surface shimmered with soft light, its texture smooth and slightly cool, containing rich energy. Li Luo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated. He prepared to absorb this Holy Light Spirit Essence. A cool and powerful force spread out, quickly coursing through his entire body. Li Luo could distinctly feel his physique being nourished by this force. Every muscle and meridian greedily absorbed the energy contained within the Holy Light Spirit Essence. At the same time, his mental strength also received a significant enhancement. His thoughts became sharper, allowing him to perceive more subtle movements and changes around him. His cultivation level also gradually improved under the nourishment of this power. However, to break through to the mid-stage martial saint, this Holy Light Spirit Essence alone would not suffice. When the last trace of energy was fully absorbed, Li Luo opened his eyes. So comfortable, he exclaimed, then simply moved his body, feeling the surging power within. A joyful smile appeared on his face. He hadn't expected such a terrifying amount of energy to be contained in a fist-sized crystal. It's no wonder it was rated as an SS-level resource. If only I could get a few more, Li Luo murmured while browsing the Elder Council's official website. Earlier, Li Luo also saw information about the Holy Light Spirit Essence, an SS-level resource. One piece requires several hundred contribution points. So I'll have to wait until later, he thought, deterred by the exorbitant price. Instead of resting, as usual, Li Luo began to practice the body-forging Heavenly Gang technique again. He soon entered a state of oblivion. Until the next morning, when Butler Lu brought breakfast and found him, Li Luo focused his mind and opened the system panel. Name: Li Luo, level Early Martial Saint, fist strength 735,120 kilograms, power output 4. 2 times. Cultivation method: SS level body forging Heavenly Gang technique, level Iron Bone body, refining method, martial skills, level Shattering Sky, fist, advanced basic swordsmanship, intermediate type, Frost Warrior. Compared to last time, his fist strength had directly increased by over 10,000 kilograms, and his explosive power had also risen by 0. 4 times. This was largely thanks to the Holy Light Spirit Essence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enhance so much in just 2 days of practicing the body forging Heavenly Gang technique. Li Luo retracted his thoughts and closed the system page, then performed his daily check-in in his mind. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a check-in crit, increasing the number of items obtained. Congratulations to the host for fully comprehending the SS level martial skill, Frost Divine Cannon. Congratulations to the host for raising basic swordsmanship comprehension to perfection. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 S-level Spirit Light crystals. Check-in crit. There's a hidden function. Li Luo was stunned by the voice of the system in his mind, then his face was filled with joy. Normally each check-in yields only 1 item, but after the check-in crit the number doubled. Moreover, these were all excellent items that could enhance his strength. As the system's voice faded, 2 different memories suddenly surged into Li Luo's mind, which he quickly did. His comprehension of the SS-level martial skill Frost Divine Cannon and basic swordsmanship had reached perfection. Moreover, 10 thumb-sized blue-purple crystals emerged around him, each containing abundant energy. This SS-level martial skill contains so many techniques regarding the manipulation and control of ice elements. Li Luo displayed shock after fully digesting the memories in his mind. It included many fearsome techniques from simple ice palm to the more complex 10,000 miles of ice seal. Li Luo had comprehended them all. Truly, whatever is lacking comes at the right time. With this SS-level martial skill and perfected basic swordsmanship, he no longer had any shortcomings. Now I am definitely the strongest among the early martial saints, Li Luo thought confidently, a smile creeping onto his lips. With this check-in reward, his strength had directly surpassed those seasoned martial saints who were stuck in the early stage. Even when facing the powerful mid-stage martial Saint Qin Hong, as long as the latter does not reveal his trump card, he could handle it with ease. In his moment of joy, Li Luo's gaze fell upon the S-level spirit light crystals around him, which shimmered with a faint glow. Though only thumbs-sized, the energy contained within was not to be underestimated. They were just a bit inferior to the holy light spirit essence he absorbed last night. Li Luo quickly gathered them up and picked one up for a closer inspection. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. S-level spirit light crystal absorbing, it can increase your cultivation level without any side effects. Increase cultivation level. Li Luo's heart raced with excitement. This check-in item was simply too powerful. By absorbing these 10 S-level spirit light crystals, he was quite confident that he could break through to the mid-stage martial saint. His strength could directly rival Qin Hong, who had been a genius since childhood, enjoyed abundant resources, and had the first sequence elder personally teaching him. Ha! Li Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter, his mood at an all-time high. Sir, are you all right? The butler Lu, hearing Li Luo's loud laughter, hurried over to inquire cautiously. It's nothing, Li Luo replied, waving his hand, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide. At this pace, becoming a martial god-level warrior is no longer far off. Cough, cough. Li Luo lightly coughed and retracted the smile at the corners of his mouth. He turned around and solemnly instructed Butler Lu beside him. Unless something particularly important happens, do not disturb me. Understood, sir. Butler Lu immediately nodded respectfully in agreement. Looking at Li Luo's serious demeanor, he was very curious about what Li Luo was going to do, but wisely refrained from asking further. He then quietly withdrew and informed the other servants not to disturb Li Luo. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. After sending Butler Lu away, Li Luo tightly grasped 10 glowing blue-purple S-grade spirit crystal stones in his hand. Feeling the terrifying energy contained within, he murmured to himself with a broad smile, "Let's begin absorbing and breaking through." He then closed his eyes without hesitation and took a deep breath, clearing his mind. He began to concentrate fully on absorbing the energy from the 10 S-grade spirit crystal stones. Once absorbed, Li Luo could clearly feel a warm and powerful force slowly flowing into his body from the spirit crystals. Like a gentle stream gradually converging into a majestic river, continuously nourishing his physique. Although the effect couldn't compare to the SS-grade Holy Light Spirit Essence, the quantity was substantial, with a total of 10 pieces. As time passed, Li Luo could noticeably feel his cultivation advancing steadily. The aura he emitted grew stronger and more stable. Breaking through to the mid-stage martial saint was definitely secure. A few hours later, a fierce mid-stage martial saint aura suddenly erupted in the training room. It was as fierce as a raging storm, accompanied by waves of cold air instantly filling the surrounding space. It rapidly spread from the training room, causing the air around to tremble. And it was permeated with a faint mist, a sign of frost forming. What is this? Sir? Butler Lu in the villa shuddered in shock at the sudden surge of aura from Li Luo. This is terrifying. Hiss. Why is it suddenly so cold? Under this terrifying martial saint aura. At this moment, although Butler Lu was a martial spirit-level warrior, he was no different from the other servants. Even if he exerted all his strength, it would be of no use. He lay on the ground in a sorry state, unable to move, trembling all over from the intense cold. Feeling the rapidly dropping temperature inside the villa, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and awe. This was definitely Li Luo's aura, but it was clearly several times stronger than it was in the morning. At this time, an extremely absurd thought arose in his mind. Could it be that Li Luo, the newly promoted martial saint, had broken through? The fierce mid-stage martial saint aura did not last long, quickly vanishing without a trace, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. Fortunately, the training room equipped in the villa was quite sturdy, and under the impact of the powerful martial saint aura, it did not collapse like the previous cave. Following this was Li Luo's joyful laughter. I did it. Ha ha ha. Li Luo was now able to perfectly control his aura, and he could clearly feel a qualitative leap in his physique and strength after the breakthrough. Overjoyed, he focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name: Li Luo level mid-stage martial saint fist power 900 kg power output 5. 0 times. Cultivation technique SS grade body refining heavenly gang technique grade iron bone body refinement martial skills grade shattering fist advanced basic sword technique complete SS grade frost divine cannon complete type frost warrior fist power increased by nearly 2.0 kg after the breakthrough and explosive power improved by 0.8 times. Furthermore, with the recently signed complete basic sword technique and SS grade martial skill, his strength had directly surpassed some old martial saints who were stuck in the mid-stage. He was already comparable to genius prodigies like Elder Qin Hong. If it came to a unknown fight, while he couldn't say he had a 10 out of 10 certainty of winning, a 50-50 chance would definitely not be a problem. Congratulations, sir, on taking another step forward. Butler Liu rushed to the training room door to express his congratulations excitedly upon sensing that Li Luo had truly succeeded in his breakthrough. His voice was filled with admiration for Li Luo. After all, this was a mid-stage martial saint. Among the more than 200 martial saints in the entire Blue Star, who knows how many had advanced to mid-stage and remained stuck at that bottleneck. Many had never been able to progress further in their lifetime. Yet Li Luo's breakthrough speed seemed as if he were using a cheat. First, he advanced from martial apprentice to martial saint in less than a week, and then just recently broke through again. This was indeed somewhat terrifying. Perhaps only a being of such a level could heal the internal injuries his body had sustained. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly showered Li Luo with praise. Sir, you are extraordinarily talented, and combined with your day and night hard work, you have achieved such astonishing accomplishments. We can only look up to your grandeur and be left in the dust. At that moment, Li Luo pushed the door open and walked out. Facing Butler Liu's congratulations, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Rather than talent, it was more about luck. Just then, the Lingshuan ring on Li Luo's wrist, the communication device that glimmered with faint light, suddenly lit up with a rapid vibration. What is this? Li Luo was slightly taken aback. He then furrowed his brows, and his expression became serious. This was a distress signal sent from other guards stationed in Jiangning province. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Luo swiftly connected the communication to understand what was happening. A projection quickly materialized. It was a burly, stern-faced, middle-aged man who was the guard Chen Lei stationed in Jiangbin City, Jiangning province. He was a veteran, early-stage martial saint. Upon seeing Li Luo, Chen Lei did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries. He directly and succinctly narrated the current crisis in Jiangbin City. Elderly, I need reinforcements. The ocean defense line in Jiangbin City has suddenly come under fierce attack from a beast tide, and among them are several high-level, lord-level ferocious beasts. Worse yet, the city has also been sabotaged by the lurking beast god cult for a long time. The situation is chaotic and seems to have been premeditated. Chen Lei's voice was filled with urgency and worry. In the background, one could vaguely hear the roars of ferocious beasts and the sounds of artillery bombardment. The situation in Jiangbin City was extremely severe. Besides Li Luo, he had already sent distress signals to 2 other guards. They were on their way to support Jiangbin City. However, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, he also contacted Li Luo, the newly promoted mysterious martial saint stationed in Jiangning province. Although they had never met, Chen Lei was very familiar with Li Luo's exploits. Having absorbed special energy crystals in the wilderness and breaking through from martial apprentice to martial saint. He just did not know how his combat ability was. As for experience dealing with high-level, lord-level ferocious beasts, there was no need to say that he certainly lacked it. But at least he was a martial saint-level warrior and could somewhat alleviate the pressure. Upon hearing Chen Lei's brief account, Li Luo's heart sank. According to the garrison commander Chen Lei, 4 high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts had already appeared among the beast tide attacking the defense line. The military defense line was on the verge of collapse under the relentless attack of the beast tide, with soldiers falling on the battlefield every moment. Inside the city, many beast god cult followers were creating chaos. Although reinforcements had been dispatched, the suppression effect was far from ideal due to the higher-ups being occupied with resisting the beast tide. Li Luo understood the gravity of the situation and decisively replied, Elder Chen, please hold on. I will rush to Jiangbin City as soon as possible. If Jiangbin City were to be breached by the ocean ferocious beasts in collusion with the beast god cult, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. After receiving Li Luo's response, Chen Lei hurriedly ended the communication. He still needed to fend off those 4 high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts. High-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts. After receiving the call for help, a fierce battle intent surged in Li Luo's eyes. His strength had greatly increased after breaking through to the mid-stage of martial saint. It was a perfect opportunity to test his strength against these high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts. He then willed it and took out the Shrank battle armor gifted by the Elders Association from his spatial ring. The battle armor emitted a faint cold light, enveloping his entire body in a chilling aura. It exuded a sharp and intimidating presence. Sir, please be careful. Upon learning that Li Luo was about to head to the front line for reinforcement, Butler Lu anxiously reminded him. Those were 4 high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts equivalent to human martial saints. Even the aftermath could kill someone like him, a mere martial spirit. Don't worry. Li Luo smiled confidently and nodded, believing that after this battle his influence in the Elders Association would significantly increase. In urgent circumstances, Li Luo did not linger further. He swiftly exited the training room, a powerful aura emanating from his body. With a sudden leap, he soared into the sky, heading towards Jiangbin City. His speed had increased considerably compared to before. Jiangbin City, here I come. Li Luo felt the abundant power within him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Having just broken through a punching bag had come knocking at his door, he must vent it out well. While heading for reinforcements, Li Luo contacted Wang Ming, the president of the Elders Association branch in Jingyang City, ordering him to lead the members to immediately support Jiangbin City. He also recalled the chaos caused by the Beast God cult within Jiangbin City. Li Luo kept a close watch. Since there were Beast God cult followers lurking inside Jiangbin City, there was a high possibility of similar hidden dangers within Jingyang City. However, he had not discovered this due to his short tenure. He needed to prevent these cultists from creating chaos in Jingyang City while he was gone. He also notified Inspector Han Tianxiong and Security Director Lin Haoran to strengthen the city's vigilance. They were to closely monitor any suspicious movements to prevent the cultists from causing destruction. As for the troops stationed around the wilderness area, they could not be easily mobilized. This military force was crucial for maintaining stability in the wilderness area, and any deployment could lead to greater chaos. In Jiangbei Province, Jiangbin City was once a bustling metropolis, now shrouded in a veil of terror. In the distance, the ocean defense line was resisting the invasion of ferocious beasts. The roars of ferocious beasts and the deafening sounds of cannon fire echoed in people's ears, bringing immense panic. Inside the city, this is the judgment of the Beast God. Accept your fate. The will of the Beast God cannot be defied. We are here to lead you towards the light. Resisting is the wrong choice. The followers of the Beast God cult rampantly roamed the streets, creating chaos and inciting panic. Pedestrians on the streets hurriedly took cover. Some brave warriors attempted to organize a resistance, but against the ferocious cultists their efforts bore little fruit. Damn it, a bunch of ferocious beast lackeys. Let's deal with this lone one first. The security officers dispatched to suppress the chaos in the city couldn't help but curse at the cultists who were slaughtering ordinary citizens and creating havoc. They rushed forward to intervene. Not good. This guy is a martial sect warrior. Everyone be careful. Due to the higher-ups being diverted to the defense line against the beast tide, they were now under immense pressure. Among them, the highest-ranked captain was only at the peak of martial spirit and was no match for this martial sect cultist. They soon suffered significant injuries and retreated. The cultist before them revealed a sinister smile. You ignorant fools, do you think you can stop me? The cultist mocked. He was already preparing a deadly blow to eliminate them. Damn it. Just as everyone felt despair, they suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful aura. Before the cultist could react, he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Then with a shattering sound, he disintegrated into ice shards, vanishing into the air. It's the aura of a martial saint. Captain, we are saved. This scene left the security officers in shock. Their hearts were also filled with excitement. A martial saint-level powerhouse was coming to their aid. The end for these cultists had arrived. They looked up. They saw a figure rapidly sweeping across the sky, fully clad in battle armor. Li Luo, his martial saint aura unabashedly radiating. He calmed the terrified citizens of Jiangbin City while intimidating the Beast God cult followers. A bunch of filthy rats. He quickly scanned the chaotic scene below, searching for those who were wantonly slaughtering. His speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous. He had already locked onto several Beast God cult leaders, resisting the security officers along with numerous ordinary cultists. Die for me. Li Luo coldly shouted in his heart, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him. An extremely cold force swiftly spread out from his body, surging like a tide, instantly enveloping those Beast God cult followers. The security department is nothing much. The Beast God cult leaders, laughing arrogantly, had yet to react. They found themselves surrounded by a dreadful chill, as if they were trapped in an ice cellar. Martial Saint, how is this possible? The expressions on the leaders' faces froze in an instant, panicking as they shouted. How could a martial saint not go to aid the defense line and come to deal with them, these small fry? But no one answered their questions, and soon their voices were frozen in the air. Their bodies quickly stiffened under the assault of the extreme cold. In the end, they transformed into ice sculptures before the eyes of the security department, their faces still bearing expressions of shock. The remaining scraps are left to you. Li Luo emanated a terrifying aura, looking down at the guards of the security department who had yet to react. The most powerful leader of the Beast God sect in the city has already been dealt with. Nearly half of the ordinary followers have also been slain. The remaining small fry can be suppressed easily by the security department's strength. Moreover, President Wang Ming has already led the high-ranking members from the Jingyang City branch to provide support. They will arrive soon. The Beast God sect followers creating chaos within the city can no longer stir up much of a storm. Yes, Commander Li. The guards of the security department looked at Li Luo, who radiated a fierce martial saint aura in the sky with excited expressions. They all recognized this newly ascended martial saint. They never expected him to be so powerful. With a single move, he had ruthlessly eliminated numerous Beast God sect followers. After a brief explanation, a terrifying momentum erupted from Li Luo once again as he headed towards the front line where fierce battles against the Beast Tide were taking place. Fortunately, I am not too late. As he drew closer, Li Luo sensed the presence of 3 human martial saints and 4 high-level Lord Beasts ahead. The other 2 commanders who received Chun Lei's distress call had already arrived before him and were engaged with the 4 high-level Lord Beasts. However, the situation was not optimistic. 4 against 3 put them at a numerical disadvantage, especially before the arrival of the other 2 commanders. Commander Chun Lei, stationed at Jiangbin, had single-handedly withstood the sudden attack of 4 high-level Lord Beasts and was severely injured. If it weren't for the strong defenses of Earth-type martial artists and the use of genetic enhancement drugs, he might have already perished. It's my turn to take the stage. Li Luo sensed the smell of blood in the battlefield, and a fierce killing intent glimmered in his eyes. He drew out his glass longsword from his spatial ring and directly joined the battle. As he entered the heated ocean defense line, a chilling coldness suddenly descended, enveloping the entire battlefield. The surging ocean was frozen over a large area, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The ferocious beasts streaming out from the ocean were instantly covered in frost and frozen solid. In an instant, the entire battlefield seemed to transform into a gigantic ice sculpture exhibition. Countless ferocious beasts were frozen into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye by this mysterious power. Then a sound resembling shattering glass erupted. These ice sculptures seemed to be shattered by a giant hammer, turning into countless ice shards that scattered with the wind. Meanwhile, Li Luo's figure appeared above the battlefield. Clad in battle armor and wielding a longsword, he radiated a powerful martial saint aura, sending chills down people's spines. Great! Another martial saint is here to support us. It's Martial Saint Li Luo, stationed in Jingyang City. The soldiers on the front line who were defending against the ferocious beasts were astonished and thrilled at this sight. They had been exhausted and were filled with despair in the face of the overwhelming beast tide and Commander Chun Lei's disadvantage on the battlefield. But at this moment, Li Luo's appearance rekindled their hope. With a single strike, he had already taken down at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, and he did so in an incredibly short amount of time. In the hearts of the many soldiers, a surge of strong respect and admiration arose, and their morale was greatly boosted at that moment. Just as Li Luo unleashed a thunderous momentum, turning countless ferocious beasts into ice shards, the high-level Lord Beasts engaged in fierce combat with the other 3 commanders couldn't help but be shaken. These high-level beasts from the depths of the sea sensed an unprecedented threat emanating from Li Luo. One of the enormous Lord-level beasts, covered in deep blue scales, glimmered with bloodthirsty red light in its eyes. This beast, named Haisha, was one of the dominators of the waters surrounding the Great Xia Kingdom. It sensed the intense aura radiating from Li Luo, especially that chilling coldness, which made it feel extremely uncomfortable. The intelligence of high-level Lord Beasts was nearly comparable to that of humans. In an instant, they made a decision in their minds. This suddenly appearing human martial artist posed a greater threat than the other 3 martial saints. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Roar! Haisha let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves created ripples on the sea's surface, breaking the frozen layer on top. After signaling to the other 3 high-level Lord Beasts, it swiftly disengaged from the battle, swinging its massive body like blue lightning, charging towards Li Luo at an incredible speed. In an instant, it crossed the battlefield and arrived before Li Luo. Just in time. Li Luo looked at the towering ocean behemoth without a hint of fear on his face. The glass longsword in his hand glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Then, with a movement, he transformed into an afterimage and engaged in a fierce clash with Haisha. Utilizing his mastery of the perfected basic sword technique, Li Luo faced Haisha, whose realm equaled that of a mid-stage martial saint on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. He showed no signs of falling behind. The long sword traced beautiful arcs in the air, with every swing carrying the might of thunder. When colliding with Haisha's iron-like scales, sharp metallic clashing sounds rang out. Haisha also displayed its astonishing strength as a high-level Lord Beast. As the ocean's ruler, every attack it made carried tremendous force and killing intent, aiming to shred Li Luo into pieces. The battle between man and beast grew increasingly intense. Is this? Midstage Martial Saint, elderly, has broken through again. How could he hold his own against Haisha? Commander Chen Lei and the other two commanders were astonished to sense the Midstage Martial Saint aura emanating from Li Luo. Especially Commander Chen Lei, who had been stuck at the early stage Martial Saint realm for many years. He never imagined that Li Luo, who had only recently broken through to Martial Saint, could advance to midstage so quickly. What shocked him even more was that Li Luo had mastered the power of ice elements and was using it with great skill. They realized that they had completely underestimated this mysterious new Martial Saint, and that Li Luo definitely harbored some unknown secrets. However, with Li Luo holding off the strongest of the 4 high-level Lord Beasts, Haisha, the pressure on their side was significantly reduced. Unknown, I can finally unleash my full strength. Commander Li Jindong, also a midstage Martial Saint, grinned after Haisha was drawn away by Li Luo. Before, with 2 against 1, they could only passively defend, but now they could finally counterattack with full force. He then turned to the seriously injured Chen Lei and asked with concern, "Old Chen, can you still hold on? Are you blind?" Chen Lei shot a glance at Li Jindong, utterly speechless. It was a miracle that he was still alive in his current state. Before reinforcements arrived, he had faced 4 opponents by himself. Fortunately, he had enough healing medicines, and his body was relatively tough to endure. Chen Lei's face was as pale as paper. His S-grade battle armor had become tattered, revealing numerous ghastly cracks. The aura emanating from him was also extremely chaotic, clearly nearing its limit. If he continued to push himself, he risked falling. "Old Chen, retreat first, leave this to us." Li Jindong looked at Chen Lei's condition, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Chen Lei glanced at the battlefield without forcing himself, nodded, and said, "Be careful, these guys are not easy to deal with." After speaking, he quickly turned and left the battlefield, retreating towards the rear. However, the 3 high-ranking Lord-level beasts before him were not willing to let Chen Lei escape so easily. Opportunities to slay a human Martial Saint were rare. Roar! They let out a deafening roar, decisively abandoning Li Jindong and another guardian, Zhang Yunfeng, who were entangled with them. Like a tsunami, they surged forward, rushing towards the retreating Chen Lei. "We can't let him get away." One of the ocean overlords, the deep-sea demon shark, opened its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs, its eyes flashing with a cruel light. The other 2 high-ranking Lord-level beasts, the frost octopus and the raging tide dragon turtle, unleashed cold air and stirred up monstrous waves. "Not good, we can't let them succeed." Li Jindong and another guardian, Zhang Yunfeng, who was also a mid-level Martial Saint, rushed forward to stop them. "Stand still," Li Jindong shouted, wielding his longsword. The sword light flickered like lightning, slashing towards the deep-sea demon shark. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Yunfeng was equally unyielding. Holding a massive hammer in hand, every swing was accompanied by thunderous power aimed at the raging tide dragon turtle. "Old Zhang, you hold off that turtle, it'll handle these 2. Li Jindong shouted. His strength was somewhat superior to Zhang Yunfeng's, and while dealing with 2 high-ranking Lord-level beasts was challenging, he could barely manage. But it was enough to hold the situation. "Understood," Zhang Yunfeng replied, quickly adjusting his stance to focus on the raging tide dragon turtle. Under their combined assault, the 3 beasts were momentarily held back. These damned creatures are truly difficult to deal with. After a brief clash, the 3 beasts realized they couldn't dispose of Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng in a short time, and Chen Lei had already retreated to safety. They could only helplessly give up on pursuing Chen Lei and refocus their efforts on the remaining Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng. Meanwhile, Li Luo's battle was reaching an extreme intensity. The fight with the Sea Fiend had been ongoing for a long time, but neither side could gain the upper hand. The Sea Fiend's strength was not weak among the many high-ranking Lord-level beasts. However, Li Luo, leveraging his mastery over ice elemental power and the perfected basic sword technique, was locked in a fierce stalemate with the Sea Fiend. He even pushed the Sea Fiend back repeatedly. The surrounding beast tide was also intimidated by the energy fluctuations emanating from Li Luo, daring not to approach. Such a powerful human, is he truly a newly promoted Martial Saint? The Sea Fiend was surprised to find that it couldn't subdue this human. Li Luo brought an unprecedented pressure upon it. According to the information from the Beast God sect, the Sea Fiend and its companions had learned that another human had recently broken through to Martial Saint level. Moreover, it was coincidentally stationed in Jiangning province. However, they hadn't taken Li Luo seriously, thinking a Martial Saint who had fortuitously absorbed energy crystals could not be too strong. Little did they expect that this newly promoted Martial Saint would cause them considerable trouble. It even disrupted their plans. However, it was unrealistic for Li Luo to hope to take it down in the short term. Yet the Sea Fiend also found it difficult to quickly defeat this troublesome human. The battle between the 2 had reached a stalemate. A hint of retreat gradually surfaced in the Sea Fiend's eyes. If this impasse continued, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for them. The original plan was to swiftly take over Jiangbin City before the human reinforcements reacted, but they had not expected to face repeated setbacks. Initially thinking that Chun Lei was the weakest among Li Zhendong's trio, an easy target, they were shocked to find they still couldn't take him down, even 4 against 1. Then another Li Luo appeared. Just as the Sea Fiend began to contemplate retreat, a strange smile suddenly crept across Li Luo's face. I want to see how resilient you are. Absolute zero. With a thought, the aura emanating from Li Luo instantly became sharp. Then with a fierce wave of his hand, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. The surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. Even the air seemed on the verge of freezing. Layers of frost rapidly crystallized on the ground, spreading outward. Among the distant beasts, the beasts that came into contact with it had no time to scream in agony. They instantly turned into ice sculptures, their faces still contorted in a fierce expression. Not good. The Sea Fiend instantly realized something was wrong. But at this moment it was too late to dodge. It hurriedly assumed a defensive posture, trying to withstand this terrifying attack with its solid scales. Slash. Li Luo attached his attack to the long sword in hand and swung fiercely. An ice-blue blade light instantly sliced through the air, heading straight for the Sea Fiend. Wherever the blade light passed, everything froze into ice, even the air seemed to solidify. Boom. A powerful wave of energy instantly spread out. Accompanying this was a painful roar. Although the Sea Fiend had tough skin and flesh, it still suffered severe injuries from Li Luo's full-force strike. Its body was hit by the ice-blue blade light and instantly frozen into a massive ice block. A very thick layer of ice also formed on the ground around it. Then the ice block shattered. The Sea Fiend's body was covered in cracks, blood flowed from its wounds. Yet being a high-ranking Lord-level beast, it had strong vitality. It was not simple to take it down in one hit. Roar! The Sea Fiend let out a low growl, struggling to... Though heavily injured, it was not dead. Its eyes flashed with anger as it fixed its gaze on Li Luo. You have successfully enraged me, human. The Sea Fiend roared. It hadn't expected that Li Luo still had a trump card. Misjudging Li Luo's strength, it was definitely above it. This operation not only failed to take the human city, but also left it with significant injuries. It was a complete loss. Oh, you didn't die? Quite resilient. Li Luo clicked his tongue as he listened to the Sea Fiend's furious roar. He didn't take its threat seriously at all. After catching his breath, he charged forward again. I want to see how long... Although he had just unleashed absolute zero, consuming a fair amount of his power, the injuries the Sea Fiend sustained were certainly not light. Moreover, there still lingered cold energy within it. If it didn't retreat, soon Li Luo had a 3-part certainty of being able to slay it. However, Li Luo also underestimated the strength of Haisha. He initially thought that absolute zero would be enough to severely injure it, but the scene before him took him by surprise. Haisha glared at Li Luo, who charged at him again with his long knife. The bloodthirsty beast's eyes flickered with rage as it roared, human. Do you think you have already won? Not even close. Li Luo was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant, responding with a light laugh. Oh, so you still have a trump card to play? Then let me see it quickly, or you might not get that chance. Before he could finish his words, a faint glow suddenly emanated from Haisha. Then the wounds that were continuously oozing blood began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Only shallow scars remained. The residual cold energy within him was also forced out in an instant. Not only that, but Haisha's aura had also nearly doubled compared to before. Its massive body stood there like an unshakable mountain, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Next, let me show you my true power. Haisha roared as it charged towards Li Luo, eager to vent its fury. Is this the second form? Watching Haisha's transformation, Li Luo's expression grew serious. It seemed he had still underestimated this high-level Lord-class beast. It was indeed not easy to deal with. Li Luo decided to stop underestimating it and prepared to go all out. A sudden burst of 5.0 times power erupted, and his aura became even more terrifying than before. Let me see how strong you are. Li Luo was filled with fighting spirit. Holding his long knife, he charged forward again to battle Haisha. Take this. Li Luo shouted angrily, slashing out with his knife to unleash a series of fierce blade lights. Each strike contained nearly 4.6 million kilograms of force, enough to split a small mountain in half. Although Li Luo's attacks were ferocious, they struck against Haisha's massive body, as if hitting solid rock, failing to break through its defenses. Each seemingly fatal injury inflicted could be instantly healed by Haisha, leaving only some faint traces on its scales. Its recovery ability has become so strong. Li Luo furrowed his brow, astonished. I don't believe you can keep recovering this fast. He continued to wield his knife, unleashing power upon Haisha's massive figure. But the result was not much different from before. Human, is this the extent of your attack power? Haisha mocked, its eyes filled with provocation. Are you tired yet? Next it's my turn. As soon as the words left its mouth, Haisha suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a powerful energy explosion from within. The blazing flames gathered in its mouth as if intending to burn everything around to ashes. This is bad. Li Luo's expression changed. Realizing he had no time to dodge, he hurriedly crossed his long knife in front of his chest, preparing to take the hit. Heaton. Boom. The flames erupted like a giant dragon, slamming violently against Li Luo's long knife. The immense force caused Li Luo to involuntarily retreat. Yet he gritted his teeth, firmly gripping his disgraced battle armor he wore played a significant role at that moment, absorbing most of the damage. Although the surface of the armor had serious cracks, Li Luo himself did not suffer significant injuries. That was close. Li Luo secretly rejoiced. Without the protection of the armor, he might not have emerged so lightly. Meanwhile, Haisha's inner thoughts were not as carefree as it appeared. It hadn't expected this newly advanced human martial saint could force it to reveal its second form. In a short period, its physical attributes could receive a significant boost, but afterward it would enter a prolonged period of weakness. Haisha would generally not use this ability unless absolutely necessary. It had thought it could easily teach this arrogant human a lesson, or even slay him. But it didn't expect that after entering the second form, Li Luo would unleash astonishing strength, even able to match its prowess. Roar. In a mix of anger and helplessness, Haisha let out a thunderous roar. It briefly communicated with the 3 high-level Lord-class beasts engaged in battle in the distance. Through some special means of communication, they quickly exchanged opinions. The plan to attack the human city had completely failed. Continuing to entangle would be of no benefit to anyone. What astonished the 3 high-level lords and beasts even more was that this new human martial saint could withstand the second form of Haisha. After a brief discussion, Haisha made a difficult decision. It shook off its long knife and charged once more towards the oncoming Li Luo. It began to lead the massive beast tide, slowly retreating into the ocean behind it. The ocean was their territory. Even a human martial saint would not dare venture deep inside. Human, you are strong, but today ends here. Haisha turned back to look at Li Luo, its eyes flickering with complex emotions. We will meet again soon. Next time we meet, I will definitely slay you. Seeing this, Li Luo did not continue the pursuit, stopping to watch Haisha retreat into the ocean. Hee, if you have the ability, come in now and slay me. Haisha listened to Li Luo's arrogant words, its eyes filled with disdain and provocation. It wanted to trick Li Luo into the ocean. But Li Luo remained unmoved, thinking that after signing in a few more times he might be able to directly farm this guy as a wild monster. Moreover, he wasn't stupid. How could he enter the ocean looking for death? Haisha had no choice but to give up. On the other side of the battlefield, the deep-sea demon sharks quickly shook off Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng, who had been entangled with them. Retreat. Leading the massive beast tide, they followed Haisha into the ocean. Want to leave? Li Jindong glared at the massive beast tide, slowly retreating into the ocean. He slightly turned his head, giving Zhang Yunfeng a glance. It was time to collect some interest. It won't be that, Li Jindong shouted loudly, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. Swinging his long sword, each slash was accompanied by a wailing sound. Those beasts that had not yet retreated all fell beneath his sword. Zhang Yunfeng also wielded his giant hammer, specifically targeting the higher-level beasts in the tide. As time passed, the number of beasts on the battlefield dwindled, and eventually those that had not retreated were completely slain by Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng. Meanwhile, Haisha and the high-level Lord-class beasts led by the deep-sea demon sharks had successfully retreated into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. After the beast tide was repelled, the soldiers stationed on the front line erupted with excitement. Cheers and shouts echoed through the air. The beast tide has retreated. We held our ground. We are victorious. They waved their weapons excitedly, their faces glowing with the joy of victory. Among the crowd, the names of the 4 garrison commanders Li Luo, Chun Lei, Li Jindong, and Zhang Yunfeng were frequently mentioned, especially Li Luo. The soldiers shouted his name with immense admiration and excitement. It was Li Luo's timely support that gradually turned the tide of the battle. Not only did he fend off the strongest among the 4 high-ranking Lord-level beasts, the Sea Demon, but he also subtly suppressed them. Even when using his trump card, they could not gain an advantage against Li Luo. The many soldiers stationed on the front line witnessed the entire process, and a deep admiration for Li Luo arose within them, stirred by the energy fluctuations generated during the confrontation. Even though they were on this side of the defense line, they felt the terror and shock of the battle. Li Luo's final words, "Next time we meet, I will slay you," pierced their hearts like a sharp sword. It ignited the fighting spirit and passion of the soldiers as excited discussions spread through the army, reaching the ears of Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng, who were covered in beast blood. Looking at Li Luo lying in the distance, their eyes were filled with respect and surprise. They had not expected that the greatest influence on this battle would come from this newly promoted martial saint. Not only did he break through to the midstage in just a few days, but his displayed strength was also exceptionally formidable. Given Li Luo's terrifying growth rate, the words, "Next time we meet, I will slay you," were likely to become a reality. Then Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng began arranging the soldiers to clean the battlefield and reinforce the defense line to prevent the beasts from retaliating. Their injuries were not too severe, and they had not consumed as much energy as Li Luo. As for the garrison commander Chen Lei of Jiangbin City, he was receiving treatment at a safe position due to serious injuries. He would not be able to make an appearance for the time being. It would likely take a long time for him to recover to his peak condition. If he could take grade or higher recovery resources, the recovery time could be expedited. This time the consumption was quite large. Li Luo murmured wearily as he lay on the blood-soaked battlefield. The aftermath of overexertion was indeed quite substantial. If the situation permitted, he would have liked to lie here and take a nap. Li Luo. Li Luo. Hearing the excited shouts of many soldiers from the distance, Li Luo planted his severely damaged long knife into the ground and forced himself to stand up. He smiled and nodded to Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng in the distance, as well as to the soldiers stationed on the defense line. Elder Li is quite resilient. Li Jindong sensed the exhaustion radiating from Li Luo. He knew that Li Luo's current state was not as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. Shaking his head with a smile, he stepped forward and gently patted Li Luo's shoulder, exclaiming, "Elder Li, we owe you a lot this time." He then took out an Transmigrated recovery pill from his spatial ring. It shimmered with a crystalline glow and emitted a faint fragrance containing powerful life force. This is an Transmigrated recovery pill, which can quickly replenish stamina and restore mental energy. Brother Luo, there's no need to be polite with me. The address changed from Elder Li to Brother Luo, making it feel more intimate. He did not inquire how Li Luo managed to break through to midstage martial saint in such a short time. Then thank you, Donggu. Li Luo did not pretend to be polite, reaching out to accept the Transmigrated pill from Li Jindong with gratitude. As an experienced midstage martial saint nearing 50, calling him brother was not inappropriate. Once the pill was swallowed, it transformed into a warm current swiftly spreading throughout Li Luo's body. The life force it contained nourished his weary form like a fresh spring. He could clearly feel his strength gradually returning and the fatigue slowly dissipating. Although he had not fully recovered to his peak state, he had regained part of his strength. This made Li Luo feel a sense of relief. Seeing that Li Luo's condition had improved, Li Jindong felt reassured and went back to arranging the army to clean the battlefield and reinforce the defense line. He understood the cunning nature of the beasts who, although they had been repelled, they still needed to be fully prepared in case of another attack. As for the secrets regarding Li Luo, it was not the right time to inquire. He gazed at Li Jindong, directing. Although Li Luo wanted to help, he was not familiar with military arrangements and strategies. He could definitely handle a beast, but dealing with military arrangements was somewhat beyond him. This was also one of the reasons Li Luo had not chosen to join the military. Every skill has its specialization. I won't add to the chaos. Li Luo smiled with self-awareness. He then leaped away, leaving the battlefield to return to the rear. The chaos within Jiangbin City was successfully suppressed under Li Luo's efforts and the arrival of numerous reinforcements. Many followers of the Beast God sect were arrested or killed, and the city had basically restored order, thwarting the Beast's plan to infiltrate and conquer Jiangbin City. That night, after experiencing a fierce battle, Jiangbin City finally welcomed a moment of tranquility. Due to Commander Chen Lei suffering serious injuries in battle, he was unable to personally host the welcoming duties for Li Luo, who had arrived just in time to turn the tide of the battle. However, this did not affect the honor Li Luo received in Jiangbin City. Lord Li, please this way. Under the careful arrangement of Gu Yu, the vice president of the Jiangbin City Elders Council, Li Luo was taken to a supply base behind the defense line, a refined restaurant dedicated to hosting distinguished guests. A sumptuous dinner was prepared, featuring a variety of delicious dishes that were visually appealing and flavorful. Thank you, President Gu. Li Luo nodded with satisfaction. Although he was still slightly fatigued, the temptation of the delicious food made him ravenous. After dinner, Gu Yu took Li Luo to wash in the spiritual spring, cleansing away his fatigue and the scent of blood. So refreshing. Li Luo felt a wave of comfort and ease. He then accompanied Li Luo, who had just finished his bath, to the VIP room to rest. Finally able to rest a bit, Li Luo relaxed as he lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, the garrison commanders Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng did not have it as easy as Li Luo. After several hours of effort by numerous soldiers, they finally cleared the beast corpses from the shore, which filled dozens of warehouses in the supply base. Li Jindong and Zhang Yunfeng looked at the empty shore and sighed in relief. Although the defense line suffered heavy losses during the sudden beast tide attack, they had managed to collect a large number of beast corpses. The lowest were low-tier beasts, while the highest were mid-tier lord-level beasts. The fur, bones, and organs of these beasts were precious materials for crafting weapons and pills. in the deep of night under the hazy moonlight. In the supply base behind the front line, the guard commander, Li Jindong, finished treating his injuries, gently sliding his fingers across the spirit communication ring. He reported the battle conditions in detail to the second sequence Elder Xiang Yuan through the spirit communication. In the recent battle for Jiangbin City, due to the sudden attack of 4 high-level Lord-class beasts, we suffered heavy losses with tens of thousands of warriors sacrificed and thousands more seriously injured. Li Jindong reported gravely to the second sequence Elder. Elder Chun has also been seriously injured and nearly perished. He focused on detailing Li Luo's achievements in this battle, first forcefully suppressing the beast god cultists who were causing chaos within the city. Then he made a timely appearance restraining the strongest of the 4 high-level Lord-class beasts, the Sea Demon, which had a tremendous impact on the victory of this battle. Otherwise, the number of sacrificed soldiers would have been even greater, and the guard commander Chun Lei would also have a high chance of perishing. If the beast tide broke through the army's defenses, the millions of civilians in Jiangbin City would be in danger. The consequences were unimaginable. "Oh, Li Luo." The steady voice of the second sequence Elder Xiang Yuan came from the spirit communication ring, tinged with surprise. One could tell from Li Zhendong's words that he held great admiration for Li Luo's strength, causing him to doubt whether Li Jindong was lying. Li Luo had just broken through from Martial Master to early Martial Saint, and he could withstand one of the sea's overlords, the Sea Demon. Yes, Elder Xiang, it is indeed the newly promoted Martial Saint Li Luo. Not only did he force the Sea Demon to enter its second form, but he also fought it on equal terms. What's more critical is that his cultivation has also made progress. He has already broken through to mid-Martial Saint and has mastered the power of ice. As soon as Li Zhendong's words fell, a brief silence enveloped Elder Xiang Yuan. An ice warrior, mid-Martial Saint. So soon. The voice of the second sequence Elder carried a hint of astonishment, clearly indicating that this news was quite a surprise to him. Hadn't it been less than a week since Li Luo returned from the wilderness zone after breaking through to Martial Saint? How could he have broken through to mid-Martial Saint so quickly? Moreover, he had transformed from an ordinary martial artist into an ice warrior who mastered the power of ice. If those old-timers who were stuck at early Martial Saint and found it hard to progress knew about this, wouldn't they be utterly shocked with envy? Even Qin Hong, that exceptionally talented prodigy, took several years to break through to mid-Martial Saint after early promotion. This kind of rapid breakthrough that Li Luo experienced was something he had never heard of before. Yes, Elder Xiang, I also find it hard to believe. But the aura emanating from Li Luo is definitely not fake, and he managed to withstand the Sea Demon, freezing the entire sea surface. Li Jindong replied respectfully. Frankly speaking, he was a bit envious of Li Luo's breakthrough speed. If it weren't for the wilderness zone, where Li Luo broke through to Martial Saint having been thoroughly turned upside down by Qin Hong, he wouldn't have found any special energy crystals. He was eager to investigate further. Li Luo's rapid breakthrough was undoubtedly closely related to the opportunities he encountered in the wilderness zone. Xiang Yuan fell silent again for a moment, pondering inwardly. What secret does this little guy hold? I am becoming increasingly curious. Not to mention the Great Xia country, even in the entire Blue Star, there was no Martial Saint who could break through as quickly as Li Luo. Even though he had already reached the pinnacle of martial god, his curiosity was deeply piqued. How exactly did Li Luo achieve this? Could it be that there really are those special energy crystals? This little guy must be hiding quite a few secrets. It seems I need to keep a close eye on his movements. He then slowly said, "Good, you all did well. Although the beast tide has receded, the defense of Jiangbin City cannot be relaxed. We must ensure the stability of the defenses and absolutely cannot let the beast tide surge into the city." The second sequence Elder instructed, since Chun Lei is seriously injured, he should take good care of himself. As for the task of guarding the ocean front, it will temporarily be handed over to Li Luo. He also made some arrangements regarding the defense of Jiangbin City. Li Jindong and Zhang Yinfeng both had their respective coastal cities to guard and could not remain in Jiangbin City. With the original guard commander Chun Lei severely injured and unable to recover in a short time, it was just right to let Li Luo stationed in Jingyang City temporarily take over, and it also served to develop Li Luo's commanding abilities. As a guard commander, one must not only know how to kill. Yes, Elder Xiang, I will notify elderly. Li Jindong answered firmly. After hanging up the spirit communication ring, he received a reward of 120 contribution points after assessment by the second sequence elder. After a long day, Li Jindong soon lay down in bed and fell asleep. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Li Luo was already awake. It feels so good to have. My strength has completely recovered, probably due to that strength pill and the spiritual spring. Li Luo sat up from bed, feeling the surging power within him. After a night passed, the fatigue had completely dissipated. What is this? He glanced at his wrist, noticing the information on the spirit communication ring. Master, it's like this. The human intelligence dreamweaver in the ring began to explain to the freshly awakened Li Luo. Due to his outstanding performance in resisting the beast tide yesterday, he was awarded 150 contribution points after evaluation by the second sequence elder. That's quite a lot, Li Luo said upon learning the reason. Combined with the basic contribution points awarded for taking on the role of guard commander, he now had a total of 180 points. Once he understood clearly, Li Luo exited the spirit communication ring. Although 180 contribution points was a considerable amount, it still wasn't enough to exchange for that impressive warplane that Elder Qin Hong had. Having a warplane isn't much use now, it's better to save it for exchanging higher-grade cultivation resources. Li Luo muttered to himself after some thought. But he wasn't in a hurry to exchange as he had more important matters to attend to. He then sat on the edge of his bed, closed his eyes slightly, and immersed his mind in his thoughts. System sign-in. Li Luo silently urged in his heart, hoping to hit another jackpot with his sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Frost God Bloodline. Frost God Bloodline, an ancient race bloodline born from deep within the universe, naturally controlling the laws of ice, with a genetic level 10 times that of a human martial saint. Will the host choose to fuse a what the heck? An alien race bloodline? Li Luo exclaimed in astonishment as he listened to the system's inquiry in his mind. He didn't expect this sign-in item to be the bloodline of an ancient race from the universe. The system could even reward bloodlines of cosmic beings. Fused. After a brief contemplation, Li Luo said, knowing that merging would make him even stronger. This effect was far superior to taking gene enhancement drugs. As Li Luo firmly declared fuse, in his heart an unprecedented wave of energy surged from the depths of his mind, rushing straight into his body. This wave of energy was cold and pure like the core of ice from the deepest part of the universe. Hiss. At the moment the energy flowed in, Li Luo's body began to tremble, and a painful expression involuntarily crossed his face. Every single cell within him was fiercely colliding and merging with this energy, and a faint layer of frost began to form on his skin, encapsulating him entirely within a crystal of ice. However, this was just the beginning. As the fusion process deepened, every cell within Li Luo seemed to be reshaped by this energy. The genetic level instantly underwent a qualitative leap. Li Luo could distinctly feel his vitality continuously enhancing, and his ability to control the laws of ice was gradually increasing. This process was both painful and wonderful. Li Luo's body seemed to undergo a rebirth. When the fusion process concluded, his appearance remained the same, but his internal state had undergone earth-shattering changes. Feeling revitalized, he exclaimed, "This feels amazing." Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with a cold light, and a smile graced his lips. Then with a thought he opened the system panel, now featuring an additional bloodline section. Name Li Luo. Level Midstage Martial Saint. Fist Strength 113000 kg. Force Output 7. Cultivation Method SS Grade Body Refinement. Heavenly Gang Technique. Grade Iron Bone Body Refinement Method. Martial Skills Grade Shattering Sky Fist Advanced Basic Sword Technique Perfection SS Grade Frost Divine Classic Perfection. Bloodline Frost Divine Bloodline. Type Frost Warrior. After fusing with the Frost Divine Bloodline, his affinity for ice elements greatly increased, and his fist strength surged by more than 200 kg. His explosive power had also risen by 2 significant points. Moreover, he clearly felt that his comprehension had multiplied as well. Most astonishing to Li Luo was the speed of cultivation, which was nearly 5 times faster than before. If he were in an extremely cold environment, the speed of cultivation could significantly increase again. Is this passive cultivation? Suddenly Li Luo sensed something, and an expression of astonishment appeared on his face. While cultivating the SS Grade Body Refinement Heavenly Gang Technique, he felt a special energy actively flowing into his body. However, compared to active cultivation, the absorption effect was much weaker. Yet it was still terrifying. It was equivalent to his vital energy increasing every second. What a powerful Frost Divine Bloodline. After sensing the changes in his body, Li Luo's face revealed sheer joy. He gazed out at the newly brightening sky. Li Luo closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Grade Martial Skill Shattering Sky Fist. He wanted to test how long it would take to grasp a technique from high level to perfection with his current comprehension. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Grade Martial Skill Shattering Sky Fist to master level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Grade Martial Skill Shattering Sky Fist to perfection. It worked. Listening to the system's prompt in his mind, Li Luo curved his lips into a smile and slowly opened his eyes, ending his state of comprehension. Only half an hour had passed. He had comprehended a Grade Martial skill from high level to perfection. If he were to comprehend it from scratch, it would take about 2 hours at most. He could grasp a crade martial skill from zero to perfection in this time frame, which was already incredibly impressive. Ha ha, I have completely surpassed that genius monster Qin Hong now. Just as Li Luo was reveling in his inner joy. Knock knock. Suddenly a knocking sound came from outside the room. From the aura, he sensed Li Luo knew without looking that the one knocking was the district protector Li Zhendong. Coming, brother Dong. Li Luo responded. After calming his excited heart, he opened the room door. Luo, my little brother, I. Wait. You. Upon seeing Li Luo, Li Zhendong wanted to convey old Xiang's instructions and arrangements from last night. His mind suddenly jolted, and he showed an expression of shock. The originally calm expression became somewhat uncontrollable at that moment. His eyes were filled with astonishment. His gaze towards Li Luo was as if he were looking at a monster. The moment Li Luo opened the door, Li Zhendong clearly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Li Luo. It was even more intense than when he had unleashed his full power yesterday, like the cold wind atop an iceberg, sharp and fierce. The temperature in the room was also extremely low. If an ordinary martial artist had knocked at this moment, they absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand the chilling aura that was spreading and would likely be frozen into an ice sculpture on the spot. Even those slightly weaker would face the risk of death. This was also the reason for Li Zhendong's sudden loss of composure. How could Li Luo have become so much stronger overnight? Could it be that Li Luo was cultivating some extraordinary technique, or was he unexpectedly able to open his run and do meridians during the battle with the sea demon? Brother Dong, what's wrong? Seeing Li Zhendong's shocked expression, Li Luo quickly retracted his aura and smiled, as if nothing had happened. Little brother Luo, what are you doing? Cultivating a technique. Can I take a look? Li Zhendong's expression quickly returned to calm, and he shamelessly asked. If Li Luo was truly cultivating some technique that greatly enhanced his strength, he would be willing to embarrass himself or pay a great price to take a look. It was simply too tempting, more intense than taking drugs. Well. Listening to Li Zhendong's inquiry, Li Luo racked his brain to find a reason to brush it off. Is that so? Then fine. Li Zhendong picked up on Li Luo's implication and could only give up helplessly. Given the potential Li Luo displayed, he absolutely couldn't afford to offend him. Brother Dong, is there something you need this early? Li Luo then redirected the conversation back to the main topic, adopting a serious expression. Little brother Luo, it's like this. Li Zhendong informed Li Luo of the arrangements made by Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence. At the same time, he would be stationed in Jingyang City and Jiangbin City. He and Zhang Yinfeng would be returning to their respective station cities shortly to prevent beasts from launching surprise attacks like they did in Jiangbin City. As for the defense concerning the marine front in Jiangbin City, it has already been arranged. As long as Li Luo does not act recklessly, there should be no major issues. He just needs to replenish the lost troops and rebuild the defensive facilities that were damaged by the beasts. No problem, brother Dong. With great power comes great responsibility. He'll take care of Jiangbin City. You need not worry, the beasts will definitely not break through the defenses. Li Luo said confidently. Jingyang City is not near the sea. Usually, apart from preventing beasts in the wilderness from causing riots, there won't be any major incidents. It doesn't matter whether he is stationed there or not. Previously, Jingyang City had no district protector stationed, and there had been no issues. Even if the branch president Wang Ming could handle it, Li Luo's presence was merely to provide ordinary citizens with a sense of security. However, Jiangbin City was different. It frequently faced beast intrusions. Without the stationing of a martial saint-level warrior, it would become very passive. Now that Chen Lei was injured, they could only temporarily ask Li Luo to help with the stationing. Little brother Luo, with your words I can rest assured, but there are still some things I need to explain to you. Seeing Li Luo confidently agree, Li Zhendong still felt uneasy and warned him about a few things. Jiangbin City was much more dangerous than Jingyang City. Even with Li Luo's current strength, he couldn't afford to be careless. The beasts in the ocean were cunning, and he didn't want Li Luo to accidentally perish due to negligence. In Li Zhendong's mind, if Li Luo continued to maintain such a terrifying breakthrough speed, it was very likely he would surpass the genius Qin Hong and those few peak martial saints, and become the fourth martial god-level warrior of the Great Xia Kingdom. After chatting casually with Li Luo for a few moments, Li Zhendong glanced at the time and said, Luo, it's getting late, so I will take my leave now. Then together with another guard Zhang Yunfeng, they departed from the Jiangbin City supply base with their respective subordinates and troops. Li Luo gazed in the direction Li Zhendong had left, knowing that the burden on him would be much heavier than simply loafing around in Jingyang City. Come here. Subsequently, Li Luo summoned Wang Ming, the president of the Jingyang City branch, who was still waiting for orders inside the supply base. President Wang, for the time being, I need to stay in Jiangbin City to keep an eye on the fierce beasts, so I will leave Jingyang City to you. Li Luo said earnestly. Wang Ming nodded and patted his chest, assuring him, my lord, you can rest assured with me here in Jingyang City, there will definitely be no trouble. His gaze toward Li Luo was filled with admiration and respect after he received the order to support Jiangbin. Although he had not joined the frontline battle against the tide of beasts and was only assisting the public security department in suppressing the remnants of the beast god sect within the city, he had heard of Li Luo's glorious achievements on the battlefield. Then I will trouble you, President Wang. A look of approval shone in Li Luo's eyes. With Wang Ming in Jingyang City, there was no need for concern. Next, he could focus on dealing with the fierce beasts outside the Jiangbin City ocean defense. After everyone gradually left the Jiangbin City supply base, Li Luo first went to the medical center where, under the guidance of a physician, he found the heavily injured guard Chun Lei, who was recuperating. His entire body was submerged in a special nutrient chamber with only his head exposed. Sensing the aura around him, Chun Lei slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Luo arrive, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had originally thought that Li Luo had just broken through to Martial Saint, and that he had forcefully catalyzed his advancement using special energy crystals without any foundation. Moreover, he had no experience dealing with high-ranked Lord-level fierce beasts. As long as he could hold back a weaker high-ranked Lord-level beast and alleviate some pressure, it would suffice. However, he did not expect Li Luo to have broken through to mid-Martial Saint, directly demonstrating astonishing strength. The originally supportive role had become the main force, and even the second form of the sea demon could not gain the upper hand against Li Luo. This stark contrast left Chun Lei in shock even now. Elderly, you have come. Chun Lei's voice was weak, but filled with admiration. He had been stuck in early Martial Saint for many years without a breakthrough, while Li Luo had advanced from early to mid within less than a week. Such terrifying talent was undeniable. Elder Chen, you have worked hard. Li Luo asked with concern. How? Chun Lei sighed lightly and joked, just a trivial fatal injury, it's nothing. He then became serious and said, I just need some time to recover. The ocean defense of Jiangbin City will be temporarily entrusted to you, elderly. He had already received the arrangement from the sequence elders to rest and recover to peak condition for the time being. The ocean defense would be temporarily handled by Li Luo. Such a trivial fatal injury. Li Luo did not expect Chun Lei to be quite humorous, unable to suppress a laugh. However, he could also sense the peril from the battle at that time. If it were any other early Martial Saint not good at defense facing 4 high-ranked Lord-level fierce beasts, they might have truly perished. Chun Lei now needed to rest well. After checking on his injuries and briefly consulting on some issues regarding the defense deployment, Li Luo felt it was inappropriate to continue disturbing him and stood up to bid farewell as he left the medical center. It seems that for the time being I need to stay stationed in Jiangbin City. After confirming Chun Lei's injuries, Li Luo thought to himself, it could be a short few weeks or as long as a couple of months. Next would be the time to test his military abilities. However, Li Luo was not worried at all. Instead, he revealed a relaxed expression. After merging with the frost god Vayne, his mind had become agile, and after consulting Chun Lei, he was already able to easily handle tasks such as defense deployment within the military. Thus, Li Luo officially began to take over the defense line on behalf of Chun Lei, managing all affairs in the supply base. First, he issued orders to gather all the senior officers in the supply base for an emergency meeting. He intended to understand the current status of the defense line. After receiving the orders, a group of senior officers quickly arrived at the spacious conference room within the supply base. As soon as they entered, their gazes unanimously turned toward Li Luo, who was sitting at the main seat. His calm demeanor and confident posture made them feel admiration and respect. They believed that with Li Luo stationed here, the fierce beasts would definitely not dare to attack again in the short term. A few minutes later, all the senior officers except for those unfortunate enough to have fallen in battle had arrived. Everyone, thank you for coming on such short notice. Li Luo spoke with a smile, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The senior officers who attended the meeting bore varying degrees of injuries. Li Luo held deep respect for these soldiers who could lead from the front in times of crisis. Due to Elder Chen's poor health, I will take over the defense matters for the time being. Li Luo looked at everyone and then began to inquire about the specific conditions of the defense line. Listening to Li Luo's inquiries, Zhao Tieshan, a peak martial king with the rank of colonel, stood up, his expression carrying a hint of sorrow as he reported to Li Luo. After yesterday's fierce battle, tens of thousands of soldiers bravely sacrificed, and the number of injured soldiers also reached thousands who are currently receiving treatment at the medical center. The defensive fortifications have also suffered severe damage. Although we have organized a large number of engineers and soldiers for repairs and reinforcements, the restoration work will still take some time. Most painfully, we lost 2 martial emperor-level major generals, and other officers of various ranks have also suffered casualties to different extents. Zhao Taizhan's voice echoed in the conference room, each word hitting the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. They had won, but at an extremely tragic cost. I understand, please take a seat. After listening to Zhao Taizhan's report, Li Luo frowned. The losses were even more severe than he had imagined. After a moment of silence, Li Luo began to methodically issue commands. After the meeting concluded, the various military officers swiftly sprang into action to execute the orders issued by Li Luo. However, Li Luo did not rush to leave. He remained seated alone in the empty conference room, gently raising his wrist to activate the Lingshuan ring. He planned to use the contribution points gained from repelling the ferocious beasts to exchange for some cultivation resources. The treasury of the Elder Council contained numerous rare treasures that money could not buy. Upon entering the official website set up for internal members, a holographic projection appeared in midair, displaying a dazzling list of resources before Li Luo's eyes. Looking at the numerous rare resources showcased in the holographic projection, Li Luo suddenly found himself struggling to make a choice. Unsure of which resource would be the most suitable, Li Luo spoke to the intelligent assistant Meng Ji within the Lingshuan ring, asking Meng Ji, "Please help me select some appropriate cultivation resources." He remembered Elder Qin Hong mentioning that the artificial intelligence Meng Ji had a similar search function. Meng Ji was an AI assistant specially crafted by the researchers who developed the Lingshuan ring, requiring a great deal of effort. It possessed powerful computational and data analysis capabilities, able to quickly filter out the most suitable resources based on the user's needs and contribution points. Additionally, it could perform functions like piloting combat aircraft. Understood, Master Meng Ji responded, its figure flickering into view within the projection as its voice echoed. It appeared as a cute little white fox without a defined gender and immediately began the selection process. In no time, Meng Ji picked out 3 S-level resources for the Frost Warrior Li Luo. The first item was the Ice Heart Jade Dew, rated as an S-level resource. This rare spiritual liquid could only be produced in extremely cold regions and served as an excellent aid for cultivators who wielded the frost element. The second and third items were a special energy ice crystal the size of a watermelon, suitable for absorption by frost warriors, and a medicinal pill. All 3 resources were of S-level rarity and perfectly aligned with Li Luo's desire to rapidly enhance his strength. Furthermore, the total cost for these 3 resources amounted to exactly 180 contribution points. These must be the most suitable options at this price point. Alright then, I'll take these 3. After confirming, Li Luo clicked the exchange button. In an instant, the 180 contribution points in his account vanished. Exchange successful. A representative dispatched by the Elder Council will deliver the resources within a week at the latest. Meng Ji's pleasant voice rang out again, informing Li Luo of the delivery timeline. Okay, I understand. The time was not too long. After nodding in satisfaction, Li Luo exited the Lingshuan ring, gazing at the empty conference room. Li Luo stepped out and headed towards the forging area in the supply base. His S-level battle armor had suffered severe damage during the fight with the sea beast, and his long sword had developed cracks. Repairs were necessary. As soon as Li Luo entered the forging area, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard respectfully approached him. "My lord, what brings you here in person? Is there something you need?" The manager Fong Wu asked sincerely. Li, gently flicking his wrist, the damaged S-level armor and long sword appeared before Fong Wu's eyes. Li Luo pointed at the gear and inquired, "Can these 2 pieces of equipment be restored to their original state?" "Let me take a closer look, my lord. Please wait a moment." Fong Wu took the armor and sword, inspecting them carefully. His brow initially furrowed, but then relaxed as he looked up at Li Luo with a smile, saying, "My lord, while these 2 pieces are indeed quite damaged, rest assured we will definitely be able to repair them. They will be delivered to you in 3 days. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had approached with a mindset of merely trying his luck, fully prepared to replace them instead. He did not expect them to be able to be restored. However, it would take a little time. But for Li Luo, 3 days was not. After handing the armor and sword over to Fong Wu, Li Luo left the forging area. The defensive line had been arranged through a series of measures and was no longer facing significant issues. Even if the ferocious beasts dared to attack again with his strength after merging with the Frost Divine Vein, any beast below the intermediate Lord level would surely meet their demise. Even the high-level Lord Beast, the Sea Beast, was no longer something Li Luo took lightly. The next encounter would not be a simple match of equal strength. Despite the army's heavy losses, he believed the ferocious beasts would also be suffering greatly. In the short term, they probably would not launch a large-scale assault on the defensive line. Next, it's time to deal with that group of traitors who eat from both sides. A cold smile appeared on Li Luo's lips. With the pressure from the ferocious beasts lifted, it was time to address the cultists hidden in the shadows of the city. As humans, they worshipped ferocious beasts, definite traitors. Although most of the beast god cult's followers had been suppressed or captured by the Public Security Bureau, there were surely still some that had evaded capture. What Li Luo needed to do now was to root them all out and eliminate them. Later, he returned to his office and instructed someone to notify Guyu, the president of the Jiangbin City branch with whom he had previously met. He prepared to eradicate the beast god cult completely. After receiving the notification, Guyu quickly rushed over from the branch, his serious face revealing a hint of tension. "My lord, you called for me." As a late-stage martial sovereign, Guyu sensed the formidable aura emanating from Li Luo from a distance. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but Li Luo seemed even more terrifying compared to last night. Li Luo nodded, gesturing for Guyu to take a seat. Li Luo then got straight to the point, explaining his plans to Guyu. "You want to completely eradicate the beast?" Guyu's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Li Luo to act so swiftly. It had been less than a day. He was preparing to thoroughly eliminate this group of filthy rats hiding in the shadows of the city. If it weren't for him holding the line against the ferocious beasts back then, he would have definitely dealt with those beast god cult followers causing chaos in the city. Fortunately, Li Luo had acted in time, suppressing them with overwhelming force. This prevented the destruction and casualties caused by the beast god cult followers from escalating within the city. Then Li Luo elaborated his plan to Guyu in detail. The Jiangbin City branch will have the inspection department and the public security department dispatch elite personnel to conduct a comprehensive search of the city, leaving no corner unchecked. At the same time, seal off the city's entrances and exits to prevent the cultists from escaping. Li Luo's voice carried an undeniable decisiveness. With the three major official forces joining hands, and him, a martial saint, personally taking action, the cultists would be given a proper show of strength. There was no need to deploy the army for a siege. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to guard the front lines and keep an eye on the movements of the ferocious beasts in the ocean, the misfortune would not be limited to the cultists residing in Jiangbin City. The various cults throughout Jiangning province would soon face a severe blow, but it was only a matter of time. Once cultists are discovered, there's no need to hesitate, kill them on the spot. A pack of ferocious beast lackeys do not deserve to live in this world, Li Luo added coldly. His words exuded a murderous intent, leaving no chance for the vicious cultists to surrender. "Yes, my lord." Guyu responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This operation would undoubtedly eliminate the cult that had long been lurking in the city. Soon after, Guyu received the order and quickly organized the personnel within the branch as per Li Luo's instructions. He also notified the inspection officer and the chief of public security in Jiangbin City, relaying Li Luo's latest orders to them. "President Gu, I understand. Please rest assured, my lord." After receiving the notification, the two expressed their full cooperation. This was an excellent opportunity to impress Li Luo, the garrison commander, and they certainly would not miss it. Moreover, they had a deep-seated hatred for the beast god cult, which had taken advantage of the beast tide's invasion. If the battle had not been so fierce at that time, they would have long since gone into the city to personally suppress the chaos and crush those scoundrels, especially the police chief of the public security department. During the process of suppressing the beast god cult that had taken advantage of the chaos in the city, they suffered heavy casualties due to a lack of high-level battle strength. Under the cover of night in Jiangbin City, a joint operation against the beast god cult by the official forces quietly commenced. As night fell, the inspection department, public security department, and the Jiangbin City branch all responded to Li Luo's orders. They selected hundreds of elite warriors, all at least peak martial master level, to stand ready. At the same time, all the entrances and exits of the city were urgently sealed off, ensuring that the hidden cultists could not escape. Inside the Jiangbin City Elder Council's branch hall, "My lord, the city has been sealed, and our personnel are ready. We can act at any time." Guyu and the others respectfully looked at Li Luo, who emanated the aura of a martial saint. Their eyes were filled with admiration for the strong. At a young age, he had already broken through to become a martial saint and served as a garrison commander, becoming a powerful regional official. This was something they could only envy. "Good, then let's move out," Li Luo said, sensing the elite warriors assembled in the branch, a look of approval in his eyes. Although some elite warriors sacrificed while resisting the beast tide invasion, the remaining warriors who survived the battlefield were, aside from a few lucky ones, all the cream of the crop. Dealing with a group of traitors who worshipped ferocious beasts would be more than sufficient. "Depart." With Li Luo's command, Guyu, along with the inspection officer and the chief of public security, personally led the personnel into action, beginning a thorough search in Jiangbin City. Are those from the public security department, and the inspection department, and the Elder Council branch. Wow, all high-level warriors. With so many people, what are they planning to do? The crowd on the streets was astonished at the large-scale operation of the official forces, realizing that something significant might happen tonight. However, with Li Luo, the martial saint stationed in Jiangbin City, they did not feel overly worried. Everyone was traversing through the chaotic gray areas of the city based on information extracted from captured members of the beast god cult. These places, due to the weak regulatory power of the official forces, had become a mix of fish and dragons with various factions intertwined. It was a perfect hiding spot for the remaining cultists. In a dilapidated old community, Gu Yu led elite warriors from the branch stealthily approaching a hideout of the beast god cult members. As they got closer to their target, the tense atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze time. Not good many members from the Elder Council branch have suddenly come outside. It seems they've discovered us. A small thug peeked through a crack in the window and saw the activity outside, panicking as he shouted loudly. What are you panicking about? The small leader, who had reached the late stage of martial sovereign, glared fiercely at him. Then he tried to stabilize the situation. Damn, it looks like we can't avoid this. But it's fine, let's fight them. The beast god will avenge us. He waved his giant axe, trying to lead the other cultists to fight to the death. Just as he continued to brainwash a few other cultists, a cold snort suddenly reached his ears, a low and icy voice that seemed to come from hell. Who? The cultists present couldn't help but shiver at the sound. Immediately after, a powerful aura enveloped the entire room. This was the aura of a martial emperor warrior, making the cultists feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Before they could react, a figure burst into the room, like lightning, the long sword in hand, carving a fierce trajectory through the air. Puff! After a muffled sound, the small leader's grotesque head rolled to the side, his eyes wide open in disbelief at the scene before him. Martial Emperor, run! I surrender, don't kill me. The cultists, who had just wanted to fight desperately, were now terrified, screaming as they tried to flee, even kneeling to beg for mercy. But Gu Yu would not give them this opportunity. He did not continue to attack. Instead, he handed them over to the elite warriors behind him to practice against. The remaining scum is up to you. Gu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Kill! The elite warriors from the branch swiftly sprang into action, wielding their weapons and pouncing on the remaining cultists like wolves and tigers. They worked together seamlessly, their assault fierce, displaying astonishing strength. Soon, all the remaining cultists were slain. The entire room fell into a deathly silence, with only the cultists lying on the ground, still twitching slightly. Gu Yu coldly surveyed the battlefield. Let's go to the next location. After confirming that there were no fish that had slipped through the net, he led the elite warriors away from this place. Dealing with these small leaders, who were not even at the level of Marshal Kingsley Luo, had no interest in making a move. However, to prevent any casualties, he assigned the task of dealing with these small leaders to Gu Yu and the others. He also wondered if they could find a big fish, otherwise it would feel rather dull. Under the cover of night, the remnants of the beast god cult in Zhongbin City were like cornered beasts. Facing hundreds of elite martial artists from the authorities, they had no chance to resist and were directly slain. Multiple secret hideouts were swiftly destroyed in a short time. As the search operation deepened, every shadow in the city was meticulously probed, leaving no corner that might conceal heretics untouched. This thunderous momentum plunged the beast god cult and other miscellaneous heretics who had clung to false hope into panic. Especially those cults not belonging to the beast god cult suffered undeserved calamity, unable to voice their grievances. The public security department did not discriminate. Anyone who was not an ordinary citizen was executed on the spot. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence in Zhongbin City, an unprecedented tension pervaded the luxurious family. The Liu family was originally an ordinary third-rate family in Zhongbin City. But in recent years, with the sudden rise of the family head Liu Tianqing, the Liu family gradually came to prominence. Liu Tianqing first broke through from the pinnacle of Martial Marquis to Martial King, and then, within a few years, reached the midstage. This rapidly expanded the Liu family's influence, successfully elevating them to the ranks of second-rate martial families. Behind the Liu family's rapid rise lay a hidden secret. Liu Tianqing had defected to the beast god cult. Through this connection, the Liu family not only obtained substantial resources and support, but also thrived within the beast god cult, even securing the position of protector for the Zhongbin City branch. This granted Liu Tianqing higher status within the beast god cult and further expanded his family's power, deterring most from provoking them. However, Liu Tianqing was now restless. He had just received news that Li Luo, who had temporarily assumed the role of guardian of Zhongbin City, had dispatched a large number of elite forces to eradicate the beast god cult's hideouts under the cover of night. Once the authorities discovered the close ties between his family and the beast god cult, the Liu family would face total annihilation. Most critically, the Liu residence was currently harboring numerous beast god cult followers. When the time came, they would be unable to defend themselves and would face certain death. Father, I heard Li Luo has already made his move. What should we do? If we are caught, the Liu family is finished. Liu Tianqing's son Liu Xiang said nervously, his face pale and forehead beaded with cold sweat. What are you panicking about? Liu Tianqing glared at his son, his voice tinged with anger. His brows were tightly knit, as if contemplating a countermeasure. Seeing this, Liu Xiang steeled himself and said, Father, since death is inevitable either way, why not gather the family's martial artists and the remaining cultists and fight Li Luo to the death? His idea was simple. With disaster looming and death certain, they might as well make one last desperate stand. Shut up. Do you have any idea how powerful a martial saint is? How can we possibly fight him? Even if we all attack together, it would only take a few punches from Li Luo to finish us. It would be as easy as crushing a few ants. Lu Tianqing rebuked his son's naive thoughts. Even if the Lu family's power doubled, Li Luo could still massacre them with ease. Even the beast god they worshipped had not gained the upper hand against Li Luo. Father, I understand, but Lu Xiang was stunned by his father's words and lowered his head pale-faced. After this reprimand, his mind cleared somewhat, but in this situation, what else could they do but fight to the death? Don't panic. Li Luo hasn't arrived, yet has he? Let me think of a way. Lu Tianqing took a deep breath, forcing calm. He tried to suppress his inner panic and began to devise a plan. He had originally chosen to ally with the beast god cult, hoping to break through to the martial king realm and strengthen the Lu family. Now, using the special resources provided by the cult, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of martial king, and the family's power had gradually grown. They had become a well-known martial family in Jiangbin City. Lu Tianqing did not want to see his hard work so easily destroyed. Although he held the position of protector in the beast god cult, he was not like those brainwashed followers and leaders who would sacrifice their lives for the beast god. He pondered if he voluntarily surrendered and offered Li Luo the intelligence he had about the beast god cult along with the cultists hidden in his home. Perhaps this guardian would show leniency toward the Lu family and himself, considering his status as a martial king and his voluntary surrender, so that he might not lose his head. Just as Lu Tianqing was anxiously contemplating his options, surround the Lu residence. Elite martial artists from the inspection department had already approached the Lu mansion like phantoms, following the clues previously obtained. They swiftly encircled the Lu residence, leaving no gap. Without a word, they subdued the patrolling martial guards nearby, then expertly drew their weapons, blasted open the gate, and charged inside. What's that noise? Lu Xiang was anxiously awaiting his father's instructions when he suddenly saw the front gate blasted open and a group of elite martial artists in standard battle armor storming in. Damn, they found us so quickly. Join me in stopping them. Lu Xiang exclaimed in panic, ordering the family martial artists to intercept. At that moment, a sharp gaze swept down from the sky, locking onto Lu Xiang. It was Li Luo the Guardian who had taken notice. Lu Xiang felt an indescribable pressure bearing down on him, his body trembling involuntarily. Then Li Luo casually threw a punch, and the space where the fist wind passed seemed to warp. Lu Xiang had no time to react and was directly blasted to the ground. No, Xianger. Lu Tianqing's eyes nearly split with rage as he watched his son die before him. The grief and fury surged within him like a tidal wave no longer containable. They'll kill you all. He roared, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage martial king aura, his clothes rustling violently from the powerful momentum. He wanted to die together with the inspection department elites before him. Though enraged, he had not completely lost it. He knew he was no match for Li Luo, a mid-stage martial saint, but he could at least kill a few inspection department martial artists to vent his fury before dying. Overreaching. Just as Lu Tianqing erupted, Li Luo cast him a cold glance. Then he threw another punch, its aura even more terrifying than before, as if shattering the very air. With a thunderous boom, a massive white mist burst in the air. Lu Tianqing, a mid-stage martial king, had no power to resist under this punch and was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily into the mansion wall, then slid helplessly to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. Mercy, mercy, my lord. Seeing the tragic fate of Lu Tianqing and Lu Xiang, and feeling the martial saint's pressure emanating from Li Luo, the remaining cultists were terrified and devoid of any will to fight, falling to their knees. They begged Li Luo to spare their lives. This is all the doing of Lu Tianqing and his son. It has nothing to do with us, my lord. The other members of the Lu family and the warriors within the mansion quickly knelt down, frantically explaining, still struggling to the last moment. Do you think I can be easily deceived? Li Luo's cold voice echoed in the night sky. The Lu family conspired with the beast god sect, betraying the Xia kingdom. Such treachery cannot be forgiven. Today I represent the Elders' Council to eliminate the Lu family. Li Luo did not believe a word of their excuses. Since they chose to collude with the beast god sect, they would have to meet their end at the hands of the beast god. In accordance with the order of the commander, the Lu family shall be executed for treason. The captain of the patrol team stated coldly after receiving Li Luo's command. His words conveyed a chilling intent to kill. As the words fell, the elite warriors of the patrol swiftly acted, and the luxurious Lu mansion was filled with screams engulfed in a nauseating scent of blood. Li Luo released his pressure from the sky, coldly watching everything that transpired within the Lu mansion. This crude and straightforward method. It was the best means to intimidate those who wished to ally with the beast god sect and the warrior families. The fate of the Lu family served as a warning to them. Regardless of the reasons behind their collusion with the evil cult, once discovered the only outcome was death. The night gradually faded, and a pale light appeared on the horizon. After a long night of work, the hidden beast god sect and other evil cults in Jiangbin City were completely eradicated under Li Luo's might. Moreover, throughout the entire operation to eliminate the evil cults, the elite warriors dispatched by the official side suffered 0 casualties, effectively suppressing the remnants of the beast god sect during the battle. Li Luo stood in the meeting room of the supply base, gazing at the rising sun, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Eradicating the long-standing beast god sect in Jiangbin City was akin to blinding a monstrous sea beast that relied on it for information about the city. Had it not been for this monstrous beast's sudden attack, the hidden beast god sect within the city would have remained exposed for long. To completely eliminate them would have taken considerable effort. You did well this time. Li Luo turned around and praised Gu Yu and the others who had just completed their tasks. Gu Yu and the others smiled humbly, expressing that it was their duty. All right, after a long night, you should all go. Li Luo waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Yes, my lord. Gu Yu and the others respectfully bowed and exited the meeting room. The internal troubles have been resolved. Now only the external threats remain. Li Luo also stepped out of the meeting room, gazing toward the ocean and muttering to himself. With his current strength, if he were to face Haisha again, even if Haisha entered its second form, he was confident he could. He simply did not regard Haisha with any seriousness. He then stretched and returned to his office, where the aide had already prepared a hearty breakfast for him. Time to eat. Li Luo's face lit up with joy as he began to enjoy his breakfast. After the meal, he wiped his mouth and began his daily check-in in his mind. System check-in. His heart rate slightly quickened at that moment, wondering what good items he would receive today. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level skill Mystic Ice Technique. As the system's voice fell, all memories regarding the SS level skill Mystic Ice Technique surged into Li Luo's mind. In a moment, he firmly etched it in his memory. Another SS level skill. Upon hearing the items tier from the check-in and the additional memory in his mind, Li Luo's face once again displayed wild joy. The items given by the system had never disappointed. Let me see what this is about. A smile appeared on Li Luo's face as he examined the specifics of this SS level skill. After understanding it, a look of realization appeared on Li Luo's face as he exclaimed, "So that's how it is. No wonder the SS level skills provided by the system are indeed powerful." The specific effects were somewhat similar to the previous skill, Heavenly Body Refinement Technique, both absorbing the special energies contained in the world to enhance oneself. However, their effects were different. The Heavenly Body Refinement Technique increased physical defense and vitality, while the Mystic Ice Technique enhanced one's rank and control over the ice element. The Mystic Ice Technique can also be passively cultivated. Li Luo suddenly felt his body change, astonished. The subtle ice elemental energy surrounding him began to actively flow into his body. It was like tadpoles seeking their mother. However, the effect was significantly reduced compared to active cultivation. Moreover, simultaneously passively cultivating 2 SS level skills was less efficient than cultivating just 1. Fortunately, Li Luo could freely choose the skills for passive cultivation. Otherwise, if the check-in yielded various miscellaneous skills, the effect of passively cultivating the Frost God Pulse would be nearly useless. A breakthrough to Martial God is just around the corner. Li Luo's excitement was evident as he couldn't help but smile broadly. The system was truly powerful, almost always providing exactly what was needed. The combination of the SS level skill and the Frost God Pulse showed significant effects, with the passive absorption speed evidently stronger than that of the Heavenly Body Refinement Technique. If I actively cultivate the Mystic Ice Technique in an extremely cold environment, wouldn't my cultivation speed soar? Li Luo suddenly recalled another hidden effect of the Frost God Pulse, his eyes lighting up. He couldn't wait to actively cultivate the Mystic Ice Technique and experience the feeling of rapid cultivation. I need to avoid disturbances first. Li Luo first delegated some matters at the defense line to several high-ranking officers, then patrolled the ocean in front of the defense line for a few rounds. Confirming that the monstrous beasts were calm and showed no signs of attack, he then arrived at the training area within the supply base. In a quiet secret chamber, Li Luo sat cross-legged, eyes closed, fully immersed in the cultivation of the Mystic Ice Technique. Subtle ice elemental energy began to gather from all directions. These ice elemental energies, drawn by the Frost God Pulse, flowed into Li Luo's body as if they had found a home. Li Luo could clearly feel the ice elemental energy moving within him. Following specific meridian pathways, they continuously nourished his body and strengthened his cultivation. As time passed, Li Luo sensed that his cultivation was gradually advancing, causing him to feel an excitement he couldn't suppress. With the assistance of the Frost God Pulse, the speed of his cultivation growth was remarkable. If the effect could be even stronger in an extremely cold environment, Li Luo subconsciously immersed himself in this state of cultivation. Time silently slipped to noon. Li Luo was immersed in the pleasure of cultivating the Xianbing divine art to enhance his cultivation level. A faint ice blue glow surrounded him, as if he merged with the surrounding chill. The temperature in the entire training room became extremely low and crystalline ice flowers formed on the walls. Suddenly, a powerful and chilling aura suddenly spread from the horizon. In an instant, it shattered the tranquility of the training room. Li Luo abruptly opened his eyes, a hint of shock flashing in his gaze, and he thought in horror. It's the martial god. He quickly ended his cultivation state, and the ice elemental energy flowing within his body instantly calmed down. In the Xia kingdom, who else could possess such overwhelming pressure besides the 3 elders stationed in different regions? Only by becoming a martial god could one truly be a master of their own destiny in the Blue Star. Thinking of this, Li Luo couldn't help but feel astounded, filled with doubts. Why has an elder from the sequence suddenly come? Could it be that something has happened? He quickly stood up, adjusted his clothing, and decided to head to the supply base to investigate. The moment he stepped out of the training room, I wonder which elder from the sequence has come. Li Luo took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulence within. He pondered who the elder might be, unsure if they would just greet him or make a sudden move. Following that intense aura's guidance, his gaze traversed through the layers of buildings in the base, finally settling on a wide open space. He saw a uniquely styled, imposing royal-class warplane slowly descending. Its fuselage was covered in streamlined silver armor, shining with a cold light under the sun. It's the exclusive vehicle of the first elder He Jing stationed in the imperial capital. Li Luo immediately recognized the identity of the warplane's owner, pondering to himself. A sense of inexplicable tension arose. He remembered that the last time the imperial capital's garrison commander Qin Hong came to deliver SSS Holy Light Spirit Essence and the elder's exclusive Spirit Swift Ring, he was a direct disciple of this elder. Now, with the first elder personally arriving, it was inevitable for one's imagination to run wild, contemplating the deeper meaning behind it. Could it be that he is also here to deliver resources to me? A sudden thought surged in Li Luo's mind, filled with apprehension. Not long ago, he had consumed all his contribution points on the Elder Council's official website to exchange for 3 scrade cultivation resources. The first elder stationed at the headquarters of the Elder Council came today, making it hard not to overthink. Then Li Luo gently shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts. Regardless of the first elder's purpose for coming today as the garrison commander of Jiangning province, he had to personally welcome him. He straightened his clothing and walked steadily towards the base's main gate. My lord. A group of officers equally tense followed behind him and immediately stopped to respectfully greet Li Luo upon seeing him. The arrival of the first elder, the guardian of the Xia kingdom, caused great tension and anticipation among them. Let's go inform everyone to welcome the elder's arrival together with me. Li Luo spoke softly to the officers beside him, his voice carrying a hint of authority. Yes, my lord. The officers quickly responded respectfully. Even without notifying the other officers, they wouldn't miss it. After all, this was one of the 3 guardians of the ordinary soldiers and warriors stationed on the front line felt this aura and revealed excitement and curiosity in their eyes. They all looked up towards this direction, eager to catch a glimpse of the martial god-level powerhouse. As Li Luo approached with a group of high-ranking officers, the oppressive aura emanating from the martial god-level powerhouse grew increasingly intense. Yet none of them flinched. Instead, they stood straighter, showcasing the demeanor of Xia Kingdom soldiers. Li Luo was also extremely nervous at this moment. The first elder was a revered martial god-level powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the late stage. Even if he exerted all his strength, it might not be enough to defeat him. He hoped the elder was not here specifically to find him. Finally, the warplane steadily landed on the designated open space, and the cabin door slowly opened. An indescribable aura of dignity and power instantly permeated the air. Then it was gently reined in, returning to tranquility, leaving only a faint lingering resonance. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. What a powerful aura. Finally, there's a chance to meet the elder. Everyone present was extremely excited as they were about to meet one of the 3 guardians of the Xia kingdom. An elder dressed in simple robes with a slightly aged but spirited face slowly walked out under the gaze of the crowd. Each step seemed to tread upon the heartstrings of those present, stirring ripples of emotion. We greet the elder. A uniform salute echoed throughout the base, and every person's gaze was filled with the deepest respect. This elder was not only a peerless powerhouse at the late stage of martial god, but also one of the guardians of the Xia kingdom with unparalleled achievements and prestige. He had guarded the northern border of the Xia kingdom for hundreds of years. He Jing smiled and waved, signaling the crowd before him not to be overly polite. His smile was warm and kind, as if it could dispel all gloom. Everyone has worked hard. Go about your business. I came today just to meet my young friend Li Luo. He Jing's gaze finally landed on Li Luo, his eyes sparkling with admiration and intense curiosity. Feeling the elder's call, Li Luo's heart skipped a beat with anxiety. However, he did not sense any malice from the first elder. He quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "I am Li Luo, greetings to the elder." Midstage Martial Saint progressing rapidly. He Jing looked Li Luo up and down, nodding in satisfaction. He learned that Li Luo had leaped from the initial to midstage Martial Saint in a very short time. This astonishing cultivation speed even moved him, a man of nearly 300 years who had seen much. His curiosity about this monstrous young man was thoroughly ignited. Such a gifted and extraordinary prodigy was a rarity not only in the Xia Kingdom, but throughout the entire Blue Star. One could even say Li Luo was the only one of his kind. Thus, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and personally came to Jiangning Province to investigate. He wanted to know how this young man achieved such a tremendous leap in such a short time. Despite being filled with curiosity, He Jing did not inquire about Li Luo's secrets in front of the crowd. "Young friend Li Luo, there's no need to be nervous. These are the resources you exchanged for." A warm smile graced his lips as he gently patted Li Luo's shoulder, steering the conversation away from the main topic. Following that, he gently waved his right hand, and a delicate spatial ring shimmered slightly. 3 neatly packed cultivation resources flew out and landed steadily in Li Luo's hands. These were the 3 scrade resources he had exchanged for using his contribution points on the Elder Council's official website not long ago. "Thank you, Elder Su." Li Luo said, his eyes filled with respect as he hurriedly reached out to receive it. He had safely stored 3 glass cultivation resources, each radiating a faint spiritual light into the space ring on his finger. Li Luo couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The first elder of the first sequence with latest-stage martial god cultivation unexpectedly came from the imperial capital to Jiangbin specifically to deliver exchange resources to him. What a privilege this is. Isn't this a bit excessive? No elder, he must have other matters to attend to and just happened to bring resources to Li Luo comforted himself inwardly. Although his mid-stage martial saint cultivation had already placed him among the strong in Blue Star, without breaking through to martial god, he was not invincible. Before achieving absolute strength, he didn't want to attract the undue attention of the 3 elders in the first sequence. But how could he avoid the attention of powerful figures given how impressive his system was? His current cultivation was growing stronger by the day, and in a short while he would easily break through to the latest stage martial saint. Elder of the first sequence actually came to personally deliver resources to the guardian Li. Li, who broke through to mid-stage martial saint at such a young age, would surely catch the favor of the elder of the first. Indeed, with Li's talent, it won't be long before our great Xia Kingdom sees another unparalleled power. The surrounding high-ranking officers and soldiers were all shocked by this scene, whispering amongst themselves. Elder He, listening to the discussions around him, looked at Li Luo with kind eyes and said, "Young friend Li Luo, I have a few words to discuss with you in private. Would you be willing to listen?" The junior is all ears. Li Luo dared not refuse and replied without hesitation. The first elder of the first sequence had indeed come with matters beyond merely delivering resources. Li Luo had already guessed the general content of the upcoming conversation. It was likely to inquire how he had progressed from martial master to martial saint at such a rapid pace. Fortunately, Li Luo had anticipated this day and had already prepared his responses. Thus, he was not particularly flustered, but rather appeared quite calm. "All right, let us find a quiet place." Upon hearing Li Luo's agreement, He Jing maintained his kind smile. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two walked side by side towards a restroom in the supply base, just like ordinary people taking a stroll. Upon entering the restroom, the door gently closed, isolating them from the chaos outside. The soldiers on guard nearby understood that the first elder of the first sequence and the guardian Li Luo had important matters to discuss inside. They consciously stepped away. After releasing the powerful perception of the martial god and confirming that no one around would overhear their conversation. "Young friend Li Luo, please take a seat." He Jing leisurely sat down in a chair and kindly gestured for the smiling Li Luo to sit as well. He did not rush to inquire about the secrets Li Luo possessed. Instead, he gently flicked his fingers and took out a spirit herb, the ice spirit snow lotus, which radiated a ghostly blue light and emanated a frigid aura from his seemingly ordinary space ring. This is the S-class spirit herb, ice spirit snow lotus. It greatly benefits martial artists who have mastered ice elements, enhancing their cultivation and strengthening their control over ice elements. "Young friend Li Luo, please accept it." He Jing's words bore an undeniable tone, and his eyes sparkled with expectation and concern for the younger generation. He and his disciple Qin Hong were not ice attribute warriors, and their absorption of the S-class ice spirit snow lotus would be minimal. Rather than keeping it as a collection, it was better to give it to Li Luo to enhance his strength and wish him an early breakthrough to martial god. "Thank you." Elder He, for your kindness, I will not disappoint your expectations. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly reached out to receive it. Feeling the rich ice element emanating from the spirit herb in his hand, a hint of surprise and delight flickered in his gaze. He did not expect the first elder of the first sequence to generously gift him an additional S-class spirit herb. Truly, a martial god-level warrior is indeed lavish in their giving. Seeing that Li Luo accepted the gift, He Jing's smile grew even warmer as he prepared to discuss serious matters. Looking at the delighted Li Luo, his tone became particularly gentle. Young friend Li Luo, I've always been quite curious about your experiences in the wilderness zone. From martial master to martial saint, then breaking through to mid-stage martial saint in just a few short days. Such speed is unparalleled across Blue Star. I wonder if you could share a thing or two with this old man. With that, He Jing's gaze deepened, as if he could see through the hearts of others. I have traversed the storms of Blue Star for over 300 years, having seen countless rare treasures, yet I have never heard of such a crystal that contains astonishing energy as you mentioned. He Jing did not state it directly, but his meaning was quite clear. He knew that Li Luo's previous explanation was a lie, but he did not expose it. Instead, he wanted Li Luo to speak the truth and explain himself voluntarily. Li Luo's expression did not change much upon hearing this. He pondered inwardly. He himself barely believed the explanation about absorbing a special energy crystal which could only deceive some lower-tier martial artists. Let alone someone like He Jing who had lived for a very long time and was well-informed. He would quickly find the flaws in that explanation. Fortunately, Li Luo had already anticipated that this day would come, though he did not expect it to be a bit later. His terrifying breakthrough speed would surely attract the attention of strong individuals like He Jing. Li Luo's mind raced swiftly. The narrative he had previously devised became even more flawless after signing into the Frost Divine Pulse. Li Luo let out a light sigh. His gaze revealed a hint of sincerity and respect as he slowly began to speak. Elder He, you are wise. The words I spoke earlier were indeed a lie. In the wilderness zone, I did not absorb any special energy crystal. He paused here, observing He Jing's reaction. He saw the elder's expression was focused, his eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. He continued, what I did possess was an extraordinary crystal, one that does not belong to Blue Star. It should have come from the depths of the universe, a legacy crystal left behind by an ancient mysterious race. While hiding in a cave from ferocious beasts, it unexpectedly fused with my bloodline. Not only did it cause my cultivation to soar, but it also allowed me to grasp the essence of the frost law, significantly enhancing my talent and cultivation speed. Li Luo spoke with sincerity and reverence, recounting the story he had meticulously crafted for Elder He, a legacy crystal from an extraterrestrial race accidentally falling into a cave in the wilderness zone of Blue Star and then unexpectedly merging with him. Sounds quite reasonable, right? He had previously investigated. Indeed, similar legacy crystals had appeared in some ancient ruins on Blue Star, and those who fused with them experienced rapid strength enhancement. However, they were extremely rare. Currently, all the legacy crystals discovered in ancient ruins by humanity had been claimed and absorbed by powerful figures from various nations. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance, otherwise he would have struggled to pass the test of the first sequence elder today. He Jing quietly listened to Li Luo's explanation. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but then slowly relaxed. A hint of shock and deep thought flickered in his eyes as he murmured, deep in the universe. The ancient mysterious race's legacy crystal. Such an opportunity has unexpectedly fallen upon this little fellow, truly a chosen one. Every word seemed to strike like a hammer upon his own heart lake, creating ripples. He never expected that a legacy crystal from the universe would fall onto Blue Star and that it would be unexpectedly fused by Li Luo. From Li Luo's change in cultivation, it was not difficult to see that the level of this legacy crystal was certainly higher than those found in ancient ruins. It allowed an ordinary martial artist to directly break through to martial saint and gain mastery over the frost law, while also enhancing the gene layers of the fuser. What kind of terrifying energy and mysterious technology does this legacy crystal contain? Moreover, it has brought no side effects. It is not an exaggeration to call Li Luo the chosen one. This opportunity is truly immense. No wonder. He Jing's eyes sparkled with unprecedented light, already convinced of Li Luo's claims. The first time he saw Li Luo after arriving at the Jiangbin City supply base, he sensed an unusual aura. It was unlike any martial artist he had encountered before. But what exactly it was, even he, a martial god, could not discern. Now, combined with Li Luo's explanation, he finally understood. It turned out to be a fusion of legacy crystals from other races in the universe. No wonder such earth-shaking changes occurred. Now everything made sense. Li Luo's opportunity did not belong to Blue Star, but came from the universe. Such a bizarre performance of breaking through to the mid-level martial saint in just a few days would have been unbelievable to He Jing if Li Luo had used a different explanation. At that time, both sides would have been left awkward. He Jing looked up at Li Luo, his gaze filled with approval and expectation. "Young friend Li Luo, this opportunity of yours is truly enviable," he exclaimed repeatedly while internally feeling a surge of excitement. Now among humanity there appeared Li Luo, who unexpectedly obtained the legacy crystal of the cosmic race. Based on the formidable talent displayed, he might even surpass these old fellows and achieve a level beyond martial god first. To eliminate ferocious beasts and reclaim the territory lost by humanity since the Great Cataclysm. The Great Xia Kingdom did not just consist of the 13 provinces it has now, it has lost half since the global disaster. If it weren't for the emergence of martial artists gradually reversing humanity's trend of retreat, they might not even be able to protect this last piece of homeland, let alone establish military defenses against the ferocious beasts. It was just good luck. Li Luo humbly smiled as he listened to He Jing's praise. Seeing that the first sequence elder He Jing had no doubts, he already believed his words. Li Luo also breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. If the first sequence elder continued to press for answers, the atmosphere would only become awkward. He would need to think of other excuses to fill in. He couldn't just tell him that he had bound a system and that these things were obtained through daily sign-ins, could he? "Young friend Li Luo, you need not worry. Your opportunity is indeed your blessing, and I will naturally help you keep this secret." He Jing's lips curled into a warm smile, a smile that seemed to instantly soothe all worries. He held high hopes for this young man Li Luo. His intuition was very keen, believing that once Li Luo grew up, he would definitely surpass all martial god-level martial artists on Blue Star. This included the 3 guardians of the Great Xia Kingdom. Perhaps the hope for humanity to defeat the ferocious beasts lies with Li Luo. As he spoke, He Jing gently waved his hand. The seemingly ordinary spatial ring appeared in his hand. Then he gently stroked it. A stalk of S-grade spirit herb exuding a rich vitality appeared in his palm. The leaves of this spirit herb were plump and lush, containing endless life and vigor. It filled the entire room with a fresh scent. This source of life spirit herb was obtained by me in my early years, containing extremely rich life force. You can give it to that little fellow Chun, his injuries will quickly heal. He Jing handed the spirit herb to Li Luo, his tone filled with concern for the younger generation. Li Luo took the spirit herb with both hands. Feeling the warm aura emanating from the S-grade spirit herb, he was filled with goodwill towards the first sequence elder. Such an S-grade resource was given away so easily. Moreover, upon learning of the secret, he carried his emotions, showed only slight excitement with no other significant changes. "Then I shall thank Elder Chun on behalf of Elder Chun." He Jing nodded, his gaze filled with expectation. "I have grown old. The future of the Great Xia Kingdom will depend on you young people." After chatting for a while, He Jing stood up to take his leave and prepare to return to the imperial capital province. Just then, He Jing seemed to remember something, his expression slightly tightening before returning to warmth, softly saying, "Young friend Li Luo, could you give me a drop of your blood?" He meant no other intentions. He simply wanted to study the data to see how great the gap between humanity and these cosmic races really was. "Of course, this is entirely voluntary. If you have any concerns, I will never force you." He Jing, fearing Li Luo would misunderstand, added this with a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt no ripple in his heart. Smiling, he nodded and said, "Elder He, you overstated. It's just a drop of blood. It poses no significant issue for me. I can fetch it for you right away." After saying this, Li Luo circulated his internal energy. With a flick of his fingertip, a drop of vibrant red blood filled with life force condensed and emerged. It fell into the specially prepared container that He Jing had ready. His vitality was exceptionally strong. This little loss of blood could be replenished in an instant. He Jing took the container, holding Li Luo's blood. The color looked no different from an ordinary person's, but he could sense the powerful ice elemental force contained within. Then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he solemnly promised Li Luo, "Young friend Li Luo, please rest assured I will keep this secret for you until you have grown up." He had no selfish intentions regarding the cosmic race legacy on Li Luo, only anticipation. However, it did not mean that other forces on Blue Star, including those martial gods, would not be tempted. In this era where the strong are respected, any opportunity or resource that could enhance strength would invite competition, let alone the enticing legacy of the cosmic race that Li Luo possesses. He Jing's gaze lingered on Li Luo for a moment, a hint of imperceptible worry flashing in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to be making a decision within. He then sighed softly. Once again, he slowly retrieved a bead from the mysterious space ring, its surface covered with fine cracks, appearing rather unremarkable. Despite its damaged appearance, it exuded an indescribable sense of ancientness and vicissitude. Little one, take this protective bead, He Jing said gently as he handed the bead to Li Luo. He Lao, this is, Li Luo said with a hint of curiosity as he hurriedly reached out to take it. His fingertips lightly brushed over the cracks, and his heart was filled with awe. Despite its tattered look, he could not discern the level of this protective bead. He could vaguely sense an incredibly terrifying energy within. This protective bead is named Yu Qiongzhu. I obtained it by chance during an exploration of an ancient relic in my early years, and it has saved me from peril multiple times since. The energy contained within is extremely terrifying, yet due to its repeated usage, cracks have appeared on the surface. Unfortunately, with the current technology of Blue Star, it is impossible to repair. However, even after multiple uses, the Yu Qiongzhu still contains enough energy to withstand a full strike from a peak martial god or a king-level ferocious beast. He Jing wore a serene smile as he calmly recounted the origins of the bead to Li Luo. He Lao, this is too precious. Li Luo carefully held the bead in his palm and looked up at He Jing. The fact that it still harbors the terrifying energy capable of withstanding a full strike from a king-level ferocious beast is equivalent to having one of the most crucial life-saving cards. He never expected that He Lao would be willing to give him the Yu Qiongzhu after their first meeting. Value lies in its application. He Jing smiled gently, his eyes shimmering with kindness. Although the Yu Qiongzhu has been used many times, the energy within remains formidable, and it may protect you in critical moments. Remember, as long as you hold it in your hand and concentrate, you can activate the energy shield within to fend off powerful enemies. He had lived for nearly 300 years, yet due to limited talent and numerous internal injuries, breaking through the peak martial god level was hopeless. Ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures were difficult to heal, and at most he had a few decades left before reaching the end of his life. The task of guarding the Great Xia Kingdom would have to be entrusted to a new generation of prodigies like Li Luo. His current responsibility was to ensure Li Luo's safety and prevent any unexpected demise before his growth. I understand, He Lao. Li Luo replied solemnly, placing the bead into the space ring. A warm current surged within him. The first sequence elder was truly generous. This Yu Qiongzhu from the ancient relic must be above SSS grade. He then stood up and bid farewell to Li Luo. He had accomplished the purpose of his visit to Jiangbin City, and staying here any longer was meaningless. It was time to return to the imperial capital province. If the Beast King in the north detected his absence, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Goodbye, young friend Li Luo, he said softly as he turned to look at Li Luo before boarding the aircraft. I bid you farewell, He Lao, Li Luo said respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence. He Jing then boarded the aircraft, and the cabin door slowly closed. With the roar of the engines, the aircraft soared into the sky, cutting through the air and gradually disappearing from the skyline of Jiangbin City. Li Luo stood in place, his gaze closely following the direction the aircraft had departed, feeling an increasing warmth in his heart. A confident smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. With the powerful cultivation speed of the Han Shuang divine vein, he was fully confident he could break through to martial god within a year. Moreover, this was without considering the resources gained from the system's sign-in, otherwise the process could be further shortened. The sequence elder left so quickly. I wonder what important matters the sequence elder discussed with Lord Li. Surely it must be significant intelligence concerning the safety of the Great Xia Kingdom. Otherwise, why would the sequence elder come personally? As the roar of the aircraft faded into the distance, the soldiers and numerous officers in the supply base looked up towards the horizon, which was gradually disappearing from view. A hint of reluctance and regret appeared on their faces. It was not easy to see one of the guardians of the Great Xia Kingdom, the sequence elder, up close, yet he left so soon. Li Luo's figure also vanished from their sight as he hurried towards the medical center in the supply base. Inside the medical center, under the soft lights, Chun Lei, the garrison commander, lay quietly in a container filled with nutrient solution. His complexion was slightly pale, but his breathing had gradually stabilized. Li Luo quietly entered, his gaze falling on Chun Lei. Then he took out the precious S-grade spirit herb live source from the space ring. He handed it to the waiting physician beside him, saying, "This is the S-grade spirit herb live source. Administer it to Elder Chun." The physician took the spirit herb, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes filled with excitement. "This is actually the S-grade live source. Elder Chen's injuries will soon be fully healed," the physician exclaimed excitedly, immediately preparing to integrate the spirit herb into the nutrient solution. As the spirit herb slowly merged into the solution, a faint glow emerged, and a fresh and powerful life force spread throughout. Chun Lei's brows seemed to relax slightly, and a peaceful smile appeared on his face. Li Luo stood by watching this scene, surprised at how effective the S-grade spirit herb was. He estimated that the serious injuries Chun Lei had suffered would soon be restored, allowing him to return to his peak condition. He would no longer need to stay in Jiangbin City. I will leave Elder Chun in your hands. Li Luo, after giving a few instructions to the physician regarding the well-recovering Chun, Lei left the medical center. He returned to the training room. He took out 3 carefully selected scrayed resources from the Elder Council's official website and the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus gifted by the first sequence Elder from his space ring. As these treasures appeared, the training room was instantly filled with a dense ice element, and the temperature dropped. Yet Li Luo felt nothing of it. A joyful smile crept onto his face as he murmured, "After absorbing these 4 resources, my cultivation will definitely advance significantly." Then Li Luo slowly extended his hands and drank down the scrayed ice clear dew contained in the jade bottle in one go. The cool liquid instantly transformed into a fine stream flowing through his meridians, bringing waves of refreshing sensation as it continuously nourished Li Luo's formidable body. Then he absorbed the remaining 3 resources, a massive scrayed ice crystal and an scrayed elixir exuding a faint blue-cold light. He also absorbed the crystal-clear scrayed spiritual herb, the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus, which was permeated with an extreme icy aura into his body one by one. Li Luo felt as if he were standing on an endless ice field surrounded by bone-chilling cold and pure ice elements. These forces surged and fused within him, enhancing his mastery over ice elements. Gradually, it elevated his cultivation level. When the last trace of resource essence was completely absorbed, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The aura of power radiating from him became richer and more magnificent. "My cultivation has progressed a bit more," Li Luo remarked with a hint of joy as he felt his growth. With the Frost God bloodline, his absorption of these resources proved unexpectedly effective. He was one step closer to the later stage of Martial Saint. Continue training and strive to break through to Martial God as soon as possible. Li Luo's mouth curved into a grin, feeling somewhat excited. Since sensing the powerful Martial God aura emanating from the first elder, his desire to break through to Martial God had only intensified. Only by becoming a Martial God could one truly be considered a powerhouse in Blue Star. A Martial Saint merely stood at the threshold of strength. Although his current strength could easily handle ordinary Martial Saints, he had no means of countering a Martial God. Thus, despite his immense potential, he was not invincible. Subsequently, Li Luo ceased his idle thoughts and began to immerse himself in the training of the mystic ice divine art. Come on. As Li Luo started to circulate and absorb, wisps of fine ice elements suddenly appeared around him, converging toward his body. Bit by bit, it elevated his cultivation. As time passed, only the sound of Li Luo's steady breathing and the cracking of ice flowers formed on the walls due to the low temperature remained in the training room. Until night fell, Li Luo remained immersed in the world of cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. However, just at that moment, a sudden burst of mid-stage Martial Saint aura erupted from a direction in the supply base. Like thunder cleaving through the night sky, it instantly captured Li Luo's attention. "What is this?" Li Luo quickly ended his training, frowning slightly before relaxing again. Chun Lei has broken through. A knowing smile spread across his face. This aura was not unfamiliar to Li Luo. It belonged to the Guardian Commander Chun Lei. It seemed that after being healed by the life source of the S-grade spiritual herb, Chun Lei not only restored his peak state, but he also achieved a breakthrough after being stuck in the early stage of Martial Saint for decades due to unexpected circumstances. Having advanced from the early to mid-stage of Martial Saint marked a qualitative leap, truly a case of fortune arising from disaster. Just in time, I can stop guarding Jiangbin City now. Li Luo's face revealed a hint of relief at that moment. Now he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the Jiangbin City defense line and could return to Jingyang City to focus on breaking through his level. With Chun Lei, a veteran early Martial Saint, breaking through to mid-stage, the ocean defense line of Jiangbin City would be more secure than before. It's much more comfortable to focus on training in Jingyang City. Li Luo closed his eyes, savoring the changes brought about by the afternoon's training. In just a few hours, his cultivation had significantly advanced a small step. The power of the ice elements within him became more solidified. If he were to encounter the High Sha from before, he might not even need to wait for it to activate its second form before defeating it in one strike. "Next time we meet, I won't treat you as a wild monster." Li Luo recalled the High Sha's provocative gaze from back, then a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The growth of his cultivation boosted Li Luo's confidence, making him regard the High Sha as Sea Overlord near the Great Xia Kingdom with increasing disdain. He cast aside all distractions. Li Luo once again immersed himself in the training of the mystic ice divine art. The sensation of clearly feeling his cultivation advancing was simply exhilarating. Until the next morning, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, sensing the growth of his cultivation. A radiant smile blossomed on his face. In just one night, his cultivation had made a significant leap forward again. The Frost God bloodline is simply too powerful. The reason for such rapid progress in his training could be entirely attributed to the cosmic race bloodline that had fused within his body. At this rate, Li Luo was fully confident he could break through to mid-stage martial saint within a month. Moreover, this was under the slowest circumstances. If he could sign in for more training resources during this period, the speed would only increase. If this were to be heard by those martial saints who had struggled for many years, they would definitely be left speechless, filled with envy. Then he focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name Li Luo level mid-stage martial saint punch power 114500 kg power output 7. 1 times. Cultivation techniques SS grade body tempering heavenly gang technique SS grade mystic ice divine art grade iron bone body tempering method martial skills grade shatter space fist perfect basic blade technique perfect SS grade frost divine classic perfect bloodline frost god bloodline items Yu Qiong pearl damaged. After consuming 4 rare resources, his control over ice elements increased significantly. Even his punch power and explosive power had slightly increased, breaking through 110,000. Additionally, after obtaining the Yu Qiong pearl given by the first elder, an extra item slot was added. Then Li Luo closed the system panel before silently thinking system sign-in. His mood became expectant as he wondered what items he would sign in for today. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining unlimited storage space. Unlimited storage space. The space is infinitely large, capable of holding any items except living beings, and is unaffected by external factors, with no time flow within the space. The host can place items held in hand into the space with a single thought. Unlimited storage space. Isn't this just a giant space ring? Li Luo's eyes brightened upon hearing the system's introduction. This sign-in yielded a rather practical item. He immediately became interested and began experimenting in the training room. As long as he held an item in his hand, he could place it into the unlimited storage space with a thought. It felt as if it had vanished into thin air. The safety was much greater than placing it in a space ring. As long as it is in hand, I can put it into the space. Li Luo pondered the system's explanation and suddenly had an idea. He tried to touch the walls of the training room, intending to directly store the training room in the unlimited storage space. Store for me. But unsurprisingly, the attempt failed. Why can't I store it? It seems there are also size requirements for items. Li Luo frowned slightly in disappointment. He had originally hoped to store all the ancient ruins on Blue Star in the unlimited storage space. It seems I was overthinking. Li Luo exhaled a breath of turbid air and stepped out of the tranquil training room. Now that Chun Lei had recovered and successfully broken through, there was no longer a need for him to remain in Zhongbin City. It's time to go back. Li Luo stopped in his tracks, quickly using his keen perception to search for Chun Lei's aura within the supply base. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had already located Chun Lei's position. Found it. Li Luo then arrived at the forefront of the defense line, his gaze piercing through the crowd to accurately lock onto the figure standing on the high platform. Surrounded by a faint aura of mid-level martial Saint Chun Lei was clearly in the process of consolidating the foundation of his new realm with his eyes closed. Elder Chun, congratulations. Li Luo's voice, filled with a hint of cheerfulness, reached Chun Lei's ears. Chun Lei turned around at the sound, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by joy. Jumping down from the high platform, he approached Li Luo with a smile, saying, Elder Li Yu, have you made progress in your cultivation? At the first glance of Li Luo, he sensed the strong aura emanating from him. It was definitely stronger than when he had supported against the Sea Fiend. Moreover, it seemed that the increase was not just a little bit. Chun Lei was quite curious about what Li Luo had been doing during the days he was recuperating in the nutrient chamber for his cultivation to have grown so rapidly. Li Luo smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, not really, just a little improvement. You're not bad either, Elder Chin. Congratulations on reaching mid-level martial saint. His cultivation had indeed improved significantly, nearing a breakthrough to the late martial saint realm. However, he chose not to tell Chun Lei this. As Chun Lei listened to Li Luo's words about a little improvement, a bitter smile appeared on his face, diluting the initial joy of breaking through to mid-level martial saint. I was still planning to have a good spar with you after your cultivation ended to see how big the gap is between me and this prodigy of yours. Now it seems this little progress of mine may not even be enough to warm you up. Although both were at mid-level martial saint, the aura radiating from Li Luo was evidently much more formidable. It seems that if he wanted to spar, he should rather seek out his good brother Li Jindong, as Li Luo was simply too monstrous. Chun Lei then proactively changed the subject, patting Li Luo's shoulder with heartfelt gratitude. Elderly, thanks to you, Zhongbin City has been safe these past few days. Although Li Luo had only temporarily stationed here for less than a week, he had organized affairs neatly and eradicated various cults lurking within the city. Elder Chun is too kind. It was just a small effort. Li Luo smiled at Chun Lei's compliment, his lips curling upwards. Now that you've recovered, it's time for me to return to Jingyang City. As he bid farewell to Chun Lei's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he soon relaxed. Li Luo was only temporarily stationed in Jiangbin City during his recuperation. Now that Chun Lei had recovered and successfully broken through, there was no problem with Li Luo's departure. Moreover, having gained experience from before, he had become more cautious of the ferocious beasts in the ocean. Then I'll take my leave, First Elder Chun. Li Luo nodded, gently casting a reassuring smile at Chun Lei. Then he moved, slightly leaping up like a gentle breeze and transforming into a streak of flowing light that vanished before Chun Lei's eyes. However, Li Luo did not rush back to Jingyang City. Instead, he first arrived at the forging area within the supply base. His battle armor and long sword were still under repair here. I wonder if they've been repaired yet, Li Luo thought as he walked into the forging area. Just as he entered, he bumped into the person in charge, Feng Wu, with two craftsmen behind him, each holding a set of battle armor and a brand new long sword. Sir, your timing is impeccable, Feng Wu exclaimed. We just finished reforging your battle armor and weapons. Take a look. Feng Wu gestured to the two craftsmen behind him, handing over the battle armor and long sword that Li Luo had given him last time. Not bad. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to Jingyang City to find me. Li Luo reached out to take them and touched the newly forged battle armor with satisfaction. The difference from before, which was covered in cracks, was like heaven and earth. These craftsmen's forging skills were indeed formidable. Thank you, sir, Feng Wu said with a flattering smile as he listened to Li Luo's promise. This was a promise from a martial saint-level guardian whose value far exceeded the costs of repairing the armor and sword. He could be said to have picked up a tremendous bargain this time. After placing the battle armor and long sword into his infinite storage space, Li Luo stood up and leaped out of the supply base. He sped towards the distant direction of Jingyang City. Soon after, a bustling city appeared before Li Luo, and he quickly arrived above a luxurious villa within the city. Home at last, a smile of joy crept across his lips as he steadily descended from the air into the villa. This is the Sir back? Butler Lu, sensing the familiar aura that suddenly appeared around him, was taken aback and found it hard to believe. Li Luo's aura seemed even more powerful than when he had just broken through to mid-level martial saint. He quickly summoned the remaining 10 servants in the villa to welcome Li Luo in the courtyard. Looking at that familiar figure, Butler Liu's voice trembled with excitement as he said, "Sir, you've returned." The other servants bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with admiration. Li Luo nodded slightly. Then he gently raised his palm, and a pure ice blue light began to gather softly in his palm. This was the ice elemental power contained within him, now being gently guided out, transforming into streams of cool air. They gently enveloped Butler Lu, eventually seeping slowly into his body. "Sir, you." Butler Lu looked at this sudden scene in a bit of a panic, but Li Luo cast a calm. Feeling that Li Luo was not trying to harm him, he did not resist at all. Soon Butler Lu felt a refreshing energy surging in from outside, instantly spreading throughout his body. The internal injuries he had suffered during battles with ferocious beasts on the battlefield miraculously began to ease and then heal at this moment. What is this? Butler Lu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation within him. He could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. He never expected that the internal injuries that had not been completely cured, even with the expenditure of significant resources, would be casually healed by this martial saint-level warrior Li Luo. "Sir, thank you." Butler Lu said, his hands trembling with excitement and tears streaming down his face. He continually expressed his gratitude to Li Luo and pledged his loyalty. He would go through fire and water for him without hesitation. Li Luo observed the situation. He merely waved his hand indifferently, a warm smile gracing his lips as he softly instructed, "All right, Steward Lu, please prepare breakfast." This strand of ice element could achieve such a significant effect thanks to the Frost Divine Vein. Although with his formidable physique as a martial saint, he could easily go weeks without food, Li Luo still could not forget the habits he had before his reincarnation. He could only gradually change that habit in the future. Upon hearing this, Steward Liu's face instantly blossomed with joy. "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." His words brimmed with gratitude and excitement. Lu Chao had never expected that in his lifetime. He would have the hope of breaking through to a stronger level of martial artist thanks to Li Luo. Moreover, the frosty energy merging into his body had healed the hidden injuries within him. It was continuously nourishing his body. Given some more time, he could break through to the peak of martial spirit or even possibly become a martial sect master. "You all may go about your business now." Li Luo spoke with authority to the remaining servants who wore envious expressions. Earlier, he had acted on a whim, wondering if he could use the ice element to heal Liu Chaos' hidden injuries. To his surprise, it had truly worked. Moreover, it seemed to have improved Liu Chaos' martial artist meridians as well. He had also discovered an additional effect of the Frost Divine Vein. Yes, sir. The other servants listened to Li Luo's instructions, quickly bowing respectfully, before withdrawing, pondering in their hearts. In the future, they needed to find ways to perform well before this martial saint, so as to catch the attention of the great figure. Who knows, perhaps the opportunity that Steward Liu had just received would also fall upon them. Home feels so comfortable. Li Luo entered the spacious living room and stretched directly, lying down on the soft beast-skin sofa. He turned on the television news, which happened to be broadcasting footage of the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City being suddenly attacked by beast tides, followed by his own efforts to fend off the sea demon. It was just a replay. For days ago, the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City, Jiangning Province, suddenly encountered a massive assault from ferocious beasts, with 4 high-level Lord-class beasts joining forces, putting the defense line in grave danger. Fortunately, the martial saints Li Luo, Zhang Yunfeng, and Li Zhendong provided timely support. They assisted Commander Chun Lei in fending off the ferocious beast's fierce onslaught, averting this crisis. Soon a hearty breakfast was set before Li Luo on the dining table, visually appealing and aromatic. It consisted entirely of expensive beast meat dishes and juices pressed from great spirit fruits, evidently the result of Steward Liu's meticulous preparation. Sir, do let me know if you need anything else. Steward Liu forced himself to suppress his inner excitement as Li Luo nodded faintly and then began to enjoy the lavish breakfast. At his current cultivation level, the enhancement these beast-level meats and low-tier spirit fruits provided to his body was minimal, but they were simply delicious. After breakfast, Li Luo used the communication feature of the Spirit Swift Ring to inform the branch president Wang Ming that he had returned to Jingyang City. If there were any important matters, they could come find him. Upon learning that Li Luo had returned, Wang Ming immediately reported, "My lord, you truly are wise and mighty, possessing foresight." He began by lavishing praise on Li Luo. "Shortly after you left Jiangbin City to provide support, the Inspector Han acted upon your orders to strengthen the city's defenses. They successfully captured a group of Beast God sect cultists who attempted to stir trouble while you were away. Thanks to your prior preparations, my lord, all the leaders of the Beast God sect have now been apprehended. The remaining cultists are terrified and dare not make any further moves." Upon hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As expected, he had anticipated this. There were indeed Beast God sect cultists lurking within Jingyang City. However, they had previously concealed themselves too well, escaping exposure. If it weren't for his eagerness to break through to the later stage of Martial Saint, he would have to root out these filthy rats hiding in the dark corners. Very good, Han Tianxiong has done well. Li Luo's eyes glimmered with approval as he chatted briefly with Wang Ming before ending the communication. He then headed toward the training room in the villa. He was prepared to continue his cultivation and methodically break through to the later stage of Martial Saint. At the door of the training room, Li Luo instructed Steward Liu, who was nearby. "Steward Liu, unless there is something important, do not disturb me." Steward Liu quickly replied upon hearing this. "Understood, sir." Knowing that Li Luo was preparing to continue his seclusion for cultivation, Li Luo nodded and entered the training room. As the door to the training room slowly closed, he soon became immersed in the world of cultivation. Surrounded by a faint ice blue glow, the unique energy fluctuations of the mystical ice divine art enveloped him. The temperature of the entire villa also dropped a bit as Li Luo entered his cultivation state. A whole day slipped by unnoticed. Until midday the next day, buzz, buzz, buzz. Li Luo, who was in the midst of cultivation, was suddenly interrupted by the vibrations coming from the Spirit Swift Ring on his wrist. Moi. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across his gaze. He initially thought it was the ocean defense line in Jiangbin City, which had been attacked by ferocious beasts again shortly after he left. But he quickly realized he had misunderstood. "Master, the king-level war machine prepared specifically for you by the Elder Council has arrived in Jingyang City. Please take possession of it." The voice of the artificial intelligence Dream Weaver echoed from the Spirit Swift Ring. It also displayed the specific location of the war machine, which had already entered Jingyang City and was flying toward his villa. A king-level war machine. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This is the vehicle specially equipped for each commander by the Elder Council. Not only is it as fast as lightning, but it also possesses formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. The adorable figure of the little white fox representing Dream Weaver projected itself from the Spirit Swift Ring. With a cute expression, it explained to Li Luo. After listening to Dream Weaver's explanation, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with interest. A king-level war machine. So it turns out that after assuming the position of commander, the war machine is provided for free. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen to exchange for one using contribution points on the Elder Council's official website back then. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. He just wondered how the quality compared to the war machine that Elder Qinhong was using. They're all king-level war machines, the difference shouldn't be too great. Li Luo mused. Then he stood up and walked out of the training room. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped outside, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the sky. And they were getting closer. It's here so quickly. Li Luo looked up at the sound, only to see a war machine interwoven with silver and ice blue slicing through the sky. It was heading toward his villa. Then the silver and ice blue aircraft descended gracefully into the backyard of the villa, stirring up ripples of fine dust. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This aircraft looked quite impressive. He quickly walked forward, secretly pondering, who will be delivering the King-class aircraft this time? It shouldn't be Qinhong, right? He thought as he continued walking. Soon the wide cabin door of the aircraft slowly opened, but there was no expected welcoming voice or figure. A faint chill of metal and high technology greeted him, yet it lacked any trace of life. Strange, is there no one? Or could it be a master? Li Luo frowned, revealing a look of confusion. Could it be that a master has come again, possessing special means to shield their presence? He thought to himself, ready to... With that thought, Li Luo stepped inside the spacious tech-filled interior of the aircraft. The cabin layout was intricate and exuded a strong sense of advanced technology. Every detail showcased its extraordinary nature. But more striking was the sudden illumination of a massive holographic screen on the central control panel. The familiar and adorable white fox figure of the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver reappeared, smiling brightly at Li Luo. Master, welcome aboard your King-class aircraft. This flight will be entirely autopilot by me, traveling from the imperial capital province to Jingyang City, covering thousands of kilometers safely and efficiently. Dreamweaver's playful voice came through the speakers, laced with a hint of pride and accomplishment as it showcased its achievements to Li Luo. Hearing this, Li Luo suddenly realized a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. So that's it. No wonder there seemed to be a powerful presence I couldn't even sense. He marveled internally at how advanced the technology on Blue Star truly was. Especially the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver, which had developed to a remarkably sophisticated level. Afterwards, Li Luo's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he began to carefully observe the interior of the aircraft. It was also his first time entering the aircraft's interior. Dreamweaver transformed into a patient guide step by step, leading him to understand the various functions and operating interfaces of the aircraft through the holographic screen. Master, look here, this is the manual driving mode of the aircraft. Though complex, once you master it, you will experience the thrill of piloting it yourself. Dreamweaver's voice was soft and alluring. With a gentle tap, the screen displayed a complex driving interface and operational procedures. This isn't too complicated after all. Li Luo's mind was exceptionally agile, quickly capturing the key information in Dreamweaver's words. Before long, he had grasped the basics of manual driving, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Quite simple. However, with Dreamweaver's assistance, he hardly needed to pilot the aircraft manually. In most cases, he could simply leave it to Dreamweaver to handle the autopilot. Then Dreamweaver's holographic projection appeared beside Li Luo, its lively eyes twinkling with bright light. Master, since this aircraft belongs exclusively to you, why not give it a special name? That way every flight will feel more personal. That's true. Li Luo replied, his gaze slightly focused as he fell into deep thought. After a moment, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Let's call it the Cold Star. Cold Star? What a wonderful name. Dreamweaver's holographic image danced joyfully. Master, you are truly talented. It couldn't help but praise Li Luo. I think so too, Li Luo said, a slight smirk forming on his face, speaking lightly. Truly, it was the most advanced artificial intelligence of the Xia Kingdom, remarkably personable. Later, Li Luo stepped out of the aircraft, satisfaction radiating from him as the sunlight fell on his face, making him appear particularly spirited. Butler Lu and a number of servants had already been drawn to the sudden commotion. They looked in astonishment at the King-class aircraft that had appeared in the villa, their eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. Sir, is this the legendary King-class aircraft? Butler Lu couldn't help but ask, his tone filled. He had previously served in the military and had been fortunate enough to see a King-class aircraft from a distance, which was why he recognized it. A King-class aircraft is not something an ordinary person can possess. Firstly, its manufacturing cost is extremely high. Moreover, even if one has the money, they cannot buy it without the right credentials. Indeed. Li Luo nodded with a smile. After a brief introduction, he instructed Butler Lu to prepare lunch, and only then did everyone reluctantly withdraw their gazes and get busy. Time to rest. Li Luo also settled onto the sofa in the living room, preparing to take a short break before continuing his cultivation after lunch, balancing work and rest. Then he realized he hadn't signed in yet today. Sitting up on the sofa, he silently system sign in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the sign-in critical item quantity increase. Congratulations host, you have received an SS grade Snow Spirit Crystal. Congratulations host, you have received an SS grade Snow Spirit Crystal. Snow Spirit Crystal absorbing, it can enhance level cultivation and ice element affinity with no side effects. Another critical hit. Li Luo exclaimed upon hearing the system's voice, standing up from the sofa with a look of sheer joy. After so many sign-ins, he finally received another critical hit. The items from this sign-in critical hit were quite uniform, all resources capable of enhancing cultivation. Unlike last time where the items were very mixed, it seemed that the critical hits were filled with randomness. Moreover, due to the system's infinite storage space, these 3 Snow Spirit Crystals did not appear directly beside Li Luo. Instead, they were automatically placed into the infinite storage space. 3 Snow White energy crystals of varying sizes, each containing different amounts of energy, lay quietly within. Finally hit the jackpot again, haha. Li Luo exclaimed excitedly. It was truly a case of needing something and having it arrive. With these 3 energy-rich Snow Spirit Crystals, he would need less than a month to break through to the late Martial Saint stage. One day would suffice. Li Luo temporarily suppressed his excitement and chose not to directly take out the 3 Snow Spirit Crystals from his infinite storage space. First, let's eat. Afterward, he quickly finished a sumptuous lunch. With a sense of urgency in his steps, he returned to the training room. As he concentrated his mind, 3 Snow Spirit Crystals of different sizes radiating a faint cold light appeared in Li Luo's hand. Each one contained a heart-stirring pure ice elemental energy perfect for frost warriors to absorb. Heaven truly assists me. Li Luo gazed at the 3 energy ice crystals, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes as he gently caressed the icy surface of the Snow Spirit Crystals. Feeling the rich energy within them, he couldn't help but be entranced. Let's begin. Let these 3 Snow Spirit Crystals aid me in breaking through to the late stage of Martial Saint. Li Luo whispered, then sat cross-legged. He gently lifted the 3 Snow White energy crystals with his hands. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, focusing intently, and began to guide the pure energy they released to flow slowly into his body. In an instant, the training room seemed to be enveloped in an invisible chill. It was the pure ice elemental power contained within the Snow Spirit Crystals that was surging. Under the full operation of the Frost Divine Veins, Li Luo's body seemed to transform into a black hole in the depths of the universe, continuously absorbing and converting this power. This energy, Li Luo murmured, feeling his body filled with ice elements. The barrier between the mid and late stages of Martial Saint was beginning to crumble under the impact of this dense energy. His cultivation level rapidly rose during this process. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the training room, only the steady sound of Li Luo's breathing and the subtle sound of the Snow Spirit Crystals continuously releasing energy remained. As night fell, stars dotted the sky outside the window. In the training room, Li Luo, who was fully focused on breaking through his cultivation, was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. Finally, at a certain moment, a more powerful aura of latest-stage Martial Saint suddenly erupted. Yet in an instant, Li Luo firmly locked it down, with astonishing willpower preventing it from leaking out even a trace. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, filled with majesty and an oppressive aura. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Latest-stage Martial Saint, I've done it. Li Luo excitedly stood up, feeling the surging power within him. In less than a week, he had broken through from mid-stage to latest-stage Martial Saint. Who could match such speed? In the entire history of Blue Star, perhaps he was the only one. Then with a thought, he opened the system panel. Name Li Luo. Level latest-stage Martial Saint. Fist power 156,000 kg. Output 8. 2 times. Martial Arts SS grade Body Forging Celestial Technique SS grade Mystical Ice Divine Art grade Iron Bone Body Refinement Technique. Martial Skills grade Shattering Sky Fist Perfection Basic Knife Technique Perfection SS grade Frost Divine Cannon Perfection. Bloodline Frost Divine Veins. Items Imperial Sphere damaged. With the breakthrough to latest stage Martial Saint, his fist power successfully surpassed 1,500,000 kilograms, reaching a strength of 1,560,000 kilograms. His explosive power also increased slightly. In a full explosive state, the power of a single punch had reached a terrifying 12 million kilograms. If combined with some powerful martial skills, the destructive power would only become more terrifying. Subsequently, Li Luo gradually calmed down from the ecstatic breakthrough. He did not plan to make his breakthrough to latest stage Martial Saint public for the time being, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although the major nations on Blue Star were very united, collectively resisting the ferocious beasts. But if the news of his rapid advancement from Martial Master to Martial Saint, and from early stage to latest stage within a month, were to reach the ears of those Martial Saints or Martial Gods whose cultivation had stagnated, they would definitely covet him. Not all martial god powerhouses were as selfless as Elder He Jingshu, who only cared for humanity's victory over the ferocious beasts. Moreover, there was a more dangerous threat from the ferocious beasts. Those beast kings would surely think of every possible means to stop his rise, and might even go to great lengths to crush him in the cradle. Some outstanding geniuses among the major nations had already become assassination targets of the ferocious beasts pawns the beast god cult. Advancing too quickly is also a kind of trouble. Li Luo exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring to himself while consolidating his cultivation. He was not afraid of martial saints. With Li Luo's current cultivation, even the old peak martial saints were not in his eyes, but the danger lay with the martial gods and beast kings. Thinking of this, Li Luo suddenly recalled that Elder He Jingshu had asked for a vial of his blood before he left. By now they should have already detected the differences in his blood, which would also prove that he had not lied. Li Luo secretly pondered. He could take this opportunity to propose to Elder He Jingshu that he wanted to break through in the extreme cold region of Blue Star North Cold Continent. The entire North Cold Continent was covered in ice and snow, and due to the environmental reasons, the types and numbers of ferocious beasts living in this continent were relatively few. It was very suitable for his frost divine veins. In extremely cold environments, both his strength and cultivation speed would receive significant boosts, progressing faster than if he stayed in the Great Xia Kingdom. Once he breaks through to the martial god realm in North Cold Continent, he would become a true top powerhouse in Blue Star. At that time, he could return to Great Xia Kingdom with a strong presence and see who would still dare to act against him. In the extreme cold environment of North Cold Continent, Li Luo was confident he could break through from latest-stage martial saint to martial god within half a year. If he could sign in for some top-level cultivation resources during that time, the required time could be further shortened. Li Luo retracted his aura and walked out of the training room. He went to the sofa in the living room to rest while instructing butler Lu to prepare dinner. Li Luo continued to ponder in his mind about going to North Cold Continent to break through to martial god. Coincidentally, the Elder Conference had also sent him his exclusive battle machine as the protector. Now he had a means of transportation to North Cold Continent, which could reduce the probability of encountering ferocious beasts along the way. Moreover, the distance from Jiangning Province in the Great Xia Kingdom to North Cold Continent was very far, and he would have to cross the eastern region of the Sand Bear Kingdom, which had almost fallen. If he wanted to reach there without using the battle machine, it would probably take at least a week. It's not that martial, but during that time he could easily suffer various attacks from ferocious beasts. Traveling while dealing with the beasts would of course slow him down. The route also had to be carefully planned, otherwise it would be dangerous to stumble into the territory of Beast King level ferocious beasts. However, the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver could just solve this problem. I just wonder if the 3 elder sequences will agree. Li Luo pondered to himself. Now, as the officially appointed protector of Jiangning Province by the Great Xia Kingdom, it seemed somewhat unreasonable for him to go to North Cold Continent for half a year. But who cares? I'm definitely going to North Cold Continent. No one can stop me, Li Luo resolutely declared. The next morning, Li Luo woke early, his heart already set on a decision. He must go to Beihan Continent, and no one could stop him from breaking through to the martial god. I wonder if Elder He will agree. Li Luo pondered anxiously in his heart. If he disagreed, he would have to resort to his second plan and sneak off to Beihan Continent. After breaking through to martial god, he would return and shock everyone. However, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. I hope everything goes smoothly. Li Luo shook his head, trying not to overthink. He then gently pressed the spirit quick ring on his wrist, entering the Elder Council's official website and locating the contact icon for the first sequence elder. A soft light flashed. He connected with He Jing, the first sequence elder stationed far away in the Imperial Capital Province. In the central city of the Imperial Capital Province, a solemn aura filled the headquarters of the Elder Council. He Jing, one of the 3 guardian deities of the Great Xia Kingdom, was meditating with his eyes closed, sensing the unusual movements of beasts around the city. Suddenly, the spirit quick ring on his wrist vibrated, gently interrupting his thoughts. He Jing slowly opened his ancient pond-like eyes, an indescribable aura bursting forth from them. He turned to gaze at the still vibrating spirit quick ring, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What does this little fellow suddenly want from me? He Jing mused, inwardly pondering the purpose of Li Luo's contact. He then lightly tapped, and a holographic light curtain instantly projected from the spirit quick ring. Li Luo's figure appeared. He Jing spoke in a gentle tone, taking the initiative to ask, "Young friend Li Luo, what brings you to me?" He appeared like a kind old grandfather, showing no signs of being a powerful martial god. Upon seeing the sequence elder connect, Li Luo sincerely said, "Elder He, I have a request. I wish to temporarily leave the Great Xia Kingdom to go to Beihan Continent for cultivation and breakthrough, which should take about half a year." As he said this, Li Luo felt a bit anxious, pausing before continuing, "Will you?" Agree. Generally, martial saints who took on the role of guardian envoy stayed within the province to guard against beast incursions. Now he not only wanted to leave the Great Xia Kingdom for Beihan Continent, but also for a duration of 6 months. It was akin to receiving the salary of a martial saint while enjoying the treatment of an external martial saint. Moreover, he had just received the royal-class war machine provided for the Elder Council's guardian envoy, which made Li Luo feel a bit embarrassed. After understanding Li Luo's intentions, a glimmer of insight flashed in He Jing's deep eyes. He then smiled gently. It seemed he could see through the tension on Li Luo's face. After pondering for a moment, he agreed, saying, "No problem, just go ahead and feel at ease." He even complimented, smiling. "Indeed, you are exceptionally gifted. I didn't expect you to break through to the late martial saint stage so quickly, and becoming the 4th sequence elder of the Great Xia Kingdom is just around the corner." Currently, only he and 2 other sequence elders in the Great Xia Kingdom knew about Li Luo's fusion with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal. He had already analyzed the general data of Li Luo's blood, which far surpassed ordinary humans on the genetic level. In an instant, he understood why Li Luo could break through realms as easily as drinking water. The bloodline of this ancient cosmic race was simply terrifyingly powerful. The inheritance crystals found in ancient ruins were utterly crushed in comparison. The two were fundamentally not on the same level of items. Research even suggested that Li Luo's strength and cultivation speed would receive some enhancement in extremely cold environments. How much the enhancement would be only Li Luo himself knew. This was likely the reason he wanted to go to Beihan Continent for his breakthrough. He Jing believed that if Li Luo went to cultivate in Beihan Continent, he would undoubtedly give them a pleasant surprise 6 months later. It would be even better if he could successfully break through to Martial God. The Great Xia Kingdom would gain a Martial God-level warrior, which could alleviate a lot of pressure for the 3 old Martial Gods. The 3 sequence elders were stationed in 3 directions of the Great Xia Kingdom, keeping watch over the beasts to prevent the Beast King from invading. Among them, the 2nd sequence elder Xian Yuan, who had the highest rank and strongest talent, was responsible for the Eastern Ocean, facing the greatest pressure from the ocean beasts. "Elder He, did you agree?" Li Luo's voice could not hide his surprise, as he had thought there would be some complications. After all, this request was indeed a bit excessive. He Jing's laughter came through the holographic light curtain, warm and kind, saying, "Why wouldn't I agree? If I'm not mistaken, the cosmic race inheritance in your body should have an enhancement in extremely cold environments, right?" To be honest, that's indeed the case. Li Luo did not deny it, scratching his head and smiling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to travel to the distant Beihan Continent for cultivation. "Do you need me to send a top-notch escort team to protect your safety during your breakthrough?" He Jing's expression turned serious. This was to prevent Li Luo from being attacked or disturbed by beasts during his breakthrough in Beihan Continent. Although there weren't many types of beasts in Beihan Continent, they certainly existed. Moreover, their strength was generally stronger than those residing in normal environments. If he encountered an attack during cultivation and breakthrough, it would be absolutely unpleasant. "No need, Elder He, I can manage on my own." Li Luo quickly waved his hand in response, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. Currently, Elder He still did not know that he had already broken through to the late Martial Saint stage. His current strength could be said to be invincible below the Beast King. High-level Lord-class beasts were no longer his opponents. As long as he did not encounter a Beast King-level beast in Beihan Continent, his safety would fundamentally not be a problem. Moreover, if he encountered a beast that he couldn't handle, one could only imagine how useless the escort team's strength would be. Suffering heavy losses would be an understatement. They might even be completely wiped out. Perhaps at that time he would have to step in to protect the escort team's safety, which was entirely unnecessary. All right then. He Jing did not press further upon hearing Li Luo's refusal, but reminded him, "Be careful in Beihan Continent. If you encounter danger, no one will be able to save you. Avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Come back quickly after your breakthrough." Elder He's voice carried. Beihan Continent had a harsh environment with temperatures always hovering below 0, and the entire continent was occupied by beasts. It was covered in snow all year round, making it difficult to find hidden cultivation resources beneath the snow without special means. Moreover, most of the time it was only suitable for ice or water attribute warriors to absorb, making exploration a losing venture. Very few human warriors chose to set foot on this continent. He did not want to see Li Luo, a rising genius, accidentally perish in Beihan Continent. Just the cosmic opportunity that Li Luo had unexpectedly obtained was enough to be considered a once-in-1,000-years occurrence. If he perished, it would be a significant loss for humanity. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a confident arc as he assured, "I understand, Elder He. You can rest easy." With his cultivation at the late stage of Martial Saint, he could traverse Beihan Continent without fear of encountering any king-level ferocious beasts. He also possessed the life-saving trump card, the Yuqiong Pearl, given by Elder He. Coupled with his own formidable strength, he was confident he could retreat unscathed from the Beast King. After patiently listening to Elder He's instructions, Li Luo ended the communication, a look of ease appearing on his face. He hadn't expected that his upcoming 6-month training trip to Beihan Continent would go so smoothly. Elder He agreed almost without hesitation upon hearing this. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that the other two elders were ones he was completely unfamiliar with. He also learned about the matter of his integration with the cosmic race's inheritance crystal. They were very supportive of him and held a protective attitude. It seemed that the 3 martial gods of Daxia Nation were completely trustworthy, showing no interest in the secrets he held. However, that might not be the case with martial gods from other nations. Li Luo mused, contemplating that it would be safer to become a martial god sooner rather than later. By then, even if his secrets were exposed, he would possess ample strength to handle it. If they were to be ungrateful, Li Luo wouldn't mind reducing the number of martial gods in Blue Star. Then he focused his thoughts. He retrieved a golden supreme card made of a special material from his infinite storage space and also took off the spatial ring from his hand. Li Luo casually glanced at the golden supreme card in his hand. This card was meticulously crafted from special materials with intricate patterns engraved on it, seemingly containing boundless power and a symbol of status. Within Daxiao, only those of extremely high status could possess one. Inside the card lay 2 billion in operational funds provided by the Elder Council. The sheer amount was enough to entice many martial artists. However, Li Luo merely glanced at it, feeling no significant stir within. The spatial ring, on the other hand, was a complimentary gift from Qin Hong when he came to deliver SS-level resources, the Holy Light Essence. He then softly called out to Butler Lu. His voice wasn't loud, but carried an internal force, allowing Butler Lu to hear him even in the spacious villa. "Is that your voice, sir?" Upon hearing Butler Lu hurriedly came to Li Luo's side from the villa, standing respectfully with a hint of curiosity, asking, "Sir, what do you need?" "Breakfast will be ready soon, please wait a moment." But Li Luo waved his hand, saying, "It's not breakfast, I need you to take care of something else." With that, he handed the golden supreme card and the spatial ring to Butler Lu, and then explained, "In the next 6 months, I have an important task to complete. This golden supreme card contains 2 billion. He instructed Butler Lu to use the golden supreme card to purchase some living supplies and healing pills to bring back to him. He was set to leave today. "All right, sir, I'll take care of it right away." Butler Lu committed Li Luo's instructions to memory as he accepted the heavy supreme gold card and spatial ring. He turned to head towards the city to make the purchases. "Wait a moment." Li Luo looked at Butler Lu's figure and suddenly thought of something, calling out to stop him. "Butler Lu, you must be close to a breakthrough, right?" Upon hearing this, Butler Lu was taken aback, surprised that Li Luo could notice this. Then a grateful expression appeared on his face as he replied, "Yes, this is all thanks to you, sir, for healing the internal injuries in my body and leaving behind a force to strengthen my meridians." Li Luo nodded, and then smiled faintly, saying, "In that case, you should also purchase some resources needed for your breakthrough. I hope that when I return, I will see a brand new martial zone strongman standing before me." The martial artist's meridians within Lu Chao had already improved significantly under the purifying ice element power. His stagnated cultivation had also been unblocked after healing his internal injuries, allowing him to break through to a martial zone level within a year without needing to consume resources. He could even fully utilize and absorb this power and might later evolve from an ordinary martial artist into a frost martial artist who mastered the ice element. Li Luo was very much looking forward to what level of martial artist Lu Chao would become under the opportunity he provided. Butler Liu's eyes reddened upon hearing this, his voice slightly choked as he said, "Sir, thank you." He did not refuse Li Luo's kindness. Having lived most of his life, Lu had finally encountered a benefactor, and at this moment, he wished nothing more than to pledge his loyalty to Li Luo. He also wisely refrained from asking too much about Li Luo's plans, knowing that it was not a question for a mere butler. Then, to avoid delaying Li Luo's time, Lu respectfully turned to leave, heading away from the villa to purchase the items Li Luo had just instructed him to get, as well as his own cultivation resources. During this time, Li Luo boarded a warplane to check the distance between Jiangning City and Beihan Continent. The nearest straight-line distance would first require flying over the northern region of Daxia, which had already fallen into the hands of enemies, and then crossing through the eastern territories of Shaxiong Nation, which had also been conquered. After crossing a stretch of ocean, he would reach the harsh environment of Beihan Continent, one of the 2 extreme cold regions of Blue Star. In comparison, Nanhanzu was even further away, with more beast territories to traverse along the way. Additionally, he would have to pass through the ocean filled with marine ferocious beasts and traverse the wasteland continent that had become a paradise for ferocious beasts. No humans survived there anymore, it was all ferocious beasts. Only martial artists who were confident in their strength would choose to venture there for training. For safety, Sake, it's better to go to Bayon Continent. I certainly don't want to encounter the Beast King in that wretched place. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and before he knew it, it was nearly noon. The sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a glow on Liu Chaos' fatigued, yet accomplished face. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and before he knew it, it was nearly noon. The sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a glow on Liu Chaos' fatigued, yet accomplished face. He returned to the villa wearing the spatial ring filled with various supplies and pills on his fingers, along with the Golden Supreme card radiating a noble glow. Sir, everything you requested has been prepared. Lu Chao stood before Li Luo, respectfully handing over the spatial ring and the Supreme card. Li Luo took the two items. He gently scanned the neatly arranged supplies and pills within the spatial ring, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to stock up on more healing pills and similar items. As for how much money was spent on purchasing these resources, Li Luo didn't even bother to ask. For a warrior of his caliber, the long string of 11-digit numbers on the Supreme Gold card was merely a sequence of data. Li Luo was now completely uninterested in money. Otherwise, he could have gone to the wilderness area or those human cities that had long been overrun, slaughtering at will. With the terrifying combat power of a martial saint, the value of the beast corpses he obtained easily amounted to hundreds of billions. Li Luo rested in the villa for a moment. After finishing his last sumptuous lunch, he went to the backyard and boarded his warplane, the Cold Star. Housekeeper Liu, I will leave the villa in your capable hands for the time being. Li Luo instructed with a serious expression as he stood before the hatch. When he returned, he would either be a martial god or at the peak of martial saint. Housekeeper Liu straightened his back, his eyes shining with unprecedented loyalty, as he replied, Sir, you can rest assured. I will manage everything in the villa, meticulously waiting for your triumphant return. With a gentle nod, Li Luo turned and stepped into the warplane that had been prepared. The hatch slowly closed, shutting out all external noise. Xiao Ming set the target to North Cold Continent and depart immediately. Li Luo's steady voice echoed within the aircraft. He lightly touched the screen, transferring control of the Cold Star to the artificial intelligence Meng Ji. Entering autopilot mode, Meng Ji responded, At your command, Master. Please allow me to display and confirm the best flight route. Meng Ji's holographic image instantly appeared inside the aircraft, her voice clear and pleasant with a hint of playfulness. On the large screen, several routes leading to North Cold Continent unfolded like stars, each marked with detailed danger assessments and estimated travel times for Li Luo to choose from. Since the warplane would fly directly to North Cold Continent, it would not be obstructed by numerous land beasts and could ignore terrain, so there were many routes to choose from. Li Luo pondered for a moment as he looked at the routes on the screen. Ultimately, he decided to leave the choice to help me automatically select the most suitable one. Arrival time doesn't matter, just minimize any troubles along the way. He stated his requirements for the route. After all, he would have to fly over the territory of the beast, and Li Luo certainly didn't want to attract the attention of a beast king by rushing to reach North Cold Continent. Understood, Master. I have selected the most suitable route for you. If everything is correct, we can set off now. After understanding Li Luo's request, Meng Ji responded. With powerful computing power instantly at work, she quickly found the most suitable route. After flying out of the human territory of Xia, they avoided the Beast King in the northern border region. They would then circle into the northwestern direction into the grassland country that had been overrun by beasts and vanished from history during the global anomalies. After that, they would enter the southern region of the Sandbear country, crossing the northern region and a sea to reach North Cold Continent. Yes, I will choose this route. Let's go. Li Luo nodded after inspecting the route, confirming it indeed met his. Upon receiving Li Luo's confirmation, Meng Ji cheerfully replied, All right, Master, preparing for departure. The Cold Star, parked in the villa's backyard, swiftly took off with a majestic roar. Amidst the roar of the aircraft starting up, Li Luo smiled faintly, looking through the porthole at housekeeper Liu and the group of servants on the ground. They were lined up neatly, waving goodbye to him with the most respectful gestures, especially Lu Zhao, whose eyes were filled with reluctance and admiration. The warplane sliced through the sky at an astonishing speed. In no time, it had crossed the border of Jiangning province, rushing towards the distant North Cold Continent. During this time, Li Luo also informed the branch president Wang Ming that he had a mission and would temporarily leave Jingyang City, entrusting all affairs to him. After all, he usually didn't meddle much, and there had been no chaos, so leaving it to Wang Ming was completely fine. One had to admit he felt quite at ease as the guardian. With nothing much to do afterward, Li Luo stood by the porthole of the warplane, gazing at the fleeting scenery below silently, saying to himself, System check-in. He began his daily check-in in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained rank martial skill Phantom Step, fully comprehended. Phantom Step. By utilizing the warrior's internal energy, one can instantly leave a phantom at the original spot and move at high speed in any direction. As the system's prompt sounded, a memory instantly surged in Li Luo's mind. After fully digesting it, his comprehension of the Shrank martial skill Phantom Step had reached perfection. I actually checked in and got a dodging movement martial skill. Feeling the sudden influx of memory in his mind, Li Luo mused. It filled a gap in his abilities and added some safety to this journey to North Cold Continent. If he had possessed this martial skill during his battle with Hai Sha, he would have had a great chance of dodging the flames it shot out. Let me test how effective it is. Li Luo left the porthole and eagerly began to experiment with the effect of Phantom Step inside the spacious warplane. I flashed. With a sudden burst of internal energy, Li Luo's form instantly transformed into a faint phantom. Like a specter, he swiftly flickered and darted through the warplane, leaving behind a series of afterimages that were hard to pinpoint. Such incredible speed. After testing, Li Luo stood inside the warplane, his face showing a hint of delighted surprise. Each flicker covered a distance of hundreds of meters and was incredibly fast, resembling teleportation. Only higher-ranked warriors could barely perceive it was not teleportation, but rather extreme speed. However, due to the constraints of the warplane's interior, Li Luo couldn't test Phantom Step's maximum distance. He could only contain his excitement and wait to test it again upon reaching North Cold Continent, but it wasn't a problem to wait a little longer. Just then, the warplane suddenly echoed with Meng Ji's alert voice. Master, please be advised, approximately 30 flying beasts of moderate beast general and moderate lord level have been detected not far ahead. They are closing in on our flight path. Should we activate the weapon system for defense? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, slightly a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. So soon some unwitting ones are delivering themselves to him. At most they were only moderate lords, so he wouldn't need to intervene. It was a perfect opportunity to test the weapon system of the Cold Star. Li Luo turned to Meng Ji's holographic projection, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perfect timing. Activate the weapon system and deal with them. At your command, Master. Meng Ji's voice held a hint of excitement, and soon a series of mechanical sounds echoed within the warplane. Immediately, a faint energy wave began to envelop the warplane, and menacing cannon ports were raised outside. Weapon system ready, prepare to fire. Meng Ji reminded once more. Fire. Li Luo commanded, watching the approaching beast swarm. The Cold Star erupted with dazzling brilliance. Several beams of energy pierced through the sky, accurately striking the group of flying beasts. Where the beams passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, followed by a series of deafening explosions. The beasts ahead instantly exploded in midair, flesh and blood flying, turning into a rain of meat. With the interference of the fierce beasts gone, the warplane continued to speed ahead. Li Luo recalled the scene where even the mid-level Lord-class fierce beast was instantly killed. The mid-level Lord-class fierce beast was equivalent to a martial Emperor-level warrior of humanity, yet it was killed by the main cannon of the warplane. Master, the weapon system equipped on the Hanxing is capable of annihilating most fierce beasts below the high-level Lord class. After Dream Weaving's explanation, Li Luo gained an understanding of the weapon system's formidable capability. They simply cannot withstand it. Moreover, it can also inflict some damage on high-level Lord-class fierce beasts, but the main cannon can easily be dodged by beasts of this level. There is also the possibility of being shot down in return. After a short while, the Hanxing warplane flew silently out of the human territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It passed through the provinces of the Great Xia Kingdom that had fallen to fierce beasts, and entered the old lands of the Grassland Kingdom, which had long been eroded by time and disaster, turned into a paradise for fierce beasts. Is this the Grassland Kingdom? Li Luo gazed through the warplane's window at the desolate and ruined forest below, filled with the roars of fierce beasts. Once prosperous human cities now lay in ruins, with crumbling walls swaying in the wind, recounting tales of past glory and present desolation. The footprints of fierce beasts were everywhere, leisurely munching on the wild vegetation or darting between the ruins and the forest in search of their next prey. As the warplane sped overhead, a few higher-level fierce beasts occasionally looked up cautiously at the sky. Just as Li Luo thought he could continue to pass through the Grassland Kingdom peacefully, he suddenly sensed the presence of a high-level Lord-class fierce beast in the front within the Solent mountain range. The scenery on the ground suddenly changed as a powerful tremor erupted from the dense forest. A high-level Lord-class fierce beast, the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon, appeared, its massive body covered in scales shimmering with eerie blue light, its appearance exceedingly terrifying. Its keen senses quickly detected something as its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on a small black approaching its territory. How dare human technology invade its territory? To it, this was a blatant provocation. Roar! It let out an enraged roar. Its enormous body leapt up suddenly, surrounded by arcs of electricity, clearly ready for battle. Master, we have detected a high-level Lord-class fierce beast, the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon, in the mountains ahead. We have entered its territory, and it is preparing to attack us. Should we immediately exit the territory of the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon or activate the weapon system for defense? Dream Weaving's voice rang out in the warplane, tinged with urgency. Li Luo waved his hand lightly, his eyes flashing with battle intent. No need, leave it to me. It was just right he hadn't made a move since breaking through to the late Marshal Saint stage. With a thought, the scrayed battle armor from his infinite storage space instantly clad him, and he grasped and scrayed longsword gleaming with cold light. Dream Weaving stabilized the warplane, Li Luo said casually. After that, he activated the cabin door, his figure flashing as he shot toward the ground like an arrow released from a bow. In midair with the longsword in hand, Li Luo's lips curled into a slight arc. His profound inner strength surged, instantly activating the phantom step, making his figure elusive and ghostly. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon. Come on, beast, Li Luo said with a wicked smile, his longsword poised to strike. The terrifying pressure of a late Marshal Saint instantly spread out. Roar! The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon roared angrily, its body surging with even more arcs of electricity as it charged at Li Luo. A powerful aura erupted around them. But Li Luo remained calm, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He didn't take this Dark Knight Thunder Dragon seriously, but strength was even inferior to the previous Sea Serpent. He then spread his form, easily evading the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's first attack using the Phantom Step. If this is all the strength you have, then it's my turn now. Li Luo gripped his longsword, cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. To save time, in the blink of an eye, the longsword swung out, unleashing an explosion of power at 2 times. Over 12 million kilograms of force converged on the blade. With a crack, it left a deep fissure on the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's seemingly indestructible scale. Roar human! The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon let out a shrill roar filled with pain, its gaze instantly filled with fury and trepidation. Its proud scales under this human strike were easily shattered like thin paper. The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon realized in an instant that it was no match for this human. If it continued to fight, it felt certain it would die. Human, I shall spare your life today. The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's deep voice spoke, and it opened its massive mouth to unleash a blast of purple lightning at Li Luo. Its massive body abruptly twisted, fleeing desperately into the depths of the forest, aiming to hide from Li Luo's attack amidst the dense foliage. At the same time, it wildly called out to the surrounding beast horde, with its mental waves commanding them to form a beast tide, buying time for its escape. Spare you. Li Luo casually deflected the purple lightning, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He then flickered again. Almost at the moment the beast horde surged, he appeared like a ghost beside the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon. Wanna run? Too late. Li Luo's voice was as cold as ice, the scrayed longsword in his hand glimmering with piercing cold light as he struck down, mercilessly targeting the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's head. Human you. The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon sensed the deadly crisis and in panic attempted to react. But it was all too late. A flash of the blade was followed by the heavy sound of metal cutting through flesh and bone. The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's head was cleaved off by Li Luo in one stroke, its massive body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Roar! The beast tide that had gathered at the call of the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon let out terrified howls as they scattered in all directions. They were afraid of being targeted by the human who had just slain the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon. So weak. Li Luo landed steadily beside the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's corpse, his gaze filled with disdain. The blood on the long sword slowly dripped down. He didn't even need to use the Frost Law to deal with this high-level Lord-class fierce beast. He could take it down purely with brute force. After all, it is a high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beast. Li Luo inhaled the pungent smell of blood surrounding him. His tone was icy. After saying that his hands touched the body of the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon, he stored the corpse in the infinite storage space, considering it a trophy from his journey in the Prairie Kingdom. Blood and scales are precious materials for weapon making or alchemy. If sold in the market, it could fetch hundreds of billions. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon's corpse vanished. Li Luo did not linger in the mountains, letting the ferocious beasts that were fleeing go. He then returned to the Cold Star battlecraft floating in the distant sky. With a thought, he retracted the armor and weapons he was equipped with. Xiao Meng, continue forward. He summoned Meng Ji softly. The Dark Knight Thunder Dragon had been slain by him, and he sensed no other high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts in the Solendal mountain range, or the aura of Beast Kings. He could continue on to the North Cold Continent. As Li Luo's command fell, Meng Ji immediately responded. Understood, Master. The battlecraft emitted a soft hum as the engines accelerated rapidly towards the distant North Cold Continent. In order to maintain his peak state, Li Luo quickly took out a grade pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. He began to restore his state, replenishing the internal energy he had consumed. Over the next 3 days, the Cold Star traversed the southern collapse zone of the Sand Bear Kingdom under Meng Ji's autopilot. Having crossed a vast ocean, they were finally about to reach their destination. Master, we are nearing the north. Please prepare for the next steps. Meng Ji's voice rang in the cockpit, carrying a hint of cuteness. Li Luo listened to Meng Ji's reminder. He quickly opened his eyes, ending his meditative state. We've finally arrived at the North Cold Continent. His voice was filled with excitement. In these 3 days, apart from the Dark Knight Thunder Dragon encountered in Solendal Mountain, he had also slain 2 other high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts that attempted to intercept the battlecraft in Sand Bear Kingdom and while crossing the ocean. Now the infinite storage space held the corpses of 3 high-ranking Lord-level ferocious beasts, which was once he returned to the Great Xia Kingdom, he could sell them to the Elder Council for contribution points. This is the North Cold Continent. Li Luo eagerly walked to the battlecraft's large screen, gazing at the outline of the North Cold Continent, gradually revealing ahead. The entire continent was blanketed in snow and ice, and the temperature outside the battlecraft continued to drop as they drew near, with a blizzard persisting all year round. It was a realm of ice and snow. Due to the harsh environment, Li Luo did not see a single ferocious beast in the North Cold Continent. Ordinary ferocious beasts simply do not wish to stay here. Besides the falling snowflakes, several solitary ice peaks rose abruptly within the North Cold Continent, standing quietly. This is amazing, but simply perfect for me, Li Luo exclaimed with joy as he looked at the harsh environment of the North Cold Continent. As the battlecraft continued to approach the North Cold Continent, Li Luo could clearly feel his cultivation speed and strength improving, with a breakthrough to the martial god on the horizon. It was just unfortunate that during these 3 days of heading to the North Cold Continent, the items signed in were rather ordinary, consisting of some scrayed pills, spiritual herbs, and crystals, none of which enhanced his cultivation. Li Luo chose not to absorb them, placing everything into the infinite storage space. After a moment, the battlecraft entered the North Cold Continent. Whoosh! Li Luo could hear the howling cold wind in the battlecraft, and the temperature had dropped to several dozen degrees below zero. Visibility in front of the battlecraft was extremely low, and as the battlecraft continued to fly forward, the temperature kept dropping. Fortunately, the Cold Star was a King-class battlecraft, able to proceed normally in this frigid environment, unaffected by the cold wind and falling snow. No wonder it is one of the 2 extreme cold places on Blue Star. In this harsh environment, ordinary martial artists can hardly endure. Li Luo gazed at the environment of the North Cold Continent outside the battlecraft screen, feeling contemplative. No wonder, Elder, he said that no one could save him if he encountered danger in the North Cold Continent. In such an environment, not to mention human martial artists, he couldn't even sense the aura of ferocious beasts. However, Li Luo felt the cold frost divine pulse merging within him. The colder the environment, the more excited he became. At this moment, the cold frost divine pulse flowing within him felt as if it had found its home. Every trace of cold air's invasion made the ice energy within Li Luo boil. Xiao Ming advanced toward the core area of the North Cold Continent. Li Luo's eyes shone with confidence. Feeling the immense boost to his strength gained in the North Cold Continent, Li Luo directly ordered Meng Ji to venture deeper through the blizzard. Understood, Master. Meng Ji did not question Li Luo's order, but chose to execute it immediately. Under Meng Ji's precise control, the battlecraft, like a silver arrow traversing the snowy world, swiftly and smoothly entered the core area of the North Cold Continent. The wind and snow here were even more rampant. The sky seemed to have split open, with endless snowflakes cutting through the air like sharp ice blades, emitting piercing howling sounds as the temperature dropped to 100 degrees below zero. As far as the eye could see, there were continuous snow-capped mountains and glaciers. They formed an awe-inspiring natural painting. Xiao Ming, prepare for landing. Li Luo felt the ice elements surrounding him surge into his body like a tide. A smile of uncontrollable excitement crept across his lips. This place was simply a paradise for frost martial artists. The battlecraft under Xiao Ming's autopilot finally descended slowly onto a relatively flat snowfield. Surrounded by the raging wind and snow, not even a shadow of a ferocious beast was seen. With a thought, Li Luo donned a set of exquisite scrayed battle armor that shimmered with a cold light, as if blending into the surrounding ice and snow. Although he did not sense the aura of ferocious beasts around him, it was still wise to be cautious. After equipping himself, Li Luo unhesitatingly opened the cabin door. He leaped out of the battlecraft, stepping into this extreme cold land ruled by blizzards. The cold wind hit him like a blade. Yet Li Luo felt no chill at all. Instead, the continuous influx of ice elements surged into his body, and a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Such a dense concentration of pure ice elements. This is practically a natural cultivation sanctuary for frost warriors. Li Luo spread his arms wide, feeling the biting wind and blizzard repelled by his battle armor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though that may be true, few Frost warriors dared to expose themselves so directly to the core of the northern Frost continent to absorb its ice elements. The other Frost warriors had not integrated the Frost God Meridian. In such an extreme environment, they fared only slightly better than elemental warriors of other affinities. Li Luo's current strength and cultivation speed, however, had achieved an unprecedented leap in this place, doubling compared to elsewhere. Even if he did nothing, the passive cultivation alone would allow him to break through to the martial god realm naturally within about a year. Yet Li Luo had no intention of waiting that long. Spending a whole year in this land of nothing but chilling winds and snow would be dreadfully dull. With that thought, Li Luo wasted no more time. He sprang into action. First, he maneuvered his aircraft to hover in midair, then stepped onto the pristine white snow. With a roar of his fists, several heavy punches rained down. He carved a concealed hollow into the hard-packed snow. Next, Li Luo directed the Dream Weaver to automatically glide into the depths of the hollow, waiting for the blizzard to cover it, concealing it perfectly. This should do, Li Luo murmured, floating in midair with a slight nod. Then with a gentle wave of his hands, the surrounding ice and snow answered Li Luo's call, coalescing into ice crystals of various shapes and forms. Ultimately, they converged into a small ice fortress. Its exterior was crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a cold, sharp light. This looks about right. Li Luo gazed with satisfaction at the temporary cultivation ground he had built, perfectly suited to the character of the northern Frost continent. He then stepped into the ice fortress, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the SS grade technique, the profound ice divine art in harmony with his Frost God Meridian. Guided by Li Luo, the surging ice elements within his body transformed into a gentle stream that nourished his meridians, his cultivation base steadily advancing without him even noticing. His cultivation speed was now twice what it had been, and Li Luo soon became deeply immersed. As night fell, the northern Frost continent lost its only source of light, plunging into darkness. The blizzard showed no signs of abating, but had already buried much of the ice fortress Li Luo had constructed. Outside, the fortress wind and snow raged, but Li Luo remained lost in a state of self-forgetful cultivation, a faint chill radiating from his body, merging him with this icy world. At that moment, an unknown crisis crept closer. In the distant snowy mist, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed with a cold, sharp light. Exuding the aura of a high-ranking Lord-grade ferocious beast, the Snow Domain Phantom Wolf's snow-white figure flickered in and out of view in the darkness. Its body lay hidden beneath the thick snow, only its massive white head exposed. It stared fixedly at the ice fortress amidst the blizzard. It had never expected to encounter a human warrior near its territory. The scent of a human. The Snow Domain Phantom Wolf's crimson eyes gleamed with murderous intent, but it did not attack immediately. Instead, it restrained its aura even more cautiously. Using its sharp claws, it easily dug through the snow layer beneath its feet, stealthily approaching the ice fortress, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Li Luo inside. High-ranking Lord-grade ferocious beasts possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. It knew ordinary human warriors would never appear here. This human must possess some strength, so it had to be cautious. As the Snow Domain Phantom Wolf crept closer to the ice fortress through its snow tunnel, Li Luo reveling in the joy of his cultivation progress. A sudden sense of crisis washed over him. Li Luo's eyes snapped open, a flicker of vigilance in his gaze. What's that? Alarms blared in his heart as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Though the northern Frost continent's harsh environment left few species of ferocious beasts, this was the core region, and beasts were bound to roam here. Even while cultivating, he had remained on guard, and sure enough, he sensed danger. Could it be below? Li Luo's heart jolted, and he reacted instantly. With a flicker of his form, he shot out of the ice fortress like an arrow from a bow, soaring straight into the sky. His movements were so swift, happening in the blink of an eye. The moment Li Luo escaped the fortress, the ground shook violently. A massive beast, its body covered in thick white fur and eyes blazing crimson, burst from beneath the snow with a gaping maw. The Snow Domain Phantom Wolf. It effortlessly swallowed the ice fortress Li Luo had conjured, leaving only a triumphant low growl echoing through the blizzard. Seeking death. Li Luo let out a cold snort, his form still unsteady. In his hand materialized a long blade gleaming with a frosty light, its body flowing with a blue luster that resonated with the surrounding ice and snow. He fixed his gaze on the Snow Domain Phantom Wolf that had ambushed him, sensing the high-ranking Lord-grade ferocious beast's surging aura, even stronger than the sea fiend he had faced before. But Li Luo showed no fear. Instead, a fierce battle intent surged within him. Here in the northern Frost continent, his strength was double what it was elsewhere. Die. Li Luo roared, his form instantly transforming into a blue streak of lightning tearing through the night sky straight at the snow domain phantom wolf. His long blade danced through the air. Each strike carried a biting chill, infusing the surrounding wind and snow with a grim, killing intent. Growl. The snow domain phantom wolf, its ambush foiled, let out a low snarl, the murderous light in its eyes intensifying. A piercing cold began to emanate from its body, its speed instantly surging as it lunged at Li Luo. Li Luo sidestepped slightly, using phantom step to effortlessly evade the swift strike. At the same time, he swung his long blade. An icy blue blade arc sliced through the air, carrying a bone-chilling cold straight at the snow domain phantom wolf. Freeze 1,000 Li. The powerful ice elements within Li Luo surged, not giving the snow domain phantom wolf a chance to. Responding to Li Luo's call, the dense ice elements in the surrounding air rapidly condensed into countless sharp ice blades, raining down upon the snow domain phantom wolf in a relentless barrage. Roar. Damn human. Though the snow domain phantom wolf, tempered by years of harsh environment, was stronger than the average high-ranking Lord-grade beast. Faced with such a dense and sharp assault of ice blades, it was forced to dodge repeatedly, roaring in fury. The battle gradually reached a fever pitch. Leveraging his doubled strength in the northern frost continent, Li Luo's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and he had no need to worry about energy depletion. Each strike carried immense power and terrifying ice elements. Though the snow domain phantom wolf, one of the overlords of the northern frost continent, was valiant, it gradually realized it could not gain the upper hand. A hint of retreat stirred in its heart, its eyes toward Li Luo filled with wariness. Such a powerful human warrior. What kind of monster have I run into? Human, you got lucky. The snow domain shadow wolf seized a momentary gap and lunged with all its might, attempting to flee the battlefield under the cover of the blizzard and darkness. Having dwelled for years in the harsh environment of the northern cold province, it was well adapted and intimately familiar with the terrain. All it had to do was escape. This human martial artist before it could never stop it. It would then seek out the other high-tier Lord-level ferocious beasts in the northern cold province and join forces to hunt down this human who had trespassed into its territory. Thinking of running. Not so easy. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Li Luo's lips. His form flickered like a phantom as he gave chase. With a sweep of his long blade, streaks of icy blue saber light tore across the sky, sealing off every possible escape route for the snow domain shadow wolf. Coming and going as it pleased. Impossible. Feeling the relentless pressure closing in behind it, despair flickered in the snow domain shadow wolf's eyes. It turned its head in disbelief, its crimson gaze now brimming with terror. It realized it could never shake off this human martial artist. Each time he precisely locked onto its escape path. Even burrowing beneath the snow proved futile. Li Luo always swung his blade with unerring accuracy, the saber light appearing right before its eyes. The snow domain shadow wolf roared, its eyes filled with dread. You. Who in the world are you? This is impossible. Li Luo smirked coldly and said nothing. The ice element within him surged to a boiling point, and the long-settled frost power finally found an outlet. He had no intention of continuing to toy with the white wolf before him and prepared to finish it in one strike. You don't need to know that much. One thought frost sealed. With Li Luo's low chant, his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling icy blue radiance, standing like a deity amidst the wind and snow. Then, wielding the frost power with both hands, he unleashed a strike that gathered terrifying ice element. In an instant, the world seemed shrouded in an irresistible chill. A massive icy blue orb coalesced before Li Luo, then burst apart, transforming into countless ice spikes and chains of frost that instantly sealed the space around the snow domain shadow wolf. No. The snow domain shadow wolf was utterly consumed by despair. As one of the overlord-level ferocious beasts of the northern cold province, it was about to meet its end here today. With a thunderous roar, the cataclysmic might of one thought frost sealed not only devoured the snow domain shadow wolf, but also blanketed the surrounding hundreds of meters in thick ice. Distant glaciers trembled violently. The battlefield fell into silence, broken only by the howling wind over the frozen surface. Has my strength increased this much under the amplification of this extreme cold environment? Li Luo gazed at the devastation he had wrought, his surprised tone laced with excitement. The snow domain shadow wolf, whose power was among the finest in the vicinity of the Daxia kingdom, had been slain by him in a single blow. A pity, though, the wolf's corpse was gone. Just as Li Luo was about to leave, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed something hidden beneath this thick layer. Could there be some treasure down there? Li Luo stared at the ice beneath his feet, a hint of suspicion in his voice. He then swung his blade directly at the solid ice below. With each precise strike from Li Luo, the ground beat. Finally, with another resounding boom, a massive fissure spread across the ice and the snow-covered ground beneath. What is that? Li Luo hovered above the crack in the ice, his keen eyes instantly locking onto a dark entrance below, resembling a tunnel. It seemed to lead somewhere beneath the ice. What exactly it was Li Luo could not yet determine. Could this be an ancient relic buried under the thick snow? A surge of curiosity and excitement welled up in Li Luo's heart. He had previously investigated information about the ancient relics already discovered on Blue Star. This dark tunnel entrance below seemed to fit the description perfectly. Let me recover my stamina first before exploring. Li Luo muttered to himself, a hint of excitement in his voice. With a thought, he retrieved 3 Agrade pills from his infinite storage space, each emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Without hesitation, he tossed them into his mouth. The medicinal power instantly transformed within him. A warm current accompanied by abundant energy flowed through his limbs and bones, rapidly alleviating the exhaustion from his earlier exertion. At the same time, the unique Frost Divine Meridian within Li Luo's body quietly activated, accelerating his recovery. Working in tandem, they restored him to his peak state in no time. Ancient relic, here I come. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement as he gazed at the dark tunnel entrance beneath the ice fissure. Then he leaped down into the fissure, plunging like an arrow released from a bowstring, and landed steadily before the tunnel entrance. Although the surroundings were pitch black, it posed no obstacle to Li Luo, a martial saint-level warrior. He noticed the entrance was sealed by a thick wall of ice, clearly the result of years of sedimentation. It had likely been buried beneath the glacier for a long time. A mere ice wall won't stop me. A confident smile curled at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. The ice element within him and his formidable blood energy surged once more. He slowly raised his fist, an icy blue light gathering upon it, containing at least 1,000,000 kilograms of force. Open up. With a low shout, Li Luo's fist shot forth. The punch whistled through the air, accompanied by a deafening boom, and the ice wall shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground, revealing a passage leading into the unknown depths. Yet the tunnel, built from some unknown material, remained unscathed, as if unaffected by the impact. Li Luo noted this peculiarity with interest, his anticipation growing for what lay at the end of the passage. If even the dark material was so sturdy, there must be a fine treasure hidden within. Let's go. Li Luo stepped into the tunnel, and a more intense chill rushed toward him. But to Li Luo it felt like a gentle spring breeze. This is definitely an ancient relic, no doubt about it. Li Luo thought to himself, warily scanning his surroundings. Ancient relics were both coveted treasures for martial artists and graveyards where countless experts had fallen. No small number of martial saints had perished within them, and even martial gods had met their end in ancient relics. The most dangerous of them, the 3 ancient relic, seemed to be located in the wilderness continent, where an unfortunate martial god had been instantly killed by a triggered mechanism. Its fearsome reputation alone made martial artists across Blue Star pale at the mere mention, and none dared to tread there lightly. Hiss. Thinking of this, Li Luo drew in a sharp breath and halted. To be safe, he silently retrieved the Imperial Pearl, a life-saving treasure elder he had entrusted to him. After all, some mechanisms and ancient relics could overwhelm even martial gods, let alone a martial saint like himself. The thought that even martial god-level warriors have perished in ancient ruins weighed heavily on Li Luo's mind as his footsteps slowly came to a halt in the dimly lit corridor. The excitement of discovering the ruins was instantly diluted, and his gaze wandered in the unknown darkness ahead, filled with complex emotions. Looking at the cracked Yuqiong pearl in his hand, he murmured to himself, should I continue forward? At this moment, Li Luo felt a twinge of fear. He felt that even the Yuqiong pearl, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak martial god, could not guarantee his safety. Perhaps it's better to reconsider. Li Luo furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to continue to the end of the corridor and explore the unknown ancient ruins. Unlike other top-tier warriors, he possessed a system that set him apart. He did not lack the significant opportunities to advance to the next step. I have a system, there's no need to rush. Opportunities are precious, but life is more important. Li Luo gradually calmed down. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, he ultimately decided not to take the risk. Moreover, he was the first to discover this ancient ruin hidden beneath the glacier. This meant he was unaware of the dangers lurking within. If he were to perish here, it would be a stroke of bad luck. I'll wait until my strength increases a bit more, relying on the system to sign in for more life-saving items before venturing back. With that thought, Li Luo no longer hesitated and turned back, retracing his steps toward the entrance of the corridor, quickly emerging from it. I will return. Li Luo cast one last deep glance at the dark corridor behind him, whispering softly. Currently, he was the only one who had discovered this ancient ruin hidden beneath the ice. Its location was also extremely concealed, situated in the core area of the North Cold continent. For a year or so, no other humans would discover this place. It was entirely within his grasp. There was no need to explore unprepared. After coming to this conclusion, Li Luo no longer lingered and returned to the surface where snow was falling heavily and the cold wind howled. However, Li Luo did not leave the area. Gather. Instead, he unleashed the power of ice elements from within his body and waved his hands lightly. He reformed an ice fortress around him, preparing to sign in and cultivate in the vicinity over the next period. Once everything was ready, he would explore the ancient ruins hidden beneath the glacier again. Continue cultivating and first increase my strength. Li Luo arranged his plans in his heart. Upon entering the ice fortress, he began to immerse himself in the cultivation of the mystic ice divine art. His body instantly became like a massive black hole, devouring the rich ice elements surrounding him, enveloped in a faint blue light. With the previous experience of the snow domain ghost wolf, Li Luo was even more vigilant of his surroundings. A night quickly passed without incident. Once again, he did not encounter any fierce beast attacks. The blizzard continued unabated, showing no signs of stopping, and even the traces of his previous battle with the snow domain ghost wolf were largely covered by snow. The temperature remained consistently below zero. Daylight has arrived. Li Luo felt the passage of time. He then concluded his cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, and spoke with a glimmer of anticipation in his gaze. System, sign in. As he softly called out in his heart, he hoped the system would grant him what he desired. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level martial skill, Heavenly Icebreaker, with complete comprehension. The system's voice echoed in Li Luo's mind, accompanied by a torrent of vast information flooding into his consciousness. Another SS level martial skill. Li Luo swiftly digested the memories that flooded into his mind and was momentarily taken aback, a bitter smile soon appearing on his face. Though SS level martial skills were tempting, what he wanted right now was not this. An SS level martial skill is still good. After all, I have plenty of time. I can just wait a few more days. Though slightly regretful in his heart, Li Luo quickly adjusted his mindset. Having more skills doesn't hurt. He had comprehended another SS level martial skill. This would greatly enhance his strength and would certainly assist in his upcoming exploration of the ancient ruins beneath the ice. After all, no one knew what strange things he would encounter inside. System brother, can you hear me? Please. Give me some defensive treasures next. Li Luo pleaded with the system in his heart. However, he received no response from the system and had no idea if it could hear his thoughts. He hoped for some assistance in the coming days. No defensive treasures signed in today. Continue cultivating. Subsequently, Li Luo continued in the ice fortress, focusing on cultivating the mystic ice divine art while listening to the howling cold wind outside. Until he signed in for something akin to the Yuqiong Pearl or other defensive treasures, he would not rashly choose to enter the ancient ruins. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Luo never left the ice fortress and did not sense the presence of fierce beasts nearby. Every day was spent either signing in or cultivating the mystic ice divine art. His cultivation level advanced significantly, yet he was still some distance from breaking through to the peak of a martial saint. System brother, sign in. Li Luo felt the passage of time and habitually opened his eyes, mentally preparing for his daily sign-in. The items obtained from signing in over these 7 days included some S-level pills, battle armor, spiritual herbs, and a few S-level energy ice crystals that could enhance his cultivation, which Li Luo absorbed without hesitation. Though he did not sign in for what he wanted, Li Luo was not in a hurry. He planned to stay here for at least half a year. A mere week was nothing. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a sign-in critical hit, increasing the number of items obtained. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level battle armor, Cold Shadow Silver Armor, forged from 1,000-year cold iron and silver sand alloy. Click to view details. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level defensive treasure, Ice Crystal Spirit Chain. Ice Crystal Spirit Chain, forged from special energy, or its energy can withstand 3 full force strikes from a peak martial god. Click to view details. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SS level long knife weapon, Starfall Knife, forged from special, or click to view details. Finally, Li Luo's face lit up with ecstasy as he listened to the system's voice in his mind. His prayers had been answered. As the system's voice faded, 3 SS level items appeared in his infinite storage space. After his moment of joy, Li Luo focused his thoughts and directly took them all out. Li Luo first removed the scrayed battle armor he was wearing and stored it in his infinite storage space. He then adorned himself with the seemingly ordinary SS grade Ice Crystal Spirit Chain around his neck, bringing him a profound sense of security. The necklace appeared unremarkable, just a cord with a blue ice crystal. However, within this ice crystal resided a terrifying protective energy capable of withstanding 3 full force strikes from a peak martial god. As soon as Li Luo faced an unavoidable attack, it would automatically activate, forming an energy shield composed of gathered ice crystals around him. It was even more convenient than the Yucheon Pearl. Li Luo then turned his gaze to the nearby SS Grade battle armor, which presented a silver-white color resembling snowflakes, with delicate patterns flowing across its surface. Let me put it on and see how it feels. Li Luo eagerly donned the Hanyu silver armor, and the defensive power it provided was a significant enhancement compared to the previous Grade battle armor. Moreover, although it appeared bulky, it felt incredibly light, once worn, even increasing his speed a bit. Combined with the martial skill Phantom Step, his velocity would only grow more rapid. Most importantly, this SS Grade battle armor also possessed an automatic repair function. As long as it did not suffer destruction level damage, it could automatically absorb the surrounding ambient ice elemental energy to repair any damage sustained by the armor, if the armor remained undamaged. The automatically absorbed ice elemental power could also benefit the wearer, slightly enhancing their absorption speed of ice elements. What a treasure! Li Luo's face lit up with a joyful smile as he exclaimed in excitement. With this SS Grade battle armor, he no longer had any weaknesses in defense. As for the slight increase in cultivation speed, it was insignificant in the face of the frost god veins. Li Luo's delighted gaze then shifted to the last item that had been signed in the SS Grade long knife Falling Star. The Falling Star knife was entirely black, and it seemed as if stars were flowing across the blade, shimmering with an inscrutable glow. Li Luo grasped it in his hand, swinging it a few times to test it. With a gentle swing, the tip of the knife sliced through the air, leaving behind a barely visible silver trail accompanied by a chilling aura. The feel is quite good, Li Luo remarked with satisfaction as he gazed at the Falling Star knife in his hand. If used in combat with the SS Grade martial skill Icebreaker Slash that he had just signed in a week ago, its power would surely reach a terrifying level. Now I can explore the ancient ruins again. With the items acquired from this sign-in jackpot, Li Luo felt full of confidence, deciding to re-enter the dark passage beneath the ice. He then stored the Falling Star knife in his infinite storage space and quickly walked out of the ice fortress, returning to the edge of the nearby ice fissure. Looking down at the familiar passage below, he said, "I'm coming." A confident smile crept across Li Luo's face as he leaped down, gracefully re-entering the passageway he had ventured into a week earlier. The passage was frigid, and a more intense scent of ice elemental energy rushed towards him. However, it had no effect on Li Luo at all. I want to see what lies at the end ahead. With a strong sense of curiosity, Li Luo carefully observed the surroundings of the passage to avoid triggering any traps. Finally, after a lengthy and tense journey, a faint beam of light penetrated from ahead, signaling that the end of the passage was not far away. There's actually light. It seems the ancient ruins are just ahead. Li Luo's heart raced, a wave of inexplicable excitement washing over him. He quickened his pace towards the passage's end, eager to find the source of that faint light. But suddenly the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Wow, is this the ancient ruins? Li Luo stood at the dark passage's exit, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. What appeared before him was a grand blue and white hall frozen beneath the glaciers, its magnificence beyond imagination. The hall was sculpted from enormous special ice crystals, each piece crystalline and translucent, emitting a faint weak blue light. The light Li Luo had seen earlier was emanating from the entire hall. The patterns etched into the ice crystals conveyed an ancient aura. Standing at the deep end of the passage, Li Luo's gaze pierced through layers of ice mist generated by the extreme cold. Gazing at the blue and white ice crystal hall long forgotten by time, he felt not only surprise, but also an uncontrollable excitement surging within. There must be a wealth of treasures buried inside, Li Luo said excitedly. Currently, he was the only one who had discovered this place, which meant he could monopolize all the treasures stored within these ancient ruins. Li Luo then adjusted his breathing and cautiously took the first step towards the grand hall. Great fortunes often come with certain risks. Though Li Luo was thrilled, he did not let down his guard. The examples of martial gods falling in ancient ruins constantly reminded him. Creak. Just as Li Luo excitedly approached the grand hall's door, a dull sound suddenly echoed from the door. Li Luo's pupils contracted sharply. His entire body tensed as he entered a combat stance. He swiftly drew the Falling Star knife from his infinite storage space, thinking, sure enough, there are traps. He quickly retreated, eyes warily fixed on the sound-emitting ice hall door. Should anything seem amiss, he was prepared to flee immediately. Almost simultaneously, the massive doors of the hall seemed to be pushed open by an invisible hand, slowly and solemnly revealing themselves, accompanied by a more intense chill and an ancient aura. To his astonishment, from within the door surged hundreds of tall figures clad in armor carved from special ice crystals, ranging in levels from early to peak martial emperor. These were the Xianbing Guardians. The Xianbing Guardians were entirely composed of rare special ice crystals, possessing human-like forms and icy blue eyes. Armed with long spears and ice shields, they surrounded Li Luo with a faint blue glow. Their momentum was fierce, charging directly at him while the doors closed behind them. How is this possible? Li Luo felt the aura emanating from the Xianbing Guardians, shocked. These Xianbing Guardians were not living beings. Having endured countless years, they still retained the aura of their peak state, showing no signs of weakness. After the initial shock, Li Luo looked at the hundreds of martial emperor-level Xianbing Guardians charging at him, his eyes flickering with a cold light. If this is all the strength they possess, they won't be able to stop me. As his words fell, a powerful pressure from the late martial saint stage erupted from Li Luo's body, with ice elements swirling around him. Several icy palm strikes, imbued with piercing cold energy, swiftly formed and howled towards the Xianbing Guardians. Ice palm break. With Li Luo's low shout, the palm winds surged like a dragon, shattering the seemingly indestructible ice bodies of the Xianbing Guardians wherever they passed. Several icy palm strikes effortlessly obliterated hundreds of martial emperor-level Xianbing Guardians, leaving a field of shattered ice crystal fragments outside the hall. After easily dealing with hundreds of ice emperor-level guards, Li Luo's brows did not relax, but instead tightened further, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. Upon entering, he was immediately met with so many ice guards blocking his way. Upon entering the main hall, he wondered what other things he might encounter. However, Li Luo did not intend to leave in disgrace again. If it were elsewhere, he might not be so reckless, but this was the northern cold continent. His strength was significantly enhanced in this extremely cold environment, coupled with the SS-level armor and defensive treasures he wore. Li Luo was confident in venturing into this ice palace. What a solid door. Standing before the entrance to the ice palace, he stored the Starfall blade into his infinite storage space. With his hands tightly clenched into fists, he attempted to push open the seemingly heavy ice crystal door with brute force, only to find it unmoving. If I don't believe it. A defiant smile curled at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. How could a mere door possibly stop him? With that, he took a deep breath, and the blood and chi surged, converging at his fists. With a resounding roar, Li Luo threw several punches, each carrying the immense power of a latest-stage martial saint, towards the door. The wind from his punches howled, accompanied by a biting chill. At the moment of impact with the door, a deafening sound erupted, and ice shards flew everywhere. Li Luo shouted, unleashing a full force of 2 times his strength with each punch, delivering over 10 million kilograms of force. Finally, under the tremendous impact, the door was pushed open slightly, just enough for a person to pass through. It's open. Looking at the door that had been pushed open, Li Luo reined in his overwhelming burst of power, a look of delight crossing his face. Although it was only a gap, it was sufficient for him to enter. Then, like a leopard, he swiftly slipped through the gap and stepped into the ice palace. As soon as he entered, the surrounding air seemed even colder, and the temperature dropped further. For an ordinary martial artist, even if they were not directly frozen into an ice sculpture, their strength would be reduced by more than half. Finally inside, Li Luo had yet to examine the layout of the hall when a sudden crackling sound echoed in his ears. Dozens of ice guards reappeared out of thin air. Although their numbers were fewer than those at the entrance of the ice palace, their strength was even more formidable. The strongest among them had reached the peak of martial saint, while the others were all at the peak of martial emperor. They were surrounded by a dense aura of cold air, exuding a more ferocious momentum. Armed with ice spears and ice shields, they swiftly surrounded Li Luo. Here again. But you alone cannot stop me. Li Luo faced the sudden appearance of the ice guards with a light chuckle, showing no fear, but rather an increased fighting spirit. In this extreme cold environment, this was his home ground. They were merely peak martial saints. Even if a martial god-level ice guard emerged, as long as it was in this northern cold continent, Li Luo would still have the strength to fight. Moreover, these ice guards seemed to lack subjective thought, merely following a fixed program to eliminate intruders. Their own strength could not be fully exhibited. Thus the advantage lies with me. Come on. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. The Starfall blade appeared in Li Luo's hand as his thoughts moved, erupting with powerful ice elements and chi. He resembled an ice deity standing at the peak of extreme cold. Surrounded not only by piercing cold air, but also by the undeniable might of a martial saint, Li Luo narrowed his eyes, staring at the ice guards that were itching to move. A serene smile crept onto his face, exuding absolute confidence in victory. I wonder how many more. Li Luo's voice carried a strong, killing intent. As his words fell, the ice elements and chi within him surged like a tidal wave, intertwining to form a terrifying torrent of power, ultimately converging upon the Starfall blade in his hand. The blade gleamed brilliantly, emitting a cold light that seemed capable of tearing through the void. Heavenly Icebreaker slash! Li Luo shouted, and a dazzling cold ice blade light erupted from the tip of the Starfall blade. With earth-shattering momentum, it directly slashed towards the ice guards charging at him. Wherever the blade light passed, it was filled with violent ice elements, as if time itself had slowed down. Those peak martial Emperor ice guards were unable to even react to this terrifying strike before being sliced into countless ice shards scattering like tiny blue lights in the air. Meanwhile, the remaining peak Martial Saint Ice Guard, though barely managing to withstand the direct impact of the blade light, was heavily injured. Its massive body staggered backwards. Bang! It crashed heavily onto the ground of the ice palace, producing a deafening sound, clearly heavily wounded and struggling to stand. Done. Just as Li Luo took a slight breath and prepared to deliver the final fatal blow, a strange sight caught his attention. He saw that the peak Martial Saint Ice Guard was slowly absorbing the rich ice elements around it. Its wounds were visibly healing, and its aura gradually stabilizing. What? This scene caused Li Luo to pause momentarily, then a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. These ice guards actually rely on the endless ice elements in the northern cold continent to sustain their vitality and combat power. As long as their core is not completely destroyed, they can continuously self-repair and maintain their peak state. The owner of this ice palace has some skills, being able to create such a monstrous guardian. Having realized, Li Luo no longer hesitated and would not give it the opportunity to recover. With a flash of his figure, he was already before the peak Martial Saint Ice Guard. Seeing this, ice guard still attempted to resist, but Li Luo stomped heavily on it. Your mission ends here. With the chilling voice falling, he swung the Starfall blade again. This time there was no mercy, directly piercing through the core of the ice crystal armor of the peak Martial Saint Ice Guard, completely ending its existence. Now it should be over, right? After dealing with this peak Martial Saint Ice Guard, Li Luo did not relax his vigilance, instead sensing the movements around him. After feeling the surroundings return to complete calm, Li Luo put away the Starfall blade. He took out several crystal-clear pills that exuded a faint medicinal fragrance from his infinite storage space. He unhesitatingly placed them in his mouth. The pills melted instantly upon entry, transforming into a warm current that swiftly flowed through his limbs. Together with the Frost God vessel, it quickly replenished his exhausted stamina, while also stabilizing Li Luo's aura. In a short moment, his stamina was restored to its peak, as if the fierce battle just now had never occurred. After recovering his strength, Li Luo traversed a corridor crafted from special ice crystals, continuing deeper into the ice palace. Truly magnificent. How long has this ice palace been buried beneath this glacier? Li Luo murmured in admiration as he walked, observing the palace's interior structure. Every ice crystal seemed to narrate the vicissitudes of time, more majestic than any architecture he had ever seen on Blue Star. His eyes sparkled with excitement. In such newly discovered ancient ruins, countless treasures that could stir any martial artist's heart were often concealed. For instance, the Yuqiong pearl that elder he had given him for protection was itself unearthed from ancient ruin. If its cracks could be repaired, the energy contained within would be far more terrifying than the SS-grade ice spirit chain hanging around his neck. Unfortunately, current Blue Star technology was far from capable of such a feat. Otherwise, elder, he would have found a way to restore it long ago. Ancient ruins were coveted even by martial saints and martial gods. Beyond the potential for SS-grade martial arts cultivation methods, weapons, and other rare treasures buried within each ruin concealed the most crucial and precious treasure, the Inheritance Crystal. The Inheritance Crystal contained the legacy left by the ancient ruins' former master, capable of dramatically enhancing the strength of its integrator in a short time. As he ventured deeper along the ice palace corridor, Li Luo's gaze swept, constantly searching for any clue or treasure. Yet for now he found nothing. Suddenly Li Luo halted, his attention drawn to a more magnificent ice. That must be the main hall of this ice palace. Li Luo's face lit up with joy. According to his speculation, in ancient ruins of this hall-type, treasures were typically stored in the main hall. Thus Li Luo quickened his pace toward the main hall-like structure, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. There might be traps lying in wait, especially in such a location, potentially housing vast treasures, the most likely spot for an ambush. No traps. Li Luo stepped cautiously into the main hall, feeling no anomaly, and relaxed slightly. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the environment, finding it as empty as the corridor. Disappointment crept in. That's odd. Why is there nothing here? Had he guessed wrong? Could the master of this hall have been unconventional, storing all treasures in the side halls? Or was this a bluff, with the entire palace containing nothing but the Frost Guard? Such cases had occurred in Blue Star's ancient ruins, once situated in America. In those ruins there were only traps and guardians. Martial saints fell, and a martial god was severely wounded before they could annihilate them all. Just when America's martial god thought the great sacrifice would yield a bountiful discovery, the martial artists found nothing at all inside. The most valuable items in the entire ruin were the special construction materials and the guardian. It infuriated America's martial god. Yet as Li Luo paced in the main hall lost in speculation, a faint mechanical sound echoed. Something's moving. Li Luo tensed up. Another trap. Not another Frostguard, I hope. He listened to the familiar sound. He warily looked around ready for battle. But unexpectedly nothing stirred. Instead the floor before him slowly opened, revealing a hidden passage downward. A secret chamber. Li Luo's heart leaped with joy as he cautiously approached. Inside the chill was even more intense, yet he sensed no danger. Only a serene tranquility. But the air hummed with an unusual energy fluctuation. This is... Li Luo quickly traced the source. An inheritance crystal. It's actually an inheritance crystal. My guess was right, haha. Li Luo gasped, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. At the center of the chamber atop a meter-high ice pillar lay a palm-sized blue inheritance crystal. Translucent and crystalline, it seemed to embody the essence of heaven and earth, softly radiating a gentle glow. Though no other treasures were found, he had directly located the most important item of every ancient ruin, the inheritance crystal. What top-tier martial artist on Blue Star dreamed of he had found with ease. As he reveled in his joy, his gaze fell upon the chamber's walls. The complex characters etched into the walls clearly held vital information, but they belonged to no language known on Blue Star. What does this say? Li Luo, struck by a sudden thought, withdrew his hands that were about to touch the inheritance. Could this be a trap? He recalled various novels and TV dramas from his past life, wherein seemingly safe chambers with treasures laid bare, the first to touch the prize always met their demise. The indecipherable text likely contained instructions or warnings. Trying to trick me? Li Luo gazed at the incomprehensible characters and pondered, briefly thinking of the AI Dreamweaver. As Great Xia's most advanced AI Dreamweaver should be able to translate these ancient scripts. Dreamweaver, can you translate this? Li Luo took out his spirit link ring and summoned Dreamweaver. A beam of light from the ring swept across the walls. No problem, master. Don't underestimate me. Dreamweaver's slightly proud voice sounded in Li Luo's ear. Then the ancient text on the chamber walls gradually transformed into modern language, clearly appearing before Li Luo's eyes. Your amazing little dream. Li Luo praised, then began to carefully study the translated information on this. As he read, shockwaves surged through his heart. According to the records on the chamber walls, this was the ruin of a pinnacle Wuzuan martial artist from Blue Star's human civilization 10,000 years ago, who also wielded the law of ice. Moreover, the martial god was not the end. Beyond it existed the realms of Wuzuan and Wudi. The former master of this ice palace had reached the pinnacle of Wuzuan, but failed to break through to the coveted Wudi before his lifespan ended. In his final moments, he left his inheritance in the northern frost continent, Blue Star's eternal polar. So that's how it is. After comprehending the information, Li Luo's face was filled with awe. Above the martial god there exist two entirely new realms known as Martial Venerable and Martial Emperor, which had never been heard of before. To this day, the highest-ranked martial artists in Blue Star are only at the peak of martial god, with none having broken through to the level of Martial Venerable. This has led the ordinary populace and martial artists to remain unaware of these two ranks for the time being. However, those like Yilao who have entered ancient ruins should be aware. It is likely that only when a few peak martial gods in Blue Star successfully break through to Martial Venerable will this new rank of martial artists re-emerge in the world. It turns out to be a legacy left by a peak Martial Venerable from 10,000 years ago, but it does not mention whether there are any mechanisms in the secret chamber. After the initial excitement, Li Luo gradually calmed down and recognized the issue. The inscriptions on the wall did not state that the legacy crystal on the central ice pillar could not be casually touched. Yet the legacy crystal left by the peak Martial Venerable was right before him, and Li Luo decided to take a gamble. There shouldn't be any mechanisms. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walked towards the ice pillar in the center of the secret chamber, each step appearing exceptionally cautious, afraid of triggering some unknown mechanism. Finally, Li Luo carefully extended his hand, his fingertips gently touching the legacy crystal that emitted a soft blue light through his battle armor. A warm and powerful energy seemed to flow into his heart, invigorating his spirit. No anomalies occurred, and the surroundings remained tranquil. It seems I was overthinking it. Li Luo exhaled lightly, his taut nerves relaxing somewhat. At the same time, he felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had merely frightened himself. However, just as Li Luo prepared to turn and leave, continuing his exploration of other areas of the ice palace, the familiar sound of cracking ice echoed once more. Is it coming again? Li Luo thought to himself, quickly storing the legacy crystal into his boundless storage space, where only he could access it. At the same time, the Starfall blade was tightly gripped in his hand. A terrifying ice element enveloped him. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Indeed, there are mechanisms. Li Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing to face the impending battle. It's better to be cautious. Yet he did not expect that the mechanisms in this grand hall seemed to follow a singular pattern, only summoning a few ice guardians without triggering those sudden terrifying attacks. Then no, this time seems a bit different. Li Luo felt an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping. He suddenly turned and rushed towards the exit of the secret chamber, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Upon bursting out of the secret chamber, the sight before Li Luo made his heart sink. Hundreds of ice guardians surged like a tide, completely surrounding the exit of the main hall. What shocked him even more was that the strength of these ice guardians was greater than those he had encountered in the previous two instances. Among them was actually a peak martial god, 9 early-stage martial gods, and hundreds of ice guardians ranging from peak martial emperor to peak martial saint. The sense of crisis he had just felt came from the peak martial god ice guardian. This has the entire ice palace's ice guardians gathered here. Li Luo's expression turned grave, his heart filled with dread. Suddenly he lost the will to fight. If only one peak martial god ice guardian had come, he might have been able to contend with it, attempting to exploit its lack of subjective thought to defeat it. But now 10 appeared at once, with one of them reaching the terrifying peak martial god level. Coupled with the hundreds of ice guardians, how could he fight? He could hardly fight at all. If he had already broken through to martial god, combined with the enhancement of the frost divine vein, in extreme cold environments Li Luo would not be afraid. But now he was still only at the latest stage martial saint. Even if he exerted all his strength, he might not win. Retreat. Li Luo quickly made the decision and sheathed the Starfall blade. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. If he were to hard fight against these hundreds of ice guardians, he would likely perish here. I can only temporarily give up on seeking other treasures inside this ice palace. Li Luo murmured to himself, a glint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, but more so was resolution. When I absorb this legacy crystal and break through to the martial god realm in the future, returning to search for the remaining places will not be too late. In ancient ruins, the most valuable item is the legacy crystal, and now he had already obtained it. Li Luo no longer coveted the other items in the ice palace. After all, this ancient ruin was buried beneath the glacier, and when he breaks through to martial god, everything inside will eventually belong to him. You cannot stop me. Li Luo looked at the encroaching ice guardians, a faint smile playing on his lip. Though these ice guardians were high in rank, they were merely puppets following fixed protocols and were not true martial god-level warriors. Otherwise he would not be able to stand here unharmed. Li Luo was confident that he could break free from their encirclement. With a thought, Li Luo made his move. He pulled out and sprayed Pill the Wind Walk pill, which emitted a faint green light from his boundless storage space. After consuming it, it would greatly enhance the user's speed and agility for a short time. It was exactly what he had signed in not long ago, originally thinking it would gather dust in his boundless storage space. Little did he expect it would be put to use so soon. For Li Luo at this moment, it was like a timely help. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The pill dissolved upon entering, and a warm and powerful wind elemental energy instantly erupted within him, greatly enhancing his speed. Phantom step. Li Luo tensed his muscles, channeling his inner strength like a raging river. His figure flickered, transforming into countless afterimages that were difficult to capture as they swiftly moved through the grand hall. The SS-grade cold shadow silver armor shimmered on Li Luo, radiating dazzling light, providing not only formidable defense, but also a certain boost to speed. Combined with the effects of the Scrade Wind Walk pill, Li Luo's speed reached an extreme after fully unleashing the Phantom Step. The tightly encircled ice guardians were broken through one by Li Luo's extraordinary speed, which was invisible to the naked eye. It won't be so easy to stop me. Li Luo, feeling his incredible speed, spoke with disdain and confidence. His flashing speed became even faster, quickly finding an opportunity. Good chance. Li Luo's face lit up with joy. Like an arrow released from its bow, he dashed out of the Ice Guardian's encirclement, racing towards the exit of the Grand Hall. Behind him trailed a series of dazzling afterimages. Until we meet again. After breaking free from the encirclement, Li Luo ran towards the outside of the Ice Palace without looking back. Behind him, hundreds of Ice Guardians, exuding chilling energy, quickly adjusted their formations and chased after Li Luo. Li Luo's figure flickered like lightning, darting out from the chaos of the Ice Palace's main hall, pursued relentlessly by hundreds of Xianbing guards shrouded in intense cold. Eyes glinting with cold light, they shot out laser-like beams formed from ice elements towards Li Luo. You think you can hit me with such attack speed? Having escaped into the Ice Palace, Li Luo looked back at the Xianbing guards launching ranged attacks at him, his tone laced with mockery. I'm not going to play with you anymore, I'm leaving. A surge of powerful ice elements within him formed a thick ice wall behind him, temporarily blocking the pursuing guards. Without pausing, he swiftly retraced his steps, remaining alert for any new traps that might emerge around him. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, and he passed through the long corridor made of specially crafted ice crystals. Behind him, he could clearly hear the sound of the Xianbing guards breaking through the ice wall. Soon Li Luo arrived before the ice door that he had forcibly opened. Great, the ice door hasn't closed. Filled with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the narrow gap. I'm off now, ha. Li Luo's boisterous laughter echoed within the ice palace. However, the Xianbing guards behind him showed no emotional change, merely following their protocol to eliminate the intruder. Then Li Luo's figure transformed into a streak of light, entering the dark passageway, heading straight for the surface of the ice. The Xianbing guards had strong defensive and recovery abilities, but were not very fast. Once he reached the land above the ice layer in Beihan continent, even if the number of Xianbing guards doubled, they would never catch up to him. Just as Li Luo escaped the main hall and entered the dark passage, he came from the hundreds of Xianbing guards unexpectedly stopped in unison, as if bound by some invisible force. They slowly retreated back into the depths of the ice palace. With a loud bang, the ice door slammed shut, and everything fell silent. They're not chasing anymore. Feeling the absence of the Xianbing guard's presence behind him, Li Luo breathed a sigh of relief, his escape speed decreasing. He thought they would pursue him to the ends of the earth to reclaim the inheritance crystal within the main hall. That was a close call. Li Luo sighed lightly, patting his chest armor, recalling the earlier scene that sent chills down his spine. Indeed, ancient ruins hold immense opportunities, but they also conceal unimaginable dangers. If the inheritance crystal were triggered and the ice palace door closed, it would be disastrous. Faced with hundreds of Xianbing guards at the peak of martial god to martial emperor levels, even he had no good solutions. If it were any other martial saint or martial god warrior, their strength would be further diminished by the cold air within the palace. There was even a possibility of falling here. Li Luo returned to the end of the passage to observe, once more confirming that the Xianbing guards had not followed him out. He finally felt completely at ease. Looks like they won't be chasing me anymore. With safety confirmed, Li Luo quickly advanced along the passage back to the ice layer above. The greatest reward from this trip to the ancient ruins was that inheritance crystal. Once absorbed and merged, his strength would surely increase significantly. Until he saw a faint ray of light breaking through the ice crevice at the end of the passage, Li Luo swiftly exited the passage and flew up through the crack. He returned to the surface of the ice. The time outside the main hall had reached dusk, and the environment remained filled with snowstorms and howling winds. Li Luo excitedly returned to the ice fortress he had created. With a slight thought, a softly glowing blue inheritance crystal emerged from his infinite storage space, hovering above his palm. This is the inheritance crystal. Li Luo murmured, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he gently stroked the crystal. Feeling the rich ice elemental energy emanating from the inheritance crystal, Li Luo's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. This inheritance crystal, left by a peak martial sovereign warrior, had been sealed beneath the ice in the ice palace for at least 10,000 years. It not only contained the legacy left by that peak martial sovereign, but also amassed a vast amount of ice elemental energy accumulated over many years underground. The ice elemental energy contained within is definitely equivalent to several SS-grade ice crystals. Li Luo exclaimed in shock as he sensed the energy within. No wonder those martial god warriors, despite knowing the unimaginable dangers lurking within these ancient ruins, still risked entering to explore. This inheritance crystal is truly precious. Not to mention the powerful legacy it contains. Just the rich energy alone would be beneficial for martial god-level warriors. Li Luo gripped the inheritance crystal tightly in his hand, calming his excited heart slightly. He rose and inspected the surroundings of the ice fortress, confirming that there were no traces of fierce beasts nearby. Time is of the essence. I must absorb the inheritance crystal now. Li Luo returned to the ice fortress, sitting cross-legged, feeling extremely happy and excited. With both hands slowly lifting the inheritance crystal, he closed his eyes and focused, beginning to guide the ice elemental energy within his body to resonate with the energy in the crystal. As Li Luo concentrated, the blue light on the crystal surged, as if countless tiny ice crystals were swirling within. It released waves of pure and mighty ice elemental energy that gradually flowed into his body. This power, it's so immense. Li Luo was astonished in his heart. He could clearly feel that as the energy surged in, his meridians were being expanded and his aura grew more robust. There were even faint signs of breaking through a bottleneck. Li Luo, filled with excitement, dared not let down his guard, fully immersing himself in the process of absorption. He operated the Xianbing divine art, using the chill frost divine vein to guide the rich ice elemental energy contained in the inheritance crystal, circulating it through his body along a predetermined path, nurturing every inch of flesh and blood, strengthening his control over the ice elements. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, with only Li Luo's steady breathing and the subtle sounds of energy flowing within the crystal remaining in the ice fortress. As the energy continued to be absorbed, a faint chill began to envelop Li Luo, with ice crystals slowly forming around him. His aura was also steadily rising. Until the next morning, when the first light of dawn appeared at the horizon. A peculiar energy mixed with the cold wind of Beihan continent, that was the unique authority and oppression of a peak martial saint. Inside the ice fortress, Li Luo abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within his whole body, emanating a faint blue cold glow. The aura of a peak martial saint mixed with the cold wind was emanating from Li Luo, the pinnacle of martial saint. Li Luo restrained the domineering aura leaking wildly from his body, a smile spreading across his face. Feeling the surging power within him, his heart was filled with ecstasy. He never expected that within less than half a month of arriving in the northern frost continent, he would by a stroke of fortune break through to the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. Moreover, the ice elemental energy contained within the inheritance crystal was exceptionally rich. After his rank ascended to the pinnacle of martial saint, his cultivation base had surged forward by nearly a third, one step closer to the martial god. Then with a thought, he opened the system panel. Namely, Luo rank martial saint, peak punching power 21800 kg, force output 9. 8 times cultivation art SS strength, body tempering heavenly saint art SS strength, profound ice divine art drank iron bone body, forging method martial skills basic blade, art mastery SS strength, frost, divine codex mastery SS strength, ice frost heaven splitting, slash mastery, strength phantom shadow step mastery crank, void shattering, fist mastery bloodline, frost, divine vein items, imperial sky pearl damaged cold abyss silver, armor ice crystal spirit chain starfall blade. His punching power had directly broken through 2 million kilograms, and his explosive force had increased by another 1.6 times. With full explosive force, the power of each punch reached a terrifying 21 million kilograms. If he ran into the sea fiend again, Li Luo would have to make him understand the meaning of a day apart feels like 3 autumns. After absorbing the ice elemental energy contained within the inheritance crystal, his control over the laws of ice and frost within his body became even more solid. The power of the ice-based martial skills he released was enhanced. A segment of inherited memories from the crystal also appeared in his mind. This included the cultivation insights left by the Ice Palace Master, a peak martial venerate warrior, which greatly increased his probability of breaking through to the martial venerate rank in the future. For other ice and frost warriors, it might be quite helpful. But for Li Luo, the cultivation insights left by this peak martial venerate warrior were rather mediocre and of little use. He had fused with the frost divine vein. There was no need to worry about being stuck at a bottleneck and unable to break through to the next warrior rank. He only needed to cultivate and sign in quietly in the northern frost continent. When the time came, he would naturally break through to martial god martial venerate. And even the martial emperor realm that the Ice Palace Master had dreamed of, bottlenecks simply did not exist for him. However, the most precious among them were the method for crafting the Ice Frost Guard and a venerata rank martial skill left by the Ice Palace Master, Frost Convergence. It was a highly destructive ice-based attack martial skill exceptionally suitable for an ice and frost warrior like Li Luo. But since he had just digested the inheritance and hadn't obtained it directly from the system with mastery, Li Luo had not yet comprehended it to the beginner level. For now, he could not unleash this venerata rank martial skill that surpassed SS rank and divine rank. Comprehending this venerata rank martial skill successfully was no simple task, but Li Luo was not. After digesting the inheritance, he already had some insights into this venerata rank martial skill. He only needed to calm his mind and spend some time in contemplation to successfully comprehend it to the beginner level. I really struck gold this time. Li Luo was so excited he could barely contain his grin. This trip to the northern frost continent was incredibly worthwhile. Unexpectedly beneath this glacier, he had discovered an ancient relic buried for 10,000 years. He also had the high-ranking Lord-level beast, the Snow Domain Netherwolf, to thank for that. Although the venerata rank martial skill was immensely powerful, Li Luo had no plans to comprehend it for the time being. His current rank was only the pinnacle of martial saint. Even if he barely comprehended it, he would find it difficult to unleash the true power of frost convergence. Moreover, comprehending a venerata rank martial skill to mastery was no easy feat. Even with the fusion of the frost divine vein and enhanced comprehension, it would require a considerable amount of time. So it was not too late to comprehend it after breaking through to martial god. After all, the martial skill was in his mind and no one could take it away. He still had to prioritize enhancing his strength, especially after Li Luo learned that beyond the martial god rank, there were also the martial venerate and martial emperor ranks. His gaze immediately pierced through the limitations before him. He turned his gaze towards a vaster world. He realized that even breaking through to martial god only made him a powerhouse on Blue Star. In the vast universe, he might only be a slightly larger ant. Perhaps one day an alien race might invade, capturing him as a slave and sending him to mine. His frost divine vein originated from an alien race, and Li Luo did not believe that the universe of this world lacked other racial civilizations. As powerful as Blue Star's human civilization was 10,000 years ago, possessing not only martial venerates, but also martial emperors, it still vanished into the dust of history for unknown reasons. Only a few ancient relics remained to attest to the former glory of their civilization. Li Luo's thoughts returned to the present, and he stopped his idle musings, murmuring softly, "For now, the most urgent task is to break through to martial god. He'll comprehend frost convergence later. Perhaps after his warrior rank increased, he could directly sign in and obtain a divine rank or venerata rank martial skill from the system. Its power would certainly not be inferior to this venerata rank martial skill frost convergence left by the peak martial venerate warrior." After deciding on his next arrangements, Li Luo suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. "Can't forget this. Bro, system sign in," Li Luo silently said in his heart with some anticipation. He didn't know if the system could hear his thoughts, but his demands weren't high. Just signing in and obtaining a perfectly comprehended divine rank martial skill would be enough. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a perfect comprehension of basic fist art." As the system's voice faded, Li Luo's mind was once again infused with a gentle stream of memories. After quickly digesting this influx of memories, Li Luo had become a master with precise control over fist techniques. Even if he didn't use a weapon and only used his fist, the power of a single punch was greatly enhanced. Li Luo's face wore a helplessly amused expression, and he silently said in his heart, "You got it wrong, bro system. I wanted a divine rank martial skill, not a perfected basic fist art." But the system still gave no response. "Bro system, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Make sure you remember this and follow through." Li Luo joked inwardly. A perfected basic fist art was already quite good compared to ordinary strength pills, spirit herbs, weapons, and the like. So far he had never signed in an item below strength. Li Luo speculated inwardly. The rank of items obtained from the system should be linked to his own strength. Once he raised his rank to martial god, there was a high probability he could sign in items like SS rank and above martial skills pills and energy crystals. That must be it, no doubt. Li Luo rested his chin on his hands, speculating in his mind. To verify whether his guess was correct, he would have to wait until after breaking through to martial god. At that moment, Li Luo, having broken through to the peak of the martial saint realm, became more acutely aware of his surroundings and suddenly sensed a chilling aura of a high-ranking lord-level beast stirring in the air around him. It was drawing continuously closer to him. Another high-ranking lord-level beast has come. Li Luo immediately became alert after spending more than a week in the core area of the northern cold continent. Finally encountering another high-ranking lord-level beast, it was likely attracted by the aura he released after his breakthrough to the peak of the martial saint realm. The reason he had not encountered any other beasts of different levels was probably that they sensed his aura and recognized him as an opponent they could not handle, thus not daring to approach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so long without encountering any other beasts aside from that snow domain spectral wolf. "If you're in such a hurry to seek death, I'll gladly oblige." Li Luo sensed the aura emanating from the high-ranking lord-level beast, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he slowly stood up. His blood surged and dense ice elements swirled around him. Li Luo flexed the incredibly powerful muscles in his body. A faint sound of bones cracking escaped him, revealing the immense power contained within as he prepared to deal with the high-ranking lord-level beast that had come looking for death. A faint sound of bones cracking escaped him, revealing the immense power contained within as he prepared to deal with the high-ranking lord-level beast that had come looking for death. Guy for a better view of his surrounding. In the distance, a colossal beast with a pair of wings gradually entered Li Luo's line of sight. It was a frost snow dragon, its entire body covered in silver scales with eyes as red as flames, residing in the northern cold continent for many years. Its strength surpassed that of the snow domain spectral wolf, which was also a dominant level beast, yet Li Luo's mood showed no signs of change. The massive body of the frost snow dragon flew swiftly through the howling cold winds, completely unaffected by the blizzard and biting cold surrounding it. Its size was akin to a moving small iceberg, continually exhaling icy white mist, its crimson eyes revealing a savage intent. The frost snow dragon clearly noticed Li Luo high in the sky, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! The low growl of the frost snow dragon echoed through the cold winds. "Human, you should not be here." It was incomprehensible that a human warrior dared to intrude in the core area of the northern cold continent. "This is near the territory of the snow domain spectral wolf. Where has that guy run off to? Why isn't he here to deal with this human?" Every high-ranking lord and beast in the northern cold continent had their own territories, yet the frost snow dragon did not sense the presence of the snow domain spectral wolf nearby. Doubt crept into its mind. Could the snow domain spectral wolf have been killed by this human? But upon further thought it felt impossible, as it knew the strength of the snow domain spectral wolf. Moreover, this was their home turf, and the strength of human warriors would certainly be weakened by the intense cold surrounding them. But they had long since adapted to it. Even if the snow domain spectral wolf couldn't win, it could definitely escape and come to seek its assistance. It was likely that the snow domain spectral wolf was deep within its territory, in seclusion, unaware that a human had infiltrated its surroundings. In that case, it would have to take action itself. Following the roar of the frost snow dragon, powerful ice energy erupted from its body, instantly freezing the surrounding air into frost. At the same time, it summoned the beasts dwelling within the icy plains for dozens of kilometers around. Groups of bird-like beasts enveloped in cold energy surged forth from all directions at the call of the ice crystal tyrant. They formed an imposing tide of beasts completely surrounding Li Luo and launching an attack on him. Li Luo gazed at the fierce ice crystal snow dragon in the sky, his expression filled with disdain and calm. He paid it no heed. Contemplating quietly, he thought, a mere high-ranking lord-level beast is so arrogant. This time I must tread carefully and not strike too hard. I need its corpse to exchange for contribution points. With his current strength, even if a beast king-level beast came to the northern cold continent, he would still have the power to fight, let alone a mere high-ranking lord-level beast. The only thing to watch out for was not to be too ruthless in his strikes this time. Otherwise, he might end up without even a corpse to claim, losing dozens or even hundreds of contribution points for nothing. Without a hint of hesitation, Li Luo concentrated his thoughts and retrieved the Starfall blade from his limitless storage space, gripping it tightly in his hand. He emanated the formidable pressure of a peak martial saint, and his inner strength surged like a rushing river, instantly releasing the phantom step. Li Luo's figure flickered like a ghost. He dashed through the sky rapidly, leaving behind traces of residual shadows, moving at a speed that was shocking. He ignored the tide of beasts rushing towards him and headed straight for the frost snow dragon. This creature was the most valuable. If it got away, he would have to waste considerable effort chasing after it. Thus, Li Luo resolved to deal with this high-ranking lord-level beast first before tackling the surrounding minions. Prepare to die. Li Luo's arrogant voice echoed through the wind and snow, reaching the ears of the ice crystal snow dragon. A high-ranking lord-level dragon beast of this size could easily yield over 100 contribution points, and that was a conservative estimate. Him seeking death. The frost snow dragon's eyes gleamed with ferocity as its massive body spiraled in the air. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up piercing cold winds. It let out a deafening roar. The surrounding ice elements quickly responded to its call, converging into sharp ice blades that shot towards Li Luo. However, Li Luo's figure had already transformed into a streak of flowing light, weaving effortlessly through the gaps between the ice blades and easily dodging several attacks. In the blink of an eye, Li Luo was enveloped in the terrifying aura of a peak martial saint, rapidly closing in on the colossal body of the frost snow dragon. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He had no intention of wasting time and prepared to deal with it directly. The one seeking death is you. Li Luo's voice sounded particularly icy amidst the howling wind and snow. As the words fell, the power within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, enveloping his body in a layer of brilliant ice blue light. With a 9.8-fold increase in power, the frost snow dragon sensed the sudden surge of aura from Li Luo, and disbelief and terror flashed in its eyes. Its massive body trembled violently, attempting to react in the air, but everything felt too rushed. No, this is impossible. The frost snow dragon let out a desperate roar. Its wings flapped wildly, trying to stabilize its form while summoning all the ice elements around for defense, but it was all too late. Icebreaker slash. Li Luo swung the Starfall blade down sharply, unleashing a blade of absolute ice power that sliced through the air. Wherever the blade passed, even the air froze solid, emitting a piercing whistle. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The strike, imbued with terrifying power, struck fiercely against the body of the frost snow dragon. Its silver scales felt as fragile as paper before this overwhelming force, instantly tearing apart. The massive body froze for a moment in midair before crashing down with a thunderous thud, transforming into a giant ice block that slowly sank into the snow below. The last flicker of light in the enormous beast's eyes extinguished. As one of the overlord-level ferocious beasts of the northern cold continent, it never imagined that one day it would be killed in a single blow by a human warrior in its own territory. Li Luo, enveloped in a chilling aura of killing intent, landed steadily and glanced at the corpse of the frost snow dragon, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He lightly clapped his hands, internally relieved. Fortunately, the corpse is still relatively intact. If assessed within the human warrior system, this frost snow dragon's strength should be at the peak of the martial sage realm. The scales and blood of this beast are precious treasures, and recovering them for the Elder Council will yield a considerable contribution value. Li Luo's gaze then shifted to the surroundings. The once surging beast tide had become chaotic upon witnessing Li Luo unleash his full power to slay the frost snow dragon. They never expected this human to be so terrifying. They scattered in all directions, desperate to flee from the scene. But how could Li Luo let them escape? With a swift motion, he charged into the beast horde like a cheetah. "It's your turn." An eerie cold light flickered in Li Luo's eyes as he exuded the pressure of a peak martial sage. The starfall blade in his hand transformed into streaks of cold light weaving through the beast horde. Each strike was precise and lethal. In no time at all, the beast tide was slaughtered to the last creature, leaving nothing but a ground littered with corpses and splattered blood. Easily dealt with. Li Luo sheathed the starfall blade and looked at the corpses of the avian ferocious beasts around him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He then wasted no time. He stored all the corpses left on the ice field, including that of the massive frost snow dragon, into his infinite storage space. Although the corpses of these beast generals were not worth much compared to high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts and could not be sold to the Elder Council for recovery. But it was still a supplementary gain not to be overlooked. After completing all this, Li Luo stood amidst the wind and snow, gazing at the bloodied ice field. Feeling the surging power within him after breaking through to the peak of the martial sage realm, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a confident smile. His gaze turned towards the ice canyon near the ice fortress. A mysterious impulse surged in his heart. Perhaps I don't need to wait until I break through to the martial god realm. I can return to the ice palace now. Li Luo murmured softly to himself, wanting to return to the ancient ruins beneath the ice. He sought to find if there were any legacy crystals that contained vital items for crafting the Mystic Ice Guardians. Li Luo was very interested in the Mystic Ice Guardians. As long as he possessed the Mystic Ice Crystal, he could create his own army of Mystic Ice Guardians. The remaining hundreds of Mystic Ice Guardians inside the Ice Palace seemed to be under some kind of rule restriction. Li Luo recalled the scene after he had escaped from the Ice Palace, pondering quietly. After escaping from the grand doors of the Ice Palace and entering the passage, the Mystic Ice Guardians that had relentlessly pursued him suddenly stopped. They slowly retreated back into the Ice Palace. I seem to understand their rules. They only attack intruders who enter or attempt to enter the Ice Palace. Once they leave the range of the Ice Palace, they will return inside. A playful smile crept across Li Luo's lips as he felt increasingly confident. It was very likely that the master of the Ice Palace had set up this rule to prevent intruders from drawing them away, yet there were loopholes in it. A group of energy puppets that followed fixed procedural rules. Even with peak martial god strength, they couldn't fully unleash their power. If faced with a group of equally ranked human warriors, Li Luo wouldn't dare to enter easily, even after breaking through to the peak of the martial sage realm. But now he was prepared to try again. After all, even if he couldn't win, the hundreds of Mystic Ice Guardians would retreat back to the main hall if he entered. However, Li Luo did not intend to go now. He had expended some stamina in the fight with the Frost Snow Dragon and had not yet fully recovered to his peak. Since time was ample, Li Luo decided to rest for a day before returning to the ancient ruins. He then returned to the ice fortress near the ice fissure, sitting cross-legged and beginning to cultivate the mystic ice divine art. After absorbing the energy contained in the legacy crystal, his strength surged by nearly a third after breaking through to the peak of the martial sage realm. As long as he practiced the mystic ice divine art in this ice fortress every day, he would be able to break through to the martial god realm effortlessly in less than half a year. However, Li Luo was very eager for the remaining treasures hidden within the ancient ruins and did not want to wait until after breaking through to the martial god realm to re-enter. With the strength of a peak martial sage and having a general grasp of the rules of the Mystic Ice Guardians, Li Luo felt he could challenge it again. Perhaps he could find some energy crystals of level SSS or above within, which would directly accelerate his progress in breaking through to the martial god realm. I hope the remaining treasures inside do not disappoint me. As his cultivation technique operated, the surrounding cold air seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand gathering around him to form faint ice blue halos. Time quietly passed. Only the steady and powerful sound of Li Luo's breathing remained in the ice fortress. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated this world wrapped in silver, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharper, and the cold air surrounding him had become more solid. The exhaustion from yesterday's battle with the Frost Snow Dragon had fully recovered to its peak under the operation of the Frost Divine Vein, without even taking any pills. System check-in. Li Luo habitually performed his daily check-in in his mind. He hoped the system would respond to his request from yesterday with a perfect understanding of a divine-level martial skill. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of level Force Spirit Pills. Force Spirit Pill can greatly enhance the strength of the user for a short period with no side effects after the effect ends. A bottle contains 10 pills. Force Spirit Pill. Li Luo softly repeated the name of the pill, his expression calm, without showing disappointment. That's acceptable. It will help him gain a better chance in the upcoming battle against the hundreds of mystic ice guardians in the ancient. After the sign-in ended, Li Luo stood up and left the ice fortress. He returned to the edge of the nearby ice fissure, feeling the piercing cold wind around him as a glimmer of confidence sparkled in his eyes. I am back again. Looking down at the familiar dark passage below, he leaped, without hesitation, his figure swiftly vanishing into the darkness beneath the ice. A moment later, Li Luo traversed the winding passage, and suddenly a vast expanse opened before him. The majestic ice palace once again came into view. The faint cracks on the grand door flickered under the weak light, remnants of his previous forced entry into the ice. However, this did not affect the door's sturdiness in the slightest. Looks like I have to use the old method again, Li Luo thought to himself as he quickly walked to the entrance and pushed against the door, only to find it unmoving. Then with a thought, he retrieved a faintly glowing red power essence pill from his infinite storage space. Without any hesitation, he directly placed the pill into his mouth. A warm and powerful energy instantly erupted within him, converging countless forces throughout his limbs. Li Luo immediately felt his strength increase nearly twofold. What a powerful power essence pill! He felt the rapidly surging power within him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the immense power contained within the punch wind. Open for me. Taking a deep breath, he surged up like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, gathering all his strength to deliver a punch to the ice palace's grand door. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. Li Luo's powerful fist collided fiercely with the ice door, shaking the entire palace as if it were struck by this force. It emitted a low rumble. Ice shards flew everywhere, and the cracks on the door widened slightly. Yet it stood firm, unyielding, blocking Li Luo outside. Inside the ice palace, familiar energy fluctuations and the sound of shattering ice surged rapidly. Clearly, the hundreds of Xianbing guards inside sensed another intruder attempting to enter the palace and were currently trying to breach the door. They rushed towards this direction. They are coming. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Luo's eyes. Prepared, he swiftly retreated while waving his left hand, revealing the starfall knife that emitted a chilling light. The grand door of the ice palace swiftly opened from within after a series of low rumbles. In an instant, hundreds of Xianbing guards surged out, accompanied by biting cold and terrifying auras like a tide. They held crystal-clear ice spears and shields surrounded by cold air capable of freezing ordinary warriors, directly aimed at Li Luo, the uninvited guest. Come on. Li Luo snorted coldly, leaping up again, the starfall knife in his hand glinting with icy radiance. His profound inner strength erupted, unleashing the phantom step as he charged towards the hundreds of Xianbing guards. His movements were incredibly swift and contained a killing intent. Each swing of the knife was accompanied by the crisp sound of ice cracking. The Xianbing guards at the Martial Emperor and Martial Saint levels were as fragile as ice sculptures before him, falling one after another beneath the chilling light of Li Luo's starfall knife. They had no opportunity to recover from their wounds. Li Luo's thoughts were quite simple. First, he would clear out these hundreds of small monsters at the peak of Martial Emperor to Martial Saint level, then focus on dealing with the 10 Martial God level boss. The Martial God level Xianbing guard with ice blue eyes observed the scene as if realizing Li Luo's intentions. He quickly led the other 9 early-stage Martial God Xianbing guards, intertwining like 9 bolts of ice blue lightning to form a net. They attempted to trap Li Luo, who was continuously flashing and slaughtering the remaining low-level Xianbing guards, after casually eliminating another peak Martial Emperor guard with a swipe of his knife. Oh, so clever. Li Luo was quite surprised to see the Martial God level Xianbing guards surrounding him from all directions. Those low-level Xianbing guards no longer rushed forward to attack him, but quickly retreated behind the Martial God level guards. Their eyes gathered with a cold light, firing ice light rays formed from ice elements. They used ranged attacks to interfere with him. It seems I have to waste another pill. Li Luo did not feel anxious in the face of the increasingly urgent situation. A playful smile crept onto his lips. With a slight movement of his mind and glass Windwalker, a pill emitting a faint green light was securely grasped in his palm. Li Luo swiftly removed the helmet of the cold, ethereal silver armor and rapidly consumed the Windwalker pill. In an instant, a refreshing and immense wind element surged violently within him. It was as if thousands of gentle breezes converged into a river, cleansing every meridian in his body. Li Luo felt immensely light, and his speed had undergone a qualitative leap. Feeling the significant boost in speed, Li Luo spoke with a hint of mockery. I told you can't stop me at all. Then his profound inner strength erupted again, and he executed the phantom step to its utmost. Li Luo's body left behind extremely blurry afterimages within the encirclement, traversing like a ghost, effortlessly breaking through the siege of the 10 martial god level Xianbing guards. Li Luo moved like the Grim Reaper across the battlefield, each swing of the Starfall knife accompanied by the falling figures of Xianbing guards. The Martial Emperor and Martial Saint level Xianbing guards could not mount an effective counterattack against his terrifying speed and fierce knife techniques, only able to watch helplessly as their companions fell one by one. Seeing this, the Martial God level Xianbing guards hastened their pursuit, attempting to reform the encirclement. Yet Li Luo's speed was simply too fast, allowing him to brush past them every time. They could not form an effective encirclement. Nonetheless, in front of the not-so-wide grand door of the Ice Palace, the dense ice element attacks still made it difficult for Li Luo to evade completely. A few sharp ice light rays struck him, but they were successfully blocked by the SS glass battle armor he wore. Only shallow scratches remained, and he did not suffer any severe injuries. But the group of Xianbing guards was different. The Xianbing guards below the martial god level had been nearly exterminated, with only a few remaining desperately trying to recover from their injuries. Although Li Luo's breath was slightly disordered, his eyes glittered with an even hotter light. He was not planning to retreat just yet. He was prepared to take advantage of the pill's effects before they faded to fully eliminate the remaining 20 or so Xianbing guards, to challenge his own limits. After all, even if he couldn't win, he could turn around and retreat into the passage behind him to recover his strength. The fallen Xianbing guards around him had no way to revive, and the ultimate victor would definitely be him. Li Luo's cold gaze swept over the 10 god level Xianbing guards closing in around him. Facing 9 early stage god level warriors and 1 peak stage god level warrior, he could not afford to be careless. To ensure absolute safety, a round and full force pill and a jade green windwalker pill silently appeared in the palm of his battle armor. With both pills I will surely overcome you, Li Luo murmured to himself. Then without hesitation, he opened the helmet of his cold shadow silver armor and swallowed both pills. In an instant, a surging torrent of immense power and speed roared within his body, as if boundless strength and wind elements flowed into him. Li Luo's aura suddenly surged. Yet the 10 god level Xianbing guards, shrouded in cold air, charged at him with ice spears and ice shields, unafraid of death. They had no concept of fear. Frozen Sky Slash, Li Luo shouted, unleashing a terrifying frost power as he tightly gripped the Starfall blade. He swung the blade, and a beam of ice energy with ultimate coldness sliced through the air. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to freeze, and the blade shot towards the formation of the god-level Xianbing guards. In an instant, several Xianbing guards were frozen in place, unable to move. However, these god-level Xianbing guards were not easily dealt with. They quickly reacted and gathered around their frozen companion. Together, they unleashed a powerful ice element defense, attempting to withstand Li Luo's attack. Ice walls, ice shields, ice spikes. Various basic ice martial techniques emerged, but combined with their god-level strength, the damage was terrifying. The remaining dozen or so Xianbing guards below god level also launched ice beams from their blue ice eyes. The collision with Li Luo's charged strike, the Frozen Sky Slash, erupted with deafening roars and dazzling light. Both sides were pushed back by the terrifying shockwave generated from the clash of the two formidable energies, and the few frozen Xianbing guards also recovered. They actually united to block it. Li Luo stared in surprise as he watched his attack being repelled. The Frozen Sky Slash, which could even overcome high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts, had actually been blocked by this group of Xianbing guards working together. It seemed he could not underestimate the strength of the god-level Xianbing guards, especially that peak-stage god-level warrior. Although their speed could not match his, their defense and attack power were formidable. Combined with their utterly abnormal recovery ability, they could be considered a nightmare for any warrior entering this ancient relic. However, the only unfortunate aspect was that they had encountered the equally abnormal Li Luo. Let me see how many times you can block. Li Luo regained his composure, a cold smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. Ice Blade Slash. He once again erupted with an even more intense and terrifying ice element aura, swinging the Starfall blade fiercely. He unleashed 5 dazzling ice blade slashes in quick succession, each carrying a world-destroying momentum aimed at the 10 god-level Xianbing guards that had united. Boom! An even louder explosion echoed before the gates of the ice hall in response to Li Luo's 5 Frozen Sky Slashes launched with renewed power. Though the 10 god-level Xianbing guards desperately lifted their ice shields to resist, they ultimately could not withstand it completely. Cracking ice sounds rang out, and they bore several horrifying wounds, ice crystal fragments scattering. After being injured, they quickly absorbed the surrounding dense ice elements for recovery. But Li Luo would not give them that opportunity. Icebound for 1,000 miles, Li Luo whispered, his voice soft, but imbued with earth-destroying power. As his words fell, the air around seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand. The rich ice elements surged wildly, condensing into countless sharp ice blades. With a bone-chilling coldness, they swept towards the 10 god-level Xianbing guards like a storm. Under the onslaught of these ice blades, only those 10 god-level warriors, relying on their astonishing defense and recovery, managed to hold on. The remaining Xianbing guards, from Martial Emperor to Martial Saint level, were instantaneously cut into countless pieces, utterly vanishing. The Xianbing guards that had guarded this ice hall for millennia ultimately fell to Li Luo alone. The 10 god-level Xianbing guards had not perished, but their injuries were severe, their movements slightly sluggish, and their bodous natural healing speed could not keep up with their injury rate. God-level Xianbing guards are truly difficult to deal with. Seeing this, Li Luo's cold eyes brimmed with fierce intent, yet could not hide a hint of fatigue. Fortunately, when he entered at the late stage of Martial Saint, he had not chosen to confront these 10 god-level Xianbing guards. Even though they were a group of puppets following set procedures, their strength had already reached god level, and they were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Li Luo had underestimated the strength of the god-level Xianbing guards, thinking they were only slightly stronger than those Martial Saint-level Xianbing guards. But unexpectedly, the difference was like heaven and earth. The god-level Xianbing guards not only united for offense or defense, but could also unleash some basic ice martial techniques. After being injured, their recovery speed completely crushed that of the other levels of Xianbing guards. Fortunately, I possess the Frost Divine Vein. You can absorb ice elements to recover, and so can I. Li Luo suppressed his panting, a defiant smile curving his lips. The Frost Divine Vein integrated into his bloodline operated at full capacity, and his internal power recovery speed was no less than the self-repair speed of the peak stage god-level Xianbing guards. It even hinted at a potential to surpass. Both sides fell into another fierce clash, each collision accompanied by deafening roars and scattered ice shards. Relying on his agile movements and the enhanced strength from the force pill, Li Luo continuously flickered, searching for the enemy's flaws. Each flicker could randomly inflict severe cuts on a Xianbing guard. The Xianbing guards, however, could not keep up with Li Luo's speed, only occasionally landing a hit. They relied on their strong defense and coordinated efforts to barely withstand Li Luo's assault. Time passed second by second, until a moment arrived. A good opportunity, now is the time. Li Luo finally seized a fleeting chance, the Starfall blade radiating a brilliant cold light, imbued with powerful ice elements. Combined with an explosive force of over 21 million kilograms, it precisely pierced the chest of that peak stage god-level Xianbing guard. This completely ended it. Following the death of this peak stage god-level Xianbing guard, the remaining 9 early stage god-level Xianbing guards were also subsequently slain by Li Luo. Finally resolved. After the battle, Li Luo did not immediately relax his vigilance, panting as he scanned the surroundings with his gaze. Only after confirming that all the ice guards were completely dead and posed no further threat did he slowly begin to relax. Although he had achieved ultimate victory, his physical state, however, had already reached its limit. The aura emanating from him was chaotic, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The SS Scrade Starfall blade in his hand had also developed some cracks. As for the SS Scrade battle armor, the Hanyu Silver armor, it was even more severely damaged. Even with its automatic repair function, it would require some time to return to its original state. I didn't expect it to be this messy. Li Luo planted the Starfall blade into the ground, supporting himself. His gaze reflected both exhaustion and an undeniable sense of pride. This was the most intense battle he had experienced since his crossing, fighting alone against 10 Martial God-level opponents, along with 100 ice guards ranging from Martial Emperor to Martial Saint levels. In the end, he had defeated them all. Other martial gods might not have managed it. Moreover, within this ice palace, there was a special cold aura suppressing them. If it weren't for the integration of the Frost Divine Pulse, Li Luo wouldn't dare to be so reckless. What Li Luo felt the most regret about was the SS grade armor and weapons were all reduced to tatters during this battle. The pills that increased strength and speed, aside from the 2 consumed at the beginning, he had used 2 more in the subsequent fights. Fortunately, the ice crystal spirit chain he wore around his neck did not trigger its protective effect, so the losses were not maximized. Li Luo thought to himself, I must retrieve these losses from within the ice palace. He was already prepared to enter the ice palace and scour it thoroughly to make up for this loss. First, I need to restore my stamina before going inside, Li Luo whispered. In his current state, he didn't dare to enter the ice palace directly. Then with a thought, he took out a few pills, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance from his infinite storage space. A warm power instantly spread within him, alleviating his fatigue and pain. At the same time, he fully activated the Frost Divine Pulse and his injuries began to heal at a visible rate. The chaotic aura was also gradually recovering. As Li Luo recovered, he reflected on the scenes of battle in his mind. He couldn't help but feel that it was truly perilous. If this ancient ruin had not been located in the northern cold continent, had it been in another continent, without power amplification, he might have truly fallen. Although the ice guards guarding this place were merely puppets following fixed protocols, their displayed strength was not to be underestimated. After the confrontation, he realized that their terrifying power should not be taken lightly. He had completely underestimated them. The martial god-level ice guards had undergone a qualitative change. Fortunately, all the ice guards had already been dealt with, including 10 martial god-level ones. Even if there were more within the ice palace, their strength would not be as formidable as the previous wave. Once his aura had fully recovered, he would be able to explore this ancient ruin buried beneath the glaciers of the northern cold continent, which had endured for 10,000 years. Moments later, with the assistance of the Frost Divine Pulse and the pills, Li Luo's aura quickly climbed back to its peak. Next, let me see what treasures lie within. Li Luo gazed at the tightly shut door of the ice palace, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He was ready to thoroughly search all the locations he had not had the chance to explore during his last entry into the ice palace. Then Li Luo swiftly approached the door, a proud smile appearing on his face. This time there shouldn't be any ice guards to stop me, right? With that, he clenched his fists, unleashing a sudden burst of 9.8 times the force. The vast power within him converged upon his fists, and he struck the tightly shut door once more. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the door trembled violently. The cracks previously left on it quickly spread like a spider web. As Li Luo tightened his fists and unleashed several blows, no familiar sounds emerged again, and the door was soon pushed open once more by his powerful strikes, revealing a gap even wider than before. It's open. Li Luo looked at the door that slowly opened under his force, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He stepped inside. Stepping into the ice palace, he stepped onto the smooth ice surface, producing a crisp sound. Li Luo observed the eerily quiet environment around him. Realizing that there should no longer be any ice guards appearing to attack him, it was likely that all the ice guards in the ice palace had been completely dealt with by him earlier. Finally, there are no more of those annoying pests. Let's see who can come out to stop me this time. Li Luo's gaze turned cold. He quickly traversed the familiar ice crystal corridor ahead and began to explore the ice palace at will. Each side hall was arranged in a scattered manner, and behind every door might hide astonishing treasures. From this point onward, everything found within this ice palace would belong to him. Moreover, with the infinite storage space, he wouldn't have to worry about where to store them. This is it. There must be something inside. Li Luo stopped in front of a side hall that looked no different from. His eyes revealed a glint of expectation. He could feel the faint energy emanating from within. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Open for me. Li Luo slammed a fist against the door, smashing it open, and a rich aura of ice elements rushed toward him. This is Xianbing crystals. His gaze was instantly drawn to the hundreds of Xianbing crystals on the ground, which were vital core materials for creating ice guards. One of Li Luo's goals for re-entering this ice palace was to find these special ice crystals. The hundreds of Xianbing crystals shimmered enticingly, as if silently waiting for the arrival of someone destined like Li Luo. So many. Li Luo's eyes were filled with joy. He did not expect to find Xianbing crystals. He found about 200 of them at a rough estimate, and these Xianbing crystals could absorb the surrounding ice elements just like the ice guards. They automatically absorbed the ice elements that permeated the surroundings, replenishing the energy lost over endless years. The energy within remained intact, but it was not suitable for martial artists to absorb. Then I won't be polite. After confirming that there seemed to be no hidden mechanisms within the ice palace, Li Luo joyfully stepped inside. He collected all the Xianbing crystals into his infinite storage space. Each one was of grade or above. The only pity was that the highest grade was only SSS, and there were no divine grade Xianbing crystals. Otherwise, after returning, he could have created absolutely loyal martial god-level ice guards. After collecting all the profound ice crystals found in this side hall, Li Luo continued to delve deeper into the ice sculpture. This should be the side hall for storing elixirs, armor, and weapons, Li Luo confirmed, picking up a long-abandoned elixir bottle. The elixir bottles were already empty. The elixirs had vanished over the course of time. Had he come a bit earlier, he might have seen the elixirs inside. Meanwhile, the few armors and weapons ranking around SS level had also suffered severe erosion from the passage of time, losing their former sharpness and luster. They no longer held any value for repairs. Choosing to restore them would be less worthwhile than forging a new one. These scraps should still hold some value if reforged together right. Whatever, I can't leave empty-handed. Li Luo looked at the neatly arranged armors and weapons placed on the ice pillars and decided to take them all with him after a brief contemplation. Although they could no longer be used, at least the materials were decent, at least of grade quality. Perhaps after melting them down he could forge something new. Li Luo swiftly placed everything from this side hall into his infinite storage space, even the rusted elixir bottles with nothing inside. Continue. Li Luo nodded gently at the empty side hall. He did not linger and continued to explore within this ice palace. There were still many places left unentered. The treasures within this ancient relic should be more than just these scraps. Indeed, as he systematically checked each side hall, Li Luo soon discovered a small amount of snow spirit crystals within a rather rudimentary ice hall. These crystals, nurtured by the surrounding environment, still contained energy even after 10,000 years. The most striking was a god-level snow spirit crystal the size of a human head. It was one level above the previously discovered SS level. Moreover, it was placed in the most conspicuous spot within the side hall. Li Luo saw it as soon as he kicked open the door. This is a god-level snow spirit crystal. A joy he could hardly conceal spread across Li Luo's face as he held the crystal, gently touching its snow-white crystalline surface. The only pity was that a third of its originally contained immense energy had already dissipated, yet it could still make any warrior's heart race. The other snow spirit crystals were in similar condition, with varying amounts of energy having waned. These are all mine now. Li Luo unceremoniously claimed all the snow spirit crystals in this side hall, totaling 32, including the god level 1. The lowest grade among the rest was level. This time I will definitely break through to the martial god level. Li Luo thought to himself, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. In the following 3 days he was fully confident in breaking through to the martial god level. After a prolonged and thorough search, Li Luo finally explored every corner of this vast ice palace. He arrived at the very center of the palace and looked around. Confirming that nothing was overlooked, he smiled with satisfaction. He began to tally up the bountiful rewards from this ancient relic expedition. 18 pieces of armor and weapons eroded by time, though they had lost their defensive capabilities, were of superior quality. Whether melted down for reforging or sold directly to the Elders' Council for contribution points, both were good choices. Besides the 32 snow spirit crystals initially found, he found some more later, totaling 58. However, there was only one god-level crystal. Additionally, there were over 200 profound ice crystals, along with some other special materials, enough to create a batch of powerful profound ice guardians. Not bad. Li Luo finished counting and wore a satisfied smile. With so many items, he had more than compensated for his losses, and the most precious treasure, the inheritance crystal, had already been absorbed. Many martial god-level warriors were eager to explore ancient relics precisely for the potential inheritance crystals that might exist within. The other items and resources collected were merely supplementary. Most of the armors and weapons found in ancient relics could no longer be used. The energy contained within the crystals had generally dissipated by more than half, or even entirely. Having reaped a full harvest, Li Luo did not hurry to leave the ice palace, as he still felt a trace of doubt and curiosity in his heart. This strange coldness lingers throughout this ice palace. Where could its source be? Li Luo furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. He had sensed this unique coldness suppressing him the first time he entered the ice palace. However, with his frost divine pulse integrated, this coldness posed no suppressive power against him. If other martial saints or martial gods entered this ice palace, their strength would be reduced by at least a fifth, if not more. Could there be some treasure I haven't discovered yet? Li Luo felt quite puzzled. This peculiar suppressive force surely couldn't be caused by the materials used to construct the ice palace. If that were the case, Li Luo would have to give up. He certainly couldn't take this grand hall with him. Let me see if I can sense it. Li Luo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and surrounded himself with a faint coldness, merging his perception with this magnificent ice palace. As the frost divine pulse flowed slowly, he carefully sensed the direction of the coldness. It was pointing toward the central area of the ice palace near the main hall he had entered before. Found it, it turns out it's here. Li Luo quickly opened his eyes and whispered to himself. He then flashed and arrived at the entrance of the main hall, where he had found the inheritance crystal. Li Luo explored the surroundings based on his perception, and his gaze finally landed on what seemed to be an ordinary icy surface in front of the grand hall. It seems there's something beneath it, Li Luo said uncertainly. Yet he believed that his keen perception would not be wrong. Let me see what secrets lie hidden beneath this icy surface. Li Luo narrowed his cold eyes and clenched his fists. The coldness within him and his vigorous blood surged as he suddenly delivered a powerful punch to the ground. However, the icy surface was exceptionally solid, showing no signs of yielding to his charged punch. Indeed, there is something beneath this. Joy appeared on Li Luo's face as he became increasingly certain that treasures were hidden below. I want to see just how sturdy it is. The cold air emanating from the secret chamber grew even more bone-chilling. On the central water-blue ice platform, a dazzling blue gem quietly emitted a gentle yet powerful glow. This was indeed the source of the unique cold air pervading the ice palace. Gazing at the suddenly revealed secret chamber below, a flicker of uncontainable joy sparkled in Li Luo's eyes as he said excitedly, "My instincts were right. I've found another treasure." The blue gem on the central platform of the secret chamber was certainly no ordinary object, its value potentially second only to the inheritance crystal. After saying that, Li Luo gracefully leaped forward like a light swallow, darting through the air, instantly landing in the secret chamber adorned with intricate runes. As he stepped into the secret chamber, an even more piercing cold than the outside world assaulted him, but it had no effect on Li Luo. He didn't even furrow his brows. The temperature in here. It could probably freeze low-level martial artists into ice sculptures, but fortunately, it doesn't affect me. Feeling the temperature around him, Li Luo revealed a confident smile. His gaze was immediately drawn to the dazzling blue gem on the central water-blue ice platform. Let me see what this thing really is. Li Luo hurriedly approached, cautiously reaching out his hand to gently grasp the blue gem in his palm. His heart was filled with curiosity and excitement. To emit such powerful cold, this gem must be at least above SSS grade. Wow! Li Luo's face showed surprise. The moment he held it in his hand, he felt an intensely strong chill that brought an extremely refreshing sensation. Just as he was preparing to examine it closely, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The runes on the surrounding walls, which Li Luo had unconsciously overlooked, suddenly activated, emitting blinding light. Immediately after, countless ice spikes shot out from the walls, whistling through the air towards Li Luo. Oh no, it's a trap. Li Luo's heart sank. However, he reacted swiftly, instantly channeling his abundant internal energy to activate Phantom Step. His figure retreated rapidly. He transformed into an afterimage, narrowly leaping out of the secret chamber just as the ice spikes were about to hit him, returning to the Grand Hall. Once he steadied himself, Li Luo looked down at the still cold and swirling secret chamber, patting the armor on his chest with lingering fear. That was close. I nearly capsized there. I didn't expect that besides the Ice Guardians there would be other traps hidden in this secret chamber. No traps were set in other areas, whether in the main hall or the side chambers. This led Li Luo to gradually let down his guard, thinking no further dangers would appear. I didn't expect to almost faceplant in a ditch. There was actually a big trap hidden in this secret chamber. This trap is truly ruthless. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Li Luo's gaze swept over the traces left by the ice spikes in the secret chamber. A hint of caution flickered in his eyes. The power of those ice spikes was definitely not inferior to a full-force strike from a peak martial god, perhaps even stronger. If his reaction had been even a few seconds slower, he would have undoubtedly been shot into a pincushion by those ice spikes. Even if he didn't suffer serious injuries, it would have triggered the protective effect of the ice crystal spirit chain around his neck. It seems this gem is indeed precious. It even prompted the owner of the Ice Palace to design a triggering mechanism for it. After calming himself, Li Luo's gaze fell once again on the blue gem tightly held in his hand, with a smile of having struck gold spreading across his face. Fortunately, I sensed something was off with the cold air permeating the Ice Palace. Otherwise, I would have missed such a divine gem. The process was thrilling yet safe. Even though I triggered the protective effect of the Ice Crystal Spirit obtaining such a gem above SSS grade, Li Luo speculated that the grade of this gem should be divine, or perhaps even at the level of a supreme treasure. To confirm accurately, he could only wait until he left the Ice Palace to feel it thoroughly. With a thought, he stored it away in his infinite storage space, planning to study it closely after leaving the ice. As Li Luo placed the softly glowing gem into the infinite storage space, the suppressive force that originally existed within the Ice Palace disappeared without a trace. Aside from this secret chamber, could there be other hidden chambers in the Ice Palace? Li Luo murmured to himself, his gaze drifting around the empty Grand Hall. A surge of unwillingness to miss any possibility welled up in his heart. Since I'm here, I might as well take a closer look. After making up his mind, Li Luo's figure swiftly darted through every corner of the Ice Palace. He continuously touched the icy walls that might trigger a secret chamber, his sharp gaze scanning the surrounding environment. Is there really nothing here? How can I not find a single secret chamber? Isn't this how it goes in the movies, where you just press on the wall and a secret chamber appears? Why doesn't that work for me? After meticulously searching the entire Ice Palace again, Li Luo returned to the central position, feeling inside the Ice Palace there was nothing but emptiness and coldness, and he no longer sensed any energy crystals. It seemed that this ancient relic truly had nothing left. Everything that could be taken had already been packed away into his infinite storage space. Even the rusted alchemy bottles were not spared. It's time to leave. Li Luo cast one last glance at the softly glowing ice palace and softly said, "Staying here held no further meaning." With his arms full of rewards, Li Luo turned and walked toward the entrance of the ice palace. He passed through the familiar icy crystal corridor and soon saw the ice crystal gate he had broken through twice. His figure flashed as he passed through the ice palace gate. He turned back for one last look at this magnificent ancient relic buried beneath the glaciers. "Goodbye." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. He then quickly stepped into the dark passage he had come from, and in no time, he returned to the edge of the ice fissure. Outside, the time had already reached nightfall. "I can't believe it's so late already." Li Luo looked up at the sky in astonishment. He didn't realize he had spent an entire day in the ancient relic. He then glanced once more at the passage leading to the ancient relic beneath the ice. Using the Spirit Swift ring on his wrist, he precisely marked the location of this ancient relic. "Since I've been here, let it return to its tranquility." After marking the location, Li Luo focused his mind. With a gentle wave of his hands, the surrounding ice elements quickly responded to his call. They gathered into a powerful force, refreezing the conspicuous ice fissure until it completely vanished within the vast snowy expanse. As the snowstorm continued to fall from the sky, by tomorrow morning the ice layer would be buried completely beneath the accumulated snow. Now it's all set. After sealing the cracks in the ice layer, Li Luo returned to the nearby ice fortress. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he muttered softly, "Time is of the essence. Oh, I must quickly convert these dozens of energy crystals into cultivation power." As he spoke, Li Luo focused his mind, and white snow spirit crystals emanating a faint chill appeared one by one on the ground around him, like stars scattered about, glowing with pure light. Although time had caused some energy loss in each crystal, fortunately their quantity and quality compensated for this shortcoming. There were a total of 58 crystals, all above S rank, including one divine grade. Absorbing so many snow spirit crystals should allow me to break through to the martial god level, right? Li Luo held the most dazzling and largest divine snow spirit crystal in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. With so many crystals, he could surely fill the remaining 2/3 of his cultivation power needed to reach the martial god level. Then he quickly arranged these snow spirit crystals in a circle. Li Luo sat in the center, preparing to absorb all 58 crystals without leaving any behind to break through to the martial god level. "Come on." As Li Luo closed his eyes and concentrated, he began to slowly guide the energy from these snow spirit crystals into his body. Cold and pure power surged through his meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. His cells rejoiced greedily, absorbing the immense energy contained within the snow spirit crystals. This feeling is simply wonderful. A satisfied and joyful smile spread across Li Luo's face. Breaking through to the martial god level is just around the corner. He could distinctly feel his cultivation rising at an astonishing speed under the nourishment of this vast. A night passed in silence. When the first rays of morning light penetrated the clouds and illuminated the vast snowy plains of Bayon continent, suddenly all the ferocious beasts in the core area felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. They trembled involuntarily, their fierce eyes revealing fear, all staring in the same direction. Yet not a single beast dared to approach, for they felt the mighty aura of a human martial god warrior. Today I am a Laughter echoed joyously within the ice fortress, resonating across the snow-covered plains, not the slightest worry of attracting beasts. Li Luo suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light emanated from his gaze, a faint chill and pressure surrounded him, exuding the unique aura of a martial god warrior. Then Li Luo stood up, stretching his muscles, feeling the surging power in his body after breaking through to the martial god level. A confident and brazen smile crept across his lips. Finally stepped into the ranks of top martial artists in Blue Star. Now that he had broken through to the martial god realm, although it was only the early stage in Bayon continent, he was not afraid of even the peak beast kings. Thanks to this ancient relic, otherwise I wouldn't have broken through so quickly, Li Luo thought to himself. Originally, he planned to break through to the martial god level within 6 months in Bayon continent, but unexpectedly discovered an ancient relic buried beneath the glaciers for 10,000 years. It had directly accelerated his progress to becoming a martial god, allowing him to successfully break through from the late stage of martial saint to the early stage of martial god in less than a month. If he stayed in Bayon continent for another 6 months, perhaps by the time he returned to the Daxia kingdom, he would have already reached the martial sovereign level. If the system gave him a bit more strength, reaching the martial emperor level was also possible. Then with a slight movement of his mind, Li Luo opened the system panel. Name: Li Luo level early martial god, fist power 6,780,000 kilograms, power output 20. 3 times cultivation method. SSS level body refining heavenly gang art. SSS level mysterious ice divine art. D level Iron Bone Body Refinement Method, Martial Skills, Basic Fist Technique, Perfected Basic Blade Technique, Perfected SSS Level Frost Divine Cannon, Perfected SSS Level, Ice Breaking Heavenly Slash, Perfected S Level, Phantom Instant Step, Perfected C Level, Shattering Fist, Perfected O Respected Level, Frost Gathering, Not Comprehended Bloodline Frost God. Bloodline Items Divine Grade Yuyong Pearl Damaged SSS Level Han Yu Silver Armor Auto Repairing SSS Level Starfall Blade Damaged SSS Level Ice Crystal Spirit Chain Divine Grade Frost Spirit Pearl. His fist power had directly surged over 3 times compared to the peak of Martial Saint, and his power output had also increased by 10.5. The power after fully unleashing it had reached a terrifying 13 million kilograms. After truly breaking through to the Martial God level, Li Luo realized that he had previously underestimated Martial God level warriors. Compared to Martial Saint level, it was a qualitative leap. If those 10 Martial God level Xianbing Guardians from the ancient relic were replaced by real warriors, he would definitely fall. Not only that, but the Frost God bloodline had also elevated at the genetic level after his breakthrough to the Martial God level approximately 10 times that of a Martial God level warrior. Truly a formidable Frost God bloodline. Li Luo exclaimed in surprise, his face full of joy. He never expected that the Frost God bloodline would also enhance along with his level increase, which meant that when he broke through to Martial Sovereign Martial Emperor, or even higher levels in the future, the Frost God bloodline would also strengthen together. Today's achievements are entirely due to my hard work. As Li Luo felt the explosive power gained from breaking through to the Martial God level, a smile could not help but bloom on his lips. Finally, he no longer had to fear the exposure of his secrets, which could attract the greed of Martial Saint and Martial God level warriors in Blue Star. In about a month, he had progressed from a mere Martial Master directly to Martial God. Oh, anyone who learned of this would desperately want to uncover the secrets he possessed. But now he had already broken through to Martial God, not Martial Saint. If anyone dared to take action against him, Li Luo would not mind letting them experience his full power with over 13 million kilograms of fist power. Once his excitement subsided, Li Luo began his daily sign-in routine in his mind. System sign-in. As soon as he finished speaking, his heart was filled with anticipation. Now that he had broken through to the Martial God level, he wondered if his previous guess about the rewards from the system being linked to his cultivation level was correct. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the quality of martial skills. SSS level Frost Divine Cannon, Divine Grade Frost Divine Cannon. As the system's voice fell, memories related to the upgraded Frost Divine Cannon surged into Li Luo. Just as I thought, my guess was indeed correct. After digesting the new memories of the Frost Divine Cannon, in his mind, Li Luo's eyes instantly brightened as he spoke. As long as he elevated his level to a higher realm, the system's rewards would also rise accordingly. The Frost Divine Scripture has truly become a genuine divine scripture, with the ice element attacks it releases growing even more powerful than before. Just give me a little more time, and all the martial skills obtained will surely upgrade to divine level. Li Luo thought excitedly. Once all the SS level skills upgrade to divine level, his strength will undoubtedly receive another boost. Even if he leaves the northern cold continent, he will not lose the significant enhancement brought by the extreme cold environment. No one will be able to contend with him. Oh, I almost forgot about this thing. Li Luo suddenly remembered something in the midst of his excitement. With a thought, a blue jewel radiating a ghostly blue light appeared in his palm. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, causing the air to become somewhat solidified. Centered around this jewel, a cold aura with suppressive force rapidly spread outwards as if he were in an ice palace. This jewel is indeed divine level. Li Luo gazed at the treasure in his palm, a look of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had already understood its function through the system panel. It can create a frost suppression field within a radius of several kilometers, with a suppressive effect strengthening the closer one is. Especially in the extreme environment of the northern cold continent, its efficacy is infinitely amplified. Even Martial God level warriors cannot escape it. The only downside is that even the bearer will be subjected to suppression. Hiss. Wait a minute. This thing shouldn't be that peculiar, right? Li Luo furrowed his brows, staring at the frost spirit pearl in his palm, muttering to himself. Although this powerful suppressive force has no effect on him, it would be too impractical for other warriors who have not integrated with the frost divine veins. Even ice attribute warriors would find it difficult to withstand. It can't be that the master of the ice palace also fused with the bloodline of a cosmic race, thus being unaffected by the suppression of the frost spirit pearl, right? Could it be that it needs to recognize its master? Li Luo's eyes lit up suddenly. He recalled that in the novels and dramas he had seen before, crossing over, the protagonist usually needed to recognize the master to wield a powerful artifact. Yes, it must be like that. Let me give it a try. Li Luo said, pulling out the starfall blade from his spatial pouch ready to attempt a simple blood recognition of the master. This is the blood of a martial god merged with a powerful bloodline. You're lucky, so be good and recognize me as your master. Li Luo joked as he looked at the frost spirit pearl in his hand. With his current bloodline genetic level, if he extracted a few vials to make gene enhancement potions, the effects would definitely far exceed those made from studying ferocious beast blood. Li Luo held the starfall blade, gently slicing the tip of his finger. A drop of bright red blood rich in ice elements dripped onto the frost spirit pearl. In an instant, the surface of the jewel shimmered with delicate blue light, slowly merging with Li Luo's blood. The originally indistinguishable frost suppression field began to undergo subtle changes. Has it really worked? Li Luo felt ecstatic as he sensed the connection established between him and the frost spirit pearl. He never expected blood recognition to truly be feasible. He could now control the power emanating from the frost spirit pearl. He then tried to adjust the suppression range of the jewel. Unsurprisingly, he discovered that he could now freely decide the targets of suppression within the range of the emanating cold aura rather than indiscriminately pressuring all living beings around him. Now it has truly become mine. Li Luo looked at the frost spirit pearl in his palm, a hint of joy spreading across his face. The original owner of the frost spirit pearl had died millennia ago, and the soul imprint on it had long since dissipated. This made the recognition process exceptionally smooth, practically making it like he had acquired another treasure. Li Luo's gaze shifted between the frost spirit pearl and the cold shadow silver armor he wore, suddenly surging with a new idea. With a flash of inspiration, he whispered, "What would happen if I placed the frost spirit pearl inside the armor? Would it produce some new effects?" Li Luo thought to himself as he decided to give it a try. Carefully, he brought the frost spirit pearl close to the core of the cold shadow silver armor, which was emitting a faint silver glow. The core of the armor was slowly absorbing the surrounding cold air for self-repair, with delicate silver patterns flowing on its surface. Buzz! The moment the frost spirit pearl gently touched the core of the armor, the entire cold shadow silver armor seemed to be activated, emitting a low hum. The surface of the silver armor was instantly covered with a thin layer of frost radiating intense coldness. However, it quickly integrated into the cold shadow silver armor, making it emit an even more dazzling glow. This really works. Li Luo was filled with joy, clearly feeling that the self-repair speed of the cold shadow silver armor had significantly increased under the influence of the frost spirit pearl. It was recovering at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. More importantly, the suppressive effect of the frost spirit pearl was not affected in the slightest. However, the recovery and defense effects of the SS-level cold shadow silver armor had become even stronger, and the cold air continued to spread outward from Li Luo's position. Even if Li Luo leaves the northern cold continent in the future, as long as he wears this frost pearl, its power will still be slightly enhanced, although the effect would be inferior to that in the northern cold continent. Moreover, the frost spirit pearl integrated into the core of the armor could be taken out at any time, and when he obtains higher level armors in the future, he could place it inside. Now I have another card up my sleeve. Li Luo's face showed a delighted expression. Those martial artists on Blue Star who had long since broken through to the martial god level all have some level of divine or supreme grade treasures found in ancient ruins as their trump cards. As for whether there are imperial level ones, Li Luo was not sure at the moment. Their overall strength would definitely be stronger than him, a newcomer who had just broken through to martial god level. But with this harvest from the ancient ruins and the divine martial skills he had just obtained from the system, his strength would soon catch up to those old martial gods and even surpass them rapidly. As for how long this process would take, that would depend on the effectiveness of the system. He then refocused his thoughts and immersed himself once more in his cultivation. The operation of the mystic ice divine art became even smoother. The surrounding ice elements were drawn by his will, converging into crystalline ice shards. These swirled around Li Luo, being quickly absorbed. At this rate of cultivation, Li Luo was confident that in half a year, he would lead all martial god-level warriors on Blue Star and be the first to break through to the martial sovereign realm. By then he would truly be able to do as he pleases on Blue Star, and ferocious beasts would be of no concern. Yet Li Luo felt that even without coming to the Beihan continent for cultivation, the resources granted by his system's daily sign-in would likely enable him to break through to the martial venerable realm within half a year. What can I do? My system brother is simply too reliable, Li Luo mused inwardly as he cultivated, his strength growing steadily even in complete repose. Still, before ascending to the pinnacle of martial cultivators on Blue Star, an unshakable sense of crisis gnawed at Li Luo's heart, for the secrets he bore could not remain concealed for long. When that time came, martial gods and martial saints alike would fixate upon him, with burning eyes converging upon him like a swarm. Without commensurate power, his fate would be dire indeed. It was precisely this urgency that had driven Li Luo to the Beihan continent for cultivation, and there by sheer chance he uncovered an ancient ruin buried beneath glacial ice, dramatically accelerating his ascension to the martial god realm. A stroke of pure serendipity. The next morning as the sun rose, the Han Yu silver armor, nourished by the frost spirit pearl, had fully repaired, its fissures restored to pristine condition. Its surface shimmered with renewed luster. Within the ice fortress, Li Luo sat motionless, eyes closed in deep concentration, seemingly unaware of the passage of time. The profound ice divine art coursed at its peak. Crystalline frost swirled about him, drawing in the continent's pure ambient ice essence. Just then, a faint yet urgent vibration hummed from the spirit quick ring upon his wrist, shattering his meditative trance. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his gaze before he turned toward the softly glowing ring. Who seeks me? Could it be Jiangbin City, under another monstrous beast assault? Is Chunlei calling for my aid? None of the other 3 regional guardians of Jiangning province knew he had journeyed to the Beihan continent for breakthrough cultivation. I hope the situation isn't as grave as I fear. Li Luo murmured softly. If it were, he'd never make it back in time to assist. He tapped the ring gently. Instantly, a holographic projection unfolded before him, an official summons to an emergency conclave convened by the Elder Council. Not a distress call, an emergency conclave. Li Luo frowned slightly at the message displayed on the ring. Not a plea for aid from a fellow guardian, but a formal invitation from the Elder Council itself. This was the first such summons since he had assumed his seat as an elder. From what Li Luo understood, the 3 senior elders rarely convened emergencies unless truly momentous events occurred. An unusual premonition stirred within him. Let me see what this is about. A confident smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Having now ascended to the martial god realm, his return to Daxiao would secure his appointment as the 4th senior elder, transitioning him from one who abides by rules to one who shapes them. He then relaxed his spiritual consciousness. Through the spirit quick ring's connection, his awareness traversed thousands of miles in an instant, projecting his presence into the Elder Council's Grand Conclave Hall in the capital province. Within the hall, light and shadow interwove. Martial saints from across Daxia gathered. Rarely seen extra-roster elders even appeared in full force. The air hung heavy and oppressive. Li Luo's projection materialized in his designated seat, and he surveyed the chamber thoughtfully. Is this the Elder Council's central hall? Several unfamiliar martial saints cast curious, somewhat peculiar glances his way upon his arrival, but their interest lasted only a fleeting moment. Since all attendees appeared via hollow projection, none realized he had already transcended to the martial god realm. The central dais remained vacant. The senior elders had yet to arrive. Li Luo swept his gaze across the assembly. Every regional guardian present wore grim, solemn expressions. Some even bore furrowed brows, stirring in him an unsettling foreboding. Could something monumental have transpired in Daxia during my brief absence? He wondered silently. This atmosphere feels deeply amiss. At that moment, holographic projections of the 3 Jiangning provincial guardians, including Chunlei, materialized beside Li Luo. Elder Chun, what has occurred? Li Luo couldn't resist asking, curiosity piqued by the suffocating tension. His voice, though soft, resonated with crystalline clarity throughout the entire hall. Other extra-roster elders, likewise interrupted mid-cultivation and summoned without prior context, leaned in attentively. Ordinarily, the Elder Council did not convene extra-roster elders unless circumstances were exceptionally grave. Chunlei's hologram tilted his head slightly, meeting Li Luo's gaze with a complex, layered expression. He knew Li Luo was currently executing a highly classified mission entrusted by Elder He, and thus remained largely uninformed of external developments. He spoke gravely. Yesterday, a sudden catastrophe struck Liaohai province. Lin Xiaoyan, Liaohai's regional guardian, betrayed humanity, colluding with the beast god cult's pontiff. With the aid of several high-lordier monstrous beasts, he launched a treacherous ambush upon Zhao Tsang, fellow guardian and elder, and his disciple Zhou, also an elder, both caught utterly unprepared on the battlefield. Elder Zhao perished. Though Elder Zhou escaped grievously wounded, he has since vanished. His fate unknown, all contact lost. Upon learning of this, Elder He, who oversees the capital province, was incensed and prepared to march to Liaohai to execute the traitor and restore order. Yet he was intercepted by the northern border beast sovereign, as if the ambush had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Liaohai province now lies in utter chaos. One guardian has defected, one has fallen, and one has disappeared. This conclave was convened specifically to address this crisis. As Chunlei's words settled, the hall grew even more somber. Wow, what? Liaohai province has suffered such a calamity. Lin Xiaodian has allied himself with monstrous beasts. Daxia treated him with utmost honor. Why would he choose to serve the beasts? Shock and dread washed over the newly informed extra-roster elders. Lin Xiaodian, the regional guardian of Liaohai, had defected to the beasts. A guardian has betrayed us. Li Luo's inner world reeled. He hadn't even been gone from Daxiao for half a month, and yet such upheaval had erupted at home. Lin Xiaodian, a martial saint and regional guardian, had conspired with the beast god cult, pledged allegiance to the beasts, and slain Elder Zhao Tsong while gravely wounding Elder Zhou Yi. Thus Liaohai province was left utterly bereft of high-tier combat power, exposed and vulnerable before the monstrous beasts, while Elder He en route to intervene was deliberately detained by the northern border beast sovereign. Liaohai province stands on the precipice of ruin, and should this news reach Daxiao's populace and cultivators, it would trigger seismic shockwaves across the nation. Morale would collapse catastrophically, thereby greatly facilitating the beast god cult's clandestine expansion within the shadows of our cities. At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the conference hall as Elder Lan, she one of the three guardian deities of the Great Xia Kingdom, appeared. Her holographic projection gracefully manifested at the head of the table presiding over this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, Lan Zai's voice was gentle, yet carried the authority of a martial god. The noise in the conference room came to an abrupt halt. All eyes were focused on this prodigious talent who had reached mid-level martial god status at the age of 80 and commanded the Beast King in the Sichuan province. Lan Shi scanned the room and addressed the gathered elders. Regarding the situation in Liaohai province, I know many of you are not yet aware of the details. The crisis in Liaohai province erupted suddenly, and many external elders who were in seclusion were unaware of it. She briefly recounted the crisis in Liaohai province to the external elders and added, "Currently, Elder Xiang Yuan has led several external elders to provide support, striving to stabilize the situation in Liaohai, but we must prepare for the worst and remain vigilant against the ferocious beasts launching a nationwide assault. At this crucial moment, we need to unite and weather this storm together." Lan Shi paused, her gaze revealing a sense of determination. "All provincial guardians must enhance their defenses, and I ask all external elders to temporarily set aside their tasks and remain on standby ready to assist the provinces." "Yes, Elder Lan." The external elders understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, expressing their full cooperation with Elder Lan Zai's decisions and arrangements. Li Luo quietly listened nearby, not revealing that he had already broken through to the martial god level. Upon learning that the strongest among the three sequence elders, Elder Xiang Yuan, had gone to support Liaohai province, he felt a slight sense of relief. With Elder Xiang Yuan personally taking action, the chaos in Liaohai province would likely be quelled soon. There should be no need for him to return to the Great Xia Kingdom for assistance. This brief meeting quickly approached its conclusion. After Elder Lan Shi departed, the holographic projections of the remaining elders began to fade one by one. Chun Lei and the other two provincial guardians from Jiangning exchanged brief greetings with Li Luo before leaving. They did not inquire about Li Luo's current whereabouts. Just as Li Luo was preparing to withdraw his thoughts and leave, a strange and somewhat arrogant voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Li Luo, please hold on." Li Luo's brows instantly furrowed at the sound, and he turned with an annoyed expression. He was eager to see who had the audacity to directly call his name. He saw an external elder named Lin Yi, dressed in a dark golden robe and with a stern expression, scrutinizing him with a condescending gaze. Li Luo had some knowledge of this person. Once a dazzling star of talent in the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Yi had proudly stood at the pinnacle of martial sage by the age of 50. For a time, he was the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone believed his breakthrough to the martial god realm was merely a matter of time, and he would surely secure the esteemed position of the third sequence elder of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on him. As the years passed since his peak as a martial sage, his cultivation stagnated as if bound by invisible shackles. Even with precious resources pouring in like water, he could barely make any progress. Meanwhile, the current third sequence elder Lan Shi emerged like a new star, radiating brilliance that completely overshadowed Lin Yi's former glory. And Lin Yi remained awkwardly stagnant at the pinnacle of martial sage. "Elder Lin, do you have any guidance?" Li Luo responded calmly, internally guessing the reason behind Lin Yi's interruption. "Guidance is a stretch. I'm merely curious how you went from being a mere martial artist to a martial sage, and then quickly reached mid-level. Don't try to bluff me with some special energy crystals, you'd better come clean." Lin Yi's words were quite rude, filled with provocation and contempt. Having been trapped at the pinnacle of martial sage for so long, Lin Yi harbored an almost insane obsession with breaking through to the martial god realm. He was filled with jealousy towards Li Luo's rapid rise. He was desperate to uncover the secrets hidden within Li Luo. Had Li Luo not suddenly left Jiangning province for unknown reasons, he would have personally visited Li Luo by now. Even if Li Luo had broken through quickly, he was still merely at mid-level martial sage. With some unscrupulous methods, Lin Yi was sure he could extract the secret of such rapid advancement from Li Luo. What are you even worth? I'll find you once I return. A cold glint flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he looked at the arrogant Lin Yi and replied indifferently. How dare a mere waste stuck at the pinnacle of martial sage for years speak to him, who had already broken through to martial god? With that, Li Luo's holographic projection gradually faded away amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, leaving Lin Yi standing in place, his face filled with anger. This Li Luo is too arrogant, isn't he? The remaining elders in the conference room who had witnessed the scene expressed their shock. Although Lin Yi's approach was somewhat inappropriate, questioning Li Luo's secrets in public, they did not expect Li Luo to be even more brazen, a blatant provocation. Good. Lin Yi, with a face like thunder, slowly uttered 3 words of affirmation, as if squeezing them out of toothpaste. Then his holographic projection also dissipated in the conference hall. Li Luo has probably completely offended Lin Yi now. The young man is too impulsive, he should learn a lesson. Only a group of elders remained, shaking their heads and sighing before departing the conference hall. In their view, although Li Luo's rate of breakthrough was impressive, it still paled in comparison to the seasoned Lin Yi at the pinnacle of martial sage. While he may have temporarily enjoyed the satisfaction of retorting, it was believed that once Li Luo returned to the Great Xia Kingdom, he would face Lin Yi's fierce retaliation. Next, it would depend on which of the 3 sequence elders would lean more favorably towards whom. In a luxurious villa within the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Yi, regaining his composure, was surrounded by an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. You little brat, I'm waiting for you. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his deep voice filled with malice. Once hailed as the brightest genius of the Great Xia Kingdom, he was now a formidable presence at the pinnacle of martial sage. He felt belittled by a rising star, a young brat who had only recently stepped into mid-level martial sage. Recalling the scene in the conference hall, Lin Yi's chest burned as if set ablaze. Humph, little brat, do you think a bit of good fortune makes you invincible? I will make you aware of the consequences of a... Lin Yi scoffed coldly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Though he had been stuck at the pinnacle of martial sage for years, his extensive training experience and deep family background were still formidable. Dealing with a young mid-level martial sage was more than sufficient. Although Li Luo held the position of provincial guardian, as long as he didn't go too far, using some unsavory methods would definitely extract the secrets of Li Luo's rapid advancement. Having ended the unpleasant conversation with Elder Lin Yi, Li Luo's mind returned to the ice fortress. He reflected on the scene from the conference hall, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He chuckled, so Lin Yi, I will remember you. Unexpectedly, a fool seeking death had come knocking at his door, and he would not hesitate to make an example of him. Now he was no longer the vulnerable mid-stage martial saint, but a supreme martial god of the Blue Star. Gradually, Li Luo's mind settled into tranquility, hardly concerning himself with Lin Yi, a mere clown. With his current strength, dealing with a peak martial saint required little effort. He could easily crush him. Then Li Luo began his daily check-in in his mind, silently saying, "System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering an increase in the number of check-in rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving a weapon battle armor, and the quality of defensive treasures has been SS grade Falling Star Blade, Divine grade Falling Star Blade. Did I just trigger another critical hit?" As the system's voice faded, Li Luo's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected his luck to be this good, directly triggering another check-in critical hit. This time, all his SS grade equipment was upgraded to Divine grade. Now this is like trading in a bird gun for a cannon, ha. Li Luo's face showed joy as he wore the newly upgraded Divine grade Cold Shadow Silver armor and Ice Crystal Spirit chain. Li Luo could distinctly feel the enhancement in the defense and self-repair capabilities of the armor, which had significantly improved. Moreover, a new feature had been added. Like the Lingshuan ring, it could transform into a simple item on his body, such as a watch according to his imagination. When needed with just a thought, it could immediately envelop his entire body for protection. It was quite convenient. I have infinite storage space, so I don't really need this. Li Luo looked at the information about the upgraded Cold Shadow Silver armor on the system panel and shook his head with a smile. For other martial artists, this feature was incredibly handy and greatly enhanced personal safety. However, for him, who possessed the theory of infinite storage space, it seemed rather redundant. He could already summon the armor from his infinite storage space with a mere thought. It was faster than merging the armor with his body. However, this did remind Li Luo that other martial gods' divine grade battle armors might also have this feature. If he faced one, he must not underestimate them. After the Ice Crystal Spirit chain was upgraded in quality, the protective energy contained within had become even more terrifying, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak martial venerable. Withstanding a full-force strike from a peak martial venerable. Li Luo exclaimed in surprise. Now there weren't even any beginner martial venerables on the Blue Star. Could he now act even more recklessly? Then with a thought, the falling star blade, which had also been upgraded to divine grade, appeared in his hand, radiating a sharp, cold light. What a fine artifact. Li Luo gently stroked the falling star blade, now pristine and without any cracks after the quality upgrade. His eyes revealed satisfaction. Its feel was indeed much better than when it was SS grade. With these 3 pieces of divine grade equipment after quality upgrades, the number of his hidden cards was almost catching up to some older martial gods with weaker foundations. Of course, this was just Li Luo's own guess. He lightly swung the falling star blade, and a flash of cold light passed by before it returned to the infinite storage space. Then Li Luo calmed his mind and continued to practice the mystic ice divine technique within the ice fortress. However, just as he was immersed in his training for a short, while a tremor suddenly came from the Lingshuan ring on his wrist. It interrupted Li Luo's cultivation. Who is it now? So annoying. Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, his brows knitted in displeasure. His training had been interrupted repeatedly. He then looked at the Lingshuan ring, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the one contacting him this time was Elder Lan, she who had just presided over the emergency meeting. Elder Lan. Surely something has happened in the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Luo's mind flashed with doubt. Otherwise, why would they suddenly contact him while he was in the North Cold Continent for cultivation? Only 3 sequence elders knew about his training in the North Cold Continent. Li Luo hurriedly answered the communication, and Elder Lan's eyes, small holographic projection, appeared on his Lingshuan ring. Her expression was urgent. Before Li Luo could ask, Elder Lan's anxious voice came through. Elderly, the situation is urgent. The Great Xia Kingdom needs you to return as soon as possible. The activity of fierce beasts around the country has suddenly become extraordinarily frequent, seemingly indicating signs of an all-out war. Elder Xiang Yuan was just about to set out for support, but was held back in Qiantang province by the Beast King and couldn't assist Liao Hai. Other provinces are also experiencing varying degrees of disturbances from fierce beasts, and all areas are calling for help. The purpose is likely to restrain all the elders so they cannot assist Liao Hai. The same is true for me here. Now the situation in the Great Xia Kingdom is extremely precarious. Otherwise, Lan, she wouldn't have chosen to recall Li Luo, who was far away in the North Cold Continent for cultivation. Because the higher-ups have no manpower left, even the external elders have been urgently dispatched to various provinces to fend off the fierce beasts. If this continues, Liao Hai province is likely to be completely overrun by fierce beasts. At that time, the Great Xia Kingdom, severely weakened, will face an even more passive situation against the relentless onslaught of fierce beasts. Li Luo's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. He had indeed guessed correctly. Clearly, the fierce beast's attack on Liao Hai province was premeditated, and the garrison commander Lin Xiaodian had likely long since allied with the fierce beasts. I understand, Elder Lan. I will set off immediately. Just in the past few days, my cultivation in the North Cold Continent has improved. Li Luo said with a serious expression. He had initially planned to let Lin enjoy a few more months of comfort, but unexpectedly a sudden change occurred in the Great Xia Kingdom. Then he would have to return early to give everyone a little surprise. All right. After receiving Li Luo's accurate response, Elder Lan, she hurriedly ended the communication. She didn't take Li Luo's mention of improved cultivation to heart. Even if Li Luo fused the inheritance crystal of the cosmic race, his cultivation speed in such an extremely cold environment like the North Cold Continent would be enhanced. But she didn't think that Li Luo could make rapid progress in just half a month. At most, he would be one step closer to the latest stage martial saint. It is time to leave the Northern Cold Continent, Li Luo said slowly as he stepped out of the ice fortress, glancing around at the snowy expanse. The cracks in the ice, which had been refrozen, were now completely buried beneath the constant snowfall. One could not tell that a vast ancient ruin was hidden below. Even if other martial artists stumbled upon it, they would find nothing, for he had already cleared everything within. They would only experience empty joys. He had now broken through to the martial deity realm. Upon returning to the Great Xia Nation, he would be able to serve as the elder of the 4th sequence, gaining a lofty position and wielding near-peak power. As for why it was only near-peak, he would need to fully master the realm of martial sovereign to gain complete control. Moreover, he would no longer have to worry that the secret of his rapid breakthroughs would attract trouble. Then Li Luo leapt lightly into the blizzard-filled sky, overlooking the snowy plains below like a ruler. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, "It's time to go." The greatest opportunity of this trip to the Northern Cold Continent was discovering an ancient ruin hidden beneath the glaciers for millennia. Otherwise, in just half a month's time, he would have only managed to reach the peak of the martial saint realm. Then an overwhelming aura emanated from him, that of a martial deity, as he flew towards the distance, guided by the precise positioning provided by the Lingshuan ring on his wrist. Before long, he successfully located the spot where the Hanxing was buried in the snow. "Found it right here," Li Luo said, nodding as he looked at the battle position displayed on the Lingshuan ring. Then he raised his arm lightly and waved his hand. A powerful force surged from within him. The thick snow rich with ice elements quickly dissipated, revealing the previously hidden royal-class battle machine, the Hansing. It had not been discovered by any ferocious beasts. After the snow cleared, Li Luo swiftly entered the interior of the Hansing. Indeed, as a royal-class battle machine, it has remained unharmed despite being buried under the snow for so long. He manually checked the internal systems of the battle machine, and after finding no damage, he expressed slight surprise. The temperature of the northern cold continent was much lower than that of Earth before his crossing, yet it had no effect on a technological product like the royal-class battle machine. Welcome back, Master. The holographic projection of the cute little white fox, the artificial intelligence Meng Ji, appeared inside the battle machine, looking at Li Luo with a joyful expression. Wait. Li Luo nodded, and without much hesitation was about to give Meng Ji the order to return to the Great Xia nation. Suddenly his heart tightened. His heightened perception after breaking through to the martial deity realm detected several powerful and oppressive auras surrounding him. What is this? Ferocious beasts. Li Luo frowned slightly as he sensed carefully. He discovered an advanced beast king level ferocious beast, 3 advanced lord level ferocious beasts, and numerous surging waves of beasts. They were rapidly moving towards his current location. Moreover, the number of these beasts was quite considerable, roughly estimated to be around several thousand. The northern cold continent differs from other continents where ferocious beasts reside. The types of ferocious beasts that can inhabit here are already rare. Gathering several thousand at once is significant, especially as they have been honing their skills in this harsh environment for years. Their strength is also somewhat superior to ordinary ferocious beasts, making them all elite. So many ferocious beasts have come. Li Luo's lips curled into a faint, amused smile. It must be that the commotion he caused when breaking through to the martial deity realm yesterday was too great, coupled with the fact that he had no intention of concealing his aura. Most of the ferocious beasts in the northern cold continent likely sensed his formidable martial deity presence. Thus they were drawn in from all directions, including an advanced beast king. If it were on other continents, Li Luo might feel a bit apprehensive. However, here in the northern cold continent, as long as it wasn't a beast emperor, even a peak beast king would be ineffective. These guys sure know how to make a scene. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he stroked his chin and muttered softly. Now, with the sudden change in the Liaoxi province of the Great Xia nation, he was anxious to return and resolve the situation, not wanting to get entangled with this wave of beasts. Although he possessed 3 divine artifacts, the advanced lord-level ferocious beast surely had its own trump cards. It wouldn't be realistic to kill it in a short time. So Li Luo's gaze sharpened as he decided to let this group of ferocious beasts go for now, planning to return to the northern cold continent later to deal with them. He then addressed Meng Ji, who was waiting for his command nearby. Little Meng, leave the northern cold continent and return to the Xia nation at maximum speed. Understood, Master. Meng Ji responded to Li Luo's order and took control of the Hansing. The battle machine's engine roared to life, unleashing powerful energy. Amidst the blizzard, it sped towards the horizon. Just as Li Luo and the Hansing were about to leave the core area of the northern cold continent, an ominous shadow quietly descended. Around the battle machine, the previously thinning blizzard suddenly intensified, as if affected by some special energy. Roar! With the roars of the ferocious beasts echoing, thousands of beasts of various shapes surged from all directions. They surrounded the Hansing from both land and sky, forming an impenetrable wall of beastly tide. Master, a large number of ferocious beasts have been detected nearby. Should we activate the weapon system for defense? Meng Ji's calm voice inquired in Li Luo's ear. No need. Use all remaining energy for defense. Li Luo's expression turned serious as he waved his hand. The weapon system on the Hansing could at most heavily injure an advanced lord-level ferocious beast. Even killing it would be quite difficult. Let alone eliminating the advanced beast king among the wave of beasts. He would have to take action himself to successfully leave this place. Okay, Master. Meng Ji responded to Li Luo's instructions, and suddenly a strong surge of energy enveloped the exterior of the Hansing. It quickly formed an oval-shaped energy shield tightly wrapping around the entire battle machine. Although the gathered beasts continued to issue challenging roars, not a single one took the initiative to attack the battle machine. At that moment, a massive ferocious beast exuding the aura of an advanced beast king soared from the tide of beasts towards the front of the battle machine. It was the king of the northern cold continent, the Ice-Winged Dragon King. Adorned in a shimmering silver-blue scale, it glimmered with a chilling light under the reflection of the snow. A pair of broad and powerful ice-blue wings unfurled behind it, each flap accompanied by biting cold winds and tiny ice crystals. Human, do you really think this eggshell can block me, eh? Its icy, beastly gaze glinted with disdain as it looked at the Hansing, which had activated its defense system. With just a mere energy shield, it could shatter it completely with a single blow. The blizzard around them intensified, abruptly surging like a furious tide, with snowflakes transforming into razor-sharp blades that sliced through the air. The source of all this was none other than the Ice-Wing Dragon King hovering before the fighter jet. Surrounded by a dense chill, the temperature plummeted to freezing point. You think you can just leave after killing 2 of my minions? Not so easily. The Ice-Wing Dragon King's enraged roar pierced through the wind and snow, reaching Li Luo's ears. His eyes held more shock than disdain. He never expected that the Snow Domain Wolf and the Frost Snow Dragon would fall at the hands of this human before him. They perished without even a chance to call for help from him or the other 3 high-tier Lord-level beasts. He had spent so many years lurking in the Northern Frost continent, cultivating only 5 high-tier Lord-level beast minions. Yet in just half a month he had lost 2 of them. At this thought, the Ice-Wing Dragon King's heart bled. He flapped his icy blue wings in fury, each beat summoning an even fiercer blizzard. He swooped down toward the fighter jet, trapped within the beast tide. He never imagined that a human would seize the chance while he was in seclusion, striving to reach the peak of the Beast King realm, sneaking into the core of the Northern Frost continent to slay 2 of his subordinates. And to make matters worse, the human had audaciously broken through to a higher realm right there. Had he not sensed a burst of human martial god aura erupting in the Northern Frost continent yesterday, while in seclusion? Today he might have let this human escape unscathed. The Ice-Wing Dragon King's starfish-like beast eyes glimmered with a cold light. He resolved that this human must pay the price. The Northern Frost continent was no place to come and go as one pleased. Moreover, if he could devour this newly advanced human martial god as nourishment, he would have a much greater chance of successfully breaking through to the peak of the Beast King realm. Human, stay here today? The Ice-Wing Dragon King gazed at the fighter jet before him, his eyes filled with greed and bloodlust. He had long adapted to the harsh environment of the Northern Frost continent, where fighting was as easy as a fish in water. But for humans, it posed a significant challenge. Moreover, this human had only just broken through to the martial god realm not long ago, making him far easier to deal with than other human martial gods. He was utterly confident he could devour this newly advanced human martial god, turning him into the nourishment for his breakthrough to the peak of the Beast King realm. Roar! The Ice-Wing Dragon King let out a deafening roar, opening his massive maw to reveal sharp fangs. At the same time, he spread his icy blue wings, ready to destroy the fighter jet before him. But inside the cold star, Li Luo gazed at the colossal Ice-Wing Dragon King without a trace of fear. Since that's the case, I'll just have to fight my way out. A cold glint flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he murmured. Then he vanished from the fighter jet's cabin in a flash. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he shot straight toward the Ice-Wing Dragon King. With a thought, a gleaming long blade materialized in his hand, while a brilliant silver light instantly enveloped his entire body. This was the Starfall blade, now upgraded to a divine tier. And the cold abyss silver armor embedded with the divine tier Frost Spirit Pearl boasted even more astonishing defensive power. Simultaneously, a chilling aura imbued with a suppressive force emanated from Li Luo, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. The beast tied around them continued to roar. No matter their level, all beasts felt an irresistible suppression based on their proximity to Li Luo. This chill. The Ice-Wing Dragon King's pupils contracted as he sensed the peculiar chill emanating from Li Luo. A flicker of shock stirred within him. This chill carried a suppressive force that affected not only the surrounding beast tide, but even him. His power was diminished by about a fifth. Interesting. The Ice-Wing Dragon King snorted coldly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eye. He hadn't expected this human to carry such a treasure, one capable of exerting such a powerful suppressive force on all living beings around him. Then he focused all his attention on Li Luo, who had flown out of the fighter jet and was charging toward him. Once I kill you, this treasure will be mine. An even stronger greed flared in his eyes. No wonder the Snow Domain Wolf and the Frost Snow Dragon had fallen to this human. He was carrying such a precious artifact. But even with his strength reduced by about a fifth, he was still confident in taking down this early-stage human martial god. All of you fall back. I'll handle this human. The Ice-Wing Dragon King issued the command to the nearby beast tide through a special means of communication to prevent the ensuing battle's shockwaves from injuring them. Although this human had just broken through to the martial god realm, they were no match for him. Rushing forward would only mean throwing away their lives. If even the remaining 3 high-tier Lord-level subordinates were slain, then he, the master of the Northern Frost continent, would truly become a commander with no army. Roar! Upon receiving the Ice-Wing Dragon King's command, the surrounding beast tide swiftly retreated like an ebbing tide. Die, human! The Ice-Wing Dragon King's roar echoed through the storm. With a sudden flap of his icy blue wings, the chill around him condensed into solid, sharp ice blades that swirled around him. Like a small-scale hailstorm, they shot toward Li Luo with terrifying momentum. He intended to test the strength of this human martial god, even if his own power was suppressed by the pervasive chill. But wasn't this human martial god also affected? In the northern frost continent, the harsh environment prevented human warriors from unleashing their full potential. Think I'm afraid of you. Li Luo, facing the charging Ice-Winged Dragon King, blazed with intense battle spirit. Perfect. Head used this old dragon to vent the power Head gained after breaking through to the martial god realm. Show me what you've got. Li Luo bellowed, unleashing the full might of a martial god. Ice elements swirled around him, as well coalescing into ice blades. His form turned into a silver lightning bolt as he took the initiative, meeting the Ice-Winged Dragon King in a fierce midair clash. Clang, clang, clang. The moment they collided, the sound of metal striking metal rang through the sky. Each blow shook the surrounding glaciers, causing them to tremble slightly. After a few exchanges, the Ice-Winged Dragon King quickly sensed something was amiss. This newly advanced human martial god was far stronger than he had anticipated, nothing like a typical early-stage martial god. The surrounding environment seemed to have no effect on him at all. Instead, the Ice-Winged Dragon King's own power was being sapped by the strange pervasive chill, especially that incredibly sharp long blade. It had managed to carve slight cracks into his prideful dragon. Damn, how is this possible? The Ice-Winged Dragon King looked at Li Luo with a flicker of apprehension in his gaze. This human's power was somewhat peculiar. He couldn't even subdue a human warrior who had just broken through to the initial stage of a martial god in his own territory. If other beast kings found out, how would he maintain his dignity as the ruler of the North Cold Continent? Human, I admit you have some skill, but this is where it ends. The Ice-Winged Dragon King growled, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. He had to unleash some real power. As he spoke, the two ice wings behind him suddenly erupted with an extraordinarily brilliant blue light. Like the brightest stars in the night sky, an unprecedented, terrifying aura surged from his body, instantly freezing the surrounding space with a cracking sound. Die, human. With the Ice-Winged Dragon King's furious roar, the ice wings behind him transformed into an endless source of storm. Countless ice blades formed from condensed ice elements, intertwined and spun in the air, creating a massive, rapidly rotating ice blade tornado. Carrying the power to tear everything apart, it lunged fiercely at Li Luo. In the face of this sudden, terrifying onslaught, Li Luo's lips curled into a faint smile, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Oh, an ice blade tornado. How coincidental, I can do that too. Ice elements surged throughout Li Luo's body, and the cold air around him gathered wildly around him. In an instant, a similarly magnificent ice blade tornado coalesced around him, countering the Ice-Winged Dragon King's attack. Go! Under Li Luo's control, the two ice blade tornadoes quickly collided together. Boom! The two ice blade tornadoes violently clashed in midair, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, a grand feast of ice and ice unfolded. The air was filled with a bone-chilling coldness and the violent energy fluctuations generated from the collision of the two powers, causing the surrounding beast tide to tremble and emit fearful growls. This energy was truly... What? He can also do this move. The Ice-Winged Dragon King gazed at the scene, his expression grave and his heart filled with shock. He never expected that this human not only possessed immense power, but could also skillfully wield the ice martial techniques he excelled in with power that was not to be underestimated. This time he truly encountered a tough opponent. It seems I really underestimated you. The Ice-Winged Dragon King exhaled 2 streams of cold dragon breath from his nostrils. Realizing that subduing this newly advanced martial god was not simple, he had to summon all his strength to respond. And then the battle between the two escalated again, plunging into an even fiercer struggle. The battlefield was enveloped in terrifying battle aftermath. The distant ice mountains trembled under the powerful impact, with ice fragments flying everywhere. Every clash generated energy waves that left the beast tide watching from afar, terrified. This human is so strong. Even the king cannot subdue him. Fortunately, they had withdrawn from the battlefield in advance, otherwise what would have been shattered would be the glaciers, not them. As time passed, what a hassle. Li Luo did not want to remain in a stalemate any longer and prepared for a quick resolution. His internal powers surged, and a chilling coldness flickered in his gaze. Ice blade slash. With a loud shout, he suddenly raised the starfall blade in his hand. A large amount of ice elements rapidly gathered, forming a terrifying energy that attached to the blade, increasing its power. 3 incredibly sharp blade auras carrying the momentum to destroy the heavens and the earth surged towards the Ice-Winged Dragon King. What a terrifying blade aura. I will block it. The Ice-Winged Dragon King saw this and immediately gathered all the ice elemental power to defend. An indestructible ice shield formed around his body, attempting to withstand the three sharp blade auras. But at the moment the three cold lights collided with the ice shield, an ear-splitting explosion erupted. The indestructible ice shield beside the Ice-Winged Dragon King was actually torn apart, and the aftermath scattered, causing the surrounding glaciers to collapse. The entire battlefield changed color. This time I will spare your life. Li Luo stood suspended in midair, surrounded by the ice debris and energy ripples that had yet to dissipate, staring at the distant explosion aftermath with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. Then with a flicker of his figure he quietly and silently withdrew from the center of the battlefield while the aftermath had not yet settled, leaving behind a trail of gradually dissipating cold air. Li Luo's figure flickered, rapidly returning to the inside of the aircraft. Xiaoming, go full speed ahead, let's leave this place. Li Luo commanded to Meng Ji. It is indeed somewhat difficult to kill the Ice-Winged Dragon King, the ruler of the North Cold Continent, who has cultivated for many years, but it is just a bit difficult. However, the situation in the Great Xia Kingdom cannot withstand delay, though he could only temporarily let this Ice-Winged Dragon King go. Understood, Master. Meng Ji's voice was gentle and calm, and then a faint sound of mechanical operation echoed inside the aircraft. The engine roared. The aircraft instantaneously accelerated, cutting through the sky, leaving behind a dazzling blue trail as it sped away from the center of the battlefield. Not good, the human has escaped. Quick chase. Don't let that human get away. The surrounding beast tide, seeing this, thought the Ice-Winged Dragon King had won against Li Luo and was trying to flee. Roars echoed, and they were eager to rush forward to intercept this human. Stop! But the Ice-Winged Dragon King's deep voice suddenly appeared among them, halting the beast tide from continuing to pursue the aircraft. A group of fierce beasts exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to obey. Then the exhausted and somewhat disheveled Ice-Winged Dragon King approached three high-ranking Lord-class fierce beasts. The originally solid and bright dragon scales were now filled with cracks, with blood seeping out. A hint of complex emotion flashed in his weary gaze. He had actually failed. King, why didn't you chase after him? Are you alright? One of the North Cold Continent's dominant fierce beasts, the Icefield Furious Lion, cautiously inquired. However, judging by the severe injuries on the Ice-Winged Dragon King, the situation seemed to be different from what they had imagined. But the Ice-Winged Dragon King remained silent, his gaze fixed on the gradually shrinking point of light. A surge of unprecedented defeat welled up in his heart. In this clash he had gained nothing and felt an unprecedented threat emanating from Li Luo. Such a strong human. The death of the Snow Domain Spectral Wolf duo is not unjust. The Ice-Winged Dragon King silently mused within. Approximately 1/5 of his power gradually recovered as the aircraft moved further away. Yet the shock lingered for a long time, giving rise to a conjecture in his heart. This time, failing to eliminate this human newly advanced martial god in the future, he would become the greatest threat to their fierce beast clan. However, relying solely on itself to slay this newly emerged human martial god is quite difficult, especially in its own territory. The Ice-Winged Dragon King even felt that if the battle continued, it was highly likely to be defeated. If it weren't for this strange intuition, it wouldn't have so easily allowed Li Luo to leave. The Ice-Winged Dragon King pondered silently. This human seems excessively powerful. Are the human warriors of today this strong? A hint of doubt flickered in its eyes. It had long resided in the northern cold continent and rarely ventured out to hunt, so it had little contact with human warriors. Even when it occasionally encountered one or two humans entering the northern cold continent, it generally left them to its subordinates to handle. There was no need for it to act, as it usually absorbed ice elements in the core area of the northern cold continent to accumulate energy for breaking through to the peak of Beast King. Could it be that human warriors have improved so much now? During the previous battle, its strength was suppressed by the eerie coldness surrounding it by 1/5. It felt very constrained. Even if it has just broken through to the initial stage of martial god, it won't significantly affect the upcoming plans. The Ice-Winged Dragon King thought internally, its beastly eyes gleaming like cold stars. No matter how strong the human warrior was, it could at most stand on equal ground against a peak Beast King. But what if it were against the Beast Emperor? According to what the Ice-Winged Dragon King understood, the three Beast Kings in Blue Star had already broken through to the peak of Beast King and were now on the verge of breaking through to the Beast Emperor level. It believed that it would not be long before they succeeded in breaking through to the Beast Emperor realm, and that would mark the beginning of a nightmare for humanity. Do not say that a mere potential-filled initial stage martial god could stop them. Even those few peak human martial gods would be unable to prevent this. Humans, cherish your last moments. While the Ice-Winged Dragon King coldly gazed in the direction where Li Luo's war machine had disappeared, its voice heavy. Once the three peak Beast Kings broke through to the Beast Emperor, it would signal the beginning of the decisive battle between them and humanity. but until then it could only endure a while longer. It then instructed the remaining 3 high-ranking Lord subordinates beside it withdraw, and next time you see this human, keep your distance. Even it found it hard to withstand this human, let alone the other ferocious beasts remaining in the northern cold continent. If they encounter him again, they could only try to avoid provoking him. After saying this, the Icewing Dragon King flapped its wings, and with a hint of anger and unwillingness led the massive tide of beasts slowly back to the core area of the northern cold continent. Li Luo's 3 strikes had inflicted considerable injuries on it, and it needed to recover quickly. Damn! The Icewing Dragon King recalled Li Luo's figure, and anger surged in its mind. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries, and would have been consolidating its realm to break through to the peak of Beast King. Instead, it was here nursing its wounds, and it had even lost 2 subordinates. I will remember this grudge. The Icewing Dragon King exhaled 2 streams of cold dragon breath. It deeply engraved Li Luo's appearance in its mind, vowing to take revenge once it broke through to the peak of Beast King. Then the Icewing Dragon King, with its enormous dragon head, swallowed several precious herbs used for healing from its lair, recovering its injuries. The other ferocious beasts also huddled together to prevent itself from dying as inexplicably as the Snow Domain Ghost Wolf and the Frost Snow Dragon slashed, without any beast knowing. Inside the cold star, Li Luo sheathed the Starfall blade in his hand, leisurely leaning back in the pilot's seat. He gazed through the cabin window at the gradually receding ice field of the northern cold continent, not sensing any ferocious beasts chasing from behind. A faint cold smile curved at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. At least you know how to be sensible. Otherwise, he would have to waste a bit more time to completely deal with that group of ferocious beasts. Then the Frost Spirit Pulse quickly operated, rapidly absorbing the rich ice elemental energy in the northern cold, replenishing the energy he had expended in the earlier battle. At that moment, the cute voice of the artificial intelligence Dreamweave echoed in the cabin. Master, we are about to leave the northern cold continent. Should we return via the original route? Hearing this, Li Luo looked at the screen inside the war machine. It flickered with several routes returning from the northern cold continent to the Liaohai province of the Xia Kingdom for Li Luo to choose. Each route was detailed with time and the potential territories of ferocious beasts that might be passed overhead. Choose the shortest one and be careful to avoid the territories of Beast King level ferocious beasts, Li Luo said after glancing a few times. Now that he had broken through to the martial god realm, he no longer needed to avoid the territories of high-ranking, lord-level ferocious beasts as he did before. He only needed to avoid getting entangled with a Beast King and wasting time. Understood, Master. The route has been automatically confirmed as per your request. Dreamweave's voice carried a hint of respect. The war machine then adjusted its direction, accelerating along the newly planned route as it moved further away from the northern cold continent. The scenery around the war machine gradually transitioned from the vast snowfield to the lush islands and the expansive ocean. The temperature around also quietly began to rise. As Li Luo distanced himself from the northern cold continent, the increase in his strength in the extreme cold environment also began to diminish. It even gradually faded away. Fortunately, the cold, ethereal silver armor embedded with the Frost Spirit Pearl still provided an enhancement to his training speed compared to before arriving at the northern cold continent. A faint chill permeated the cabin. This Frost Spirit Pearl is indeed a treasure. I'm lucky to have found it, otherwise leaving it in that ice palace would have truly been a waste. Li Luo sighed as he felt the rich ice elemental energy radiating from within the battle armor. It not only enhanced his own strength, but also weakened the strength of enemies that approached him. The newly chosen route was somewhat faster than the one he took to get there, and he no longer needed to pass through the already fallen Grassland Kingdom. However, returning to the Daxia Kingdom still required about a day's time. Li Luo then closed his eyes to concentrate, continuing to practice the Xianbing divine art inside the war machine, emanating a faint chill. To prevent any overzealous ferocious beasts from intercepting the war machine, Li Luo released the terrifying pressure of a martial god warrior. It was enough to deter any ferocious beast daring to approach. As they passed over the ocean outside the northern cold continent, is that a human martial god? Several high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts sensed the pressure of a human martial god-level warrior. A hint of fear and trepidation flickered in their eyes. However, none of the ferocious beasts dared to initiate an attack on the rapidly flying war machine in the sky. Li Luo, who was immersed in training, also sensed their presence, but had no time to pay attention to them. As long as they're not coming for me. Once the war machine left their territory, these high-ranking lord-level ferocious beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief. We need to quickly report this information to the king. They swiftly descended into the depths of the ocean to inform the Beast King ruling the surrounding seas about an unknown human martial god departing from the direction of the northern cold continent. Oh, a human martial god. The Beast King in the nearby sea area did not pay much attention when it learned that Li Luo merely flew past its territory. It simply instructed its subordinates to be vigilant and report swiftly if any abnormalities were found again. Time quickly passed to the next day with the sun just beginning to rise. The Hanqing has steadily crossed the icy ocean surrounding the northern cold continent and entered the eastern region of the Shaxiong Kingdom. During this time it did not encounter any fierce beasts. This martial god pressure is indeed quite useful. Li Luo, enveloped in cold air, slowly opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. If it weren't for the martial god pressure being released all the way, he would have encountered some fierce beasts looking for trouble. It certainly wouldn't be as easy as it is now. Xiaoming, how much longer until we reach Liaohai province? Li Luo temporarily ended his training, and having now entered the eastern region of the Shaxiong Kingdom, it wouldn't be long before he could directly approach the northern region of the already fallen Beijiang area from Daxia. He would be able to enter Liaohai province from the rear, giving the fierce beasts wreaking havoc in the city a grand. Moreover, the beast kings within Beijiang, as far as he knew, were currently preventing Elder He Jing of the first sequence from reaching Liaohai province for support near the Emperor capital province. They would never expect him to suddenly attack Liaohai province from the rear. Listening to Li Luo's question, Ming Ji gently responded, "My lord, it will take approximately 5 more hours to reach Liaohai province." "I understand." Li Luo nodded upon hearing this. 5 hours is not too long. He estimated that by noon he could suddenly descend upon Liaohai province like a divine weapon. He would shatter the fierce beast's plot to conquer Liaohai province. If Liaohai province were to fall entirely to the fierce beasts, it would deal a heavy blow to the people and martial artists of the other provinces in Daxia. Li Luo then stopped thinking further and silently said in his heart, "System sign-in." It was time for the daily sign-in, and he wondered if the system remembered the god-level martial skill he mentioned last time. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for enhancing the quality of the Frost God bloodline. As the system voice fell, a terrifying chill surged around Li Luo, and the Frost bloodline within him rapidly underwent transformation. He then closed his eyes and focused carefully, sensing this power flowing freely through his meridians. The process of enhancing the bloodline quality soon concluded. Is this the feeling of the Frost God bloodline's quality enhancement? Li Luo quickly opened his eyes, murmuring to himself with surprise and shock flashing in his gaze. At this moment, Li Luo clearly felt that after the enhancement of the Frost bloodline, his mastery over the Frost law had leaped to a completely new level. His control over ice elements became more solid. His cultivation speed also saw a significant increase, with the surrounding ice elements gathering into his body at an accelerated rate. Moreover, this was still the passive absorption effect of the Frost God bloodline. My strength has also become unprecedentedly powerful. Li Luo clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes filled with excitement. If he were to change course back to the northern cold continent, now he was confident that he could easily deal with that Ice-Winged Dragon King with just a few moves. This is not even considering the power boost he would receive in the extremely cold environment of the northern cold continent. Let you live a few more days. A glint of light flashed in Li Luo's eyes as a confident smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Now he was anxious to return to Daxia to resolve the crisis in Liaohai province, planning to deal with it when he returned to the northern cold continent later. Even if the Ice-Winged Dragon King could break through to the Beast Emperor level. But under the power boost in the extremely cold environment of the northern cold continent, Li Luo was confident he could slay it. Then Li Luo focused his thoughts and opened the system panel. Name: Li Luo level early martial god punch power 12800 kg burst power 35. 8 times. Martial arts SSS level, body forging Tiangang technique SSS level, mystical ice divine art D level, iron bone body forging method, martial skills, basic fist technique, perfected basic blade technique, perfected god level frost divine cannon, perfected SSS level, frost breaking heavenly slash, perfected S level, phantom instant step, perfected C level, shattering air fist, perfected honor level, frost gathering, not comprehended bloodline, frost god bloodline royal items. God level Yuhong Pearl damaged, God level Hanyu Silver armor, God level Starfall blade, God level Ice Crystal Spirit Chain, God level Frost Spirit Pearl punch power exceeded 10 million directly, and the most terrifying part was that his body's burst power increased by 15.5. Li Luo then looked with joy towards the change in the bloodline section of the system panel regarding the Frost God bloodline. This is royal bloodline. After thinking for a moment, Li Luo suddenly realized the race in the universe that naturally possesses the Frost God bloodline has a ranking distinction in their bloodlines. The royal bloodline is equivalent to the bloodline possessed by the strongest batch of people in the race. It must be stronger than that of ordinary tribesmen. If I were to encounter this race in the universe in the future, could I command them to work for me based on my royal level, Frost God bloodline. With a rough guess forming in his heart, Li Luo suddenly became quite interested. Perhaps in the future I could sign in for a bloodline grade enhancement, and the Frost God bloodline merged within me would be purer than their clan leaders. Li Luo then felt that he was thinking a bit too far. He hadn't even wiped out the fierce beasts on Blue Star, yet let alone explore the vast universe beyond Blue Star. Li Luo shook his head, pulling back his thoughts, and secretly thought, I should first contact Elder Lanchi to understand the current situation in Daxia. He then lightly touched the Lingshuan ring on his wrist, and a faint light flashed. He sought a communication connection with Elder Lanchi of the third sequence. After a moment, the connection was established. A small holographic projection of each other appeared in the Lingshuan rings on both sides. Elder Lan, I am now in the eastern region of the Shaxiong Kingdom, and I am returning to Daxia at full speed. I need to know the current intelligence from Daxia. After Elder Lanchi connected, Li Luo did not waste words and got straight to the point. Okay. Upon learning that Li Luo was about to return to Daxiao, a hint of joy finally appeared on Lanx's slightly weary face. But the joy quickly faded, replaced by a serious expression as he explained to Li Luo. Elderly, the situation in Daxia is not optimistic. The fierce beast's offensive is more ferocious than expected. Although the various external elders have rushed to support the provinces urgently, our forces are still scattered and difficult to form an effective counterattack. At this point, Lanchi paused, and a surge of anger appeared on his not-soiled face. Especially in Liaohai province, according to the information recently received from the branch of the Elder Association still resisting in various cities, the defenses there are on the brink of collapse due to the betrayal of Lin Xiaodian. The beast god cultists and fierce beasts have already poured into the cities, and the elders leading the remaining troops and martial artists to resist the fierce beasts have gradually lost contact 3 hours ago. All elders are blocked outside Liaohai province and cannot enter to provide support. If this continues, Liaohai province is likely to. Elder Lan, she furrowed his brows in worry. If the reinforcements couldn't break through the encirclement to provide support for Liaohai province, the remaining resistance within the province would likely not hold out for much longer. The increasing number of disconnected branch leaders meant that the situation in Liaohai province was becoming increasingly dire. Li Luo heard this, and a faint calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His tone was filled with confidence. Elder Lan, do not worry. Leave this issue to me to resolve. After the upgrade of the Han Shuang Divine Veins quality, his strength had already surged immensely. Coupled with 3 pieces of divine-grade equipment that balanced defensive, and survival capabilities, even the Beast Emperor would be no match for him. The rampant beast tide in Liaohai province was simply not a problem for Li Luo now. Hearing this, Lan, she widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Elder Li, are you planning to go to Liaohai province alone? She quickly tried to dissuade him, not wanting this exceptionally talented individual with limitless potential to risk himself because of a reckless fall in Liaohai province. Although there are no Beast King level ferocious beasts stationed in Liaohai province, there are still 3 high-level Lord class ferocious beasts. Not to mention the traitor Lin Xiaotian at the late stage of Martial Saint, and the Pope of the Beast God sect at the peak of Martial Saint. If you go alone, wouldn't that be like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Even though Li Luo had spent about half a month in Beihan continent, his strength had improved. He was still only invincible among the mid-level Martial Saints at most. Pushing to break through to the late stage of Martial Saint was the maximum he could achieve. However, to resolve the crisis in Liaohai province, it would require several Martial Saint elders to support effectively, or a sequence elder to descend. The problem could then be easily resolved. But now all reinforcements were either blocked outside Liaohai province or held back. If Li Luo entered the chaotic Liaohai province alone, it would mean no support for a short time. Moreover, he would have to face several times the number of opponents at the same level along with a dense tide of beasts. In Lan's eyes view, this was tantamount to seeking death. She continued to dissuade him, saying, Elder Li, this is too dangerous. Just return to the imperial capital province and assist Elder Qin and the others in breaking the blockade of the ferocious beasts. Please do not act impulsively. If reinforcements were unable to break through the ferocious beasts' interception, then Liaohai province would. But at the same time, if they lost Li Luo, this exceptional genius who had integrated the bloodline of the cosmic race's heritage crystal, they would be at a tremendous loss. Li Luo shook his head resolutely and said, Elder Lan, you need not worry, I have my own measures. Moreover, currently all reinforcements within the country were being blocked. Yet I can strike directly into Liaohai province from behind the ferocious beasts, catching them off guard. I am already on my way to Liaohai province and will arrive in a few hours. You need not say more. As for my safety, you need not worry. I have discovered some opportunities in Beihan continent that will ensure my safety. Elderly you. Lan, she wanted to dissuade him further, but saw the determination on Li Luo's face. Sigh? I can only sigh. In my heart, I smile bitterly. Truly worthy of being the genius appreciated by Elder He. For the sake of the great Xia kingdom, he dares to put himself in danger. Moreover, Li Luo was indeed not wrong. The ferocious beasts would never expect reinforcements to come charging directly into Liaohai province from behind their territory. It could truly create an unexpected effect, but the prerequisite was that Li Luo's strength was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be no different from seeking death. One could only hope that the opportunities Li Luo gained in Beihan continent would be substantial enough to enhance his strength compared to when he left the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Luo's attitude was resolute. Lan Shi could only turn to give him instructions, saying, "All right, elderly. Since you have made up your mind, I will not obstruct you any longer. But please act with caution, prioritize your own safety. The matter of whether Liaohai province can turn from danger to safety is entrusted to you. Although we cannot provide support for you, I will immediately contact elders He and Xiang to find a way to delay those potential Beast King level ferocious beasts that might support Liaohai. To buy you more time. Whether the situation in Liaohai province could be reversed next would all depend on." "No problem, Elder Lan. There is no need to delay those Beast Kings for me. It is fine if they all come together. I will take care of them." Li Luo maintained a faint smile and said even if those Beast Kings came, it would be at most a minor incident. It was impossible for anyone to kill him. Currently, no one knew that he had already broken through to the martial. Li Luo had no intention of revealing this to Elder Lan Shi in advance, preparing to surprise everyone after resolving the crisis in Liaohai province. Moreover, Elder Lan Shi had guessed wrong in one aspect. If it weren't for his absolute confidence, he would never recklessly enter Liaohai province and put himself in danger. With the surge in strength, Li Luo's ambitions also gradually grew. He planned to first gradually take control of the Great Xia Kingdom's Elder Council, and then the forces in other countries of Blue Star. "Elderly, it's not the time for jokes." Upon hearing this, Lan Shi frowned slightly, thinking Li Luo was making light of the situation. Only by breaking through to the martial god level could one understand the immense chasm between martial saints and martial gods. Even if Li Luo's level reached the peak of martial saint, any random beast king would not be easy to handle. "Wait for my good news." Li Luo smiled slightly, holding back the urge to tell Lan Shi that he had already broken through to martial god, fearing that the external Elder Lin Yi would be scared away. After finishing, he lightly touched the spiritual swift ring on his wrist and ended the communication with the third sequence elder. The war machine had reached its maximum speed under the automatic navigation of Meng Ji, advancing at full speed towards Liaohai province. Based on the information gathered from the third sequence elder Lan Shi, Li Luo learned that there were currently no beast kings present in Liaohai province. Only the traitor Lin Xiaodian and a few high-level lord-class ferocious beasts remained. First, resolve the crisis in Liaohai province, and then support Elder He in eliminating those beast kings in the north border. Li Luo thought to himself. By then, the other ferocious beasts attacking various provinces would likely retreat after learning of the situation, thus resolving this crisis in the Great Xia Kingdom. A few hours later, the war machine sailed through the eastern region of the Sand Bear Kingdom, which had already fallen without any hindrance. No ferocious beasts dared to provoke Li Luo. Soon it arrived over the north border region of the Great Xia Kingdom, which had been in decline for hundreds of years. Is this the north border that has long fallen into the hands of the Great Xia Kingdom? Li Luo gazed through the screen at the vast and desolate land below, his heart filled with a mix of emotions. Once prosperous cities have been overtaken by ferocious beasts. After hundreds of years of evolution, they have now transformed into primitive forests with towering trees blocking out the sun and vines intertwining. Faint remnants of broken walls and ruins tell the story of past glory and today's desolation. In the green ruins of a human city, a group of ferocious beasts suddenly sensed the divine pressure radiating from Li Luo. They emitted anxious low growls, trembling as they crawled on the ground or desperately tried to flee. Sensing the overwhelming presence of ferocious beasts in the surrounding primitive forest, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth. "Let me collect some interest from you first," Li Luo whispered. Instantly, the immense power of ice elements within him surged forth like a river breaking its dam. Transformed into piercing cold air, it rapidly spread into the primitive forest below. Those ferocious beasts that were hastily fleeing or cowering on the ground were all enveloped by this terrifying frost power. Their bodies were swiftly covered with a layer of crystal-clear ice, ultimately freezing into eternal ice sculptures devoid of life. Along the way, such scenes continuously played out with numerous frozen ferocious beasts scattered throughout the north. They became the most eye-catching sight in this area. As the cold star flew by, no matter the level, not a single ferocious beast survived. Before long, Cold Star emerged from the north border and reached the outskirts of Hangzhou City in Liaohai province. The scene before Li Luo was truly astonishing. The excited roars of ferocious beasts echoed in his ears as Liaohai province had turned into a hell on earth after the beast tide broke through the military defenses. Some major martial families had succumbed to the pressure of the situation and allied with the beast god cult, becoming accomplices of the ferocious beasts. The remaining ones, under the cohesion of the Elder Council's branch, united with the remaining military forces, engaging in street battles with the ferocious beasts. However, due to the collapse of high-level combat power, their efforts were minimal and most had been eradicated. It is time to put an end to this calamity. Li Luo's eyes revealed a coldness as he spoke slowly. Immediately, the mighty power of the frost laws within him surged like an awakened dragon rushing toward the clouds. The once clear and cloudless sky was unexpectedly affected by Li Luo's frost laws, and delicate snowflakes began to fall. This city, suddenly blanketed in snow, added an unusual chill to the war-torn Liaohai province. Inside the utterly chaotic city, the rampaging ferocious beasts and numerous elite followers of the beast god cult were shocked by the sudden snowfall. They all looked up at the sky, instinctively catching the snowflakes in their hands, feeling the chill, and filled with confusion and astonishment. Is this snow? It's still early for winter. How can it suddenly snow? A follower of the beast god cult muttered to himself, unable to comprehend the situation. Although Liaohai province is located in the cold northern border of the Great Xia Kingdom, it shouldn't snow at this time of year. Even his formidable inner strength as a martial king could hardly withstand this chill. The surrounding ferocious beasts also momentarily halted their search for human survivors hidden in the city due to this phenomenon. An ominous tranquility permeated the increasingly cold air. However, this tranquility did not last long. As Li Luo's frost laws were fully unleashed, the entire city was rapidly covered with a thick layer of frost. Amidst the falling snowflakes, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the ferocious beasts, turning them into cold sculptures. The fierce eyes of the beasts still held remnants of their shock and unwillingness from before. Countless ferocious beasts, caught in terror, had not even reacted before being frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Oh no, it's an enemy attack. A follower of the beast god cult shouted in panic before being frozen into an ice sculpture. Run! In the midst of the beast tide, terrified howls erupted. The ferocious beasts instantaneously realized the impending crisis, but it was already too late. The chaotic roars of ferocious beasts in Hanzhou City quickly ceased, replaced by a dead silence. Within this silence, an advanced Lord-level ferocious beast, known as the Shadow Demon Ape, stood in one corner of the city, greedily devouring the precious resources found within. Surrounded by a dense aura of dark elements, it was the leader of the ferocious beasts responsible for eliminating the remnants of human resistance in the city. As the Shadow Demon Ape was happily feasting, it suddenly sensed the chilling air surrounding it and the mass death of the beasts in the city. A flicker of rage and confusion flashed in its fierce eyes. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Wasn't the human resistance already wiped out by me? Just as the Shadow Demon Ape prepared to investigate what had suddenly changed in the city, an overwhelming divine pressure that made its soul tremble descended upon it, causing it to quiver uncontrollably. A human martial god. The Shadow Demon Ape looked fearfully toward the distance where a human warplane streaked across the sky, heading straight for it. The source of the despairing aura was coming from within. How is this possible? Didn't the Beast Kings manage to intercept those human martial gods? The Shadow Demon Ape felt a hint of despair as the human martial god drew closer. Didn't the Beast Kings block all human support? Why did a human martial god suddenly appear? Although it was unclear about the current situation, the instinct for survival drove the Shadow Demon Ape to swiftly turn and unleash a rich, dark, elemental energy to vanish into the shadows. It fled toward the outskirts of the city, knowing that it was merely an ant before the human martial god with no capacity for resistance. The only thing it could do was run. But at that moment, countless sharp ice spikes filled with bone-chilling cold suddenly condensed in the snowy sky of the city. Like arrows of death, they accurately shot toward the Shadow Demon Ape. What? The Shadow Demon Ape, frantically darting through the city, felt a surge of terror as it saw the numerous ice spikes coming for it. It suddenly unleashed a terrifying dark elemental energy to create a defensive shield, trying to block the ice spikes aimed at it. But these ice spikes pierced through the energy shield it had desperately conjured, as if they were sharp blades. Roar! Its massive body was instantly penetrated, erupting in a painful scream. Its body crashed against the surrounding city buildings, creating a violent sound before it ultimately succumbed to. Then, amidst the thunderous roar of war machines slicing through the sky, a figure leaped out of the cabin like a bolt of lightning. It was Li Luo. Surrounded by the pressure of a martial god and a strong, icy elemental aura, he landed steadily beside the massive corpse of the Shadow Demon Ape. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he said with some excitement, "Now my control over the ice element far surpasses any frost warrior on Blue Star. After the quality of the Frost Divine Vein was enhanced, although the increase in his fist strength was not significant, his mastery over the ice element had reached a terrifying level. With that, Li Luo placed his hand on the corpse of the Shadow Demon Ape. A faint light flashed, and the massive corpse reeking of blood instantly vanished into thin air. Immediately after, Li Luo soared into the sky, once more gliding above Hangzhou City. Surrounded by a faint chill, he resembled a king of winter surveying his territory. His sharp gaze quickly scanned the now snow-white Hangzhou City, missing not a single hint of abnormality. Heads of families, this is bad. The support from the Summer Kingdom has arrived, and it's from a martial god. The Shadow Demon Ape has been slain, and there are beast corpses everywhere in the city. What? What should we do now? How is this possible? Were not the 3 elder members of the council delayed by the Beast King and unable to provide support? I don't know. Those martial families who had been seduced by the beast god cult or had allied with the beasts for self-preservation were now trembling together. They had never anticipated that the Summer Kingdom's support would arrive so swiftly. In just 2 short days, they had breached the layers of defense against the beast tide surrounding Liaohai province. With a single strike, they resolved the rampaging beast tide within the city, and even the most formidable Shadow Demon Ape was not spared. What a damn Beast King! The beast god cult is nothing but useless. Wasn't it said that the Summer Kingdom's support could never arrive? It's all Lin Xiaoshan's fault, otherwise how could the beasts have invaded Hangzhou City? If not, I wouldn't have allied with the beast god cult. Upon learning that a martial god had arrived in Liaohai, the martial families who had sided with the beasts were thrown into a panic. Their act of betrayal would surely be labeled as treason, leading to immediate execution, and even their families would face repercussions. Initially, they had allied with the beasts for self-preservation, but they had never expected to face such a situation. Just then, found you I was too focused on dealing with the beasts to deal with you. A voice reminiscent of a death god's call echoed in the ears of the heads of families. Accompanying this was a sudden surge of martial god pressure. Not good. I've been discovered so quick. The heads of families, feeling the overwhelming martial aura, coughed up blood and trembled on the ground. They were utterly powerless to resist. Then a figure clad in silver-white armor exuding coldness appeared before them. Li Luo gazed at the leaders of the martial families who had sided with the beasts, his eyes filled with chilling disdain. What he despised most were those who betrayed their own kind. While their families enjoyed the numerous privileges and benefits from the Summer Kingdom, they surrendered at the very moment they needed to resist the invading beasts. The heads of families stared at Li Luo, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, and the terrifying pressure of the martial god made their faces turn pale. In a state of fear, their bodies trembled even more violently. Against a martial god-level warrior, they as martial kings could do nothing to resist. Lord Martial God, spare us. We were forced into this. Please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. One family had pleaded tearfully for Li Luo's forgiveness. My lord, please let me explain. I only acted for self-preservation and did not participate in the beast's encirclement of the army. Yes, my lord, I didn't either. I only pretended to side with the beasts while waiting for your support to counterattack. You have to believe me. The crowd around them began to echo similar pleas, begging for Li Luo's mercy. You? This only deepened the fear in the hearts of those family heads who had become accomplices to the beasts. They had truly aided the beasts in encircling the remaining army that chose to resist. However, Li Luo's eyes showed no signs of fluctuation as he coldly remarked, "Why so much not?" His words cut like a biting cold wind, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Li Luo had no time to discern the truth in their words. After all, none of these individuals were innocent. Be more cautious in your next life. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden surge of cold energy erupted from Li Luo, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Tiny ice crystals formed in the air. Li Luo waved his hand, and an invisible force of frost swept down in an instant. The begging heads of the martial families barely had time to react before they were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. They were frozen in the moment of their deepest regret and despair. I almost forgot the spoils of war. Li Luo's keen gaze suddenly noticed the spatial rings on their fingers. He casually waved his hand, causing the ice to melt and collecting all the spatial rings from their fingers, leaving behind only a few already frozen corpses. After resolving the betraying martial families in Hangzhou City, Li Luo returned to hover above the city, rapidly expanding his keen perception throughout the entire area. There were no other high-level lord-class beasts or the traitor Lin Xiaoshan's aura, as mentioned by Lan Shi. These guys are quite scattered. It will take me a bit more time. Li Luo thought to himself. He could only head to several other cities in Liaohai province, resolving them one by one. After confirming that the threat of beasts in Hangzhou City was completely eliminated, Li Luo arrived above the city where snowflakes were drifting. He lightly tapped the Lingshuan ring on his wrist. Then a dazzling silver-blue light cut through the sky. A majestic king-class war machine came roaring from afar with thunderous momentum. It hovered steadily behind Li Luo and quickly opened the war machine's hatch. Li Luo did not rush. Instead, he utilized the power of the martial god to condense his voice into a penetrating sound wave resonating throughout Hangzhou City. I am martial god Li Luo, and I have eliminated all the beasts in the city. The crisis is resolved that everyone can come out safely. The rampaging beasts in Hangzhou City had mostly been dealt with, and the occasional few lucky survivors feeling the terrifying residual power were filled with fear in their crimson beast eyes. They no longer dared to linger within the city and fled frantically towards the wild areas outside. The crisis in Hangzhou City had been resolved. As Li Luo's authoritative voice echoed, sparks of hope instantly ignited in the eyes of the nearly despairing human survivors who had been hiding in the dark corners of the city. Someone has come to save us. Tears of excitement and relief silently streamed down their cheeks. The Great Xia Empire had not abandoned them. Without wasting further time, Li Luo turned and walked back into the Hanxing. Xiao Ming, proceed to the next. Li Luo's voice was indifferent. Although the beast crisis in Hangzhou City had been resolved, several other cities remained occupied by ferocious beasts. Yes, master. Upon receiving Li Luo's command, Meng Ji's fighter jet instantly roared to life, streaking across the sky, like a silver bolt of lightning heading toward other cities in Liaohai province still engulfed in chaos. As Li Luo departed, the eerie snowstorm over Hangzhou City gradually thinned until it finally ceased. The sky revealed its long mist clear blue. Within the city, aside from the occasional gust of cold wind, there was no other sound. Yet amidst the profound silence lay the seeds of vibrant life. It seems quiet outside. Should we go out and take a look? Since the martial god said the crisis is over, it should be safe. A few surviving human martial artists and ordinary citizens, having heard Li Luo's voice brimming with hope, cautiously emerged from their hiding places. What? What just happened? The beasts, they're all dead. The sight before them left them both awestruck. A thick layer of snow blanketed the city like a pristine white veil. The ground was littered with ferocious beasts frozen into ice sculptures along with the corpses of beast god cult followers. Their faces, preserved in the moment before being frozen solid, still bore expressions of ferocity and terror. Is this the power of a martial god? It's utterly incredible. A severely wounded army soldier caressing a massive ice sculpture before him gazed at it with a mix of reverence and relief. If he sensed correctly, frozen within the ice sculpture was the corpse of a low-level lord-tier beast, apparently slain in an instant. Martial god Li Luo. Is he the newly ascended martial god of the Great Xia Empire? Why does that name sound familiar? Gazing at the beast corpses scattered around, someone murmured Li Luo's name in exhilaration. Fragments of memory quickly pieced together in their minds. Many survivors recalled the recent news about the lucky son of fortune who had unexpectedly broken through to Martial Saint by absorbing a special energy crystal. His name was indeed Li Luo. I remember now. It's him, that elderly. The murmurs among the crowd swelled, tinged with disbelief and delight. They recalled Li Luo's identity. But then doubts arose. As I recall from recent news, didn't it say elderly had just broken through to midstage Martial Saint? Could he have advanced to martial god in such a short time? The martial artists were astounded, their voices brimming with excitement and adoration. Meanwhile, the martial god Li Luo, whom everyone was talking about, was already piloting his fighter jet through the clouds approaching Hailing City, the gateway to Liaohai province. This city, the first to be invaded by beasts after the military defensive line collapsed, had now become a severe disaster zone ravaged by ferocious creatures. The casualties were far more devastating than in Hangzhou City. Everywhere lay desolation, and the atmosphere was thick with despair. Roar! Within Hailing City, terrifying beastly howls echoed one after another. The numerous beasts remained oblivious to the impending doom about to befall them. Meanwhile, the town guard headquarters at the very center of the city had been seized by beast god cult followers. Lin Xiaoyan, the primary culprit behind Liaohai province's fall to the beasts, was currently there engaged in a secret meeting with the beast god cult's pope. Lin Saint, you are a wise man. Congratulations on making the right choice. The beast god holds you in high. The beast god cult Pope Li Liang'an spoke in a low magnetic voice. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he addressed Lin Xiaodian. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. With a thought, he gently retrieved a glimmering blue inheritance crystal from a spatial ring on his finger. He handed it to Lin Xiaodian. The light within contained ancient, formidable power enough to drive countless martial artists to madness. This is what I promised you. Li Liang'an flashed a sinister smile. Lin Xiaoshan's eyes were immediately captivated by the inheritance crystal, and his trembling hands quickly took it. Greed and fervor gleamed in his eyes. Thank you, Your Holiness. I pledge my undying loyalty to the beast god cult. Lin Xiaotian exclaimed excitedly, clutching the priceless crystal. In that moment, his sense of betrayal toward the great Xia Empire was drowned by his thirst for power. The reason he had betrayed the Empire and allied with the Beast God cult to stab the other two town guardians in the back at a critical moment was largely due to this inheritance crystal. The Beast God cult Pope had promised that upon success he would receive this invaluable crystal to help him break through to the peak of Martial Saint. Another reason was that three Beast Kings at the peak of their power in the ocean were on the verge of breaking through to Beast Emperor, which would spell doom for humanity. The combined forces of all human factions on Blue Star could not simultaneously defeat three Beast Emperor-level beasts. Driven by these reasons and the relentless seduction of the Beast God cult, Pope Lin Xiaotian ultimately decided to gamble. He chose to betray the great Xia Empire and turn on his allies at the crucial moment. He offered the beasts a grand gesture of allegiance. When the beasts broke through the military defenses and began their frenzied slaughter of citizens and martial artists in the city, Lin Xiaotian, once the town guardian here, felt no remorse. Though the great Xia Empire's Council of Elders had treated him well, but every man for himself. He did not wish to perish alongside the great Xia Empire after the three peak Beast Kings advanced to Beast Emperor. To further earn the beast's trust, he even personally killed the Council of Elders branch president in Hailing City, who had been leading the remnants of the military and other forces in resistance. He also accepted the position of Red Robe Archbishop of the Beast God cult, fearing the beasts might renege on their promise after the deed was done. Only upon obtaining the inheritance crystal did Lin Xiaotian finally feel at ease. A wise man adapts to circumstances. Li Liang'an listened to Lin Xiaotian's pledge of loyalty, a meaningful smile curving on his lips. He patted Lin Xiaotian on the shoulder. The breakthrough of the three beast gods is inevitable. When that happens, an all-out war between humans and beasts will begin, and the entire Blue Star will know no peace. The future world will be an era corralled by the Beast God cult and the Beast Gods. And Lin Saint will be a key figure in this new order. Lin Xiaotian heard this. A flicker of intense light flashed in his eyes. He knew he had chosen a path of no return. However, everything he had done along with the desires and ambitions in his heart had utterly deprived him of the chance to turn back. Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will certainly do my utmost to serve the Beast God until the Blue Star welcome. Lin Xiaotian respectfully said after placing the inheritance crystal into his spatial ring. He could only hope that his choice today was not a mistake. Li Liang'an nodded, very satisfied with Lin Xiaotian's performance. Not only did he betray the Daxia Kingdom, but he also made a definitive break. Everyone in the Daxia Kingdom would surely hate him to the core, completely severing any possibility of returning to their embrace. From now on, he could only walk this dark path, honestly serving as the red-cloaked archbishop for the Beast God. If it weren't for this, Li Liang'an would not have so smoothly handed over the inheritance crystal that he had previously promised Lin Xiaotian. As for Li Liang'an himself, he had also harbored greed for this inheritance crystal, but this was the intention of the Beast King, who was about to break through. As the Pope, he naturally did not dare to disobey. Since this Beast King was willing to give the precious inheritance crystal to Lin Xiaotian, it certainly held its own profound meaning. As long as this news spreads, coupled with its imminent breakthrough to Beast Emperor, the number of human martial saints pledging allegiance to it within the Daxia Kingdom would only increase. By then, it would be even easier to annihilate the Daxia Kingdom. Furthermore, since most ancient ruins lie within the territories of fierce beasts, the inheritance crystals controlled by fierce beasts far outnumber those of humans. However, these inheritance crystals were left behind by once powerful human martial artists, and the fierce beasts could not absorb them at all. They could only secretly win over human martial saints, with Lin Xiaotian being the best example. The reason Li Liang'an was able to break through to the peak of martial saint was also due to the resources cultivated by this peak Beast King. Moreover, he had absorbed an inheritance crystal before. It was merely an ordinary inheritance crystal left by a former martial god, and the one given to Lin Xiaotian was similarly so. Its effect was not even close to that of the one absorbed by Li Luo. Your Holiness, I shall take my leave first, Lin Xiaotian said to Li Liang'an. He had now obtained the inheritance crystal that the Beast God Church had once promised him. Lin Xiaotian was eager to absorb it and break through to the peak of martial saint. Go ahead, Lin Sheng. Li Liang'an nodded with a smile, naturally aware of Lin Xiaotian's desire to absorb the inheritance crystal in his hand. As for whether he would threaten Li Liang'an's position as Pope after the breakthrough, Li Liang'an was completely untroubled. His loyalty to the Beast Emperor surpassed that of anyone else. Lin Xiaotian was merely a pawn being used. If he had not performed satisfactorily in the eyes of the Beast God, and if the Beast God did not need to use him as an example to promote to other human martial saints in the Daxia Kingdom, he certainly would not be so courteous to Lin Xiaotian. Finally, I have the inheritance crystal in hand. This time I can finally break through to the peak of Martial Saint, and there is even a great possibility of reaching Martial God. Lin Xiaotian turned to leave feeling exhilarated. Everything he had done was for this incredibly precious inheritance crystal. Just as Lin Xiaotian stepped out of the guardhouse, a chilling wind sharp as a blade suddenly swept towards him through the air. Accompanied by the swirling snowflakes falling from the sky, this scene appeared exceptionally eerie. It's snowing. Lin Xiaotian looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression, noticing that the tiny snowflakes contained an unusual chill. It seemed to be not a product of nature, but rather influenced by some special force. This is not. Lin Xiaoshan's heart sank in alarm. The cultivation of his late-stage Martial Saint rapidly circulated, attempting to resist this inexplicable chill, yet he still felt the bone-chilling sensation. At the same time, Pope Li Liang'an, who was preparing to absorb resources for cultivation within the guardhouse, also sensed this unusual chill. What is happening? Where is this cold air coming from? Li Liang'an's expression instantly turned grave. He swiftly exited the guardhouse, wanting to ascertain where the chill around them was emanating from. Your Holiness, look at this. The elite disciples around him, equally puzzled, instantly found their anchor in Li Liang'an's figure, cautiously pointing at the snowflakes falling from the sky. This does not seem to be ordinary snow. Li Liang'an looked up at the snow continuously falling from the sky, feeling the icy, elemental aura wafting within. A warning bell rang loudly in his heart. Everyone go on high alert, the Pope commanded in a deep voice. He simultaneously mobilized all his strength to form an indestructible shield enveloping himself within. Lin Xiaotian quickly followed suit, gathering an energy shield around himself. Just then a sudden change occurred. Among those seemingly harmless snowflakes, a dazzling ice-blue light erupted and dense ice elements surged forth like a tsunami. In an instant, the unprepared disciples were frozen into ice statues, a shocking scene. Enemy attack. Lin Xiaotian exchanged a glance with the Pope. No words were needed, the gravity and vigilance in their eyes spoke volumes. This sudden blizzard was by no means a natural phenomenon, but a terrifying attack launched by a being who controlled the ultimate ice elements using the power of heaven and earth. Then Lin Xiaotian and Pope Li Liang'an's hearts jolted simultaneously, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. No, it's not just aimed at us. Their strong perception sensed that the bizarre icy weather around them affected a range far beyond the guardhouse's vicinity. It encompassed the entire hailing city. The numerous fierce beasts under their control within the city also collapsed into a rigid icy form the moment the ice-blue light flashed. Who on earth is this? Such means are simply unheard of. Li Liang'an's voice trembled. Gone was the usual dignity of being a pope. Just as the two attempted to explore the source of this strange chill, a terrifying sense of oppression suddenly descended. Martial God. Lin Xiaoshan's face changed drastically as he felt this aura. His gaze quickly swept around. Finally, it fixed upon a silver-blue flash in the distant sky racing towards the direction where the two. Is that the royal-level war machine of the Elder Council? Lin Xiaoshan's pupils constricted. As a former member of the Daxia Kingdom's Elder Council, he was all too familiar with this aircraft, symbolizing power and might. This was a royal-level war machine specially equipped by the Elder Council for the elders designated as guardians. He himself had a similar one, the only difference being the color. Pope Li Liang'an's gaze closely followed Lin Xiaotian. He too recognized the royal-level fighter jet approaching them from the distant sky, and a wave of fear surged within him like a spreading cold frost. How is this possible? How could the three senior elders of the Xia Kingdom appear here? They were supposed to be restrained by the beast god and unable to escape. Li Liang'an's slightly trembling voice was filled with disbelief, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The intense surge of ice element that had suddenly erupted within the city was undoubtedly caused by the martial god of the Xia Kingdom inside the fighter jet. Lin Xiaotian and the Pope exchanged glances. Words were unnecessary. The terror and despair in their eyes spoke volumes. Although they didn't know how this martial god had breached the Beast King's defense line beyond the province. No matter which of the three martial gods from the Great Xia Kingdom, they were not opponents. Flee. Pope, we must leave this place immediately. Lin Xiaotian quickly reacted and shouted urgently. As humans who had allied with fierce beasts, they were indeed deeply sinful. Regardless of which senior elder came, none would let them off. The best outcome would be that they were captured and taken back to have their cultivation stripped and imprisoned, and then tortured day and night. Lin Xiaotian and Li Liang'an burst forth with all their strength, preparing to flee behind them. However, Li Luo's will had already locked onto them. The snowflakes continuously falling around them contained ice elements instantly coalescing into a crystal-clear ice prison. Like a net of heaven and earth, it tightly trapped the two. No, let me go. They both knew that once trapped there would be no escape, and they refused to sit idly by. They unleashed the might of the martial saint to try and escape the control of the ice prison. But the ice chains extending from within the prison coiled around them like silver snakes, tightening with every struggle, until they completely gave up resisting. They could only watch as the silver-blue royal-level fighter jet split the sky and slowly landed before the ice prison. Such terrifying control of ice elements. Who could this person be? Lin Xiaotian was filled with shock, and the doubts in his heart grew wildly like weeds. None of the 3 senior elders of the Xia Kingdom were frost martial artists who controlled ice elements. Lin Xiaotian was certain that the person in the silver-blue fighter jet was definitely not any of the 3 martial gods of the Xia Kingdom. Could it be an outsider invited from the Sand Bear Kingdom or another nation? But how could they pilot a royal-level fighter jet bearing the characteristics of the Xia Kingdom's Elder Council? Pope Li Liang'an also looked bewildered, trying to summon his inner strength for one last struggle. No, I can't die here, Li Liang'an roared, but even unleashing all his power felt like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was completely futile. The blue ice chains wrapped around him only tightened further and exuded a more piercing cold. Beast God, save me please. Li Liang'an's face turned ashen, completely despairing. He was still praying for the Beast King to come and rescue him. But he received no response, only the sound of the fighter jet's cabin door opening before him. Li Liang'an's dazed eyes instinctively looked towards the cabin door of the jet, wanting to know who had arrived. As the cabin door of the fighter jet slowly opened, a figure clad in silver-white battle armor descended like a war god, exuding the terrifying pressure belonging to a martial god. The figure flashed, moving so fast that even martial saints could not capture it. It instantly appeared before the tightly bound Li Liang'an and Lin Xiaotian. In this tense and despair-filled atmosphere, the faint radiance emitted by Li Luo's silver-white armor felt like the most piercing cold light in winter, causing Lin Xiaotian and Li Liang'an's hearts to sink into an ice cellar. Both men instinctively sensed the immense power emanating from Li Luo, who had just entered the martial god realm. Martial god early stage. He should not be from the Xia Kingdom. Lin Xiaotian thought anxiously to himself, his heart igniting with a glow. If that were the case, the two of them might still have a chance of survival. As long as they offered sufficient benefits, perhaps they could be spared. Sir, we are willing to pay any price, just please spare our lives. Lin Xiaotian trembled as he looked at the silver-white figure before him. His eyes filled with pleading. Having betrayed the Xia Kingdom to obtain the promise of the Beast God Sect's heritage crystal, he did not want to die just like this. But if he had to choose between his life and the heritage crystal, Lin Xiaotian would certainly choose the former. Li Liang'an beside him heard this. He quickly echoed, his voice carrying a hint of desperate struggle. Martial God, I am the leader of the Beast God Sect, possessing countless precious martial arts resources. As long as you are willing to spare me, I am willing to give everything. His voice was filled with humility and flattery, but the response he received was an even heavier silence. At that moment, a cold voice rang in Lin Xiaotian's ear, sharp as ice, causing his heart to nearly stop beating. It seems I didn't choose wrong with you too. Elder Lin, the Elder Council has treated you well. Why did you choose to ally with fierce beasts? What benefits did they promise you? Li Luo's helmet retracted, revealing a cold and youthful face, his eyes radiating icy menace. Lin Xiaotian's gaze instantly froze, and he exclaimed in shock. You are Li Luo, martial god. How is this possible? Memories surged like a tide in his mind, clearly recalling the various deeds of Li Luo in Jiangning Province. Breaking through to martial saint by absorbing special energy crystals from the universe, and also serving as the garrison commander of Jiangning Province. Martial saints have excellent memory. Although this was the first time he had seen Li Luo in person, Lin Xiaotian had seen Li Luo on the news, so he recognized him at a glance. His heart was filled with shock. Li Luo should be in Jiangning Province at this time. How could he suddenly arrive in Liaohai Province and even break through to the martial god realm? He couldn't comprehend how Li Luo had advanced so quickly. Incorrect answer, Elder Lin. Oh, prepare for your journey to the next life. Li Luo's eyes flashed with a cold glint, his voice devoid of any emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already condensed a crystal-clear ice blade in his hand. Then with a gentle wave, the ice blade pierced through Lin Xiaotian's S-level defensive armor and accurately stabbed into his chest. Lin Xiaotian let out a piercing scream, blood and ice crystals intertwining. He struggled in pain, his eyes filled with unwillingness and pleading as he said, Li Elderly, I have my reasons. Please let me go. He felt the flow of life slipping away. Lin Xiaotian exerted all his effort to break free from the restraints of the ice prison, but the ice chains seemed alive, tightening more with every struggle. Bitter circumstances. Go talk to King Yin about it, and make the right choice in your next life. Li Luo's voice was as cold as frost, a trace of a sneer appearing on his face. Colluding with ferocious beasts led to the fall of Liaohai province, plunging tens of millions of citizens into suffering. No matter the circumstances, he could not be spared. As the words fell, ice elements surged wildly in Li Luo's palm, coalescing into a chilling current that sent shivers down the spine. Ha ha ha, Li Luo. What does it matter if you break through to martial god? Once those ferocious beasts transcend to Beast Emperor, you will all die. Lin Xiaodian had already realized that Li Luo would not spare him, and he spoke frantically, enduring the excruciating pain. Noisy, Li Luo's expression was indifferent. A palm imbued with extreme cold suddenly struck down. A crisp, shattering sound rang out as Lin Xiaoshan's head was instantly crushed. The raucous laughter abruptly ceased. The ice prison also released its hold on Lin Xiaoyan, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The surrounding air was thick with a pungent smell of blood. Li Luo's gaze swiftly swept over the corpse. Another piece of loot. Discovering a space ring on Lin Xiaoshan's finger, his eyes immediately lit up. He then waved his hand gently. The space ring on Lin Xiaoshan's finger was instantly drawn by the surrounding dense ice elements. It slipped off his finger and flew into Li Luo's palm. As there was still a beast god cult Pope Li Liang'an nearby, Li Luo did not check it immediately. With a thought, he directly stored the seized space ring into the infinite space. Shortly after, Li Luo was once again surrounded by thick ice elements, slowly turning to gaze at the fiercely struggling Pope Li Liang'an. His eyes were as cold as ice, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't rush, it's your turn soon. The brief words carried a bone-chilling coldness. You? Li Liang'an shuddered all over. Witnessing Lin Xiaoshan's tragic fate, a glimmer of determination and madness flashed in his eyes as he thought inwardly. In that case, I will fight you to the end. Li Luo had not spared Lin Xiaoyan, who had once served as the guardian for years, let alone him, who had long since become a pawn of ferocious beasts. My lord, spare me. Whatever you want, I will agree to it. Li Liang'an appeared terrified and pleaded for mercy from Li Luo. Then his muscles suddenly tensed up, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. You can't kill me that easily. Nightmare abyss. At that moment, all his mental power converged into a terrifying storm, making a final struggle towards Li Luo's mind. However, to Li Liang'an's shock, this attack, capable of causing ordinary martial artists to mentally collapse and fall into an inescapable illusion, was easily dispelled upon touching Li Luo's mind. Moi. Li Luo merely tilted his head back slightly. A slight dizziness flashed across his face, but he quickly returned to normal, his gaze still as cold as ever. This? How is this possible? Why are you completely unscathed? Li Liang'an's eyes widened in fear as he looked at Li Luo, filled more with despair. Initially, he had thought that he could trap Li Luo in an illusion for a few minutes, allowing him to successfully escape from Linghai City. Unexpectedly, his strongest strike, a perfected SS-grade mental attack technique, didn't even qualify to make Li Luo frown. Most of the damage was directly blocked by the divine-grade cold silver armor on Li Luo, and the illusion had no effect on him at all. You attempted a sneak attack on me. Haha, too naive. A cold smile crept at the corners of Li Luo's mouth, his eyes glinting with cold light. He then hesitated no longer. Let's go, it won't be long before those beast kings come to accompany you. A surge of extreme cold power coalesced again in his palm, transforming into a gigantic ice palm that swiftly struck Li Liang'an's face. No! Li Liang'an let out a desperate scream. But it was already too late. The colossal ice palm, accompanied by terrifying ice elemental energy, ruthlessly pierced through his defenses. With a dull explosion, Li Liang'an's head shattered into ice shards, just like Lin Xiaoshan's before him. The surrounding pungent smell of blood grew even stronger. I didn't expect you to be a mental illusionist. I indeed underestimated you. Li Luo sighed lightly, but his tone carried no trace of regret. It's just a pity that such means are useless against me. A hint of disdain flashed in Li Luo's eyes. He then waved his hand lightly, and the ice prison before him dissipated like morning mist, leaving behind a scene of devastation and two cold corpses of martial saints. Soon after, Li Luo's gaze fell upon the space ring on Li Liang'an's finger. There's one more, handed over. The space ring slowly rose under the pull of the ice elements and landed back in Li Luo's palm. So you are the Pope of the Beast God cult. Let me see what treasures you possess. With a thought, Li Luo's consciousness directly penetrated into the ring, easily breaking through its defenses. After a thorough inspection, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This guy is quite wealthy. Medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, everything is included, and the quality is superb, with resources piling up above grade B. This time I really hit the jackpot. The items within are probably all accumulations Li Liang'an has gathered over many years as the Pope of the Beast God cult. Plus what he had plundered from various cities after breaching Liaohai province, it was much more than an ordinary peak martial saint would possess. This time it was a direct windfall for him. Immediately after Li Luo took out Lin Xiaoshan's space ring from the infinite storage space. Let's see what treasures you have in here and don't disappoint me. He secretly hoped for even greater rewards. Lin Xiaodian had served as the guardian of Liaohai province for many years, and he was also a seasoned latest-stage martial saint. The items placed within the space ring should not be lacking. As Li Luo's thoughts delved deeper, he easily broke through the defenses, and a transmission crystal emitting an eerie blue light came into view. Instantly, it captured Li Luo's attention. This is a transmission crystal, Li Luo exclaimed softly, a look of surprise swiftly spreading across his face. He did not expect to find a priceless transmission crystal, something every martial artist longs for in Lin Xiao. Carefully, he took it out from the space ring and held it in his hand, feeling the ancient and powerful energy surging within. But after a moment, Li Luo's brow furrowed again, puzzled. Hiss! Why does this transmission crystal feel much inferior to the one I absorbed in the ancient ruins of Beihan continent? Though both were transmission crystals, Li Luo could clearly sense the energy contained within, and compared to the one he absorbed previously, this one was not even close. It could even be said to be worlds apart. Li Luo gently caressed the inheritance crystal in his hand. A flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes, and he ultimately decided to put it away for the time being, opting not to absorb it immediately. For absorbing it requires a certain amount of time, and the crises in the other cities of Liaohai province have not yet been resolved. He would wait until the remaining 2 high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts and the Beast King that was confronting He Lao in the northern border were dealt with. It would not be too late to absorb it then. There is no rush for now. With a thought, Li Luo stored the inheritance crystal into the infinite storage space. He then leaped into the air like an arrow loosed from a bow, piercing through the sky and soaring above Linghai City, looking down upon the entire city. With the formidable perception of a martial god-level warrior, his awareness rapidly spread through the snow-white city, searching for signs of life from the human survivors. Fortunately, there are still human survivors in Linghai City. Li Luo felt a slight relief in his heart for this city, which had been the first to be invaded by the beast tide after the army's defenses collapsed. There were still human survivors. But soon this was replaced by a heavy feeling, and he frowned slightly, saying, however, compared to Hangzhou City, the number of survivors is far too few. Li Luo looked down at the city, where ferocious beasts' corpses could be seen frozen everywhere like specimens encased in blocks of ice. After the war, they could be excavated from the ice, and a complete ferocious beast corpse could still be obtained. I almost forgot about you guys. Suddenly, Li Luo sensed some auras within the city, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. His figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the sky, a silver-white silhouette swiftly weaving between the buildings. Not long after, Li Luo annihilated all the martial artist families that had allied with the ferocious beasts, while also collecting numerous spatial rings from the spoils. He then returned to hover above Linghai City and used the power of the martial god to project his voice across every corner of the city. I am martial god Li Luo. The crisis in Linghai City has been resolved, and support will arrive shortly. With that, Li Luo did not waste any more time. His figure transformed again into a silver-white streak of light, heading straight for the Hanqing, which was suspended above the town. The hatch opened rapidly, and Li Luo entered the warplane in an instant. The engine roared. The Hanqing transformed into a beam of light, slicing through the sky, racing towards the last few cities in Liaohai province still under the control of ferocious beasts. As he traversed the cities in Liaohai province that had fallen to the ferocious beasts, time quickly passed from noon. The last one. Li Luo's eyes revealed a cold light as he stored a massive high-level Lord-class ferocious beast's corpse into the infinite storage space. He then leaped again to the sky above the city, informing the hidden survivors within of the news that the ferocious beasts had been exterminated. Is someone coming to save us? In the city, the survivors who heard Li Luo's voice cautiously emerged from their hiding places. They witnessed the most shocking scene of their lives. In the snow-white city, the ground was covered with ferocious beast corpses frozen into ice sculptures. The long-suppressed atmosphere of despair was instantly shattered, and the surviving survivors erupted into deafening cheers. Tears shimmered in their eyes, yet they could not conceal their excited expressions. Feeling the terrifying aura of the martial god surrounding them, they all looked up at the sky. They saw a silver-white figure amidst the snowflakes. It was the newly ascended martial god Li Luo, who had saved them. They then called out to Li Luo with the most sincere voices. Li Luo, Li Luo. The voices of the many survivors converged into a torrent, piercing through the howling cold wind, echoing in every corner of the city. All done. Li Luo, suspended high in the sky, listened to the excited calls of the survivors below and revealed a faint smile. With the last high-level Lord-class ferocious beast slain, all cities in Liaohai province had been reclaimed. It took merely an afternoon. He had dealt with the numerous beast tides that invaded Liaohai province, 3 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts, and the traitor Lin Xiaotian. What a bountiful harvest! Li Luo sensed the numerous spoils within the infinite storage space, feeling quite delighted. It was not in vain. The most precious loot was the inheritance crystal discovered within Lin Xiaotian's spatial ring, as well as the corpses of the 3 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts he had slain in Liaohai province. The rest were a plethora of miscellaneous cultivation resources above Brank, which had already piled up into a small mountain in the infinite storage space. Most of these were obtained from the martial artist families that had allied with the ferocious beasts. These old fellows are really wealthy. Li Luo smiled playfully. The accumulated resources of these martial artist families over the years had all become his. Now Li Luo wanted to suggest that if similar situations arose in the future, they could come to him, just like picking up. Moreover, the Elder Council would not demand a single cent from him. They might even reward him with some precious resources for single-handedly pacifying the entire Liaohai province. Oh, what a windfall! Li Luo's face was filled with smiles, his delighted lips unable to close. It's time to inform Elder Lan Shi about the reclamation of Liaohai province. After the excitement, Li Luo said lightly. He then summoned Meng Ji from the Spirit Swift Ring to initiate communication with the Third Order Elder, preparing to inform her of the situation here. At this moment, this beast is truly troublesome. The Third Order Elder Lan Shi, stationed at the military defense line in Bashu province, wore an expression of concealed worry. The Beast King across the defense line was exceptionally cunning, merely sending the Beast Tide for probing attacks, yet never willing to engage in direct confrontation. But she understood that as soon as she left Bashu province to provide support to other regions, this Beast King would reveal its fangs and launch an attack. The intention was clear: to delay her here, preventing her from supporting the battlefields in other provinces. Just as Lan Shi was secretly pondering countermeasures, the Spirit Swift ring on her wrist suddenly vibrated, indicating that Li Luo was initiating a call request. Is it Li Luo? Lan Zai's heart jolted, fearing that Li Luo had encountered some trouble in Liaohai province. Her expression grew more serious as she murmured, I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Lan Shi quickly established the connection. Elderly, are you encountering some difficult problem over there? She spoke with a hint of urgency. Regret filled her heart for agreeing this morning to let Li Luo go alone to assist in the perilous Liaohai province. If Li Luo were to face any danger now, they would be powerless to help. Of course not. Li Luo shook his head at her words, his tone carrying a touch of confidence as he said, Elder Lan, I have succeeded in my mission. Currently, the situation in Liaohai province has stabilized. All cities that fell to the ferocious beasts have been successfully reclaimed, and the beast tide has been completely eradicated. Among them, 3 high-level lord-class ferocious beasts, the traitor Lin Xiaotian and the beast god sect's Pope Li Liang'an, have all been eliminated. After he spoke, a brief silence fell over Lan Shi on the Ling Sun ring. Elderly is what you see. Hearing the good news from Li Luo, Lan Zai's pupils suddenly dilated, and after a few seconds of shock, she exclaimed, This news is completely beyond my expectations. How could one person not only reclaim Liaohai province, but also kill all the ferocious beasts? This is impossible. Lan Zai's words were filled with disbelief. Countless questions surged in her mind, and she instinctively wanted to ask Li Luo how he managed to do it. But just as she was about to speak, she was completely shaken by Li Luo's next words and understood the reason. Elder Lan, I have broken through to the martial god realm. Li Luo's lips curled slightly, his voice very calm. Yet it rang in Lan Zai's heart like a thunderclap. Martial god realm. Lan Zai's face instantly filled with shock, as if she had been frozen in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. She completely lost the composure she usually had as a third sequence elder, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. In just half a month's time, he had directly broken through from the midstage martial saint to the martial god. Was the bloodline of the cosmic race he fused with this powerful? Or had he discovered some significant opportunity in the northern cold continent? Quickly, Lan Shi adjusted her emotions and expressed her congratulations to Li Luo. Congratulations, Elder Li, on breaking through to the martial god realm. This achievement is truly a blessing for our blue star human race. Yet in her heart, she was even more astonished at Elder He's far-sighted vision, who perhaps the hope for humanity to overcome the ferocious beasts truly lay in this rising star. With Li Luo's terrifying growth speed, it likely wouldn't be long before he caught up with all the martial god-level warriors in Blue Star. He might even achieve the martial venerable realm mentioned in the ancient ruins ahead of others, opening up a brand new path for humanity. Breaking through to the martial venerable realm is not easy. Even the strong second sequence Elder Xiang Yuan has been stuck at the peak of the martial god for decades. Even after absorbing the martial venerable level heritage crystal, he still lacks the confidence to break through the legendary martial venerable level. Heaven bless humanity, heaven bless the great Xia. Lan Shi silently prayed in excitement. Listening to Elder Lan's words of congratulations filled with excitement, Li Luo's lips curled into a proud smile. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. He slightly restrained himself and continued. Although the crisis in Liaohai province has been resolved, Elder, he is still entangled with the Beast King of the northern border. I plan to head over for support immediately. After saying this, Li Luo did not give Elder Lan more time to react and directly ended the communication, leaving Lan Shi alone still immersed in shock and unable to regain her senses. Martial Venerable Realm. Half a year is enough. Li Luo recalled what Elder Lan had just said, a confident smile appearing on his face. Now that he had sufficient strength, he no longer needed to hesitate. He then lightly touched the Ling Sun ring, and the Cold Star ship swiftly approached from the distant sky under Meng Zhi's automatic driving. Li Luo did not continue to waste time here. His figure flashed, and in the adoring gazes of the many survivors, he instantly entered the Cold Star ship. He prepared to head northwest to the northern border area of Liaohai province to assist Elder He in slaying the Beast King of the northern border. As for the safety of the survivors in Liaohai province, after he left, Li Luo was not worried. Each city still retained his residual might, and those ferocious beasts that survived had long since heard the wind and fled in fear. They would not actively surge into the cities in the short term. Xiao Meng set a course for the northern border. Li Luo looked at Meng Zhi, who was waiting for his command inside the warplane. It shouldn't take long to arrive. Yes, master. Meng Zhi replied gently, and then the warplane instantly transformed into a streak of light under the dusk, heading straight for the northwest area of Liaohai province. As night slowly fell, the Cold Star ship under Meng Zhi's precise automatic control passed through the boundary of Liaohai province, which had turned completely white under Li Luo's influence. It entered the vast territory of the northern border. Soon, just as Li Luo had just entered the northern border area preparing to search for Elder He's location. Boom! A strong energy wave accompanied by violent tremors from the ground came from deep within the distant forest. What is this? Li Luo felt the aura radiating from the residual wave, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, instantly confirming that the source of the tremors ahead came from the clash between Elder He and the two Beast Kings of the northern border. One intermediate Beast King, one high-level Beast King. Their powers are not weak, no wonder they can intercept Elder He. Li Luo sensed the levels of the two Beast Kings of the northern border and thought to himself, the strength of this high-level Beast King, ferocious beast, is only slightly inferior to that of the Ice-Winged Dragon King in the northern cold continent. A strong surge of battle intent suddenly welled up in his heart. Ever since the quality of the Frost God Pulse improved, he had not encountered any worthy opponents. It was just right to test his current strength against these two Beast Kings of the northern border. Elder He, hold on, I'm coming to assist you, Li Luo thought with a fiery battle intent in his heart. He then swiftly drove the Cold Star ship deep into the forest, heading toward the battle, shrouded in dark clouds. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Elder He Jing was already entangled with the two Beast Kings for nearly 3 days, radiating an extremely terrifying martial god might. He wielded a pitch-black spear, his body wrapped in dark purple lightning. The surrounding weather was affected with continuous thunder rumbling. He was a far cry from the kind old man image Li Luo had first seen in Jiangning province. As the battle grew fiercer with the two Beast Kings, He Jing did not connect with Lan Zai's communication. Currently, he was still unaware that Liaohai province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo. If this continues, Liaohai province is likely to collapse. At this moment, He Jing looked at the two defensive Beast Kings before him, his eyes filled with rage, his heart. However, these two Beast Kings were exceptionally cunning, somewhat resembling the Beast Kings of Bashu province. They did not rush to launch a frontal assault, but rather like sly hunters, they firmly restrained He Lao deep within the forest, preventing him from escaping to Liaohai province to quell the unrest. Boom! The spear in He Jing's hand drew dazzling dark purple lightning in the night sky, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. Attempting to shake off the entanglement of the two Beast Kings proved futile. Beasts dare to toy with me like this? He Jing roared, the lightning coiling around him growing ever more violent. Yet the two Beast Kings merely watched coldly, seemingly enjoying this game of cat and mouse. Their goal was simply to intercept He Jing here. There was no need to engage in a heated confrontation. As long as Liaohai province fell completely into their hands, this old fellow would naturally retreat. He Lao felt a deep sense of helplessness rising within. If it weren't for the numerous hidden injuries inside him causing a decline in strength, these two Beast Kings would absolutely be unable to stop him. Just as the battle continued to fall into a stalemate, the originally pitch-black night sky suddenly changed. Feather-like snowflakes fell silently, adding an eerie quality to this battle. What is this? He Lao's heart raced, immediately realizing that something was amiss. Quickly adjusting his stance, he maintained a safe distance from the two Beast Kings while cautiously scanning his surroundings. This aura of ice elements. Why is it so familiar? He Jing furrowed his brow, sensing the intense ice element contained within the snowflakes. A sense of inexplicable familiarity surged within him. Just as He Jing's heart was engulfed in confusion, a hearty voice broke through the night sky, piercing the wind and snow to reach the battlefield. He Lao, I have come to assist you. As soon as the words fell, a silvery figure rushed in like a shooting star from the distant night. The newcomer was none other than Li Luo. Radiating a powerful aura of a war god and ice element energy, he arrived on the battlefield like an indomitable war deity, instantly placing the two beast kings in a position of being flanked. He Jing, hearing that familiar voice, focused his gaze and saw Li Luo enveloped in battle armor. The powerful aura of a war god-level warrior emanated from him, making him seem like a completely different person than the last time they met. He Jing was astonished, but felt more disbelief. You are Li Luo. His words revealed a hint of uncontainable shock as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. If it weren't for the familiar voice, he would truly find it hard to believe that this initial war god was Li Luo, that little fellow. Not long ago, Li Luo was at the midstage of martial saint, yet he had broken through to war god in just about half a month. He Jing's heart was filled with immense shock. After nearly 300 years of life, it was his first time witnessing such a rapid breakthrough. If he had known that Li Luo had broken through from martial master to martial saint back, then he could have remained calm, but now he could no longer keep his composure. For any martial artist, crossing from the peak of martial saint to the realm of war god was an insurmountable chasm. Yet Li Luo had completed this leap in just half a month, a truly terrifying speed of breakthrough. It is I, He Lao. Li Luo's steady voice carried a hint of barely perceptible amusement. He had anticipated that when He Lao learned of his breakthrough to war god, he would surely wear an expression of shock similar to that of Elder Lanchi. But at this moment, the astonishment was not limited to He Lao. Even the two cunning beast kings on the battlefield displayed unprecedented gravity. The Great Xia Kingdom has gained another war god. Li Luo's arrival was like a thunderclap, not only shocking He Lao's spirit, but also making the two beast kings feel an unprecedented threat. Then they glanced at the direction from which Li Luo had come. The two beast kings exchanged glances. A flicker of unease flashed in their eyes. That direction seemed to be Liaohai province. As if they instantly realized something, alarm bells rang in their hearts. They had been flanked. If this newly promoted human war god truly came from Liaohai province, the carefully laid plans would collapse in an instant. There were no beast kings guarding Liaohai province. Their high-ranking lord-level subordinates would absolutely be unable to withstand this newly promoted war god. They might even have already met with misfortune. Even more strangely, with the arrival of this newly promoted war god, the chill in the surrounding air seemed to grow even more intense. It seemed to exert a slight suppression on their power. This chill is unusual. The golden-armored war elephant king's eyes were filled with dread, whispering to the nearby fiery lion king. The two beast kings quickly noticed this strange chill, as if it emanated from that newly promoted human. He Lao, Liaohai province has already been reclaimed by me. We can discuss the details later. Let me first help you deal with these two beasts. Li Luo's gaze towards the two beast kings was filled with killing intent, his voice exuding absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, He Jing's excitement was replaced by rationality as he learned that Liaohai province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo. His heart felt like it had received a powerful boost, and he nodded heavily. Good, it is indeed not the time for idle chatter. The two beast kings, upon hearing Li Luo's words, were seething with rage. They had truly been flanked. They had not expected that a long-prepared plan would be completely dismantled by this newly promoted human war god. Moreover, it seemed that he did not take them seriously. Human, you are seeking death. The two beast kings roared in anger, shaking the surrounding trees and sending snowflakes swirling. In stark contrast to He Jing's emotions, their scarlet beast eyes were filled with contempt, completely disregarding this newly promoted war god Li Luo. A mere initial war god, just having broken through, thought he could eliminate them. It was simply a delusion. Did he really take them for high-ranking lord-level fierce beasts of Liaohai province? Since that is the case, we need not hold back any longer. The golden-armored war elephant king's deep voice was filled with menace. No longer adopting a defensive posture, its massive body leaned slightly forward. Like a volcano about to erupt, the golden radiance surrounding it grew ever more dazzling. A tremendous beast king's power surged forth from its body, compressing the surrounding air to crackle. It charged directly towards Li Luo. The ground shook violently, and a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the two beast kings. Although their plan had utterly failed, if they could eliminate this newly promoted human war god before them, the rewards would be no less than seeing Liaohai province fall. A mere initial war god dares to speak so boldly. The midstage beast king, the fiery lion king, followed closely, surrounded by blazing flames shining like the sun. It emitted waves of heat that rapidly evaporated the surrounding snowflakes as it joined the attack against Li. You shall not succeed. He Jing shouted angrily, instantly seeing through the intentions of the two beast kings. Purple lightning danced around him like snakes as the thunderous power he had accumulated over the years was unleashed wildly at this moment. Boom! A heavy thunder struck down from the night sky, and He Jing's figure transformed into a purple light. In an instant he positioned himself between Li Luo and the beast kings, emitting a cold snort, while pointing his spear glinting with a chilling light directly at the beast kings. Do you really think of me as heir? The fully unleashed High Beast King and the Mid-Beast King were still too much for Li Luo, who had just broken through to the martial god realm. Li Luo was the hope for humanity to defeat the savage beasts. Even if he were severely injured, he could not allow anything to happen to Li Luo. Li Luo gazed at the determined figure standing protectively in front of him, a warm current flowing through his heart. After breaking through to the martial god realm, Li Luo could already sense the differences in He Lao's body compared to ordinary warriors. It was no exaggeration to say that in his current state, He Lao was risking his life to face these two beast kings. The hidden injuries accumulated from years of battle gnawed at He Lao's vitality like parasites. Moreover, each battle would exacerbate his condition. He Lao, leave these two beast kings to me. You can just watch with peace of mind. Li Luo looked at the figure blocking him, his voice revealing a hint of confidence. With his current strength, taking down these two beast kings was incredibly easy. There was no need for He Lao to risk his life. Before He Lao could respond, Li Luo moved. The phantom instant step was activated to its utmost. In the darkness, he left behind numerous afterimages like a ghost, charging directly at the two beast kings rushing towards him. You brat. He Lao's heart tightened at this sight, not expecting Li Luo to be so reckless. Although he had just broken through to the martial god realm, and his strength had skyrocketed, these two beast kings were not easy to deal with. Sigh. Still too young. He Lao sighed, gripping his spear tightly, ready to rush in to support Li Luo, without regard for his safety. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly fierce aura erupted from Li Luo, completely exceeding the power range typical of an early-stage martial god. What is this? He Lao was stunned. His weathered eyes were filled with shock, and even his breathing became heavy. Internally surprised repeatedly. Is this kid really at the early stage of the martial god realm? It completely refreshed He Jing's perception of early-stage martial god warriors. He Jing stopped in his tracks, choosing to trust Li Luo. Could it really work? His eyes filled with shock and anticipation, he gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. If he noticed something was wrong, he would rush to support Li Luo at the fastest speed. Li Luo's cold gaze fell upon the two beast kings charging towards him, the corners of his mouth curling into a calm arc. He'll send you on your way. With that, he waved his hand lightly. It was as if he plucked an invisible string, and the air suddenly crystallized with thick frost. In an instant, the two rapidly charging beast kings found their limbs firmly frozen, a chilling presence pervading the air. Is this all you've got? The two beast kings felt the coldness in their limbs and were filled with disdain, then struggled desperately to break free. However, they discovered that they were actually bound by this chilling frost and could not move. How is this possible? The scorching flame lion king, controlling flame abilities, was the first to let out an unwilling roar. Its proud high-temperature flames, which could melt even SS-grade metals when touching the frost that firmly froze its limbs. It was as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Not even a ripple was stirred, but instead it was devoured by the ice element. This bizarre phenomenon directly intensified the scorching flame lion king's panic. Impossible. This frost. The two beast kings were filled with disbelief. They struggled frantically, trying to break free from the binds. But the harder they tried, the more solidified the frost on their limbs became, as if it were to imprison them forever. Just as they were struggling almost to madness, Li Luo's aura surged once more. An even more terrifying and pure ice element energy surged out from within him. The ice element contained in the snow of the entire forest responded to Li Luo's call at that moment. Li Luo was enveloped in intense cold like an ice god from the snowy realm. He parted his thin lips and murmured, "Ice seals 1,000 miles, all things are silent." As soon as he finished speaking, the color of heaven and earth changed, and the surrounding air suddenly solidified. Then, feathers of heavy snow fell from the night sky, transforming into countless sharp blades, all embodying enough sharpness and chilling cold to tear through SS-grade battle armor. They surged towards the two beast kings. Alo! The scorching flame lion king let out its last wail in despair. Its proud flame defense instantly collapsed under the barrage of countless ice blades. Its massive body was torn to shreds, losing all signs of life. The golden armored war elephant king, although known for its defense, was now also covered in injuries, its eyes dimming as fear spread like a tangible presence. This human. How could he be so strong? The golden armored war elephant king no longer possessed its previous grandeur as an unprecedented shock, and despair surged within. Heck, quite resilient. Li Luo's lips curled into a playful smile, his eyes glinting with mockery. He slowly approached the still slightly panting golden armored war elephant king. No, don't come closer. The golden armored war elephant king looked at Li Luo, who was walking step by step towards it with eyes full of terror, its voice weak. It had never expected that this newly emerged human martial god could unleash such terrifying power and easily break through its defenses. Li Luo arrived in front of the nearly lifeless golden armored war elephant. He slightly raised his palm, and the rich ice element wildly gathered in his palm, transforming into an icy hand containing bone-chilling cold. Go on your way. Don't worry, the other beast kings will soon join you. Li Luo's lips curled with a hint of coldness, his eyes filled with mockery. Without hesitation, he slapped his hand towards the huge head of the golden armored war elephant king. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the forest. The massive body of the golden armored war elephant king trembled violently, the light in its eyes extinguished in an instant. Its body fell into the surrounding snow, utterly lifeless. One strike to instantaneously kill the scorching flame lion king and severely injure the golden armored war elephant king. This scene left He Jing, who stood far behind Li Luo, completely stunned. His eyes were filled with utter astonishment. The two northern border beast kings that had entangled him here for nearly 3 days were reduced to mere ants before Li Luo. Without any ability to resist, they were annihilated. Moreover, the power Li Luo unleashed at the early stage of the martial god realm was already not the slightest bit weaker than that of the peak martial god Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence. It was even vaguely more terrifying. At this moment, He Jing's heart surged like the turbulent rivers and seas, unable to calm down. He stared blankly at Li Luo's back, curious about what had happened to Li Luo during the past half-month on his journey to Bayon Continent. The change in strength was truly earth-shattering as Li Luo stood behind under the amazed gaze of He Jing. He quickly placed his hands on the corpses of the two deceased beast kings. In an instant, he stored them in the infinite storage space, disappearing without a trace. It was as if they had been devoured. Is this the power of space? He Jing gazed at this marvelous scene, his heart filled with even more shock. Even he did not know where Li Luo had taken the two beast king corpses. Only the blood of the beast kings, which had almost frozen on the snow, remained as evidence of their previous existence. Then Li Luo's thoughts stirred, and the armor on his body gradually faded, ultimately transforming into sparkles of light that formed a bracelet attaching itself to his other wrist. He turned around to face the astonished He Lao, a composed smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How is it? I told you to leave it to me, and there would be no problem. His tone was extremely relaxed, as if eliminating those two beast kings had been effortless. With his current strength, even if the Beast Emperor came, the outcome would likely be no different from that of the two Beast Kings. Li Luo looked at He Lao, who was about to speak, and stepped in first with a broad smile. He Lao, let me explain it to you slowly. After arriving at Bayon Continent, I unexpectedly discovered an ancient ruin buried under glaciers for at least 10,000 years. Not only did I find a martial sovereign-level heritage crystal within, but I also absorbed a large amount of energy snow crystals. Of course, the most important factor was my relentless training day and night, which eventually allowed me to break through to the martial god realm. Li Luo smiled as he briefly explained the reasons to He Lao. If it were anyone else, he would not have shared so much. The true situation was indeed somewhat like that. As for why he could easily annihilate the two beast kings just now, it was entirely due to the enhancement of the Frost Divine Vein's quality. His control over the ice element had reached a terrifying level. I see. He Jing, after listening to Li Luo's brief account, showed a glimmer of realization in his eyes. No wonder Li Luo's breakthrough speed was so fast. It turned out he had discovered a martial sovereign-level ancient ruin in Bayon Continent. Furthermore, he had reaped significant rewards and experienced explosive growth and strength. He Jing's gaze lingered on the armor that had transformed into a bracelet on Li Luo's wrist. The silvery sheen revealed an extraordinary aura. It was evidently no ordinary item. Its level had absolutely reached the divine grade. It seems you should also know that beyond the martial god realm, there are secrets regarding the martial sovereign and martial emperor realms. He Jing's words were filled with anticipation. Now he felt that even breaking through to the peak of the martial god realm seemed bleak, let alone the martial sovereign realm above that. But Li Luo was different. Perhaps before his lifespan ran out, he would witness Li Luo breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. With that thought, a hint of joy appeared on He Jing's face. He stepped forward, patted Li Luo on the shoulder, and smiled. Good. From now on, humanity's martial gods on Blue Star will gain another member. He was even more emotional. You lad, your luck is truly enviable. First, you absorbed a heritage crystal from the universe, and now you have obtained a martial sovereign-level inheritance. Such fortuitous encounters are truly enviable. He Jing joked, but deep down he was genuinely happy for Li Luo. Although the Xia country had suffered losses due to the upheaval in Liaohai province, their strength had diminished. They had welcomed a fourth martial god-level warrior, and moreover their strength had even surpassed the peak of the martial god realm. Let effort and fortune coexist. I still feel that my effort accounts for the majority. Li Luo smiled and said this somewhat insincerely. His current achievements were entirely due to the system. After a brief exchange, the two naturally shifted the topic to the current situation. Currently in Liaohai province, after Li Luo's suppression, there was temporarily no danger. The only regret was that the missing guardian Zhou had not been seen among the cities of Liaohai province. He likely had encountered some misfortune. Sigh. He Jing sighed softly, feeling even angrier about Lin Xiaoshan's betrayal. Otherwise, the situation in the Great Xia would certainly have improved compared to before. With Li Luo's display of formidable combat power, perhaps he could have blocked the Sunto breakthrough Beast Emperor. I hope Elder Zhou is safe. He Jing's expression turned somewhat serious as he looked towards the direction of Liaohai province. Since the two beast kings from Beijiang have been eliminated, we should take advantage of the moment to clear the beast tide that is intercepted outside of Daijing province. Then we can search for Elder Zhou's whereabouts with all our might. Li Luo nodded in agreement, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That's exactly what I intend, He Lao. As long as we eliminate this beast tide, as well the fierce beasts in the Beijiang area will definitely suffer a heavy blow. In a short span of a few years or several decades, they would not be able to regroup into a large-scale beast tide invading the borders of Daijing province or launching a sneak attack from the rear of Liaohai province. Good. He Jing smiled at Li Luo's agreement. His thoughts were similar to Li Luo's. After experiencing this battle, the fierce beasts in the Beijiang area would undoubtedly become more docile. They could even completely shift from defense to offense, thoroughly suppressing the fierce beasts in the Beijiang area, turning it into a training ground for the Great Xia, like the wilderness area within the province. After saying this, Li Luo and He Jing used the Lingshuan ring on their wrists to summon their respective warplanes. The roaring sounds quickly came from the distant forest as two warplanes soared into the sky around them. The two said little and swiftly boarded the warplanes, slicing through the night sky towards Daijing province. At the forefront of the solid military defenses in Daijing province, the battle was exceptionally fierce. The night was like ink poured down, yet the flames of war illuminated the entire battlefield with a strong smell of blood permeating the air. The deafening sounds of defensive artillery fire intertwined with the roars of fierce beasts. At this moment, the guardian of Daijing Qin Hong was fighting against three high-level lord beasts with two summoned external elders. Clad in dark purple armor, he shone in the night sky, surrounded by violent thunder power, constantly wielding a spear. During this nearly 3-day-long interception by the beast tide, they had fought against these three high-level lord beasts multiple times. Yet they had been unable to determine a victor, merely reaching a stalemate. What a tough opponent. I wonder how my master is doing. Qin Hong furrowed his brow, feeling anxious. He was well aware of his master's physical condition. At that moment, the night sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. Two overwhelming auras of divine martial power surged from the distant horizon like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed. What is this? Qin Hong's heart trembled sharply. One of the divine martial auras was all too familiar to him. It belonged to his master. Hiss. Who is the other aura? Is it Elder Lan or Elder Xiang? Qin Hong furrowed his brow, slightly pondering within. He was quite familiar with the auras of the three divine martial experts in the Great Xia Kingdom, but the other divine martial aura in the air did not resemble any of them. Strange. What puzzled him the most was that it felt both strange and somewhat familiar, as if he had sensed it somewhere before. The next scene left everyone present in astonishment. As the two divine martial auras drew closer, the battlefield, which was originally filled with smoke and flames, gradually became enveloped in a peculiar chill. Then heavy snow began to fall from the sky. Elder Qin, what is happening? The two auxiliary elders who had come to support looked up at the suddenly drifting snowflakes in confusion. Even though the imperial capital province is located in the north, it shouldn't snow at this time of year, right? Could it be that the environment of the imperial capital province has changed so drastically during their years of secluded cultivation? I don't know what the situation is either. Oh, everyone stay alert. Qin Hong shook his head, equally perplexed. He too wanted to understand what was happening and who the other divine martial expert was aside from his master. Qin Hong and the three high-level lord-level beasts opposite him stared blankly at the snowflakes falling from the sky. Both sides immediately heightened their vigilance. especially the three high-level Lord-level beasts that had been ferociously confronting Qin Hong and the other. Feeling the sudden two auras of human divine martial experts from afar, they were unusually flustered, their eyes revealing a hint of unmistakable fear. Something is off. Why have the human divine martial experts suddenly returned? And why is there an extra one? Why don't I sense the aura of the king? Could something have happened on the king's side? What should we do? Should we retreat? The three high-level Lord-level beasts exchanged glances filled with dread, communicating in their unique beast language. Retreat, immediately retreat. After a brief discussion, the three high-level Lord-level beasts quickly reached a consensus and made the decision to retreat without hesitation. The situation had changed. The human divine martial experts had suddenly returned. Moreover, two had come back, but they did not sense the aura of the beast king around them. With their strength, dealing with even one divine martial expert was already a challenge. Staying here would only lead to certain death. Roar! With a deafening roar, the three high-level Lord-level beasts signaled the surrounding beast tide to retreat. They then turned and swiftly fled towards the dense forest behind them. The beast tide, which was fiercely attacking the human defense line, began to stir upon sensing the retreat signal and the divine martial pressure filling the air. They quickly turned around and followed the three high-level Lord-level beasts fleeing towards the forest behind. Split up and run. The three high-level Lord-level beasts felt increasingly uneasy under the approaching divine martial pressure. In an instant, they split into three directions, leading the beast tide behind them as they dashed towards the forest. Splitting up would increase their chances of survival. If they gathered together, they would likely be targeted by the two incoming human divine martial experts. The sudden retreat of the beast tide made the atmosphere on the battlefield become delicate. Qin Hong and the two auxiliary elders exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. The beast tide has retreated. Qin Hong looked at the fleeing figures of the beast tide, his brow slowly relaxing. He had already guessed the reason. They must have been frightened away by the pressure emanating from his master and the other divine martial expert. Elder Qin, should we pursue them while they are on the run? The mid-stage martial saint auxiliary elder Miao Yi spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice, clearly unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to counterattack. The latest stage martial saint auxiliary elder Yin Tong appeared more cautious, pondering. Elder Miao, we must not act rashly. The beast tide's retreat was too sudden, and they were entirely intimidated by Elder He and the other divine martial experts' auras. Not a true defeat. The beast tide still retains most of its strength, and we know nothing about the puppet master behind this attack, the beast king of the northern frontier. If they are also hiding in the forest behind the beast tide, a reckless pursuit would likely lead us into a trap and result in total annihilation. Unlike Miao Yi, who was fully immersed in his cultivation, Yin Tong, with his military background, was more experienced. Qin Hong nodded in agreement and said solemnly, Elder Yin makes a valid point. Conserving strength and observing changes is the best strategy. Then, using his abundant internal strength, he condensed his voice into a powerful sound wave. All troops remain vigilant, do not pursue without orders. He issued the command to the troops at the defense line. Then Qin Hong looked up at the heavy snow falling from the night sky, murmuring to himself, strange, what is going on with these snowflakes? He extended his hand to let the snowflakes fall into his palm, surprised by the intense ice elements contained within. The ice elements in these snowflakes are so dense, they are definitely not naturally formed. Just as Qin Hong was about to inform the other two auxiliary elders of his discovery, a bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped the air, as if winter had arrived prematurely. Moreover, it directly ignored the S-level battle armor they were wearing, rushing towards them. What a terrifying chill. Where is this cold coming from? It can make me feel so cold. Qin Hong and the other two felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the air around them had frozen, making it difficult to breathe. They quickly channeled their internal strength to its fullest, and since this chill did not seem to be targeting them, they managed to barely withstand it. There's danger. The three high-level Lord-level beasts leading the beast tide in a hasty escape also sensed the extreme cold permeating the surroundings. They then felt another strange cold spreading around them, directly suppressing their strength. What is going on? Are you feeling your strength being suppressed? You feel it too? I thought it was just me. The three high-level Lord-level beasts exchanged panicked glances, their muscles tensed, communicating their current situation in a special way. Upon learning that the other two sides felt the same, they quickly gathered their strength, attempting to resist the crazed frost energy spreading into their bodies. A terrifying power of frost never felt before. Like the ancient glaciers collapsing, it erupted violently from the swirling snowflakes around. The momentum was fierce, as if the god of winter had arrived. Wherever this power passed, the air crystallized into visible ice, emitting a ghostly blue and enchanting glow. The once surging tide of beasts densely packed around suddenly froze in place, as if time had stood still under the impact of this formidable ice elemental energy. Gradually, the fierce beasts with distorted faces became covered in a transparent layer of ice, ultimately transforming into ice sculptures of various forms. Silently standing on the pure white ground, they were no longer sound. 3 high-ranking Lord-level beasts, as the rulers of this beast tide, witnessed this shocking scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. One of the Lord-level beasts struggled to resist the surrounding ice elemental power, letting out a trembling low roar. What? What kind of power is this? Our subordinates. Before the words fell, it felt an even stronger chill invading its body. The blood within its veins felt as if it were about to freeze. Even as a high-ranking Lord-level beast, it could not withstand the erosion of this power. Quick, concentrate all our strength to resist, shouted another Lord-level beast urgently, but it had no effect. Just a few seconds later, these 3 once imposing Lord-level beasts met the same fate as the tide of beasts. Compared to ordinary beasts, they only resisted for a few more seconds before being completely frozen. On the defense line, Qin Hong, along with 2 external elders and numerous soldiers, witnessed the sight of frozen beast corpses turned into ice sculptures, all staring in disbelief. After a brief silence, a wave of exclamations and discussions erupted within the defense line. Is this real? All the beasts are dead. I can't be hallucinating, can I? Quick, go report to the garrison commander. The scene before them was simply too shocking. Just moments ago, the beast tide was fiercely attacking the defense line. In the blink of an eye, they were all frozen into ice sculptures. The entire army perished outside the defense line. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of the halted beast tide and the frozen world, the skyline was suddenly pierced by 2 dazzling beams of light. An Emperor-class warplane emblazoned with the Elder Council's insignia, and a King-class warplane like the brightest stars in the night sky. One ahead, one behind, each radiating the might of a martial god racing towards them from afar. Qin Hong's gaze was instantly drawn. Master. Looking at the familiar Emperor-class warplane that first caught his eye, a hint of joy appeared on his face as he spoke softly. The martial god aura emanating from it was unmistakably familiar. It definitely belonged to his master. But right behind it was the King-class warplane. Like a bolt of lightning, it completely shattered Qin Hong's calm. How is this possible? Qin Hong murmured, his eyes filled with horror. The silhouette of that King-class warplane bore a striking resemblance to the vehicle of Li Luo, the newly appointed garrison commander of Jiangning province, in his memory. Countless images flashed through Qin Hong's mind, each pointing to a hard-to-believe fact. The martial god in the King-class warplane. Could it really be him? Qin Hong's heart raced, his astonishment and shock intertwining. He finally understood why this martial god aura felt both foreign and somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to Li Luo, the garrison commander of Jiangning province, whom he had met once, and Li Luo was indeed a frost martial artist wielding the power of ice elements. No way. Although all evidence pointed to the unfamiliar martial god in the King-class warplane being Li Luo, Qin Hong still found it hard to believe. The recent news reports about Li Luo breaking through to mid-level martial saint had already surprised him, let alone now that Li Luo had ascended to martial god. As the 2 warplanes steadily landed in front of the defense line, the cabin doors slowly opened, and He Jing and Li Luo stepped out amidst the eager and astonished gazes of the crowd. Masterly, elderly, Qin Hong finally accepted this hard-to-believe reality. The last time they met, Li Luo was still at the initial stage of martial saint. He had truly broken through to the martial god realm at this moment. Li Luo looked at the elder Qin Hong before him, a slight smile on his lips revealing a hint of arrogance. Long time no see, Elder Qin. The last time they met, he could tell from their auras that it was highly likely he was not Qin Hong's opponent. Now, with a single thought, he could annihilate him. Qin Hong felt a tumult of emotions rising within him. He forced himself to calm down, but his voice bore an unmistakable tremor of shock. Elderly indeed, it has been a long time. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Qin Hong would absolutely not have believed that someone could break through from martial master to martial saint in just a month. Then to break through to martial god. Moreover, feeling the martial god aura radiating from Li Luo, it seemed even slightly stronger than that of his master beside him. He never expected that in just under a month their next meeting would show such a vast difference between them. The title of the #1 prodigy of the Great Xia Nation, or perhaps the #1 prodigy of Blue Star, undoubtedly belonged to Li Luo. At this time, the 2 external elders Miao Yi and Yin Tong also hurried over, respectfully, yet warmly bowing to Li Luo. Elderly, I've long admired your great name. To see you today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Congratulations on breaking through to martial god and taking a further step. Although they didn't know why this suddenly emerging dark horse Li Luo could break through so quickly, if everything goes as expected, he would definitely serve as the 4th elder of the Great Xia Nation. Li Luo slightly turned to the side. He glanced over the two with pride, lightly nodding as a show of acknowledgement, bearing the majesty of a martial god-level warrior. Miao Yi and Yin Tong, observing Li Luo's indifferent attitude, felt no displeasure, rather they were relieved in their hearts. At least this prodigy, who was about to be promoted to the fourth elder of the great Xia nation, showed no hostility towards them. If only they could switch places with Li Luo breaking through to martial god at the mere age of 20. Such an achievement had never been seen before in the entire Blue Star. Absolutely no one could compare to Li Luo. He Jing stood behind Li Luo watching this scene and couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. He never expected that among this group of once prodigious talents, the youngest Li Luo would take the lead in breaking through to the martial god level amidst the accumulation of opportunities. Moreover, there was a great possibility of surpassing others, as including him Li Luo was the first to break through to martial venerable among the 10 martial gods in Blue Star. P.S. Before Li Luo's breakthrough, the number of human martial gods was 10, with Li Luo Master Elder He. Qin Hong, who had already greeted Li Luo along with the two other external elders, then greeted the first-rank Elder He Jing. Master Yu, how did you return together with Elder Li? Qin Hong finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked in a low voice. At the same time, he was deeply puzzled in his heart. Hadn't his master been intercepted by two beast kings in the northern frontier while on his way to support Liaohai province? And Li Luo had seemingly left the Xia kingdom earlier to an unknown destination. How could he suddenly appear here and return together with his master? The two external elders also cast curious glances, eager to know what had transpired. He Jing looked at the three bewildered individuals and said with a light smile succinctly, Elder Li had just returned from the northern frost continent on a special mission. The beast kings of the northern frontier were just slain by Elder Li, and Liaohai province was successfully reclaimed by him as well. As these words fell, it was like a thunderclap. Qin Hong and the two external elders all changed expression, their eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Hong even exclaimed, Master, are you saying those two beast kings in the northern frontier were killed by Elder Li? His voice was filled with astonishment. Having long followed He Jing and guarding the vicinity of the imperial capital province, he had naturally witnessed the strength of those two beast kings in the northern frontier. Together they were formidable enough to make even his master cautious. Coupled with He Jing's deteriorating health, he could only manage a stalemate. Slaying them was utterly impossible. In comparison, the feat of single-handedly reclaiming the entire Liaohai province seemed far simpler. It's absolutely true. He Jing nodded in confirmation, his tone resolute. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, even he wouldn't have dared to believe that Li Luo, who had just broken through to martial god, could slay two beast kings that had cultivated for years. Then he continued, now that the ferocious beasts in Liaohai province have all been slain by Elder Li, the situation is temporarily stable. We must dispatch the army as soon as possible to aid the survivors and rebuild the defenses to prevent another beast assault. Immediately launch a full search for the missing Elder Zhou Yi. The fallen Liaohai province had been successfully reclaimed by Li Luo, and troops must be stationed there promptly. Otherwise, the beasts might launch another attack. After receiving his master's personal confirmation, Qin Hong suppressed the shock within him and nodded. Understood, master. I will make arrangements immediately. With that, Qin Hong's figure flickered, leaving faint arcs of electricity in his wake as he flew toward the military's defensive line. He prepared to dispatch the army to support Liaohai province and clear the battlefield. Then He Jing's gentle gaze fell upon the two weary external elders who had come to assist. I appreciate your efforts. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have called upon you too. Had it not been for the sudden emergency, the external elders would not normally be notified to assist during beast attacks on the defenses. Yin Tong and Miao Yi, upon hearing this, quickly bowed. Yin Tong replied sincerely, Elder He, you flatter us. When the Xia kingdom is in peril as its citizens, it is our bounden duty to step forward. Elder Miao also nodded in agreement. Their families were located within the imperial capital province. Faced with a sudden crisis that could threaten the entire province, they naturally could not stand idly by. Otherwise, if the beast tide breached the military defenses, their own families in the city would also be affected. He Jing nodded with satisfaction. His voice carried a hint of gratification. Once the situation stabilizes, rewards will be given according to merit. The two responded with humble smiles, yes, Elder He. They were also delighted inwardly, knowing that the contribution points from Elder He might be slightly more generous. Among the three sequence elders of the Xia kingdom, the one stationed at the imperial capital province, He Jing, had the best temperament. The second sequence elder Xiang Yuan and the third sequence elder Lan, she owed their successful breakthroughs to the martial god realm, to Elder He's assistance. Of course, their own talents were also extraordinary. The night grew deeper. He Jing looked up at the dense darkness. It's getting late. Why don't you all accompany me to the Elders' Council headquarters for some rest? At this, Li Luo naturally nodded in agreement. He still needed to exchange the numerous beast carcasses in his infinite storage space for resources. However, Miao Yi and Yin Tong showed signs of reluctance. Exchanging a glance, Yin Tong politely declined. No need, Elder He. Since the beast tide has been quelled by Elder Li, it's time for us to return. Yes. Miao Yi nodded in agreement. Their families were in other cities of the imperial capital province, easily reachable in no time. Moreover, unlike Li Luo, they had no other business, so there was no need to stay at the headquarters. Most importantly, they were aware of the situation in Liaohai province, although reclaimed by Li Luo. The three guardians who had overseen Liaohai province were now one traitor, one dead, and one missing, creating a severe manpower shortage. They feared being conscripted by Elder He if they stayed. They had chosen to become external elders precisely because they disliked cumbersome affairs and valued their freedom. Elder He, Elderly, we will take our leave now. They respectfully bid farewell to He Jing and Li Luo. All right then, with He Jing's permission. They turned around, their figures transforming into two streaks of light that quickly vanished into the night, as if afraid Elder He might suddenly call them back. Those two youngsters. He Jing watched the rapidly departing figures of the external elders and shook his head with a smile. He naturally knew what was on their minds. Fortunately, Li Luo had already broken through to martial god, and his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary martial god. The shortage of guardians in Liaohai province was not too severe. More crucially, with the two beast kings of the northern frontier slain by Li Luo, the imperial capital province would be safe from large-scale beast tides for at least several years. The pressure on the military had been greatly alleviated, possibly even shifting the balance from defense to offense. This would speed up the restoration of order in Liaohai province and the rebuilding of military defenses against beast incursions. Elder He, shall we go? Li Luo restrained his aura and said impatiently to He Jing. His primary goal was not rest, but to exchange the 7 high-level lower-tier beasts, 2 beast kings, and numerous lower-tier beast carcasses in his infinite storage space for resources. Moreover, given his pivotal role in reclaiming Liaohai province, Elder He would surely reward him with additional items to enhance his cultivation. With that, combined with the martial god-tier inheritance crystal obtained from Lin Xiaoyan, Li Luo was confident he could break through to the mid-martial god stage within 2 days. As for the numerous beast carcasses outside the military defenses, they would undoubtedly be credited to him. All right. He Jing nodded. Soon after, He Jing led Li Luo into the headquarters of the Elders' Council located in the heart of the capital. It was as majestic and imposing as an ancient palace, radiating a sacred dignity that commanded respect. So grand. Li Luo gazed at the approaching Elders' Council headquarters with a hint of surprise. It was reminiscent of that awe-inspiring ice palace buried beneath the layers of ice in the northern cold continent. The materials used to construct the Elders' Council headquarters were mostly salvaged from ancient ruins, making it incredibly sturdy while also referencing the design of those ancient sites. He Jing arrived in front of the main entrance of the headquarters, smiling as he introduced it to Li Luo. I see. Li Luo nodded slightly upon hearing this. No wonder the architecture of the Elders' Council headquarters felt somewhat similar to the ancient ruins buried beneath the ice in the northern cold continent. It turned out to be a complete imitation of the ancient ruins, truly magnificent. Upon entering the main gate, the martial king-level guards patrolling on both sides immediately stood tall, their eyes filled with respect as they looked at He Jing and Li Luo entering and bowed in greeting. He Jing nodded gently with a warm gaze. Meanwhile, Li Luo curiously examined the architecture inside the Elders' Council. As the eyes of the guards inadvertently swept over Li Luo, they couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment upon sensing the faint aura of a martial god emanating from him. After Li Luo and He Jing walked far away, whispers began to quietly spread among the crowd. Did Elderly break through to martial god? Although it was their first time seeing Li Luo, they were well informed. They had long known the basics about this newly promoted martial saint and had memorized his appearance. However, the aura of a martial god emanating from Li Luo truly shocked everyone. The interior of the Elders' Council headquarters was even more splendid than the outside. This Elders' Council headquarters is truly grand, far superior to my guarding residence. Li Luo looked around and couldn't help but admire it inwardly. He Lao, I would like to exchange the beast corpses I obtained this time for contribution points, if that's convenient. Li Luo suddenly spoke, breaking the surrounding silence. Of course. He Jing nodded with a smile, not forgetting to praise Li Luo. You have made a significant contribution to the Great Xia Kingdom in overcoming this crisis. After saying that, He Jing led Li Luo to a wide open square in front of the main hall of the Elders' Council. There was no issue with placing the beast corpses here. Shall Luo just place the beast corpses you obtained here? He Jing pointed to the center of the square, revealing there was a side hall within the headquarters for storing beast corpses, but He Jing speculated that Li Luo's hall must be substantial, at least involving 2 king-level beast corpses. Fearing that the side hall might not be able to accommodate them, he opted for the more spacious square. He was also curious about how many high-level beast corpses Li Luo had collected. All right. Li Luo nodded at the spacious central square, realizing that He Lao understood him well and had specifically found a large open area. With a thought, 7 massive high-level Lord beast corpses crashed to the ground. Following that were 2 even larger king-level corpses, and countless low to mid-level beast corpses instantly filling the open space as a strong stench of blood quickly permeated the air. Then Li Luo also took out a pile of junk he had collected from the ancient ruins filled with traces of erosion. Li Luo turned to smile at He Lao standing behind him. He Lao, what do you think about this pile of beast corpses? Plus the items I found in the ancient ruins, how much contribution value do you think they are worth? Although he thought of the pile from the ancient ruins as junk, Li Luo would never say that aloud. These were all treasures filled with an ancient aura. This, He Jing blinked at Li Luo. He was stunned, not knowing where Li Luo had obtained so many high-level beast corpses and items that could only exist in ancient ruins. His mind was already numb with shock. Moreover, he had no idea how Li Luo had accomplished this, as there were no spatial fluctuations in the vicinity. Li Luo wasn't even wearing a spatial ring. Furthermore, sensing the aura emanating from these beast corpses after their death, it felt as if they had just been freshly slain. However, He Jing chose not to ask further. Li Luo had now broken through to martial god, not the previously known martial saint. He Jing leaped lightly into the air. He surveyed the pile of Lord and King-level beast corpses, recalling the beast tide that Li Luo had instantly extinguished outside the imperial capital province, as well as the 3 high-level Lord beasts. Plus the remarkable achievement of single-handedly reclaiming the entire Liaohai province. After a moment of silence, He Jing had already decided on the reward amount for Li Luo in his heart. He quickly descended from the air beside Li Luo, and with a hint of solemnity in his voice said, "Xiao Luo, how about 300 billion great xia coins, 6,000 contribution points, and a choice of 1 divine item from the treasure pavilion?" Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Li Luo's eyes. The reward amount He Lao decided upon was about what he had expected, even a bit more. But then he pretended to hesitate and spoke up. "He Lao, the beast corpses from within Liaohai province are quite a significant resource, as well. Could you add a little more?" He Jing listened to Li Luo's bargaining with a smile on his face. After a brief contemplation, he broke into a hearty laugh. "All right, then I'll add another 200 billion great xia coins." Upon hearing this, Li Luo's face immediately blossomed with a satisfied smile. "Thank you, He Lao. 500 billion great xia coins at his current status would definitely allow him to acquire many precious resources. Additionally, 6,000 contribution points could be exchanged for resources on the Elders Council official website, combined with the numerous resources seized in Liaohai province. His strength would undoubtedly see a significant increase." Seeing this, He Jing kindly patted Li Luo's shoulder, his voice warm. "You have made a great contribution this time, and these things are all rightfully yours." After finishing, he moved his wrist, and the Lingshuan ring glimmered. In an instant, he completed the transfer and allocation of contribution points, while also enhancing Li Luo's privileges with the Lingshuan ring. Now that Li Luo had broken through to the martial god level. According to the regulations of the Elders Council, as long as one reaches the martial god level, they can be promoted from an ordinary elder to a serial elder. After that, He Lao sent a brief notification to the guards stationed inside the Elders Council via. He instructed them to come and handle the mountain of beast corpses in the central square. Buzz. At that moment, the Lingshuan ring on Li Luo's wrist also vibrated, indicating an increase in privileges and the arrival of contribution points. "Without further ado, let's head to the treasure pavilion," He Jing said with a mysterious smile. He then led Li Luo towards the depths of the Elder Council headquarters, moving toward the heavily guarded treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is the treasury of our Summer Kingdom's Elder Council, housing countless rare treasures. He Jing explained to Li Luo as they walked. As he spoke, a towering high tower gradually came into view, emanating a faint black luster. It was constructed from solid materials of SSS grade. However, surprisingly, there were not as many guards around the treasure pavilion as one would expect, just a few patrolling. He Jing noticed Li Luo's confusion and patiently explained, "Don't be fooled by the few guards here. There is a top-tier defense system controlled by the artificial intelligence Dream Weaver surrounding and within the treasure pavilion. Any intruder attempting to force their way in or sneak into the treasure pavilion will be eliminated at the first opportunity." He added, "The defense of this system is so strong that even peak martial saints would find it hard to break through in a short time." As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. Dream Weaver opened the door. He Jing said softly to the tightly shut door, As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar and cute voice echoed around them. Identity confirmation successful. Welcome first sequence Elder. Welcome Elder Li Luo. The closed door of the treasure pavilion slowly opened without a sound. As they stepped inside, a wave of rich energy greeted them, and Li Luo's gaze was instantly captured by the dazzling array of treasures before him. He Jing smiled at Li Luo and said, "The treasure pavilion is divided into 4 floors, each hiding resources of different levels. The first floor mainly contains resources from B grade to A grade, while the second floor upgrades to S. The third floor holds even higher grade resources featuring treasures of SS and SSS grades, each capable of making ordinary martial artists envious. As for the fourth floor, here He Jing deliberately left a cliffhanger, his eyes glinting with mystery. The items on the fourth floor may be few, but they are all divine grade." He continued, "However, only officially appointed elders can exchange them using contribution points, and they must also reach the peak of Martial Saint. Most importantly, the required contribution points are quite substantial." Li Luo's eyes flickered at this, but he soon regained his composure, nodding to indicate his understanding. He secretly muttered to himself, "So the good stuff is all kept on the upper floors, and no wonder I didn't sense any higher-level resources around." He Jing chuckled lightly, seemingly having anticipated Li Luo's reaction, and waved towards the staircase near. "Let's go straight to the fourth floor, where divine grade items are available for the taking." He added, "If you fancy something else, you can also choose to use contribution points to exchange for your desired items." Li Luo nodded with a hint of anticipation, and the two made their way to the fourth floor. The moment they stepped onto the fourth floor, Li Luo immediately felt an atmosphere that was completely different from the previous 3 floors. The space here was much more expansive, but the number of items on display was noticeably fewer. Each item emitted a faint divine light incomparable to the items stored on the first 3 floors. "Feel free to choose." He Jing smiled faintly, appearing exceptionally generous. Most of the items here were obtained by the 3 of them from ancient ruins. They were placed in the treasure pavilion for other elders who had made significant contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom to exchange using their contribution points. Li Luo nodded in agreement, looking around as he began to explore. Pills, martial arts, battle armor, weapons, and spiritual herbs. Various divine grade treasures dazzled the eyes. Though limited in number, each one was a masterpiece. Li Luo reached out to touch a piece of divine grade battle armor radiating a black glow, quietly comparing it in his heart. Although all are divine grade, they fall short compared to the cold, ethereal silver armor produced by the system. The items obtained through the system's sign-in were undoubtedly of higher quality than the divine grade items displayed on the 4th floor of the treasure pavilion. Li Luo strolled slowly within the treasure pavilion. His gaze swept over one divine grade treasure after another, but his heart remained largely unmoved. He currently lacked for neither battle armor nor martial arts. These items, which even martial god-level warriors would covet, held no allure for Li Luo. Li Luo gently stroked his chin deep in thought. His gaze finally locked onto a rare divine grade energy ice crystal from the southern cold continent. If exchanged using contribution points, it would require nearly 3,000 points. Elder He, this ice crystal seems rather special. Li Luo gently caressed the ice crystal, feeling the pure ice element power contained within, and his eyes lit up. He Jing smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Good eye, that is a treasure nurtured deep within the southern cold continent." He continued, "About several decades ago, Elder Xiang Yuan seized it from an ice-type beast king and placed it in this treasure pavilion. It can enhance the control of frost martial artists over ice elements. It seems you are well aware of your needs." After hearing Elder He's introduction to this divine grade ice crystal, Li Luo had already made his decision and said, "All right, Elder He, I choose this one." After seeing Elder He nod, Li Luo focused his thoughts and stored the divine grade ice crystal into his infinite storage space. He didn't rush to leave, but continued to wander around, preparing to exchange all remaining 6,000 contribution points to quickly enhance his strength. After careful consideration, Li Luo spent all 6,000 contribution points. He selected 4 rare divine grade pills and spiritual herbs, each one significantly beneficial for his cultivation. It's worth mentioning that these pills were not found in ancient ruins, but were crafted by a master alchemist. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly remain in such perfect condition. As for the divine grade resources stored in the other 3 floors, Li Luo didn't even have the interest to look. For someone who had already broken through to the martial god realm, even the SSS grade treasures would not bring the significant enhancements like those experienced during the martial saint period after absorption. "Elder He, I have no contribution points left. This is all I want." Li Luo turned around, smiling at He Jing, who was quietly waiting nearby. "All right," He Jing replied, gently nodding, and then led Li Luo out of the treasure pavilion. As they walked, he said, "I plan to announce to all the citizens of the Summer Kingdom tomorrow the news of your breakthrough to the martial god realm, as well as your heroic feat of single-handedly reclaiming the Liaohai province and slaying the Beast King of the northern border. This will stabilize the hearts of the people and boost morale, helping to mitigate the massive impact of Lin Xiaoshan's betrayal. At the same time, you will be formally promoted to the 4th sequence elder. Do you have any objections, elderly? He Jing's tone was gentle, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Luo listened with a serene smile on his face, gently shaking his head as he replied, I have no objections, just arrange it, as you see fit, elder he. He was not concerned about these matters at the moment, he only wished to quickly elevate the resources in his hands into cultivation strength. It's good that you have no objections. After learning of Li Luo's attitude, He Jing nodded in satisfaction, then turned to call over a patrolling martial king-level guard and instructed him. It's getting late, please take Elder Li Luo to rest. He himself had been engaged in fierce battles with 2 northern beasts for several days. Although he had not sustained serious injuries, he needed to recuperate. The patrolling guard immediately stepped forward and respectfully said to Li Luo, Elderly, please follow me. His tone was filled with respect, fearing even the slightest neglect. This individual was about to be promoted to the 4th-ranked elder of the Great Xia Kingdom, a prodigious genius, the only martial god in the entire Blue Star at the age of 20. All right. Li Luo nodded. After bidding farewell to He Jing, he followed the footsteps of the guard. They passed through ornate corridors and finally arrived at a spacious and luxurious resting room. The guard gently pushed open the door, stepped aside to let Li Luo enter, and said, Elderly, you may proceed. If you need anything, feel free to call. I won't disturb your rest. After speaking, the guard respectfully retreated and gently closed the door. Upon entering the room, Li Luo looked around, unable to help but admire the surroundings. The opulence of this room was on par with the villa worth 1 billion he owned in Jiangning province. However, Li Luo did not linger. Instead, he quickly walked to the center of the room and sat cross-legged. With a thought, he summoned 5 divine-level resources exchanged from the treasure pavilion and that precious martial god-level heritage crystal. In an instant, they were taken out from the infinite storage space and placed before him. These resources radiated a dazzling brilliance, and the air was thick with a rich energy aura. It made one involuntarily feel a surge of excitement. The most prosperous one yet. Li Luo sensed the energy emanating from these divine-level resources and displayed a look of joy. After absorbing all of them, he was confident he could break through to the mid-stage martial god. For ordinary martial artists, advancing further after reaching martial god was extremely difficult. Fortunately, he had fused with the Frost Divine Vein, making the absorption and utilization of resources far more efficient than ordinary people. Let's begin. Li Luo silently thought to himself, then closed his eyes and focused on the martial god-level heritage crystal before him. As the light flowed, the energy contained within surged into Li Luo's body like a tidal wave. But it was not the ice element that Li Luo primarily cultivated. Instead, it was the overwhelming gold element. Even with the enhancement of the Frost Divine Vein, the absorption effect was somewhat lacking. Time swiftly passed into the deep night. When the last trace of energy from the heritage crystal was absorbed, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes. A hint of helplessness appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought, somewhat disappointing. The energy of the gold element contained in this heritage crystal is not suitable for me. The absorption effect is somewhat unsatisfactory. Not even a small breakthrough. This is far inferior to the previous Martial Honor Peak Heritage Crystal. After carefully savoring the memories stored within this heritage crystal, Li Luo learned that it was a legacy left by a mid-stage martial god specializing in the gold element. It also included insights on breaking through to the martial god level, as well as a self-created martial technique that barely reached divine level, though it was not suitable for Li Luo. Then, based on the information that had emerged in his mind, Li Luo's fingers danced across the spirit swift ring, meticulously recording the essence of this divine-level martial technique and its cultivation methods. He prepared to directly upload it to the Martial Technique Pavilion on the Elder Council's official website tomorrow. Even if it was somewhat lacking, it was still a divine-level martial technique, which could exchange for a few thousand contribution points. As for the insights on breaking through to the martial god level for Li Luo, it was rather useless. He was already a martial god level practitioner and did not need it. Continue. Li Luo quickly adjusted his mindset, shifting his focus to the remaining 5 divine level resources. He gently caressed the 4 divine treasures shimmering with cold light and a divine stone containing the ultimate icy power, then closed his eyes again to absorb them. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted as if he were in the northern cold continent. The dense ice element energy surged into Li Luo's body like a rushing river. It wildly circulated along the fused Frost Divine Vein in his body, nourishing every inch of his meridians and flesh rapidly, pushing Li Luo's cultivation forward. As time gradually passed, Li Luo's figure was enveloped in a faint blue light, resembling a deity of ice about to awaken. His breaths became longer, and each exhale and inhale could resonate with the ice elements in the surrounding space, creating a subtle harmony. Finally, as the sun slowly rose the next day, illuminating the entire land of the Great Xia Kingdom, a domineering and icy aura suddenly erupted from Li Luo's body. It instantly filled the entire headquarters of the Elder Council, even penetrating multiple buildings and spreading throughout the entire imperial capital. It made many ordinary citizens and martial artists in the city tremble in shock. What a terrifying aura! The subsequent excitement led many to believe that the first-rank elder He Jing stationed in the imperial capital had improved in cultivation. However, the soldiers and high-level martial artists who had witnessed the beast tide being extinguished in an instant did not think so. Ice element. It seems. It is an elder He. A more shocking thought arose in their minds. The newly promoted martial god Elder Li Luo seemed to be an ice warrior. Meanwhile, Elder He, who was meditating in the main hall, felt this sudden fluctuation, raised his brow slightly, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his heart. He slowly opened his eyes, muttering to himself, Li Luo, has he broken through again? In just one night he advanced from early martial god to mid-stage. Such talent and absorption rate are simply rare in the world. Amidst his surprise, there was more gratitude and an infinite expectation for Li Luo's future potential. Even with the three-peak beast kings in the deep sea breaking through to beast emperor, the Great Xia Kingdom should not be greatly affected with Li Luo around. This aura seems to have erupted from Elder Li Luo's room. The other guards stationed at the Elder Council headquarters felt this sudden outburst of terrifying aura and looked shocked. Their hearts were filled with awe and amazement. They had not expected that Li Luo, who was about to be promoted to the fourth-ranked elder of the Great Xia Kingdom, would break through again, and they were fortunate to witness this thrilling moment. They were all filled with astonishment and excitement. In the heart of this chilling aura of the martial god, Li Luo slowly opened his ice-blue eyes, shimmering with a cold glow. Exhaling a breath of cold air, he slightly retracted the powerful presence that had pervaded the surroundings after breaking through. The domineering and icy aura of a martial god-level warrior within the imperial capital gradually calmed down as he observed the atmosphere created by his own mid-stage breakthrough. The exquisite furniture shattered into pieces, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Luo's mouth as he felt quite pleased. He never expected that he could cause such immense destruction just by his aura. These pieces of furniture were crafted from a grade sturdy materials, some even made from scrade materials, now reduced to a complete wreck. Li Luo stood up, stretching his muscles and bones, feeling the surging icy elemental power within him along with his growing physical strength. His eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement as he murmured to himself, mid-stage martial god, I am now invincible in the Blue Star. With his current strength, even if the other 10 martial gods of the Blue Star joined forces, they would not be his match. As long as he dealt with the three-peak beast kings about to break through to the beast emperor level, humanity could launch a counterattack. Once the ferocious beasts are eradicated, it would be his time to completely control the entire Blue Star. However, as Li Luo's ambition grew along with his strength, he became unsatisfied with merely being the master of the Blue Star. He began to yearn for the vast universe. With a slight thought, Li Luo summoned the system panel. Name Li Luo. Level mid-stage martial god. Punch power 1670000 kg. Strength rate 39. 5 times. Cultivation method SS grade body refining heavenly gang technique SS grade mystic ice divine technique grade iron bone body refining method. Martial skills basic fist technique perfected basic blade technique perfected divine level frost divine cannon perfected SS grade ice breaking / perfected grade phantom step perfected grade void shattering fist perfected respected level frost gather not comprehended. Bloodline frost divine bloodline royal. Items divine level sky ruling pearl damage divine level cold shadow silver armor divine level starfall blade divine level ice crystal spirit chain divine level frost spirit pearl. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction and then closed the system panel. Immediately after, he began his daily check-in in his mind. System check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a quality upgrade in cultivation method. SS grade mystic ice divine technique divine level mystic ice divine technique. As the system's voice faded, Li Luo's smile grew even brighter. Another quality upgrade. Now the Mystic Ice Divine Technique has truly become a genuine divine technique, with an even more powerful effect on absorbing ice elements. He could clearly feel the enhanced passive training effect combined with the Frost Divine Bloodline, allowing for a faster absorption rate of surrounding ice elements. After the delight, Li Luo thought to himself, next it seems that all cultivation methods and martial skills can receive quality upgrades through check-in. He no longer needed to worry about his weapons and techniques falling behind as his level increased. Subsequently, Li Luo slowly walked out of the room, completely retracting the martial god pressure and cold air surrounding him. At this moment, He Jing flew over from the direction of the main hall wearing a gentle smile on his face. Little Luo, congratulations. You've quickly broken through to mid-stage. It won't be long before you catch up to this old man of mine. His words were filled with sincere joy. Who knows, perhaps in his lifetime, he would witness Li Luo leading the army of Xia country to counterattack the ferocious beasts. Old He, to be honest with you, I am confident that I can break through to the martial sovereign realm within half a year. Li Luo nodded, revealing a confident smile. He reassured Old He with a promise. Moreover, this was still a conservative estimate. If the system could provide some assistance and resources during this time, he could break through to the martial sovereign level in less than half a year. Li Luo knew deep down that Old He's greatest wish was to defeat the ferocious beasts and reclaim the lost territories of Xia. Good. Upon hearing this, Old He's eyes flashed with relief as he repeatedly exclaimed good 3 times. If this were said by someone else, He Jing would only dismiss it as a joke. But he believed it completely coming from Li Luo. He Jing slightly calmed his excited heart and said to Li Luo, the information about the ferocious beasts is very well informed. After learning that the plan to conquer Liaohai province had failed, the beast tides attacking various provinces retreated. I have informed Lan Shi and Xiang Yuan of your breakthrough and the feat of reclaiming Liaohai province, as well as slaying the beast king of the northern frontier, and that you are about to be promoted to the 4th sequence elder. At this point, He Jing paused, a kind expression flashing in his eyes. I plan to take this opportunity to immediately announce this good news to the people of Xia. When the time comes, I will need you to make an appearance. What do you think? Li Luo nodded in agreement, saying, no problem, Old He, you can arrange it as you see fit. While speaking, his gaze suddenly glanced at the distant Elder Council headquarters, and a certain figure flashed. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes as he thought for a moment, and said, please try to be quick. I have some personal matters to attend to today. He Jing responded with a smile, knowing that with Li Luo's personality, he would not let go of this opportunity to step into the limelight. He then turned and instructed his assistants to start preparing for a press conference at the headquarters. Before long, at a carefully arranged hall in the Elder Council headquarters, various reporters were already in position, their cameras aimed at Li Luo, who emanated a faint aura of a martial god as he slowly walked into the venue. Facing the cameras, Li Luo displayed a slight smile, calmly recounting the process of single-handedly conquering the entire Liaohai province and his experiences in slaying 2 beast kings of the northern frontier. However, the reporters were filled with excitement as they looked at Li Luo with eyes full of reverence and admiration. Only Li Luo could achieve the feat of slaying 2 beast kings in the early stage of a martial god. Seeing that Li Luo had finished recounting, He Jing then announced Li Luo's official promotion to the 4th sequence elder of Xia. After the press conference concluded, Li Luo specifically requested to wait until afternoon for the announcement. Subsequently, He Jing, with a slightly mysterious smile, personally took Li Luo to the landing pad of the Elder Council headquarters. Here, a grand black royal-class warplane was quietly parked, even larger than the Cold Star. It stood out remarkably. Little Luo, this royal-class warplane will be your exclusive vehicle from now on, symbolizing your status as a sequence elder. He Jing pointed at the royal-class warplane before him, gently introducing it to Li Luo. This imperial-grade warplane stood majestically on the tarmac. Its streamlined design exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance, resembling a slumbering giant beast. Moreover, its speed and defensive capabilities represented a comprehensive upgrade from the royal-grade warplanes. He Jing stood before the aircraft, a glint of pride sparkling in his eyes as he spoke softly. The weapon system aboard the imperial-grade warplane possesses the power to instantly annihilate high-level Lord-class ferocious beasts. However, it is precisely for this reason that the number of imperial-grade warplanes across the Blue Planet is exceedingly rare, with a mere 15 in total among all global factions. Among these, our Xia country occupies 5. This powerful technology, excavated from ancient ruins, is one of the significant reasons humanity has been able to withstand ferocious beasts for many years. Li Luo gazed at the imposing imperial-grade warplane, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Ever since he first laid eyes on the imperial-grade warplane piloted by Elder He had longed for one of his own, and now, unexpectedly, his wish was coming true so soon. Thank you, Elder He, Li Luo said with a joyful expression. He Jing smiled and gently shook his head, patting Li Luo on the shoulder. You brat, your strength and contributions stand out. This is what you deserve. Moreover, it is our honor to have a genius like you in Xia country. He Jing had already placed all the hopes of humanity's victory over the ferocious beasts onto Li Luo. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement, then shifted the conversation. Elder He, I have some personal matters to attend to and must step away for a while. He added, if anything urgent comes up or you need my assistance, feel free to contact me, and I will rush over immediately. It was time to have a heart-to-heart talk with the extraneous Elder Lin Yi, who had provoked him during the meeting held by the Elder of the Blue Sequence. Li Luo had always remembered this matter. However, due to dealing with the affairs in Liaohai province and other issues, he had delayed a bit. Now it was time to give him a surprise. Upon hearing this, He Jing's smile grew warmer. Go ahead and don't worry, things here are relatively stable for now. He continued, the ferocious beasts in the northern frontier have already suffered heavy losses and will not pose a threat to us in the short term. As for the marine ferocious beasts, we will also strengthen monitoring and defenses to restore order in Liaohai province. He paused at this point, looking at Li Luo with appreciation in his gaze. As for you, you are now our anchor of stability. With you here, I feel much more at ease. With Li Luo's current strength, as long as the three beast kings did not break through to their peak, he could easily handle most crises. He could also be somewhat more relaxed than before. The two exchanged smiles. After a brief farewell with Elder, Li Luo stepped onto the Grand Imperial-grade warplane before him. As for the original Royal-grade warplane, the Cold Star, it was quietly parked on the tarmac in the distance. Upon stepping into the aircraft's cabin, the interior of the warplane exuded a familiar high-tech vibe. Suddenly, a lively figure sprang from a corner, revealing the artificial intelligence Dreamweaver. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Hey, Master, didn't expect to see me again. Would you like to rename this warplane?" Li Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's call it the Falcon." Dreamweaver promptly clapped in approval, her holographic eyes brimming with admiration. "Falcon? What a great name," she said. "Master, you are getting more impressive. Not only is your strength exceptional, but your naming skills are also top-notch." "Really? Is that so?" Li Luo smiled, feeling like a naming genius. After deciding on the name for the warplane, Dreamweaver curiously asked, "Master, where are we headed this time? Are we executing another important mission?" Li Luo, hearing Dreamweaver's inquiry, smirked coldly. He intended to use the privileges of the Sequence Elder to directly locate the whereabouts of the extraneous Elder Lin Yi. Just then the spirit swift ring on his wrist suddenly flickered. It displayed a communication request. Li Luo glanced at the screen, his brow furrowed as he pondered. "It's Chun Lei. What does he want from me?" With a hint of confusion, Li Luo quickly connected the communication. In the spirit swift ring, Chun Lei's face appeared clearly, his expression serious, as if he had urgent news. "Elder Chun, what's the matter?" Li Luo greeted simply. Since he had specifically instructed currently, he had not widely publicized his breakthrough to the mid-level martial god. Only 3 Sequence Elders, along with those who witnessed it in Liaohai province and Dijing province, were aware. The rest, including many elders, knew very little. After Li Luo connected, Chun Lei's expression became somewhat complicated, as if he was weighing his words. "Elderly, did you offend Elder Lin Yi previously?" Li Luo, upon hearing this, smiled, faintly, a flicker of coldness in his gaze. Indeed, there were some misunderstandings. He planned to seek out Lin Yi for a talk, but was somewhat curious why Chun Lei was there. Hearing Li Luo's admission, Chun Lei sighed. "Elderly, you need to be careful from now on." After much deliberation, he decided to risk offending the peak martial saint Elder Lin Yi and reveal the information to Li Luo, who had indirectly saved his life. Chun Lei warned, after Lin Yi suddenly retreated from the beast tide attacking Jiangbin City in the early morning, he left my jurisdiction and headed straight for Jingyang City. It seems he is coming for you. The situation appears unfavorable for you. Following this with the intention of helping fully, he even suggested a way for Li Luo to temporarily shake off Lin Yi's entanglement. If you complete Elder He's special task and return, it might be inappropriate to go directly back to Jiangning province. Instead, go to Dijing province and find Elder He. With Elder He's stature, Lin Yi would not dare to act recklessly. However, Lin Yi is known for his cunning ways, so you must remain cautious. Concerned that Li Luo might act impulsively due to his youth, Chun Lei earnestly advised sometimes stepping back isn't weakness, but a way to move forward better. Genuinely concerned for Li Luo's safety, Li Luo quietly listened to every word from Chun Lei, his gaze gradually deepening. A strong sense of killing intent quietly emerged. "I understand, Elder Chun. Thank you." He hadn't expected Lin Yi to come looking for him, brazenly lying in wait in Jingyang City. This was Lin Yi's last desperate act. Li Luo also developed a strong fondness for Chun Lei, silently thinking this guy Chun Lei is quite reliable. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Lei, with whom he only had a shallow interaction, would choose to risk offending Lin Yi by sending him a warning. Chun Lei seemed to sense the understated tone in Li Luo's words, and he quickly advised with urgency, "Elderly, you must not act impulsively. Lin Yi possesses unfathomable strength at the peak of martial saint, and he is accompanied by 6 peak martial emperors. You are definitely not his match. Go to the imperial capital and inform Elder He. Lin Yi would never dare to act recklessly." Li Luo waved his hand lightly, speaking with an air of indifference. "Thank you, Elder Chun, I will remember that." He then emphasized, "Do not worry about me. Remember to watch the news at noon today. It will be quite impressive." Chun Lei furrowed his brow upon hearing this, wanting to advise a few more words, but Li Luo, chuckled lightly, and took the initiative to end the communication. Sigh. Far away in Jiangbin City, Chun Lei gazed at the Lingshuan ring where Li Luo had disconnected, letting out a long sigh. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had already done all he could. He could only hope that Li Luo truly took his advice to heart. As long as any one of the 3 series elders intervened in this matter, Lin, no matter how arrogant, would not dare to act recklessly. A martial saint in the midstage dares to offend the peak martial saint Lin. This kid truly is a calf that fears no tiger. Chun Lei shook his head, gently muttering to himself. As for the news at noon today that Li Luo mentioned, although Chun Lei had doubts in his heart, he secretly noted it down, planning to see what the content was later. Meanwhile, in the fighter jet, a strong murderous intent flashed in Li Luo's eyes. He thought to himself, since he seeks his own death, then I can only blame him. He then issued a command to Meng Ji, who was quietly awaiting orders. Xiao Meng returned to Jingyang City. He was preparing to fulfill his promise to Lin Yi. Understood, master. Meng Ji responded immediately. The fighter jet rapidly ascended with a roar, slicing through the sky towards its destination. He Jing, who was watching Li Luo pilot the royal-grade fighter jet leave from the helipad, returned to the main hall to recuperate. Unbeknownst to him, the conflict between Li Luo and Lin Yi. The Falcon quickly traversed Donglu province, about to enter Jiangning province. Li Luo gazed at the rapidly passing scenery through the fighter jet's screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In his mind already surfaced the expression Lin Yi would have when he saw him later. As the fighter jet continued to fly, Li Luo suddenly remembered something. He looked at the Lingshuan ring on his wrist and murmured, I almost handed over that divine-level martial skill I obtained last night to the martial skill pavilion. He quickly operated the Lingshuan ring. In a short while, he placed the divine-level martial skill suitable for gold element martial artists that he obtained from the inheritance crystal into the martial skill pavilion. It should yield 1 or 2,000 contribution points, right? Li Luo thought to himself after inputting the martial. What is this? He suddenly discovered with surprise that his authority had been elevated to that of a series. This meant he could allocate contribution points to himself as well as other ordinary elders. However, depending on the item's grade, there was a limit to the contribution points that could be allocated. It was impossible to submit a clever martial skill to the martial skill pavilion and receive thousands of contribution points for himself while submitting items to the Elder Council. The level would be automatically assessed by the AI Meng Ji. Congratulations, Li Luo Series Elder, for inputting a divine-level martial skill. The pleasant voice of Meng Ji echoed from the Lingshuan ring. In that case, it would not be unreasonable for me to assign myself 1,500 contribution points, right? A smile appeared on Li Luo's face as he thought. With a series of operations, 1,500 contribution points were instantly credited. It really works. After seeing the contribution points reach his account, Li Luo's smile grew even wider. Being a series elder is simply delightful. However, the atmosphere in the garrison office of Jingyang City felt somewhat subtle. Vice President Wang Ming was respectfully welcoming Lin Yi, an external elder who had suddenly arrived in Jingyang City for reasons unknown. Lin Yi was not only an external elder in the Elder Council, but also the master of the Lingshao Martial Hall, a first-rate force in the Great Xia Kingdom. The influence of this force was immense, and its power could not be underestimated. In the VIP reception room of the garrison office, looking at the sudden visit of the master of the Lingshao Martial Hall, Lin Yi, Wang Ming was filled with confusion. Why did this external elder suddenly come to Jingyang City? They had not been affected by any beast attacks here after all. Wang Ming maintained a respectful demeanor. Yet inwardly he was speculating. He tentatively asked, Elder Lin, did you come to Jingyang City today for some urgent matter? I will certainly cooperate fully. Lin Yi sat in the main seat of the reception room, flanked by 6 elite, high-ranking members of the Lingshao Martial Hall, each at the peak of Martial Emperor. Hearing the inquiry, Lin Yi swept a cold gaze at Wang Ming, his tone devoid of any warmth. Why are you asking? Is this something you can inquire about? After such a long time, you still haven't made any breakthroughs in the mid-stage Martial Emperor realm. It's truly baffling that the Elder Council appointed you as the vice president. Lin Yi's main purpose for coming this time was to wait for Li Luo's return, intending to take revenge on him. Once Li Luo returned to Jingyang City, he would find it impossible to escape. He had many disgraceful methods to uncover the secrets behind Li Luo in a short time. At the same time, he wanted Li Luo to understand the consequences of provoking him. Thus, he naturally would not show any good face to Li Luo's subordinates. The peak Martial Emperor subordinates beside Lin Yi also looked coldly at Wang Ming, their eyes filled with disdain. Wang Ming was met with a cold shoulder. Noticing that the atmosphere seemed somewhat off, it appeared that the other party was here to pick a fight. However, his superior Li Luo was not present. He could only be cautious. With an awkward smile, he said, Elder Lin, your teachings are correct. Just as the atmosphere fell into a subtle silence, the Lingshuan ring on Lin Yi's wrist suddenly lit up. Buzz. It indicated that there was important news sent from the headquarters of the Elder Council. Lin Yi frowned slightly. His intuition told him that this message was extremely important. He quickly received it. At first his expression remained calm, but as the content of the message unfolded his face gradually became grave, even to the point of fear. A few seconds later Lin Yi abruptly lifted his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" His voice carried an unmistakable panic and his heart raced like a drum. How could he? Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he muttered to himself the news sent to him by the Elder Council echoing repeatedly in his mind. Not long ago Li Luo was still in the midstage of martial saint, yet he had unexpectedly broken through to the midstage of martial god. Furthermore, he single-handedly reclaimed Liaohai province, slaying 2 beast kings from the north border. He had now been officially appointed as the 4th series elder of the Great Xia Kingdom. This series of shocking news struck Lin Yi like a bolt from the blue, sending a chill from his feet straight to his head. It's over this time, it's truly over. His body involuntarily trembled. Li Luo, who had broken through to the midstage of martial god, was no longer the ant that a midstage martial saint could easily slaughter. He certainly would not let him go. Perhaps he was already rushing over from the imperial capital. The 6 peak martial emperor subordinates who followed Lin Yi stared at him as he suddenly lost his composure, casting puzzled looks at him. One of them boldly asked, "Master, what is wrong with you?" Wang Ming also looked surprised, inwardly murmuring, "What on earth is Lin Yi going crazy about?" However, due to the other party's esteemed status, he could only suppress his curiosity and refrain from asking. At this moment Lin Yi's body trembled uncontrollably, as if trapped in an icy vault of 10,000 winters. And bone-chilling cold surged from the depths of his heart. Snapping back to his senses, Lin Yi took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the fear and panic within him. A stiff, forced smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He whispered urgently to the 6 elite high-ranking subordinates beside him, "Quick, let's go." Lin Yi's heartbeat pounded like a drum, nearly bursting from his chest. He thought in terror, "I must leave Jingyang City before Li Luo returns to Jiangning Province. Under these circumstances, only the 3 sequence elders can protect me." And the closest one to Jiangning Province was the 2nd sequence elder Xiang Yuan, stationed in the neighboring Qiantang Province. He was also the strongest among the 3 sequence elders, having reached the pinnacle of the martial god realm. If Elder Xiang spoke, Li Luo might spare him. This was the only plan Lin Yi could think of. "Yes, Master of the Hall." The 6 martial emperor peak subordinates, though bewildered seeing Lin Yi so tense, they didn't dare ask questions and quickly followed him, hurrying out of the garrison mansion. Wang Ming, witnessing this sudden scene from the side, was full of question marks. He muttered inwardly, why does he look like he's seen a ghost?" Though curious, he suppressed his doubts, only wanting this troublemaker to leave as soon as possible. "Quick, get on the fighter." Just as Lin Yi and his group were about to board the fighter of the Lingxiao Martial Hall parked in the garrison, preparing to flee, the sky seemed to suddenly tear open. An unprecedented bone-chilling cold descended and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Then the terrifying pressure of a mid-stage martial god powerhouse enveloped the area like a solid force, making the air itself freeze. "Elder Lin, where are you off to? Since you're here, why not stay a while longer? Could it be that my subordinates were in hostility?" A voice tinged with mockery and chill rang in everyone's ears like the whisper of death, sending shivers down their spines. "No, too late." Lin Yi wailed, inwardly struggling against the oppressive pressure that threatened to crush him. But his fears surged like a tidal wave. He hadn't expected Li Luo to return so soon. Then, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Yi. He quickly raised his trembling wrist. Now going to Qiantang Province to seek help from the 2nd sequence elder was impossible. He could only use the spirit communication ring to tell Elder Xiang that Li Luo wanted to kill him. He silently prayed, "Elder Xiang, save me," placing his only hope on the ring, begging Xiang Yuan to stop Li Luo. But how could Li Luo give him that chance? He immediately saw through Lin Yi's intention. He's still trying to call for help. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. His pressure suddenly surged, crashing down on Lin Yi like a 10,000-pound boulder, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Ugh! Lin Yi felt as if his internal organs had been struck by a heavy hammer. In agony, a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining his clothes. Despite struggling with all his might against Li Luo's formidable martial god pressure, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly unable to budge an inch. "Li Luo, you. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words, each trembling violently. His eyes wide open, fear drowned him like a flood. He could clearly feel beneath this pressure Li Luo's deep murderous intent, a terrifying force that made even his soul tremble. "Master of the Hall, elderly, what do you mean by this? Release our master at once." Lin Yi's subordinates cried out in alarm. Though their cultivation was not low before Li Luo's absolute power, they were as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to change the situation. Li Luo's cold eyes swept over them, his voice devoid of any emotion. Since when do insects dare to interrupt? With that, a cold light burst from his blue, icy pupils, and a wave of freezing energy swept out, enveloping the 6 martial Emperor Peak warriors. The piercing cold instantly invaded their bodies. In an instant, a series of miserable screams rang out. Their meridians snapped inch by inch, their cultivation was completely crippled, and the intense pain knocked them unconscious. They lay on the ground, their appearances horrifying. Li Luo, how dare you? Lin Yi's eyes blazed with fury, his voice trembling with rage. But even with all his might, he couldn't break free from the martial god's pressure that bound him like chains. Seeing the miserable state of his 6 subordinates, his heart ached as if cut by a knife. These 6 were the elite of the Lingxiao martial hall, each a prodigy with the potential to become a martial saint. The hall had poured countless resources into nurturing them. Together, they could even hold off a martial saint-level warrior. Originally meant to deal with Li Luo, but now they were like ants. Their cultivation casually crippled by Li Luo, lying unconscious and wretched. Even if they survived, they would be cripples for life. Hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. His gaze shifted to Lin Yi as he mocked, "Don't worry, your turn is coming soon." With that, Li Luo ignored the 6 crippled martial Emperor Peak warriors and slowly walked up to Lin Yi. Then he raised his foot and directly stomped on Lin Yi's head. The force was so great that Lin Yi's face twisted in an instant. "Time to hit the road, Elder Lin." Li Luo's voice was flat and cold, as if stating the most ordinary. At that moment, Lin Yi's heart was filled with humiliation, rage, and fear. He never imagined Li Luo would truly dare to kill him, nor that he would end up like this. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said with his last ounce of strength, "Li Luo, you can't kill me. I am an elder of the Council of Elders. The 3 sequence elders will not allow this. Don't do anything rash." His body trembled violently. "Are you done with your last words?" Li Luo's eyes gleamed with piercing cold as he said indifferently. He paid no heed to Lin Yi's threats. "If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed." If he hadn't broken through to martial god and was still a mere initial stage martial saint from a month ago, would Lin Yi have shown mercy and spared him today? Li Luo didn't like leaving his fate in others' hands, especially now that he had broken through to martial god. With that thought, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Don't blame me, you brought this on yourself." He focused his mind, and the starfall blade, gleaming coldly, instantly appeared in his hand. He plunged the blade into Lin Yi's heart. "Oh!" Lin Yi let out an agonized scream. As a martial Saint Peak warrior, his physique was already extremely robust. Even with a severe heart wound, he wouldn't die immediately. It hurt so much. Feeling his life force rapidly draining Lin Yi looked at Li Luo with eyes full of terror and resentment. He never imagined that as a martial Saint Peak warrior he would fall here. Nor did he expect that Li Luo, whom he considered an ant to be easily crushed, would break through to martial god and show no mercy in killing him. "You, how dare you?" Lin Yi's voice was faint, almost drowned out by the howling wind around him. But with his last strength, he pointed a trembling finger at Li Luo. However, the only response was Li Luo's cold, indifferent gaze and the blood dripping from the starfall blade in his hand. In the end, Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes in despair and resentment, completely losing his life. Thus, a peak martial saint warrior fell, leaving only pools of blood and endless hatred. Upon sensing that Lin Yi's life aura had completely vanished, Li Luo let out a cold snort and slowly withdrew the starfall blade. The bloodstains on its tip glistened starkly under the cold light. He gave the blade a gentle flick to shake off the blood before resheathing it into the infinite storage space. Then Li Luo's gaze fell upon the spatial ring on Lin Yi's finger. Under the pull of the ice element, it quickly rose. The ring landed in Li Luo's hand and was immediately stowed away into the infinite storage space. Gazing at Lin Yi's corpse, his eyes were filled with nothing but cold indifference. He had not originally intended to kill Lin Yi, only to teach him a painful lesson. However, Lin Yi's act of leading men to ambush him in Jingyang City had truly touched a nerve. This enraged Li Luo completely. Having now broken through to the martial god realm, what did it matter if he killed a mere peak martial saint who dared to provoke him? Who would dare to say otherwise? In this world where martial arts reigned supreme, strength was everything. If he had not broken through to martial god today and remained at the martial saint level, the outcome would likely have been different. Would Lin Yi have shown him any mercy? The human heart was treacherous. Li Luo had no intention of gambling with his own life. Wang Ming, who had witnessed the entire scene, stood dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. He finally understood why Lin Yi had been so panicked earlier, though he had no idea when such a deep grudge had formed between the two. Wang Ming's voice trembled as he stammered out a question. "Great One, you've actually broken through to the martial god realm." His tone was filled with shock and barely concealed reverence. Li Luo, who had been a mid-stage martial saint not long ago, had now broken through to the mid-stage martial god, and he had directly slain Lin Yi. The visiting elder Lin Yi had been killed before his very eyes, leaving him utterly astounded. At the same time, he felt a secret satisfaction. Lin Yi, who had just been sneering at him, had turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Li Luo ignored the stunned Wang Ming and instead turned to walk toward the six-peak martial emperors who had been crippled and lay unconscious. He removed the spatial rings from their fingers one by one, his movements swift and decisive. He made no attempt to treat their injuries, deeming it merciful enough not to have taken their lives outright. Having done this, Li Luo turned back and gazed calmly at Wang Ming. He said flatly, "President Wang, dispose of these men. Don't leave them here to offend my sight." "Why, yes, great one." Wang Ming nodded hastily, still reeling from the shock. He quickly ordered the garrison guards who had been watching from a distance in terror to drag away the 6 crippled peak martial emperors and Lin Yi's corpse. The scene soon returned to calm, leaving only the lingering scent of blood in the air. Then Wang Ming cautiously approached Li Luo, his face filled with awe, and asked in a low voice, "Great one, what do you think should be done next?" The fall of a martial saint was no trivial matter, especially a peak martial saint of the venerable rank. The news could not be suppressed. All the elders of the council, as well as the citizens and martial artists of the Great Xia Kingdom, would soon learn of it. The ensuing public outcry could very well work against Li Luo. Even though he had broken through to the martial god realm, he would still face criticism for his brutality from the people of Great Xia. Li Luo cast a dismissive glance at Wang Ming, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "With me here, what are you panicking about? Carry on as usual. Handle the affairs that need handling. There's no need to worry." "Yes, great one." Wang Ming felt a great weight lift from his heart, as if he had been given a reassuring talisman. It seemed Li Luo had already thought of a way to deal with the repercussions before making his move. A sudden realization dawned on him. Now that Li Luo had been promoted to martial god, his status and strength were no longer what they once were. Even if Lin Yi's death caused a stir, the council would likely tread carefully due to Li Luo's cultivation level. A martial god who had risen so swiftly was far more valuable than a peak martial saint could ever be. "Great one, I pledge my loyalty to you, ready to go through fire and water." Having come to this realization, Wang Ming's heart burned with fervor as he chose to stand firmly by Li Luo's side. Lin Yi's earlier mockery of his stagnant cultivation had struck a chord, and now, with Li Luo's breakthrough from martial saint to martial god, in just a month, he would undoubtedly become the 4th sequence elder of the Great Xia Kingdom. It was time for Wang Ming to pick a side, and this was the perfect opportunity to show his loyalty to Li Luo. Due to the information gap, Wang Ming was unaware that Li Luo had already become the 4th sequence elder. "Take this." Li Luo's lips curled into a faint smile as he casually tossed Wang Ming a spatial ring taken from one of the 6 peak martial emperors, a glint of approval in his eyes. To fully control the council, it was necessary to place a few of his own people within it. "Leave this matter to me. You may withdraw," Li Luo said calmly to Wang Ming, who had just caught the spatial ring. "Yes, thank you, great one." Wang Ming's face lit up with joy as he accepted the ring. This signified that Li Luo had acknowledged him. After Wang Ming retreated respectfully, Li Luo stood still silent for a moment, a fierce resolve flashing in his eyes. Provoking a martial god came with a price. He mused to himself that Lin Yi, as the head of the Lingxiao Martial Hall, a first-rate force in the Great Xia Kingdom and the patriarch of the Lin family, had considerable backing. Though it was nothing in his eyes to avoid any future petty troubles, Li Luo decided to eradicate the root of the problem once and for all. "Don't blame me for this, Elder Lin." Li Luo muttered to himself, a cold glint in his eyes. People had to pay for their actions. He then lightly touched the spirit communication ring on his wrist, contacting Qi Yong, the garrison commander stationed in the Lin family's territory in Jiangsu province. He intended to order Qi Yong to seize Lin Yi's Lingxiao Martial Hall and then wipe out the entire Lin. At that moment in Chuyang City, Jiangsu province, Qi Yong, a latest-stage martial saint garrison commander, had yet to recover from the latest news released by the council. Suddenly, his spirit communication ring buzzed and flashed with a brilliant light, displaying a communication request from the newly appointed 4th sequence elder Li Luo. 4th sequence elder Li Luo. Why would he contact me all of a sudden? Qi Yong muttered to himself, astonishment written all over his face. Still reeling from the shocking news of Li Luo's breakthrough to martial god and his slaying of 2 northern frontier beast kings, he couldn't believe that this newly promoted martial god would take the initiative to contact him. The two had no prior connection. Their only meeting had been during the emergency meeting called by the 3rd sequence elder Lan Shi. Qi Yong had curiously glanced at Li Luo back then. Despite his confusion, Qi Yong quickly composed himself and answered the call, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Haha, congratulations, Elder Li, on your breakthrough to the martial god realm and your promotion to 4th sequence elder. Truly a cause for celebration." He showered Li Luo with praise, but Li Luo's voice over the communication remained calm and unruffled. You flatter me, Commander Qi. I am contacting you because I require your assistance. Qi Yong's smile faded upon hearing this. So Li Luo had indeed contacted him for a reason. He then adopted a serious expression and said, Please speak sequence, Elder. I will do my utmost to cooperate. Li Luo listened to Qi Yong's inquiry, his tone revealing an air of authority that brooked no refusal. He addressed Qi Yong. The extrajudicial elder Lin Yi has been confirmed to have colluded with the beast god cult intending to harm this elder. His actions are heinous and he has now been dealt with. I trouble you Qi Town Guard to immediately seal off the Lingxiao Martial Hall and apprehend the entire Lin family. As for subsequent matters, I will dispatch a special team to handle them. Upon hearing this, Qi Yong's expression changed dramatically, disbelief etched on his face. This matter? There must be a misunderstanding, right? Qi Yong had a very good relationship with Lin Yi. This matter? There must be a misunderstanding, right? Qi Yong had a very good relationship with Lin Yi and believed that he could never collude with the beast god cult. Yet this statement came directly from Li Luo, who had just been promoted to the 4th series elder. The truth of the matter was unclear. Qi Yong did not dare to directly refute him and could only tentatively inquire. Li Luo's voice came through the communication with an unusual calmness. He responded lightly. Qi Town Guard, this matter is absolutely true with solid evidence. There is no misunderstanding. The important task of controlling the Lingxiao Martial Hall and its family is entrusted to you. I will record a great merit for you afterward. Dealing with the disorganized Lingxiao Martial Hall and the Lin family was exceedingly simple. The charge of colluding with the beast god cult for treason could directly plunge these two prominent forces into an abyss. As for whether Lin Yi truly colluded with the beast god cult, it was of no consequence. This was merely an excuse. The task of sealing off the Lingxiao Martial Hall and capturing the Lin family. Though Qi Yong was filled with reluctance, he had to suppress his doubts in the face of the new 4th series elder's authority and could only ask cautiously. Elderly, have the other 3 series elders been informed of this matter? After all, before he could finish, Li Luo's displeasure was evident. His brows furrowed and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Qi Town Guard, are you implying that my words hold no weight? Li Luo detected that Qi Yong seemed to have a decent relationship with Lin Yi. Now he wanted to leverage the other 3 series elders to pressure him. He sensed the chill in Li Luo's words. Qi Yong's heart sank. He quickly explained, Elderly, I mean no such thing. I just fear that this matter is of great importance. Internally, he was already feeling displeased. A newly promoted 4th series elder had quite the temper. He had diligently defended the Jingshu province against ferocious beasts for many years. Even without achievements, he had endured hardships. Even the most hot-tempered elder Xiang would not speak to him this way. A sense of helplessness rose within Qi Yong. Ultimately, he was not as powerful. Li Luo's voice suddenly turned cold, cutting off Qi Yong's defense. Qi Town Guard, what are you worried about? Are you concerned that Lin Yi is not a traitor? Or do you fear that I might wrong him? You must understand that your duty is to protect the Xia kingdom, not your personal friendships. As he spoke, Li Luo paused briefly, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. There is solid evidence of Lin Yi attempting to assassinate me, yet you hesitate, Qi Town Guard. Could it be? You also have ties to the beast god cult. At this statement, Qi Yong trembled in fear. He could not afford to be branded with such a label. He hurriedly denied. No. Elderly, you misunderstand me. I am utterly loyal to the Xia kingdom and could never collude with the beast god cult. I will take action immediately and will not fail in my duty. Li Luo listened to Qi Yong's declaration and snorted coldly, his voice laced with arrogance. Then hurry, Qi Town Guard. Remember, do not let a single one escape, or otherwise I will hold you accountable. With that, Li Luo cut off the communication, not giving Qi Yong a chance to respond. He severed the connection. After the communication ended, Qi Yong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart a mix of emotions as he muttered to himself. Li Luo, you brat, you are going too far. He was treating him like a subordinate. There must be something amiss here. But alas, he was limited by his position. Li Luo was a series elder and had just recovered the Liaohai province, slaying the beast king of the northern border. He was at the height of his power. Qi Yong could only temporarily suppress his anger and swiftly take action. Otherwise, if Li Luo found an excuse to confront him, his fate would not be pleasant. Qi Yong immediately ordered his subordinates to summon Inspector Yu Fuding, preparing to assign this arduous task to him. My lord, did you call for me? The Inspector Yu Fuding, who was at the late stage of the Martial King realm, entered Qi Yong's office and respectfully inquired. Unaware that a heavy burden was about to fall upon him, Qi Yong looked at Yu Fuding and spoke solemnly. Gather the men immediately and head to the Lingxiao Martial Hall and the Lin family to arrest everyone and bring them to the inspection division. Upon hearing this, Yu Fuding's face changed dramatically. He pointed incredulously at himself, his eyes wide. Me, my lord. But that is the Ling Shao Martial Hall and the Lin family. Even if Elder Lin is not present with my strength, I find it difficult to take on this task. His voice was filled with a sense of helplessness. The combined forces of the Ling Shao Martial Hall and the Lin family included many martial kings and martial Ho-level warriors. There were even martial emperor-level fighters present. Though he did not understand why the town guard suddenly wanted to arrest the Lin family forces, he felt this was really too much of a compliment to him. Qi Yong recognized Yu Futing's concerns and spoke solemnly. What are you panicking about? I will arrive shortly. You just need to lead the men and stabilize the situation. To avoid conflict, he had to be present to stabilize the situation himself. Otherwise, even if they dispatched troops, it would be difficult to subdue the Lin family within a short time once fierce conflict broke out. Yu Futing, seeing the situation, felt anxious, but could only brace himself and agree. Yes, my lord. I will head there immediately, but the pressure on my side may be quite overwhelming, so I ask for your... Yu Futing actually wanted to ask why they were suddenly arresting the Lin family forces. However, seeing that Qi Yong's expression did not seem good, he refrained from speaking. He then left Qi Yong's office, gathering the elite members of the inspection division, and set off slowly towards the Lin family and Ling Shao Martial Hall to carry out the arrests, praying that Qi Yong would provide support soon. Meanwhile, Qi Yong wasted no time and immediately contacted the second series Elder Xiang Yuan stationed in Qiantang province through the spirit communication ring. At this moment, Xiang Yuan had just finished a fierce battle with 2 ocean beast kings and was resting, closing his eyes to recuperate. Hearing the sound from the spirit communication ring, he opened his eyes slightly and asked after connecting. What is it? Qi Yong's voice was filled with urgency. Elder Xiang, something has happened. Li Luo, the newly appointed 4th series elder, claims that Elder Lin colluded with the beast god cult to attempt to assassinate him and has been executed. And he has ordered me to immediately arrest the entire Lin family. The matter is too peculiar. I sense there must be a misunderstanding or hidden circumstances, so I came to report to you. Qi Yong briefly summarized the events. He informed Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence. What? This is unexpected. Upon hearing Qi Yong's account, Xiang Yuan frowned slightly. A hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He then nodded and said in a steady voice, You should do as Elderly suggested. I will look into the specifics. After finishing, he ended the communication, leaving Qi Yong to ponder alone at the other end. After learning the attitude of Elder Xiang Yuan, Qi Yong felt somewhat reassured. Given his understanding of Lin Yi's character, the chance of betraying the Great Xia Kingdom to ally with the Beast God sect was almost zero. But now Lin Yi was dead. Qi Yong only hoped to vindicate Lin Yi. To avoid bringing calamity upon the family and the forces behind him bearing the name of a traitor was the only thing he could do right now. He wasted no time afterward, preparing to set off immediately to the Lin family. Otherwise, relying solely on a latest-stage martial king like Yu Futing to deal with such a colossal entity as the Lin family would be nearly impossible. It was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. What a troublesome time. Qi Yong sighed lightly. At the Lin family residence, the atmosphere was tense. Elder Lin Changxiao, a highly respected figure with latest-stage martial emperor cultivation, was leading hundreds of martial artists responsible for protecting the Lin family on high alert, coldly observing the inspectors led by Yu Futing surrounding the Lin residence. Lin Changxiao's gaze was sharp as an eagle, exuding the unique oppressive force of a latest-stage martial, making it difficult for anyone to look directly at him. Lord Yu, what is the meaning of this? Lin Changxiao asked in a deep voice, his tone laced with obvious despair. He was also pondering in his heart. What exactly was going on with the current situation? Why had Yu Futing suddenly led troops to surround the Lin family? It must be under someone's orders, otherwise a mere Yu Futing would not dare to do this. The leading inspector Yu Futing felt a sense of dread. But he could only brace himself and step forward, trying to keep his voice steady. This is the will of the Lord Protector. I do not know the specifics, so please do not make it difficult for me. I ask for your temporary forbearance. Yu Futing felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Changxiao and instinctively swallowed hard. Had he known, he would have brought the director of the security bureau with him. If a conflict broke out, he would only be on the receiving end of the beating. Do you think the Lin family is without defenders, eh? Lin Changxiao let out a cold snort, unable to contain his fury. The aura of a martial emperor erupted from him in an instant, enveloping the entire Lin residence in a terrifying pressure. He did not regard the latest-stage martial king Yu Futing at all. With the strength of the Lin family, even if the Lord Protector Qi Yong were to arrive, he would still have to carefully consider his own weight. Think twice before acting. With the arrival of Qi Yong, the once imminent conflict dissipated like mist scattered by a cold wind, swiftly vanishing into nothingness. Another major force of the Lin family, the Ling Shao Martial Arts Hall, was also completely sealed off. All family members of the Lin clan were captured and the remaining people were all expelled from the martial arts hall. A serene calmness enveloped the air as Qi Yong gazed at all this with a hint of helplessness flashing. Then he gently raised his hand. The Ling Sun ring on his wrist flickered with a faint light, transmitting detailed information about this operation, including the capture process of the Lin family and the situation of the Ling Xiao Martial Arts Hall. This information was swiftly sent to Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence and Elder Li Luo of the fourth sequence in the office of the Jingyang garrison. Li Luo sat at his desk, playing with a finely crafted spatial ring. He glanced at the information on the Ling Sun ring and learned that Qi Yong had successfully completed the capture of the Lin family's forces. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips as he thought to himself, it's good that Qi Yong is sensible and didn't make me run all the way to Jingchu province myself. Otherwise, the misfortune wouldn't just befall the Lin family. Li Luo had already checked the 6 spatial rings obtained from Lin Yi and the others, finding a wealth of resources inside. Collectively, there were various resources available. However, for him, who had already broken through to the mid-stage of the martial god realm, they held little significance when it came to rapidly enhancing his cultivation. He needed to absorb divine-level resources. Just as Li Luo was about to issue orders to send Wang Ming to Jingchu province to escort the Lin family back to Jingyang, the Ling Sun ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated. It interrupted his thoughts. He looked down and saw that it was a communication request from Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence. A playful smile appeared on Li Luo's lips as he roughly guessed Xiang Yuan's intention. Qi Yong indeed reported this matter to the other sequence elders, but Li Luo's face revealed a teasing expression. He then unhesitatingly accepted the communication and asked knowingly, Elder Xiang, what is the matter? Xiang Yuan's voice rang out from the Ling Sun ring, straightforward and to the point. Elder Li, I would like to understand if there is any misunderstanding regarding Lin Yi's collusion with the beast god cult to attack you. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's smile widened, yet his tone remained exceptionally calm. Elder Xiang, there is no misunderstanding in this matter. Lin Yi failed to assassinate me and was killed on the spot. He did not waste words. Listening to Li Luo's calm voice, Xiang Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, does Elder Li possess conclusive evidence? Li Luo chuckled lightly. Isn't the evidence obvious? His voice carried an undeniable tone. Elder Xiang, rest assured, I value evidence above all. When I personally slayed the Pope of the beast god cult Li Liang'an in the Liaohai province, I learned from him the names of several high-ranking martial artists in the Xia kingdom who had been turned, including Lin Yi's name. Moreover, after returning from the Dijing province to Jingyang, I indeed encountered Lin Yi and his people lying in ambush, intending to attack me. Fortunately, I was prepared and killed them on the spot. After saying this, a mocking smile remained on Li Luo's face as he awaited Xiang Yuan's reaction. Oh, I see. I understand now. Since Elder Li holds conclusive evidence, I will leave this matter to you to handle. I will not interfere further. After a moment of silence, Xiang Yuan responded calmly, accepting the steps Li Luo had provided. If Li Luo were to be angered with his current strength, it would be bad for anyone. He then changed the subject, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Congratulations, Elder Li, on breaking through to the martial god realm. All the geniuses of the Blue Star pale in comparison before you. Filled with praise for Li Luo, Xiang Yuan concluded the communication on the pretext of needing to. At this moment, gentle footsteps came from outside the door. It was Li Siyu, Xiang Yuan's proud disciple, who had recently broken through to the mid-stage martial saint realm. She happened to overhear this conversation. Pushing the door open, she looked at her master with a complex expression and softly said, Master, I feel there may be more to this matter. Li Siyu hesitated for a moment. Previously, she recounted how she had seen the conflict between Li Luo and Lin Yi after the meeting of Elder Lan Shi of the third sequence ended. She conveyed her feelings to her master. I feel Elder Li is deliberately seeking revenge. She also expressed her own thoughts. However, Xiang Yuan merely glanced at his disciple with indifference, his voice calm, as he said, See you, this matter ends here, do not mention it again. He certainly knew there was something odd about this matter. It could not possibly be as simple as Li Luo claimed. He also did not believe Lin Yi would conspire with the beast god cult and betray. But Li Luo's strength had long since surpassed the past. According to Elder He of the first sequence's description, Li Luo had slain 2 beast kings with a single strike while possessing the early stage martial god realm. Even he, who had long since broken through to the peak of the martial god realm, could not achieve such a feat so effortlessly as Li Luo. Now that Li Luo had broken through to the mid-stage martial god realm, not only was his breakthrough speed terrifying, but his strength would surely experience another explosive rise. Even he could not guarantee he would be a match for Li Luo now. Therefore, to offend someone like Li Luo, who had limitless potential and could very well break through to an even higher realm over a Lin who had exhausted his potential and remained stuck at the peak of the martial saint realm, was not a wise decision at all. One could only blame Lin Yi for provoking the wrong person this time. If another elder from the Elder Council had slain Lin Yi and used such a clumsy excuse, the outcome would have certainly been different. But alas, the one who killed him was Li Luo. But Li Siyu wanted to say something upon hearing Xiang Yuan's words, but she did not voice it after seeing Xiang Yuan's expression. Master, I understand. Li Siyu replied softly. She then turned and silently left, no longer disturbing Xiang Yuan as he recuperated from his injuries. Xiang Yuan watched Li Siyu's departing figure and sighed gently. He then informed Garrison Commander Qi Yong through the Ling Sun ring, notifying him of the verified situation regarding Lin Yi's betrayal. He solemnly instructed Elder Qi this matter has been entrusted to the 4th sequence elder to handle fully. Be sure to cooperate well with Elder Li. Upon hearing this, Qi Yong's expression changed drastically, shock mingling with confusion. Lin Yi actually colluded with the beast god cult. How is this possible? Although Qi Yong's heart was unwilling to believe it, he understood that the situation was settled. He could only reluctantly accept this fact and solemnly stated, Please rest assured, Elder Xiang, I will do my utmost to cooperate with Elder Li. Meanwhile, within the Jingyang garrison, after ending communication with Xiang Yuan, a hint of unexpected surprise appeared on Li Luo's face. He had thought Elder Xiang Yuan was coming to seek retribution, but to his surprise the other party merely inquired casually and said no more. Li Luo secretly sighed with emotion, already guessing the likely reason. It seems that with true power one can do as they please. If he hadn't broken through to the martial god realm, Elder Xiang Yuan of the 2nd sequence would not have displayed such an attitude just now. Soon after, Li Luo summoned Wang Ming, who had just dealt with Lin Yi's body, and issued his orders. Prepare the aircraft and take the elite from the branch to Jiangsu province. Wang Ming's expression stiffened at the words, and he quickly responded, Yes, my lord. He then asked, But what is the purpose of this trip? Suddenly recalling that Lin Yi's family seemed to be in Jiangsu province. A meaningful smile crept onto Li Luo's lips as he spoke slowly. Lin Yi colluded with the beast god sect to betray the Xia kingdom, and the Lin family members have been captured and detained. I want you to transfer all the Lin family members from the Jiangsu province inspection department safely. Remember to be cautious when passing over the wilderness area. Li Luo's eyes glinted with malice as he stared at Wang Ming, placing extra emphasis on the word safely. He hoped Wang Ming would understand the implication behind his words. Yes, my lord. Wang Ming immediately grasped Li Luo's meaning, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he nodded solemnly. I know what to do now. Li Luo smiled, pleased with such a clever subordinate. Otherwise, he would have to trouble himself to take action. He paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, you must bring back all the resources from the Lingshao Martial Arts Hall and the Lin family. If anyone dares to obstruct, you just mention my name. The Lin family, being a top-tier force within the Great Xia Kingdom, has developed a profound foundation and undoubtedly accumulated considerable resources. Seize their assets. The rewards will definitely be satisfying. Wang Ming listened to Li Luo's arrangements, excitement and reverence flashing in his eyes as he quickly responded. Understood, I will immediately head to Jiangsu province and ensure the mission is completed. With that, Wang Ming hurriedly left to prepare for Li Luo's orders. Li Luo watched Wang Ming's departing figure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He believed Qi Yong knew what he needed to do. Otherwise, he would have to personally make a trip to Jiangsu province and have a heart-to-heart talk with Qi Yong. Wang Ming, having left the garrison, quickly took action. He gathered the elite personnel from the branch. Special Elder Lin Yi has colluded with the Beast God sect to betray the Xia Kingdom. After a brief mobilization, every person's eyes flickered with determination. Under Wang Ming's leadership, the fully armed group boarded the Imperial-class warplanes specially equipped for Li Luo by the Elder Council in an orderly manner. Following closely behind were 5 ordinary-class warplanes from the Elder Council branch. Under the automatic piloting of the AI Dream Weaver, they roared through the sky. They headed straight for Jiangsu province. Meanwhile, Li Luo was also busy in the garrison. With a thought, inside the infinite storage space, resources suitable for ice warriors floated around him. The lowest grade was level with the highest, even reaching SS level, exuding an aura of ice elements. Li Luo felt the startling ice elemental presence and smiled with joy. He then closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the energy contained within the numerous resources. The ice elemental energy flowed into Li Luo's body like a gentle stream nourishing his meridians. As time passed, streams of pure elemental energy surged into Li Luo's body. A faint cold air began to emanate from him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The guards around the entire garrison felt waves of chill. However, despite absorbing so many resources, Li Luo's cultivation growth was still slow, far from his expectations. He couldn't help but frown, his face revealing traces of disappointment. It seems that relying on these resources to break through to the later stage of the martial god realm is not an easy task. Otherwise, why haven't the others already broken through to the martial sovereign level? Li Luo sighed inwardly. He then calmed himself to continue absorbing the numerous resources. Ever since he recovered the Liaohai province and acquired many spoils of war, what he lacked most now was resources. As night fell, Li Luo slowly opened his ice-blue eyes surrounded by a faint cold air. He wore a calm expression. After absorbing numerous resources, his cultivation had only increased slightly. He then stood up, stretching his body a bit. With a flicker of his figure, he disappeared from his spot and left the garrison, returning to the villa in the city center. Having been away for about half a month, it's time to go home and take a look, Li Luo murmured to himself as he soared high above the city. As for Wang Ming, who was heading to Jingshu province, if all went as planned, he would be able to return with the Lin family's resources tomorrow. The speed of the Imperial-class warplane is incredibly fast. At this moment, in the luxurious villa of the magnificent Huiguang Huafu community, the butler Lu Zhao began his closed-door training after Li Luo went to Beihan continent. It had already been half a month. With the abundant resources supplied by Li Luo, he successfully crossed the threshold of the peak martial spirit realm a week ago, and he completely refined the ice elemental energy within him, integrating it into his bloodline, successfully transforming from an ordinary martial artist into an ice warrior. However, compared to Li Luo, he was still lacking significantly. Just as Lu Zhao was immersed in his breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm, a powerful and familiar aura suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by waves of cold that made one tremble involuntarily. Lu Zhao, who was in closed-door training, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What is this? A hint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his state and ended his training. As the aura became clearer, Lu Zhao's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, replaced by unmistakable surprise and excitement. It's the Master's aura. Why does it feel so much stronger than before? Did the Master break through again? Lu Zhao immediately collected his thoughts and ended his training, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he quickly walked out of the training room. He led the other servants in the villa to the courtyard to welcome Li Luo. Aside from Lu Zhao, who had been in closed-door training, the other servants had already learned from the news that Li Luo had broken through to the martial god realm and other related news. They were even more excited than Lu Zhao in their hearts. Their master had actually broken through to the martial god realm. They then shared this news with Lu Zhao, who had just finished his training. Before long, they saw Li Luo's figure streak across the sky like a shooting star, landing steadily in the... Though the aura of the martial god had been retracted, one could still faintly sense the extraordinary might of the martial god emanating from him. Seeing this, Lu Zhao hurriedly approached, feeling the aura radiating from Li Luo, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement as he said, "Welcome back, sir." The surrounding servants echoed in response, all calling out in unison, "Welcome home, my lord." Their voices were synchronized and filled with admiration for Li Luo. Li Luo slightly nodded, exuding an aura of authority befitting a divine warrior, making it difficult for others to look him in the eye. His gaze swept over Lu Chao. A glimmer of approval sparkled in his eyes as Lu Chao absorbed the icy element infused into his body. After fully absorbing it, he had indeed transformed from an ordinary warrior into a frost warrior who mastered the icy element. In just half a month, he had broken through to the peak of martial spirit and was nearing the martial sovereign realm. His advancement was much faster than Li Luo had imagined. Then Li Luo casually waved his hand, as if an invisible force surged around him in an instant. 10 dazzling grade resources appeared out of thin air before the remaining 10 servants, radiating an enticing glow and energy. The servants exchanged glances, their eyes bursting with joy, full of excitement and respect. In unison, they expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift." And a great spirit herb was incredibly valuable for these grassroots warriors who had just stepped into the martial disciple realm. Li Luo smiled faintly. He waved his hand, gently signaling them to withdraw. "Yes, my lord." The 10 servants who had just received Li Luo's gift replied respectfully. They were very excited internally. After absorbing the grade resources granted by Li Luo, they had a high chance of breaking through to the warrior level. Then Li Luo turned to Lu Chao, his eyes revealing satisfaction. "Not bad, your progress is quite fast." Upon hearing this, Lu Chao felt even more excited. He quickly bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. "All of this is thanks to your guidance, sir. If it weren't for the opportunities you've bestowed upon me, Lu Chao would likely have remained stagnant in the late martial spirit realm for my entire life. Your grace is something I will never forget." Lu Chaos' words were sincere, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Li Luo. The greatest opportunity Li Luo had given him was the powerful icy element within him that transformed him into a frost warrior. It not only healed his internal injuries directly, but also provided unexpected benefits after he fully absorbed it. Li Luo listened attentively. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Then let me help you a bit more." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Luo gently clasped his hands together. An even purer icy element slowly gathered and then gently merged into Lu Chaos body. Lu Chao watched this scene feeling an unprecedented surge of emotion and secretly thought, a man would die for a true friend of this life, would have no regrets. Lu Chao, having wasted half his life, had finally met a benefactor. As this icy element entered Lu Chaos meridians, it surged forth like a dragon soaring across the seas, bringing an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, propelling Lu Chaos cultivation forward with unstoppable momentum. As the power surged in an instant, Lu Chao radiated a faint icy blue glow along with a completely new aura. It was the unique pressure of a martial sovereign. Under the influence of this icy elemental power, Lu Chao directly broke through the martial sovereign realm. At the moment of his successful breakthrough, Lu Chao was so excited that he nearly fell to the ground. He quickly steadied himself and deeply bowed to Li Luo. "Thank you, sir. Your kindness is something I will never forget." Lu Chao could clearly feel that the icy element that had once again merged into his body not only helped him break through the martial sovereign threshold, but also greatly enhanced his control over the icy element. Although he still couldn't compare to Li Luo, his strength had improved quite a bit compared to before. Li Luo looked at the no-broken through Lu Chao. He gently nodded, a trace of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Although this method of directly infusing power could yield quick results, it concealed a serious drawback. In an instant, he could withdraw this power. If these powers were retracted, what would happen to Lu Chaos body at that? Li Luo had already roughly guessed. He would not die, but he would definitely be crippled. "I can give you this, but I can also take it away," Li Luo said to the excited Lu Chao in a calm tone. "Understood." Lu Chao looked at Li Luo respectfully, without any doubt about his words. "Then, since you've just broken through to the martial sovereign realm, you should consolidate your cultivation first." Li Luo said this and waved his hand, signaling Lu Chao to leave. After Lu Chao departed, Li Luo turned and stepped into his spacious room. He did not rest, continuing to absorb the abundant resources obtained from the infinite storage space, constantly refining them, as a faint chill surrounded him. This caused the temperature inside the villa to plummet, like being in a world of ice and snow, even cooler than having the air conditioning on. As the night passed in the blink of an eye, when the sunlight of the second day streamed into the villa, he thought, "It's the second day already." Feeling the passage of time, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, ending the resource absorption that lasted throughout the night, while the chill surrounding him gradually receded. The temperature in the villa also returned to normal. He gently exhaled a breath of chill, feeling that his cultivation had slowly advanced a bit more. His expression was calm without excessive joy. Then Li Luo silently thought, "System sign-in." He was performing his daily sign-in in his mind, knowing that to increase his cultivation quickly, he had to rely on the system. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for triggering a sign-in critical hit, increasing the quantity of items obtained. The system's voice echoed in Li Luo's mind. Immediately afterward, a series of prompt sounds followed. Congratulations, host, for gaining martial arts techniques, items, and enhancements in the quality of the infinite storage space. SS grade body refining heavenly gang technique, God level body refining heavenly gang technique. SS grade ice breaking heavenly / God level ice breaking heavenly / grade phantom step, God level phantom step. Grade void shattering fist, God level ice soul divine fist. God level sky pearl damaged, God level sky pearl complete. Sky Pearl can withstand one full force strike from a peak martial sovereign warrior. The infinite storage space has upgraded. The host can now easily store any item within a 1-meter range without touching it, using only his thoughts. Friendly reminder detected that the low-level martial art, Iron Bone body refining method, overlaps with the effects of SS grade body refining heavenly gang technique. The system automatically fuses them. As the system's voice fell, Li Luo couldn't help but smile, his face brimming with unmistakable joy. "System, you are simply amazing." Li Luo thought excitedly, realizing that his previous call to the system was not in vain. All his martial arts techniques and skills had received quality upgrades. Even the void-shattering fist, which he had never used before, had transformed into a god-level technique. His strength had increased another notch compared to yesterday. He was undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the Blue Star. And this upgrade of the infinite storage space, although it seems like just a bonus, it is actually quite useful. No need to touch anything. I can store items around me just by thought, which will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Li Luo pondered to himself. In comparison, the repair of the Divine Sky Pearl appears rather unremarkable, only capable of withstanding a single full-force strike from a peak martial sovereign. However, after the Ice Crystal Spirit Chain obtained through System Sign-In was upgraded to Divine Quality, it can withstand 3 full-force strikes from a peak martial sovereign, and it triggers automatically. Indeed, items produced by the system are guaranteed to be of high quality, Li Luo thought, as the difference became stark upon comparison. Just as Li Luo was immersed in the joy of his enhanced strength, the spirit-swift ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated, gently interrupting his thoughts. Li Luo glanced down and found it was Wang Ming. He quickly connected the call. Sir, good news. We successfully brought back all the resources of the Lin family, including their influence, the Lingxiao Martial Hall. Moreover, Wang Ming's voice carried a hint of excitement, believing Li Luo would be very satisfied with what he continued. While escorting the Lin family members to Jingyang City, our combat aircraft was unfortunately ambushed by a beast tide during a brief stop in the wilderness. The Lin family members had no survivors. Upon hearing this, Li Luo revealed a faint, indifferent smile. Everything was within expectation. It was done cleanly, right? Li Luo asked softly, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations, while inwardly pondering. It seems I'm becoming more and more like a villain. Rest assured, sir. I witnessed it with my own eyes. All the Lin family members fell to the jaws of the ferocious beasts with no fish escaping the net. Wang Ming replied confidently. He had confirmed this multiple times before reporting back. It was absolutely impossible for any Lin family member to survive. Li Luo nodded gently, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His mood was quite pleasant. This is the consequence of provoking him. To avoid any future small troubles, one must eliminate the roots. Li Luo shifted the tone of the conversation, sounding gentler. Thank you for your hard work this time. If there are any resources from the Lin family that you like, feel free to take a few as rewards. Wang Ming quickly expressed his gratitude without declining. Thank you, sir. The resources from the Lin family have already been placed in the treasury of the garrison. After reporting the situation to Li Luo, he ended the communication, and Li Luo's mood became even more relaxed. He rose to conclude his training. After a simple breakfast, he eagerly headed to the treasury of the garrison. Upon seeing Li Luo's arrival, the patrolling guards of the garrison cast their awed gazes, respectfully bowing, as they collectively exclaimed, "Good morning, sir." Li Luo acknowledged with a slight nod, casually waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue their patrols. Subsequently, with the respectful assistance of two guards, the heavy stone door made of scraped materials slowly opened, revealing the resources recently placed inside by Wang Ming. At the moment the door opened, Li Luo's eyes instantly brightened. What met his gaze was a dazzling array of cultivation resources, rare spiritual herbs, and various precious martial arts. The resources piled up like a small mountain, shimmering with enticing light, showcasing the profound heritage of the Lin family and their influence, the Lingxiao Martial Hall, as a top-tier family force. Li Luo secretly thought, indeed, the foundation of a top-tier family may not compare to the treasure pavilion, but it is certainly not to be underestimated. Now all of this is mine. Li Luo's lips curled into a delighted smile, realizing that acquiring resources through plunder was indeed quicker. Then with a thought, Li Luo seemed to transform into a black hole. The precious resources piled around him were drawn in and vanished as if pulled by an invisible hand. All of them were collected into his infinite storage space. After thoroughly scavenging the resources from the Lin family, Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to leave the garrison treasury, not forgetting to reward each patrolling guard with a great resource. After a brief greeting with Wang Ming, he piloted the Falcon parked in the central position of the garrison. He returned to the villa, eagerly continuing to absorb the resources. Meanwhile, the news of the external elder Lin colluding with the beast god sect and betraying the Great Xia Kingdom spread rapidly. Like wildfire, it swept across the entire Great Xia Kingdom. No one expected that after the garrison commander Lin Xiaotian from Liaohai province, another elder had colluded with the beast god sect. The unaware public and martial artists alike condemned Lin Yi's treasonous actions, while their admiration for Li Luo grew even stronger. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Li Luo, who had absorbed resources all day in the villa, quickly opened his ice blue eyes. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although the quality of the resources absorbed was below divine level due to their vast quantity, his cultivation had gradually increased after absorption. Li Luo then signed in within his mind, secretly pondering, "Brother Tong, push a little harder and give me a few divine energy crystals." Congratulations, host, for obtaining divine level. Divine level. I knew Brother Tong was the best. Hearing the voice of the system still resonating in his mind, Li Luo's eyes lit up. Could it be that the items obtained through system sign-in were truly voice-activated? One bottle of Divine Nirvana pills contains 10, restores the physical state of a martial god-level martial artist to their peak immediately upon consumption. Once the system's voice completely faded, a bottle appeared in the infinite storage space, which did not look particularly special. Divine Nirvana pills. It's not energy crystals. Li Luo realized he might have celebrated a bit too early. The sign-in items were not voice-activated. Propping his chin in thought, he mused, however, these Divine Nirvana pills are quite good, roughly equivalent to a second life for a martial artist. Their value is entirely comparable to divine energy crystals. If they were to flood the market, they would undoubtedly attract a frenzy of god-level martial artists. In critical moments, they could save lives, thus their value far exceeded that of ordinary divine resources. Just as Li Luo took the divine nirvana pills from the infinite storage space into his hand, feeling the terrifying energy contained within the spirit-swift ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated gently once more, once again interrupting Li Luo's thoughts. Who could it be this time? Li Luo looked down. Elder He. It turned out to be the first sequence elder He sending a meeting invitation, but the invitees were not the ordinary elders. Only 3 sequence elders, including himself, were invited. Is there something going on? A hint of doubt crossed Li Luo's mind as he relaxed his thoughts. Through the connection of the spirit-swift ring, he projected his consciousness into the meeting hall of the military defense line being rebuilt in Liaohai province. Upon Li Luo's arrival, he saw Elder He with a kindly expression. Elder He greeted briefly, and shortly after second sequence Elder Xiang Yuan and third sequence Elder Lan Shi arrived one after another. The 4 sequence elders sat around an ancient conference table. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Elder He suddenly summoned the 3 sequence elders, indicating there must be something significant to discuss. Elder He looked at the arriving Li Luo and the other 2. He lightly coughed to break the silence, confirming his voice was gentle yet powerful. Everyone, I have gathered you here to discuss an important matter. Elder He paused for a moment, scanning each person present. He continued, according to the latest intelligence we have obtained, a new ancient relic has been unexpectedly discovered in the beast-occupied area of the southern region of the Shaxiong Kingdom, and it has been numbered as Relic No. 36. This is not just a number. It signifies the opening of another unknown treasure in human exploration history. He added, however, since it has yet to be explored, we know nothing about its internal conditions, especially the crucial level of the legacy crystal. However, such an opportunity must not be missed by our Xia Kingdom. I have already had in-depth discussions with 2 martial gods from the Shaxiong Kingdom. They have agreed that our Xia Kingdom can also send personnel to jointly explore this relic. As he finished speaking, a glimmer of pride flashed in Elder He's eyes. After Li Luo broke through to the level of martial god, the Great Xia Kingdom now possessed 4 martial god-level warriors, the most of any nation in the world. This was enough to make any force or nation wary. During the discussions, the 2 martial gods from the Shaxiong Kingdom, under pressure from the situation, had no choice but to agree to let the Xia Kingdom explore the ancient relic. Afterward, Elder He revealed a bitter smile. I need to stay in Liaohai province to rebuild the military defense line and prevent the beast from launching another attack. Moreover, my body is gradually weakening, making it impossible for me to personally explore this relic. Due to health reasons, Elder He had no intention of getting personally involved in this matter. But he did not want to simply give up on this invaluable ancient relic. He decided to pass this opportunity to the remaining 3 sequence elders. This precious chance must certainly not be missed by the Xia Kingdom. As for what each could gain from it, that would depend. This was the result of discussions with the 2 war gods from the Shaxiong Kingdom. Ancient relic. After hearing Elder He finish his account, Lan Shi and Xiang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. The ancient relic must contain legacy crystals, which are highly sought after by martial god-level warriors. Lan Shi thought excitedly, perhaps my strength could reach new heights. She was originally the weakest among the 3 martial gods of the Xia Kingdom and had now been overtaken by Li Luo. Listening to the continuous news of Li Luo's breakthroughs, as someone who once overshadowed her peers, she certainly could not remain complacent. She longed to break through to the late stage of martial god. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan's heart surged with excitement as he secretly contemplated, the opportunity for me to break through to the martial sovereign realm may lie within that ancient relic. Breaking through to the pinnacle of martial god and stepping into the martial sovereign level is the dream of all martial warriors on Blue Star. Compared to the fiery enthusiasm in the eyes of the 2 sequence elders, Li Luo, on the other hand, simply smiled, slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. With his signing-in system and frost divine vein, even without exploring this relic, he could steadily break through to the martial sovereign realm within half a year. If the system were to exert a little effort, there would even be a high possibility of breaking through to martial emperor. But how could I miss out on such an event? A smile crept onto Li Luo's lips. I must get involved to expedite the process of breaking through to martial sovereign. Thus Li Luo was the first to raise his hand and declare, Elder He, I am willing to go explore. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan and Lan Shi also hurriedly sought to join. The atmosphere became lively for a moment. The 3 guardians of the Great Xia Kingdom scrambled for the chance to explore the ancient relic. Lan Shi and Xiang Yuan genuinely wanted to go explore and obtain legacy crystals for breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Li Luo purely wanted to stir up trouble. If this scene were seen by others, they would surely be dumbfounded. Elder He witnessing the 3 fighting over this opportunity. furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns. If you all leave, the Beast King might take the opportunity to launch an attack. This meant that one person among them had to stay to guard the Xia Kingdom, to prevent the Beast King from seizing the chance to attack. Li Luo, upon hearing this, confidently replied, Elder He, with my strength, I will definitely maximize our benefits. I could even take control of the entire ancient relic. Elder He nodded after listening. Li Luo was indeed correct, with his strength and increasingly domineering personality as his power grew. If he were to explore this ancient relic, it was likely that the two martial gods from the Xiong Kingdom would be of little concern. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that the two strongest, Li Luo and Xiang Yuan, would go to maximize their benefits. To appease Lan Shi, who felt quite dejected for not getting this opportunity, Li Luo proactively said, Elder Lan, I would like to offer you a divine grade nirvana pill as compensation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, a strong look of surprise flickered in Lan Zai's eyes. A divine grade nirvana pill. The imbalance in her heart instantly dissipated. Obtaining a divine grade nirvana pill seemed quite good for staying behind in the Xia Kingdom. Although she was curious about where Li Luo had obtained such a pill, she did not ask further. Moreover, she believed that Li Luo would certainly keep his promise. When Li Luo casually mentioned the divine grade nirvana pill, Elder He and Xiang Yuan's expressions couldn't help but change. A glint of disbelief flashed in their eyes. Xiao Luo, you actually possess such a treasure? Elder He's voice trembled slightly, clearly shocked by this news. The divine grade nirvana pill can immediately elevate the physical condition of a martial god to its peak state. No matter how severe the injuries, they can be instantly healed. Even lower-tier martial artists can directly break through several minor realms after consuming it. There are very few in the entire Blue Star. Even the top alchemists are helpless and cannot refine it. It can only be occasionally obtained from ancient relics. Li Luo glanced at the astonished three-sequence elders and smiled faintly. Indeed, it is the divine grade nirvana pill. I stumbled upon it in an ancient relic in the northern cold continent. Li Luo casually fabricated a reason. I see no wonder. The three-sequence elders felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. At the same time, they couldn't help but envy Li Luo's luck for discovering so many treasures in the ancient relic. After the meeting concluded, the personnel assigned to explore the ancient relic were determined. Elder He announced. Li Luo's mind instantly returned to the villa. A glimmer of calmness flashed in his eyes. He initially thought Elder He would mention the matter of him killing Lin Yi, but he didn't even ask. Upon learning about the ancient relic, No. 36, Li Luo prepared to set off immediately to the Xiong Kingdom. However, before that, he needed to send the divine-level nirvana pill promised to the third sequence Elder Lan Shi to Sichuan province. He was not someone who would break his promises. Moreover, the divine-level nirvana pill was precious to other martial god-level warriors, but to Li Luo, it was just so-so. It was not much different from ordinary pills. Currently in Blue Star, there was no existence that could threaten him anymore. His personal safety was fully guaranteed under the protection of the divine-level cold silver armor and other defensive measures. The only thing that made Li Luo a bit wary was the third relic, which had once killed martial god-level warriors. With that thought, he focused his mind. A jade bottle containing 10 divine-level nirvana pills quietly floated in midair, its surface shimmering with a faint glow. The divine-level nirvana pills inside emitted a rich aura of life energy. Such a rich energy aura, no wonder it can restore martial god-level warriors to their peak state instantly. Li Luo said with a faint smile. Then he casually poured out a divine-level nirvana pill from the bottle. Its color was as warm as jade, radiating a strong wave of vitality that could drive any martial god to madness. Li Luo carefully placed this pill into a delicate empty bottle. He prepared to send it to Lan Shi. Then Li Luo contacted Wang Ming, assigning him the task of delivering the pill. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure the task is completed. After learning the importance of this pill, Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. He was also quite excited. It seemed Li Luo had completely trusted him, effectively securing a strong ally. Wang Ming suddenly felt a strong intuition. He would definitely not be stuck at the martial emperor realm. After giving instructions to Wang Ming, Li Luo ended the communication and prepared to board the Eagle. He would head straight to the location of the ancient relic in the Sandbear Kingdom. Then Li Luo summoned his steward. Steward Lu Chao arrived, promptly walking steadily and respectfully. Li Luo looked at Lu Chao, handing him the exquisite jade bottle containing the divine-level nirvana pills. You will give this bottle of pills to Wang Ming later. He will come to collect it himself. Lu Chao received the jade bottle with both hands. Sensing the rich life energy emanating from the pills inside, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This bottle of pills was definitely extraordinary. Yet he maintained a calm demeanor, responding steadily. Yes, sir, I understand. Just as Lu Chao was about to turn and leave, he seemed to remember something. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth to ask, Sir, are you? Leaving again. Li Luo nodded faintly. After giving Lu Chao a few brief instructions, he turned and walked toward the black warplane parked at the villa. Please rest assured, sir. Lu Chao bowed in response, watching Li Luo walk toward the warplane. Li Luo boarded the aircraft, and the cabin door slowly closed. The specific location of the ancient relic had already been entered into the spirit swift ring by Old He. Then Li Luo issued a command to Meng Ji saying, Meng Ji, target the ancient relic in the Sand Bear Kingdom, set off immediately. With a deep rumbling sound, the warplane swiftly ascended, cutting through the air and leaving a brilliant trail disappearing into the blue sky. Meanwhile, Elder Xiang Yuan of the second sequence stationed in Qiantang province was also preparing the defense line after arranging the defenses. He boarded his Imperial-level warplane, and under the automatic piloting of the artificial intelligence, Meng Ji headed towards the location of the ancient relic within the Sand Bear Kingdom. Since both parties had the same route, not long after the two Imperial-level warplanes met in the sky above Central Plains province, flying side by side like two eagles. At that moment, Xiang Yuan sent a contact request to Li Luo through the warplane's communication system. Li Luo raised his eyebrows slightly and happily connected. The figures of both appeared on each other's warplane screens. Li Luo inquired calmly, Elder Xiang, what is it? After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Yuan spoke. Elderly, I apologize for the interruption, but do you still have that divine-level nirvana pill? I can exchange it for resources. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's lips curled into a faint smile, deliberately showing a hint of difficulty. After seemingly careful consideration, he generously stated, I do have some, but not many. Since Elder Xiang has asked, I can give you one when we arrive in the Sand Bear Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan's face instantly blossomed with joy. Is that true, elderly? Seeing Li Luo nodding lightly, his eyes filled with excitement and warmth, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elderly. I will remember this friendship. Xiang Yuan did not expect Li Luo to be so generous. That was a divine-level nirvana pill. It's not an exaggeration to say it is one of the rarest top-tier pills in Blue Star. It is known as the second life for martial god-level warriors. After confirming that Xiang Yuan had no other matters, a glimmer of depth flashed in Li Luo's eyes. Then, he ended the communication. He quietly calculated in his heart. After giving one divine-level nirvana pill to Lan, she still had 9 left. There was a high chance he wouldn't need this item in the future, so it would be better to give one to Xiang Yuan as a favor. Of course, Elder He, who had always cared for him, also deserved one. Perhaps after taking it, Elder He might improve his increasingly weakened health. However, this would have to wait until after exploring the ancient relic in the Sand Bear Kingdom and returning to the Great Xia Kingdom. The two Imperial-level warplanes set off from the Great Xia Kingdom. Like twin dragons emerging from the sea, they swiftly traversed the vast territory of the Grassland Kingdom. At noon, they quietly entered the southern border of the Sand Bear Kingdom without encountering any ferocious beasts. They were about to reach the vicinity of the ferocious beast-occupied area near the discovered ancient relic where the Sand Bear Kingdom's army had constructed a temporary outpost. After the discovery of this ancient relic, it quickly became the focus of various forces within the Sand Bear Kingdom. The numerous ferocious beasts that originally inhabited this area had been driven away or killed by the thunderous methods of the two martial gods of the Sand Bear Kingdom, Gir Yasi and Taisai Na. This ensured the safety of the area around the relic. They also urgently constructed a temporary supply base nearby. The two martial gods of the Sand Bear Kingdom, Gir Yasi and Taisai Na, stood not far from the entrance of the relic. Gir Yasi was a tall man surrounded by the overwhelming aura of a peak martial god. Taisai Na, a woman with black hair and blue eyes, despite being over 100 years old, still possessed a striking appearance and graceful figure. She was also a latest-stage martial god. Both were the pride of the Sand Bear Kingdom and partners jointly resisting the invasion of the surrounding beast tide. Taisai Na, news has come from the Great Xia Kingdom that they have dispatched two martial gods to jointly explore the 36th relic. The strength of these two martial gods from the Great Xia Kingdom should not be underestimated, the peak martial god Gir Yasi said softly to Taisai Na beside him. Then he analyzed in a solemn tone, Xiang Yuan, a peak martial god realm, a spirit master, his strength is not weaker than mine. And the other, Li Luo, a newly risen martial god from the Great Xia Kingdom, has quietly emerged with astonishing speed, having already reached the mid-stage. Moreover, he is a frost martial god who wields powerful ice elemental powers, boasting impressive combat achievements and equally strong strength. It will be much more difficult for us to seize the legacy crystal from them. Taxina listened, letting out a gentle sigh. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Indeed, it is all our fault for being negligent, allowing the news to leak. Otherwise, this ancient relic, which has been in slumber for who knows how long, should have been ours to enjoy exclusively. How could the people of the Xia Kingdom interfere? Currently, the Xia Kingdom possesses 4 martial gods, making it the strongest nation in the Blue Star. No one can match the deterrent power of the 4 martial gods. Although the number of martial saint-level warriors has diminished during the previous turmoil, the latest breakthrough of a martial god is more than enough to compensate for this loss. Only after breaking through to martial god do you realize the enormous chasm between martial saint and martial god warriors. After the Xia Kingdom lost several martial saints, their foundation has not been shaken. On the contrary, due to the breakthrough of this martial god, they have skyrocketed to become the dominant force in the Blue Star, firmly securing the top position. Moreover, according to the latest information obtained, the identity of this newly emerged martial god from the Xia Kingdom is shrouded in mystery, as if they had suddenly risen to prominence. Jarius' expression grew more serious upon hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he spoke in a low voice. You are right, this ancient relic should have been an ancient millennium opportunity for our Xiaoxiong nation. Now it has become a coveted prize for many, especially the Xia Kingdom, which is clearly eyeing it eagerly. At this point, we can give the Xia Kingdom's martial gods everything in the ancient relic, but that incredibly precious inheritance crystal must be obtained by us. At all costs. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Xia Kingdom's martial gods. Otherwise, the gap in strength between us and the Xia Kingdom will only widen. Taxina nodded after hearing this. Understanding Jarius' meaning, she clenched her fists and said, this inheritance crystal not only brings our strength closer to that of the great Xia Kingdom, but it is also crucial for combating the ferocious beasts. The 3 peak beast kings deep in the ocean are not far from breaking through. Once they ascend to beast emperors, a full-scale war between humans and ferocious beasts will surely erupt. A decisive battle between humans and ferocious beasts is imminent. They must enhance their strength before this battle arrives to ensure their survival. Just as the two were conversing, a high-ranking officer hurried over, his eyes showing signs of urgency, respectfully reporting to the 2 martial gods before him. My lords, 2 Imperial-level warplanes have been detected rapidly approaching from the southeast, bearing the emblem of the Xia Kingdom's Elder Council. Upon hearing this, Jarius' expression slightly tightened. He then nodded and said calmly, Understood, you may withdraw for now. The officer saluted and retreated. Jarius turned to Taxina, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. These 2 martial gods from the Xia Kingdom arrived earlier than we expected. It seems they are quite anxious. Let us greet them. The 2 exchanged glances and in tacit agreement slowly made their way toward the landing pad. The soldiers along the way cast awe-filled glances as the roar of engines grew closer. 2 Imperial-level warplanes landed steadily on the landing pad like black dragons. The intense aura of the 2 martial gods instantly spread out, enveloping the entire makeshift. What a powerful aura! Are these the 2 martial gods from the Xia Kingdom? The surrounding troops couldn't help but shudder, nervously swallowing their saliva. Their eyes, filled with reverence, also held a hint of vigilance as they gazed at the 2 Imperial-level warplanes that had just landed. Jarius and Taxina, feeling the powerful aura of these 2 martial gods, furrowed their brows. They both couldn't help but be amazed at the extraordinary strength of these 2 martial gods, each one seemingly more powerful than the other. Fortunately, the unsettling aura was soon restrained. Clearly, the 2 martial gods from the Xia Kingdom were intentionally suppressing their pressure. The doors of the warplanes opened with a loud bang. 2 figures stepped out slowly under the gaze of everyone, Li Luo and Xiang Yuan. Xiang Yuan stood as steady as a mountain, while Li Luo was surrounded by a faint aura of frost. Clearly, he had already entered the mid-stage of martial god. Upon seeing the arrivals, Jarius swiftly adjusted his mindset and stepped forward, greeting them warmly in fluent Xia language. Welcome to Xiaoxiong Nation, esteemed martial gods from the Xia Kingdom. His face bore a sincere smile. Taxina followed closely behind. She also wore a gentle smile, but her gaze involuntarily fell upon Li Luo, the newly emerged martial god, who was surrounded by a faint chill. In her heart she pondered, is he the newly ascended frost martial god from the great Xia Kingdom, who transitioned from martial master to martial saint, and then broke through to mid-stage martial god in such a short time? They had thoroughly researched Li Luo's information, which was shrouded in mystery. Although he exuded the aura of a mid-stage martial god as a fellow frost martial god, she could sense that Li Luo was indeed strong. In fact, his mastery over the ice element might even surpass her own. As for whether he could match her husband, Jarius, Taxina was hesitant to conclude since she had never witnessed Li Luo. However, judging by the pressure emanating from Li Luo, Taxina deduced that his strength was likely not far from the rumors circulating in the Xia Kingdom. Previously, she had been reluctant to believe that Li Luo, with the strength of a newly ascended martial god, could take down a mid-tier beast king and a high-tier beast king with a single blow, thinking it was an exaggeration by the Xia Kingdom. Far too outrageous. But now that she had seen him in person, she was starting to believe. Haha, long time no see. Xiang Yuan stepped forward with a smile, greeting Jarius and Taxina, the two martial gods of Shaxiong Nation. Meanwhile, Li Luo appeared somewhat distracted, merely nodding in response. His indifferent gaze swept over the two martial gods of Shaxiong Nation before being drawn to the entrance of the ancient relic in the distance. He pondered inwardly. It seemed somewhat similar to the ancient relic he had discovered in the northern cold continent, revealing an ancient entrance leading to an unknown underground, which surely hid a vast amount of ancient treasures. After absorbing the inheritance crystal within, he estimated he could break through to the latest stage martial god. Currently, Li Luo lacked other resources. He was only interested in the inheritance crystal, while the other miscellaneous items in the ancient relic were intended for Xiang Yuan, who had come with him. As for the two martial gods of Shaxiong Nation, in Li Luo's eyes, they were merely two ants, not even qualified to explore this ancient relic with him. Li Luo scoffed inwardly, but maintained an impassive demeanor. From the moment he heard about the ancient relic, he had planned to monopolize it, never considering sharing it with the two martial gods of Shaxiong Nation. They could only blame their weakness. Xiang Yuan was unaware of Li Luo's thoughts, engaging enthusiastically in conversation with the two martial gods from the Shaxiong Kingdom. As the pleasantries came to an end, the four naturally walked towards the entrance of the ancient ruins filled with unknowns, preparing to discuss the upcoming distribution of benefits. Brother Guer, you see, since we are all here to avoid unnecessary disputes, I believe it is fairest that the inheritance crystal is contested based on our abilities. Xiang Yuan was the first to break the silence, his gaze shifting among the crowd. The purpose of his visit this time was for the inheritance crystal placed within the ancient ruins, which of course could not be handed over to the two martial gods of the Shaxiong Kingdom. With his and Li Luo's strength, the probability of these two martial gods from the Shaxiong Kingdom being able to seize it from them was extremely low. Guer Yasi frowned slightly upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. He knew that although this ancient ruin was their territory, in terms of numbers, their martial gods were at a disadvantage. They could only concede, saying, "What martial god?" Xiang Yuan said makes sense. "Oh, let's compete for the inheritance crystal based on our strengths. Then how about a 70-30 split for the other treasures in the ruins?" As he spoke these words, Guer Yasi couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. If it weren't for their insufficient strength, let alone splitting the other treasures 70-30, the entire ancient ruin, including the inheritance crystal, would belong to the Shaxiong Kingdom. What need would there be to explore together with the martial gods of the Xia Kingdom? But circumstances dictated, and they had no choice but to comply, feeling rather suffocated. Just as Xiang Yuan was about to speak, trying to negotiate for more benefits for the Xia Kingdom, he was preempted by Li Luo. A playful smile tugged at the corner of Li Luo's mouth, and a cunning glint shone in his eyes. Gently patting Xiang Yuan's shoulder, he signaled him to calm down and let him do the talking. Xiang Yuan understood his gesture, quickly closing his mouth and stepping aside, preparing to watch Li Luo's performance. Subsequently, Li Luo, who had been mostly silent, stepped forward, slowly facing the two martial gods of the Shaxiong Kingdom. With a look of confusion on his face, he pretended not to understand and asked, "Why does your distribution plan give us only 70%? Upon hearing this, the two martial gods of the Shaxiong Kingdom were instantly taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Taisai Na couldn't help but chuckle, thinking the young man from the Xia Kingdom was quite amusing. After all, this was the territory of the Shaxiong Kingdom. That they could agree to the martial god of the Xia Kingdom intervening and to contest the inheritance crystal based on means was already the greatest concession. Did the Xia Kingdom really expect to take 70% of the other resources in the ruins? Even Xiang Yuan, who stood nearby, felt surprised by Li Luo's actions. "Goodness, who taught you to negotiate like this? Interesting." Guer Yasi forced a smile and quickly waved his hands to explain. "Haha, martial god Li Luo, you misunderstood. What we meant was 70% for our Shaxiong Kingdom and 30% for your Xia Kingdom." He gritted his teeth and made a concession. "Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. We can negotiate further." Guer Yasi spoke while observing Li Luo's reaction. He secretly speculated whether the other party was doing this deliberately, as such a negotiating style was rather aggressive. Their bottom line was a 50-50 split for all other resources in the ancient ruins, excluding the inheritance crystal. Though the Xia Kingdom now had 4 martial gods, only 2 had arrived. Moreover, their fighting levels were not inferior to the martial gods of the Xia Kingdom before them. It was impossible for them to agree to a 3-7 split in favor of the Xia Kingdom. It was truly outrageous. Li Luo, after hearing this, remained unfazed, a calm smile gracing his lips as he slowly spoke. "Oh, is that so?" Li Luo deliberately paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. His tone revealed an air of arrogant disdain. "Let's not discuss 3-7 splits, it's so unfair. Listen, while we want 50-50. Upon saying this, the expressions of the 2 martial gods from the Shaxiong Kingdom changed drastically. Their hearts sank as if they had been doused with cold water. Exchanging glances filled with disbelief, Taisai Na's lips twitched, slightly, secretly cursing. This newly promoted martial god of the Xia kingdom was indeed too greedy. He had directly struck at their bottom line, presenting himself with an air of superiority, such audacity. Xiang Yuan stood behind Li Luo, yet his expression showed no great fluctuations. It seemed that what old he said was correct. After Li Luo broke through to martial god, his personality had grown even more domineering. However, this was just right for Li Luo to play the role of the red-faced negotiator while he took on the white-faced role, allowing both sides to cooperate and secure the greatest benefits for the Xia kingdom from the ancient ruins. Thus, Xiang Yuan chose not to intervene, opting instead to continue observing, just as the two martial gods from the Sha Xiong kingdom prepared to rebut this ridiculous proposal. Li Luo preempted them, speaking with even greater arrogance. "Don't be hasty, I haven't finished speaking yet. All treasures within the ruins, even every valuable fragment, belong entirely to our Xia kingdom. As compensation, the architectural materials of the ruins themselves, including those invaluable giant stones and pillars that cannot be moved, will belong to your Sha Xiong kingdom. This distribution seems quite fair, doesn't it?" After his words fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. The two martial gods of the Sha Xiong kingdom, along with Xiang Yuan standing beside Li Luo, were all once again stunned. So this was the 50-50 split. The ruins were situated underground, and even martial gods could not forcibly take them away. They would certainly belong to the Sha Xiong kingdom. If it were to be distributed like this, it would be as if everything in the ruins belonged entirely to the Xia kingdom, so why even mention 50-50? The expressions of the two martial gods from the Sha Xiong kingdom were quite grim. Go'er Yasi felt that Li Luo had played him. This was not negotiation at all, but a blatant provocation. He suppressed his rage and said in a deep voice, "Friends from the Xia kingdom, please consider your words carefully and do not make such absurd jokes. We of the Sha Xiong kingdom will never accept such a distribution." Afterward, Go'er Yasi tried to make his tone sound calm. "For the long-term friendship between our two countries, I am willing to make another concession. How about a 60-40 split with us at 60 and you at 40? As he spoke, Go'er Yasi deliberately emphasized the distribution ratio, fearing that Li Luo might misunderstand again. Upon hearing this, Li Luo raised an eyebrow slightly. Suddenly, a colossal aura of a martial god surged around him. The air instantly froze and the temperature around plummeted, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Then Li Luo slowly spoke, each word striking the hearts of the two martial gods from the Sha Xiong kingdom like heavy hammers. "I said 50-50, do you not understand? Or are you testing my patience and toying with me?" His words dripped with disdain, and he sneered inwardly. "Two mere ants think they can negotiate over the treasures in the ancient ruins. How laughable. Do you really not grasp your own status? With my unrivaled power from Blue Star, why would I share the ruins with you insignificant ants?" Xiang Yuan gazed at the scene, secretly astonished. He never expected Li Luo to be so resolute, demanding all the treasures within the ancient relic, completely disregarding the dignity of the two martial gods from the Sand Bear Kingdom. However, since the negotiations had already broken down, there was no need for further words. With his and Li Luo's strength, these two martial gods from the Sand Bear Kingdom were definitely no match for them. If they could truly seize the ancient relic from the Sand Bear Kingdom, the power of the Xia Kingdom would soar to new heights. "Since we cannot reach an agreement, there is no need for further discussion," Xiang Yuan said in a deep voice, unwilling to show weakness. A vast pressure belonging to a peak martial god surged from his body, causing the surrounding air to crackle. At the same time, his figure flickered. The divine battle armor instantly covered his entire body, gleaming with a brilliant black light. Surrounding him were 20 flying knives poised and ready, their levels between divine and SSS. The two martial gods from the Sand Bear Kingdom changed their expressions drastically at the sight. They hurriedly retreated, creating a safe distance. They quickly activated their own divine battle armors and drew their weapons. The aura radiating from them was equally powerful. Julius and Tashina looked towards the Xia Kingdom's martial gods Li Luo and Xiang Yuan, who initiated the conflict. Their eyes brimmed with barely concealed fury. "You people from the Xia Kingdom are too much." Julius roared, his voice filled with anger and resentment. It was truly too much to bear. Moreover, they were being framed. Clearly, it was that newly promoted martial god from the Xia Kingdom who was toying with them. Yet, feeling the martial god aura radiating from Li Luo, they couldn't help but show apprehension in their eyes. The aura was completely unlike that of a mid-stage martial god. It seemed even stronger than Xiang Yuan, a peak martial god. They were currently on the territory of the Sand Bear Kingdom. If a fight broke out, it was highly likely they would suffer heavy losses. Meanwhile, the three beast kings in the ocean were on the verge of a breakthrough. They did not want to engage in battle with these two martial gods from the Xia Kingdom before that. But now the Xia Kingdom was being too greedy, actually wanting to monopolize the entire ancient relic. They absolutely would not accept this. Martial gods of the Xia Kingdom, you are playing with fire. Tashina's voice was filled with anger and a hint of threat. Are you not afraid of provoking a war between the two countries? If it weren't for the fact that both sides were nearly equal in strength, they would have already made a move. Hearing this, Li Luo smirked coldly, a smile full of disdain for Tashina's threat. War? Just because of you. Do you really think highly of yourselves? With the current national strength of the Xia Kingdom, they could completely crush the Sand Bear Kingdom even if war broke out. The Sand Bear Kingdom would certainly suffer a crushing defeat. You Xia Kingdom are too arrogant. Jilia's and Tashina's expressions darkened immensely. From Li Luo's contemptuous words they sensed deep disdain. The surrounding troops of the Sand Bear Kingdom became extremely tense, as if facing a great enemy. Heavy weapons adjusted their angles instantly. The cold muzzles were aimed at Xiang Yuan and Li Luo. They were just waiting for the command from the two martial gods to unleash devastating firepower. Hearing this, Li Luo's proud gaze swept over the nervous soldiers. Finally, it settled on Jilia's, and Tashina, a deeper cold smile appeared on his lips. That is because I have the capital to be arrogant. Just as the tension between the two sides was about to break out into a battle, a sudden roar of fighter jets echoed from the distant sky. What is this? Accompanying this were four powerful and unfamiliar martial god auras, causing everyone to look up. Four royal-class fighter jets pierced through the clouds. Carrying four martial gods from different factions, they raced towards the ancient relic. From the European Union era Leak, and from America Hamilton and Ed. Xiang Yuan murmured the names of some of the martial gods, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. He never expected that besides Amit, the martial god from the Tianzhu Kingdom, all factions with martial gods in Blue Star had gathered here. These four martial gods, disregarding the risk of their own country's forces being attacked by beast tides, personally rushed to this ancient relic. Their purpose was obvious. They all wanted to have a share of the pie in this grand feast, to seize the inheritance crystal within the relic. Damn it! The martial gods from the European Union and America have also arrived. Jilia's and Tashina from the Sand Bear Kingdom stared at the four royal-class jets in the distance, radiating martial god auras. Their faces instantly darkened as if water could drip from them. Inwardly, they gritted their teeth. They never expected that not only had the Xia Kingdom learned of the news, but even the more distant European Union and America were also aware. Their uninvited arrival was a total provocation. All legions near the No. 36 relic carry all heavy weapons and hasten to support the relic at all costs. Jilia's roared into the communication device, which resembled the Xia Kingdom's Lingshuan ring. This ancient relic belonged to the Sand Bear Kingdom, and they would not allow outsiders to interfere. In the distance, the martial gods from the European Union and America leaped out of their fighter jets. They flew towards the ancient relic and the temporary outpost built around it. Leak, a peak martial god from the European Union, looked at the four figures in front of the ancient relic and smiled. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, the four fully armored figures swiftly descended to the edge of the relic. Hamilton, a peak martial god from America, frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the martial gods of the Xia Kingdom and the Sand Bear Kingdom. A hint of unexpected mockery appeared on his face. Their atmosphere seems a bit off. This scene does not appear to be one of friendly cooperation. They had received intel that the martial gods from the Sand Bear Kingdom and Xia Kingdom were jointly exploring this newly discovered No. 36 ancient relic. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that both sides were about to clash. Era, a peak martial god from the European Union, smirked, a playful smile on her lips, her voice laced with schadenfreude. With uneven distribution, there will naturally be disputes. Internally, she was secretly pleased, as this was a heavenly opportunity for them to intervene. If the Xia Kingdom and Sand Bear Kingdom joined forces, it would be a solid block. With their strength, it would indeed be difficult to benefit here. Because Leek's level was merely that of a beginner martial god, the European Union was the weakest among the four factions. Moreover, their temporary alliance with the American faction was only to jointly deal with the Sand Bear Kingdom and Xia Kingdom. However, it seemed the situation was changing now. The Sand Bear Kingdom and Xia Kingdom seemed to have fallen into a deadlock. The two martial gods from America were very likely to choose not to ally with their European Union. With the arrival of the four, the atmosphere in front of the relic became even more delicate. The four martial gods stood shoulder to shoulder and approached the vicinity of the ancient relic. Sensing the intense smell of gunpowder around them, Era, the martial god from the European Union, was the first to break the silence. With her characteristic charming smile, she greeted the martial gods of the Xia Kingdom and Sand Bear Kingdom. Oh my, what a coincidence, everyone. With such a big event, why didn't you notify us? You made us come uninvited. Our European Union is also very interested in the ancient relic. Beneath her charming smile lay a sharp, "We the Americas will take the legacy crystal from the ruins. As for the other treasures, you may distribute them freely." Ed the peak martial god of the Americas spoke indifferently. They took enormous risks crossing the ocean from the northern continent to hear all for the legacy crystal within the ancient ruins, determined to obtain it at any cost. As for their temporary ally, the European Union's martial god, although they had formed a temporary alliance, it was highly likely that there was only one legacy crystal. Naturally, it could not be shared with the European Union. As long as he could obtain the legacy crystal from this ancient ruin, he would be able to surpass the other peak martial gods of the Blue Star. He would be the first to break through to the martial sovereign realm. At that time, even if the three Beast Kings broke through to Beast Emperor, the Americas would still have the strength to fight, to ensure their own safety. "Aren't you being too audacious?" The martial god of the Sand Bear Kingdom, Gelias, said with a darkened face, roaring. The wind elements surged around him, clearly on the verge of eruption. "This ruin belongs to our Sand Bear Kingdom." Tessina observed the situation. She gritted her teeth, frost energy coalescing around her, though she was still far behind Li Luo, who was also a frost practitioner. Her heart was growing more anxious. She hadn't expected that the talks with the Great Xia Kingdom would break down. The four martial gods from the Americas and the European Union had also come to stir things up. This led to an increasingly chaotic situation. The possibility of the Sand Bear Kingdom obtaining this legacy crystal had become even more remote. Hey, we are all old friends. There's no need to get so angry over a stone." The European Union's martial god Ella interjected with a smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "In my opinion, why don't we distribute the ancient ruins together? As for the legacy crystal, once we are inside the ruins, it will be a test of skill." Ella's eyes sparkled, calculating in her mind. Currently, the four factions each possessed two martial gods, making it impossible for anyone to monopolize the ancient ruins, not even the host Sand Bear Kingdom, which had stationed troops nearby. The only feasible solution was to split it evenly. The European Union was the weakest among the four factions, with the least chance of seizing the legacy crystal. If they could obtain the treasures from the ruins at the smallest cost, they would naturally be delighted. "Umph." Gelias, the martial god of the Sand Bear Kingdom, snorted coldly. Just as he was about to retort, an eerie, heavy snowfall suddenly began to fall from the sky. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The six martial gods, except for Xiang Yuan, felt their own powers suppressed by this strange cold air, with no way to resist it. Their expressions changed drastically. "What the hell is this?" The six were filled with horror, and as they sensed the source of the strange cold air, their gazes involuntarily fell on Li Luo, the newly emerged martial god of the Xia Kingdom. "Xia Kingdom's martial god, what have you done?" Ed, the martial god of the Americas, stared intensely at Li Luo, his low voice filled with threat. Could it be that the martial god of the Xia Kingdom intended to take on six by himself? They secretly braced themselves, their eyes filled with vigilance, fearing the other side would suddenly strike. "It seems our friends from the Great Xia Kingdom are a bit impatient." Ella's lips curled into a playful smile. Her gaze was tightly locked onto Li Luo as she had gathered information about this mysterious martial god of the Great Xia Kingdom. His strength was formidable, but to take on six by himself was too arrogant, wasn't it? However, if a fight could truly break out, it would better serve the interests of the European Union. If one faction could be removed from the equation, then they would be able to obtain more treasures, increasing their chances of acquiring the legacy crystal. Too much needless chatter. Li Luo's eyes turned cold as ice. With a thought, a star-falling blade that shimmered with a cold light appeared in his hand, instantly enveloped by thick ice elements. A terrifying icy aura surged forth, startling everyone present. "Heavenly ice-breaking slash." Li Luo shouted, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, just the right moment to test the upgraded power of the heavenly ice-breaking slash. He then swung the star-falling blade fiercely. 6 slashes imbued with the ultimate icy power tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle hurtling directly toward the 6 martial gods. Li Luo launched his attack without warning. The already tense atmosphere exploded in an instant. "You dare!" The 6 martial gods' faces changed drastically. Their low roars were filled with shock and anger, especially Ella from the European Union. She never expected that this newly emerged martial god from the Xia Kingdom would be so reckless, truly daring to strike. The 6 felt the terrifying icy energy contained in the 6 blue slashes rushing towards them. What a frightening slash! What martial skill is this? Their eyes were filled with trepidation, absolutely impossible to withstand, just as they were about to use their martial skills to dodge. "He think you can escape?" Li Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. The snowflakes falling around him quickly responded to Li Luo's will. The dense ice elements coalesced in an instant. He froze the 6 martial gods along with the ground beneath their feet, rendering them immobile, forced to watch as the six slashes rapidly approached. Oh no! The six martial gods were filled with horror. They struggled with all their might, attempting to break free from the bindings on their feet. How is this possible? They discovered that the icy energy was indestructible, binding them firmly in place. Even if they unleashed all their strength, they could not break free. They could only choose to grit their teeth and receive this blow. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, producing violent tremors akin to an earthquake. Six cracks rapidly spread like spiderwebs. Terrifying icy energy rampaged, enveloping the entire area in a blanket of frost. Felt even kilometers away. After receiving the order, several martial saints of the Sandbear Kingdom rushed to provide support at the fastest speed, along with numerous elite soldiers carrying heavy weapons. They all felt a bone-chilling cold wind. The crowd looked towards the distant ancient ruins, their eyes filled with horror, involuntarily stopping in their tracks, swallowing hard. Is this the power of martial god Ticina? Feeling the aftermath of this terrifying icy power, the elite warriors and soldiers were filled with awe. They initially thought it was the terrifying energy unleashed by their Sandbear Kingdom's so-called frost goddess Ticina. Something feels off. The nearby martial saints of the Sandbear Kingdom listened to the shock and excitement of the surrounding soldiers, their brows furrowing as they exchanged glances. Warriors below the martial saint level might not perceive it, but as martial saints they quickly sensed that something was amiss. This terrifying icy energy didn't seem to have been unleashed by martial god Ticina. Before the ancient ruins, six martial gods braved the onslaught of a frigid sword strike. Their bodies were directly embedded into the gaping chasms of the earth caused by the immense power contained within the blade's aura. Their forms were extremely disheveled, their breath shallow. Blood trickled from their lips, mingling with the surrounding ice and snow, creating a scene that was particularly harrowing. What a terrifying strike! Exclaimed the martial god of the European Union AI Law, her complexion pale, her weak voice trembling slightly. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The formidable power displayed by Li Luo completely shattered their understanding. They were beginning to question their existence. Is this truly a mid-stage martial god? The impenetrable divine armor on them felt as thin as paper before that blade's aura, suffering severe damage. To restore it to its original state would require a massive amount of precious materials. However, at least But what terrified the six martial gods the most was that in that last strike, they sensed that the martial god of the Great Xia had held back. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether they would even have the chance to breathe here as they do now. So, the martial god of the Bear Kingdom, Gir Yasi, struggled to lift his head, gazing toward the ruins where Li Luo stood with his long sword surrounded by an aura of coldness. He resembled a terrifying figure of the frost god. A mix of emotions surged within him. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Luo had such confidence. This newly promoted martial god of the Xia Kingdom had achieved such a terrifying level of power. They couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. If Li Luo were to unleash his full strength, the six of them would likely not escape disaster at this moment. Is this all? Li Luo gazed at the six martial gods struggling in the chasm. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of his lips. The icebreaker slash had significantly increased in power after reaching the divine level, its lethality considered to be top-tier divine martial technique. In that last strike, he indeed held back. Otherwise, aside from those three peak-level martial gods, the other three would likely have perished rather than suffer such heavy injuries. As for why he didn't kill them, it was simply because they still held some value. A single strike severely injuring six martial gods. Behind Li Luo, Xiang Yuan stared in astonishment at this scene. He was shaken by the power Li Luo had displayed, battling above his level and securing a kill. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Xiang Yuan would never have believed it. Li Luo's strength had become so astonishing. Among these six, except for the recently promoted early-stage martial godlike from several decades ago, the others were seasoned martial gods who had broken through long ago in the Blue Star. Each one possessed a piece of divine armor. Unexpectedly, it had no effect before Li Luo. Today I will spare your lives. Li Luo's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the six martial gods in the chasm, attempting to consume pills to regain their breaths, his voice icy as he spoke. Let's go, Elder Xiang. Li Luo pulled Xiang Yuan, who was still immersed in shock and had yet to recover, into stride. In the terrified gazes of the six martial gods, he took confident strides into the entrance of the ancient ruins. Those who dare step into the ruins will die. Only a cold statement echoed in the air. Fortunately, he's only interested in the ancient ruins. The six severely injured martial gods sighed in relief upon realizing that Li Luo did not intend to kill them. A sense of survival washed over them. After confirming that Li Luo had entered the ancient ruins and would not be coming out anytime soon, they hastily consumed their pills, recovering their breaths. The residual power of the icebreaker slash still lingered in the air. Not a single martial god dared to follow closely behind Li Luo into the ancient ruins. Li Luo, especially the two martial gods from the Bear Kingdom Gir Yasi and Taisai Na, they endured their pain gritting their teeth while silently chanting Li Luo's name. Their gazes were filled with humiliation, anger, and unwillingness. The ancient ruins that should have belonged to them had been forcibly seized by the martial god of the Xia Kingdom. Moreover, they were utterly powerless. Although the opportunities within the ancient ruins were incredibly tempting, their lives were ultimately more important. Having narrowly escaped with their lives from Li Luo, they did not wish to enter the ancient ruins and meet their demise. Li Luo's final threat earlier was certainly not a joke. After consuming a large quantity of life energy pills, the six martial gods with their slightly recuperated bodies finally soared up from the chasm. The martial gods from America and the European Union wore bitter smiles on their faces. They had come to the Bear Kingdom risking the possibility of their nation's forces being attacked by beast tides, hoping to obtain the legacy crystal within the ancient ruins. Yet not only did they gain nothing, but they nearly perished here. It seems we severely underestimated the strength of this newly promoted martial god from the Great Xia. The martial god Ai Law from the European Union sighed as she walked beside, like her gaze filled with awe as she glanced at the six fissures in the ground. They were eager to understand why Li Luo's strength was so formidable, as if he were no longer just a martial god-level warrior. The four martial gods from the European Union and America hung their heads in despair. They just wanted to recover their breaths as quickly as possible and flee this place of turmoil. Meanwhile, after Li Luo and Xiang Yuan entered the passage, Li Luo's lips curled up slightly, and with a thought, a small, exquisite pill bottle appeared in his hand, which he handed to Xiang Yuan beside him. Elder Xiang, this is the divine level nirvana pill I promised you earlier. As the rich life energy surged around them, Xiang Yuan's eyes brightened. He felt the vibrant vitality emanating from the nirvana pill and accepted it without hesitation. He solemnly took the pill bottle containing the divine level nirvana pill, placed it into his spatial ring, and expressed his gratitude. Elderly, I will remember this kindness. Seeing this, a broader smile appeared on Li Luo's face, contrasting sharply with his earlier imposing image of severely injuring six martial gods. The two continued down the passage. Soon an ancient, dust-covered labyrinthine structure emerged. Its complex layout was starkly different from the Ice Palace ruins in the North Cold Continent, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Xiang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he pondered. He then turned to Li Luo and explained, Elderly, this should be a labyrinthine ancient ruin. These ancient ruins usually contain numerous mechanisms, and even martial god-level experts may encounter unforeseen dangers with the slightest carelessness. We must be extra cautious. I see. Li Luo nodded after hearing this. No wonder the appearance of this ancient ruin differed from the one he encountered beneath the Ice City in the North Cold Continent. After Xiang Yuan finished explaining the ancient relic to Li Luo, he fell silent for a few seconds, and then said to Li Luo, Elderly, maze-type ancient relics are extremely dangerous. Once inside, not only is the terrain complex, but you may also encounter various traps. Let me take the lead. Just follow closely behind me and be careful. If Li Luo had not single-handedly fought against six opponents, severely injuring the six martial gods from the other three factions, they would never have been able to monopolize this ancient relic. Besides, Li Luo had just generously given him a divine-grade nirvana pill. Moreover, since Li Luo was his junior, it was only fitting for him to take the lead. Saying this, Xiang Yuan was just about to step into the maze. However, Li Luo gently patted him on the shoulder, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Elder Xiang, don't rush, just wait a moment. Before he could finish, Li Luo's figure flashed as he directly activated the now divine-level martial technique Phantom Step. Like a phantom, he turned and rushed swiftly toward the exit of the ancient relic, leaving Xiang Yuan looking astonished. What incredible speed! What martial technique is this? Xiang Yuan gazed at the retreating figure of Li Luo, filled with confusion and surprise at his moving speed akin to teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from Xiang Yuan's sight. This? Xiang Yuan looked at Li Luo, who had suddenly left feeling somewhat bewildered. He could only suppress his curiosity and patiently wait for Li Luo to return at the maze entrance. On the other side, Li Luo swiftly traversed the passage and returned to the surface. At this moment, the six martial gods from the European Union, America, and the Bear Country had regained some strength and had just leaped out of the fissures in the ground. They were each taking pills to restore their condition. Sigh. The six of them looked at the ancient relic, which was so close yet so far inside. Though reluctant, none dared to act rashly in the face of the terrifying strength displayed by Li Luo. That previous battle left an indelible shadow in their hearts, like a dark cloud overshadowing them. The gap between them, all martial gods, was simply too vast. In the tense and silent atmosphere, a chilling figure suddenly emerged from the shadows of the ancient The six martial gods exchanged glances, staring at Li Luo, who had just entered the ancient relic, and returned, their hearts trembling. It felt as if a cold wave had surged down their spines. How did this devil come out so quickly? They whispered to themselves. A sense of foreboding surged within them as they caught the malicious glint in Li Luo's eyes sweeping over the fearful crowd. Then he nodded lightly, as if confirming something, and in a flash he appeared before Hamilton, a muscular man from the American camp. Hamilton trembled in fear, completely unprepared for Li Luo's speed. He instinctively took a few steps back, terrified that this devil had set his sights on him. What good qualities do I have? Can I change? The fear in his eyes deepened. What do you want? We don't want the relic. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's blue ice-like eyes flickered slightly, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. Yet that smile seemed to the others like a devil's grin, sending shivers down their spines. What are you afraid of? I am a man of my word and won't kill you. Li Luo's tone carried a hint of mockery as he extended his hand, pointing at Hamilton and the early-stage martial god Leek from the European camp. You come with me. His voice was calm, yet filled with an undeniable authority, causing the two selected individuals to turn as pale as a ghost. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. Hamilton swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Can we not go? Even a fool could guess that this was definitely not a good situation. What do you think? Li Luo replied with a smile. That smile appeared particularly sinister and chilling to Hamilton and Leek. The two knew escape was impossible. Hamilton steeled himself, trembling as he quietly asked, What do you want? Why ask so much? Just come with me. A hint of impatience flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he smirked. The two chosen martial gods, Leek and Hamilton, exchanged a sympathetic glance, silently feeling each other's despair. Reluctantly, they followed Li Luo, each step feeling incredibly heavy as they walked toward the entrance of the ancient relic, secretly calculating. This trip was probably fraught with danger, a life-or-death situation. Once they entered the ancient relic, Li Luo urged the two of them, who were dragging their feet. Hurry up, you two. Don't waste my time. Though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to quicken their pace, fearful of provoking this devil. Soon they passed through the dark passage and arrived at the entrance of the ancient relic, where Xiang Yuan was waiting for Li Luo to return. Seeing the disheveled Hamilton and Leek suddenly appear, Xiang Yuan couldn't help but show a look of confusion. Hamilton, Leek, what are you two doing here? He speculated inwardly. Could it be that Li Luo changed his mind and intended to share the ancient relic with the European Union and America? However, Hamilton and Leek merely glanced at Xiang Yuan with deadpan expressions. Do you think we wanted to come? Then they looked ahead at the maze-type ancient relic and instantly understood Li Luo's intentions, gasping in shock. Hiss! This newly promoted martial god from the Xia country is quite ruthless. He intends to use them as cannon fodder. At this moment, Li Luo also walked over from behind Hamilton and Leek, gazing deeply at Xiang Yuan, a calm smile on his face as he explained. Elder Xiang, for the upcoming journey, I would like these two friends to scout ahead for us. Li Luo said, lightly nodding toward Hamilton and Leek. Them. Xiang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He couldn't believe Li Luo had actually brought two martial gods into the relic to lead the way. He admired Li Luo's cleverness. Letting these two martial gods scout ahead would reduce their risk of encountering traps. Moreover, he wouldn't have to offer any rewards. It was simply a win-win situation. The only downside was that the relationship between the Great Xia Kingdom and other countries would likely deteriorate severely. However, after Li Luo had just beaten them up, their relationship had already hit rock bottom. However, this conversation fell on the ears of Hamilton, and like a bolt from the blue, Li Luo was indeed going to do this. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. This is forcing the two of them onto a dead end. Like was the first to lose his composure, angrily speaking out, Li Luo, are you trying to send us to our deaths? The voice was laced with barely concealed anger and despair. The ancient ruins of the maze were fraught with dangers. In their currently heavily injured state, they were highly likely to trigger the mechanisms within and die in these ancient ruins. It would be no different from being directly killed by Li Luo. Hamilton also angrily echoed, his voice deep. I will not go in. Though we may have been defeated by you, we still have our own dignity. A cornered rabbit will still bite. Moreover, as god-level martial artists, they also have their own pride. Rather than being used by the god of the Xia Kingdom before dying, it is better to fight back desperately, even though it is absolutely impossible to be Li Luo's opponent. But at least it won't be such a humiliating death. Li Luo watched coldly as the two god-level warriors fiercely resisted, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a thought, he gently waved his hand. Four shimmering S-grade healing pills suddenly appeared in Li Luo's palm. Then he casually tossed the 4 S-grade healing pills to the resisting Hamilton and Leek. 2 for each, he said lightly, no more nonsense. After taking them, there's a chance to survive in the ancient ruins. Don't be ungrateful. The voice carried a strong undertone of threat. These were from his previous system sign-in. The healing effect was better than the top S-grade pills in Blue Star. Although they would not be able to recover to their peak state, regaining half their strength should not be too much of a problem. Li Luo had no intention of letting the two of them enter the ancient ruins in their current state to scout. Otherwise, they could die after triggering just a few mechanisms. Moreover, in such circumstances, even if they were fearful of their own strength, they would still rise to resist. Just like now. Healing pills. Hamilton and Like caught the SS pills thrown by Li Luo and exchanged glances. Feeling the rich medicinal fragrance and vibrant life force emanating from the pills in their hands, the well-informed duo immediately realized that these pills were anything but ordinary. Hamilton was secretly astonished. The quality of these two S-grade healing pills was unexpectedly high. They must have come from a top alchemist. Like couldn't help but exclaim this. This is an S-grade pill. He never expected that Li Luo would be so generous as to let them consume such high-quality S-grade healing pills. It seemed they could not escape this calamity. Li Luo had not completely driven them to a dead, and at least he had given them two very high-quality S-grade pills. After cultivating for hundreds of years, breaking through from being a novice martial artist to a god-level martial artist, no one wanted to die. Soon the severely injured Like and Hamilton unhesitatingly swallowed the pills. The pills dissolved instantly upon entry. A warm and powerful life energy exploded within them. It frantically repaired their damaged meridians and bodies, and their chaotic breaths gradually stabilized. In just a few breaths, their conditions had recovered to nearly half their strength, greatly increased. Feeling within, they instantly restored half of their vitality and power. Hamilton and Like exchanged glances filled with incredulity. The effects of these two SS pills were astonishing, far exceeding their understanding. It was their first time consuming S-grade pills of such high quality. A surge of impulse rose in Like's heart as he mustered his courage to look at Li Luo again. He whispered, Can we have a few more? If he could take a few more, he might be able to restore his strength to it. Hamilton beside him also looked at Li Luo. If they could take a few more to elevate their condition to the peak, their chances of survival after triggering the mechanisms in the ancient ruins would greatly increase. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Li Luo's face revealed a hint of mockery as he heard this. Then, without hesitation, he kicked hard. He directly kicked the still savoring the effects of the pills Hamilton and Like into the maze entrance. They were even more greedy than he was. He then turned to look at Xiang Yuan beside him, his tone becoming serious. Let's go, Elder Xiang. Xiang Yuan nodded, looking at Hamilton and Like, who had already been kicked into the ancient. All right. With these two guys, he no longer needed to scout the way in front. As they stepped into the ruins, the scene before them was quite different from what Li Luo had imagined, with three identical forked paths laid out before them. Apart from that, there were no other entrances. Hamilton and Like involuntarily stopped, turning to Li Luo and asking, Which way do we go? The three paths seemed identical, but the dangers they might encounter on each path were different. Li Luo looked around, his gaze lingering on the three forked paths. After pondering for a moment, he decisively pointed to the middle path, saying, This one in the middle. Xiang Yuan had no objections either. After all, he also didn't know which path was better. Then the four of them, with Li Luo and Xiang Yuan at the back, maintained a safe distance from Hamilton and Like in front to prevent sudden mechanisms from emerging. Let's hope no mechanisms appear. The two in front took each step with extreme caution, their nerves tense, not daring to relax in the slightest, fearing they might overlook any hint of danger. Is this the maze-type ancient ruins? Li Luo appeared much more relaxed, curiously surveying his surroundings. He was protected by multiple defensive treasures, including the Hanyu silver armor. He had great confidence in his safety. However, the calm did not last long. As they delved deeper, a sudden noise shattered the tranquility around them. The walls on both sides seemed to come alive, abruptly launching several sharp wind blades infused with terrifying wind elemental energy that could give even god-level martial artists a headache. Even Xiang Yuan at the peak of god level had to take this seriously. There are mechanisms. Hamilton and Like immediately became alert upon seeing this. The divine armor on them had already been severely damaged by Li Luo, greatly reducing their defense. Coupled with their strength being only half of what it was at its peak, they immediately used all their means to defend, preparing to withstand the oncoming wind blades. Xiang Yuan's expression was grave, a strong mental force enveloping the area as 20 flying daggers swiftly surrounded him. Li Luo, however, was not the least bit flustered. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. His figure flickered rapidly in the narrow corridor as he swung the starfall blade, transforming it into dazzling beams of cold light, easily blocking all the wind blades around them. Such a level of mechanism is completely child's play for Li Luo, now posing almost no threat at all. Like and Hamilton watched as this scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. They couldn't help but swallow hard. They exchanged glances, seeing the same shock reflected in each other's eyes, silently pondering. It seems this isn't as dangerous as they imagined. Given the strength Li Luo has displayed, the mechanisms in this ancient ruin likely pose almost zero threat to him. This also means that their personal safety can be greatly enhanced. After Li Luo dealt with the suddenly triggered wind blade mechanism, the four continued deeper down this passage. Hamilton and Like, who were walking ahead, were increasingly cautious. Although they witnessed Li Luo's strength, if the mechanisms were triggered too suddenly, they still faced a significant risk of injury. After walking a distance forward, another mechanism was quietly triggered. The retreat path behind the four was suddenly sealed off by sturdy stone walls emerging from both sides. The same was true ahead. Two solid stone walls firmly blocked their path forward, and their retreat seemingly intent on trapping them here. A strange white mist enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by increasingly dense wind blades rushing toward them. Here it comes again. Li Luo glanced at the scene around him, slightly furrowing his brow as he muttered. But he quickly sensed an unusual aura. A confident smile crept onto his lips. He then flashed forward rapidly, arriving around Hamilton and Like, speaking without reservation. Get back. An astonishing burst of frost energy erupted from his body, instantly filling the sealed passage with a bone-chilling cold. As the strange white mist, which could quickly plunge one into illusion, came into contact with the frost energy erupting from Li Luo, it instantly crystallized into translucent ice. The increasingly dense wind blades were also obliterated one by one under Li Luo's wielding of the Starfall blade. This, Xiang Yuan, Like, and Hamilton looked on in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with surprise. These mechanisms, which had made their scalps tingle, were so easily dealt with in front of Li Luo. Li Luo then faced the two stone walls blocking their path ahead and retreat behind him. He gathered frost energy at the tip of the Starfall blade, and two icy slashes were suddenly unleashed. With two thunderous explosions, the two stone walls shattered, turning into countless fragments scattered around. The path reappeared before them. Let's go. Li Luo glanced back at the still stunned group and said lightly. These two stone walls were definitely above the SSS level in terms of sturdiness, yet they were unable to stop his icebreaker slash. The group then continued to advance forward in their previous formation. After encountering various types of mechanisms and traps, they finally arrived at the end of this path, a spacious area devoid of any treasures. Clearly it was a dead end. Why is there nothing here? Did we take the wrong path? Shouldn't we have gone down the middle? Li Luo looked around, feeling a hint of doubt in his heart. It seemed this was the only possibility. However, fortunately, he had plenty of time now, and the mechanisms in this ancient ruin were not dangerous for him. Li Luo then turned to Xiang Yuan, who was surveying the surroundings, and said, Elder Xiang, it seems we've taken the wrong path. The treasures in this ancient ruin should be hidden in the other two passages. Xiang Yuan nodded upon hearing this, his eyes also reflecting a hint of contemplation. That's a possibility. We can only choose to try the other two forks. Just as Li Luo prepared to lead the group back the way they came. Boom. A familiar rumbling sound suddenly came from behind as a heavy stone wall emerged to seal off the entrance. The air around them instantly thickened. An oppressive feeling rushed over them, heralding the onset of something bad. Shortly after, a faint rustling sound emanated from the depths of the surrounding walls. Hundreds of stone golem puppets wielding shields and giant axes surged forth like a tide. The aura emanating from them ranged from early martial saints to peak martial gods, their eyes glimmering with cold red light. They charged aggressively toward Li Luo and his companions. It's the martial god-level rock guardians. Xiang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Looking at the hundreds of stone men suddenly emerging from the walls, he instinctively warned, Elder Li, these golem puppets are tough to deal with. But after saying this, Xiang Yuan quickly realized, given Li Luo's strength, dealing with these rock guardians known for their defense and attack should not be difficult. Just right, let me see what these rock guardians are made of. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Li Luo's eyes as he dashed forward. In an instant, he charged toward the hundreds of rock guardians wielding giant axes and shields. The Starfall blade in his hand gleamed with a frigid light, accompanied by the explosive release of his powerful frost energy. Not a single rock guardian could withstand a blow from Li Luo. Xiang Yuan watched as Li Luo slaughtered the rock guardians mercilessly, equally unwilling to be outdone. His spiritual energy surged forth in an instant, and 20 flying knives swirled around him, darting quickly between the numerous rock guardians. However, his efficiency in dealing with these rock guardians paled in comparison to Li Luo's. So let's join in as well. Hamilton and Like said as they looked at the rock guardians charging toward them with giant. They then drew their weapons and were forced to join the battle. Originally, they had no intention of intervening. However, these golem puppets did not care which faction's martial god you were. They only followed their programmed instructions to eliminate any intruders attempting to invade the ruins. Under Li Luo's leadership, the battle did not last long, and the hundreds of martial god-level rock guardians were swiftly dealt with. The ground was littered with the stone fragments left after the rock guardians' defeat. Li Luo shook his head gently. These rock guardians were similar to the frost guardians, although their strength had reached the martial god level. They were leagues apart from human martial god warriors. The only advantage was their loyalty and their ability to automatically replenish energy. They could remain in this ancient ruin for thousands of years without any issue as long as they had the energy they needed from the blue star. They could continue to guard the ruins day after day, year after year. And based on the level of these rock guardians, Li Luo had roughly guessed the level of the heritage crystal in this ancient ruin. It should be at the martial sovereign level. It was certainly superior to the previous one. The inheritance crystal obtained from Lin Xiaoshan's spatial ring was of a higher grade. At this thought, Li Luo felt a secret joy and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Absorbing another martial venerable inheritance crystal would surely allow him to break through directly to the late martial god stage. By then, slaying the 3 beast emperors on Blue Star would be within his power, allowing him to easily control the entire planet. Using Blue Star as a springboard, he would begin exploring the cosmos. Li Luo took a deep breath. He calmed his inner excitement and stopped dwelling on it. Once again, he brandished the starfall blade in his hand. With a thunderous boom, a single strike shattered the stone wall blocking their retreat. He led the group back to the junction of the 3 paths. This time we take the left path. Li Luo gazed at the 3 forks ahead, pondered briefly, then decided. Agreed. Xiang Yuan nodded in reply. He naturally had no objections to Li Luo's decision. As for Hamilton and Lake, they dared not voice any dissent. They were merely tools Li Luo had brought along to scout the way. For now, they were fortunate to still be standing here unharmed without suffering severe injuries. The 4 of them stepped back into the left passage. Upon entering, they triggered numerous traps. Finally, they reached the end of the path. Yet, what appeared before Li Luo was still a dead end. Hundreds of solid rock guardians ranging from the peak martial emperor to the peak martial saint realm surged madly from the surrounding walls. After easily dispatching them, another dead end. Li Luo's brows furrowed tightly, a feeling of being toyed with surging in his heart. The designer of this ruin was truly cunning. As for Hamilton and Lake, they maintained a calm facade, but inwardly, they rejoiced secretly. Excellent. I hope they never find the inheritance crystal. As mere tools for scouting, even if these 2 martial gods from Xia found any treasures, they would never. Thus, they secretly wished the ruin would be empty, causing the 2 martial gods of Great Xia to have wasted their efforts. Li Luo took a deep breath, once again adjusting his mindset. He led the trio back to the fork. This way, I refuse to believe it. He chose the rightmost path to find. After another round of arduous effort and triggering even more intricate traps, they finally reached the end of this passage. However, the sight before him once again ignited Li Luo's fury. A familiar sound from the surrounding walls. Dozens of solid rock guardians ranging from peak martial saint to early martial god level surged forth madly again. Aside from that, the area remained empty with no trace of any treasure. There's nothing again. In Li Luo's icy blue eyes, a barely suppressed rage flickered. A piercing cold permeated the air, and crystalline frost flowers visibly formed on the surrounding wall. Die! Li Luo tightly gripped his starfall blade and unleashed a rapid series of slashes. He cut down the dozens of solid rock guardians surging toward them, leaving only a pile of shattered stone fragments. Yet the fury in his heart remained unabated. He looked around. There was nothing but rubble and broken remnants of the guardians. This shouldn't be. How can there be nothing? Li Luo stared at the chaos in silence, his mind racing in thought. Based on the traces of triggered mechanisms in this ancient ruin, Li Luo was certain that the 2 martial gods of the Sand Bear Kingdom had never entered here. There was no possibility that the treasures within had been claimed by them in advance. Damn, where did I go wrong? Hamilton and Lake, who were mere tools, sensed the shift in Li Luo's mood. They quickly stepped back and lowered. They tried to minimize their presence, silently praying that Li Luo wouldn't vent his frustration on them for failing to find the inheritance crystal in the ancient ruin. Meanwhile, Xiang Yuan stroked his chin in contemplation. Did we overlook something? It was well known that every newly discovered ancient ruin contained an inheritance crystal. There had never been a case where nothing was found. Since none of the 3 paths held the treasure, where could the true prize be hidden? Just then a thought flashed through Li Luo's mind. He recalled the hidden chamber beneath the ice palace in the ruin under the northern frost continent. His heart stirred. Could it be that the treasure of this ancient ruin is also concealed in some secret chamber? At this thought, Li Luo glanced at Hamilton and Lake. Either of you noticed anything? He asked, deliberately trying to gauge their reactions. No. Hamilton and Lake quickly shook their heads, thinking to themselves, even if we had, we wouldn't tell you. Li Luo snorted coldly at their response. They didn't seem to be hiding anything. He then began to ponder. Where would the ruins builder have placed the chamber containing the inheritance crystal? This ancient ruin was no smaller than the ice palace from before. Checking every spot would be a waste of time. Despite their numbers, even if Hamilton and Lake found the chamber's location, they would never reveal it. Then, alright, let me try. Li Luo gripped his starfall blade tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He unleashed several sharp slashes accompanied by bone-chilling frost energy striking the walls at the end of the path. A deafening roar echoed. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Deep scars were carved into the sturdy walls by Li Luo's strikes. But regrettably, he sensed no trace of any hidden chamber. Elderly hold. Xiang Yuan quickly called out to stop him, his tone tinged with urgency. He hadn't expected Li Luo's power to have reached such a level. Even the sturdy ancient ruin couldn't withstand it. If the ruin collapsed under Li Luo's strength, they would all be buried inside. Though a martial god's robust physique meant they wouldn't die from being crushed, the experience of being buried was far from pleasant. Li Luo could easily destroy the ruin's walls, but that didn't mean the others could. Li Luo frowned at the words and halted his actions. He had only wanted to check if there was a hidden chamber in the walls, not to demolish the ancient ruin. He then explained his idea to Xiang Yuan. I see, but... Xiang Yuan nodded in sudden realization, then paused before continuing. Elderly, could you perhaps hold back a little? I'm afraid this ancient ruin can't withstand your power, and Li Luo smiled faintly. I know my limits. After a moment of contemplation, Li Luo decided to turn back and conduct a thorough inspection of the other two paths. He gestured for the group to follow. Let's go back and search the other two paths meticulously. We must not overlook anything. Yet after meticulously searching the rooms at the end of the other two paths, they still found no trace of a secret chamber. Hamilton and Lake exchanged a smug glance as they observed the scene. They feigned composure, but inwardly they were elated. They thought that these two martial gods from the Great Xia Kingdom would likely return empty-handed. Even if they occupied the entire ruins, they would gain nothing. In the end, Li Luo led the group back to the original fork in the road. His expression was grim and somber. Frowning deeply, he wondered to himself, could this ancient ruin be nothing but an empty shell? That can't be right. His gaze drifted among the three paths. Just then the starfall blade in Li Luo's hand inadvertently touched the ground, and a faint tremor traveled from the blade's tip. It instantly caught his attention. Something's off. Li Luo abruptly looked down at the ground beneath his feet, as if he had discovered something. Elder Xiang, look at this ground. It seems different, Li Luo said in a deep voice. At the same time, he suddenly gathered formidable ice elemental energy in his feet. A 39, five-fold force erupted instantly, and he stomped fiercely onto the ground. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground shook violently, kicking up dust all around. A wave of intense cold burst forth, and the surrounding walls were instantly covered in crystalline frost. Xiang Yuan was stunned by Li Luo's action and quickly asked, Elderly, what are you doing? His eyes were full of curiosity. Had Li Luo discovered something wrong with the ground? Meanwhile, Hamilton and Lake watched with schadenfreude. They couldn't fathom what Li Luo was doing. They assumed he was throwing a tantrum because he hadn't found any treasure in the ancient ruins. After the violent stomp, as the dust settled, Li Luo's face lit up with undisguised joy. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he confirmed, indeed, there's something hidden beneath. Then Li Luo gestured for everyone to step back to avoid being caught in his subsequent actions. I feel something is off here. Perhaps, Li Luo said solemnly, a gleam of confidence flashing in his eyes. With a subtle thought, he stored the starfall blade in his infinite storage space. Then a bone-chilling ice elemental energy surged from his body. A frigid aura swirled around him. Frost energy surged like a tide, converging on his clenched fist, forming an ice armor encased in thick crystals. This was another divine martial technique, the Ice Soul Divine Fist. Let me see if there's a secret chamber beneath. With a low shout, Li Luo's fist, wrapped in piercing cold and devastating power, slammed into the stone floor. And the air in the surrounding chamber seemed to freeze, erupting with a deafening roar and a bone-chilling cold. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations erupting from Li Luo once again, Xiang Yuan, Hamilton, and Lake, all martial gods, were astounded and deeply shaken. They speculated inwardly, what kind of martial technique is this? How can its power be so terrifying? Could it be a sovereign-grade technique? Though they were also martial gods, how could the gap between them be so vast? Under Li Luo's full force strike, the hard stone floor finally cracked. Although the hidden chamber beneath was not yet exposed, the vibration from the punch was enough to prove his judgment correct. There is indeed a secret chamber, and it's well hidden. A sharp light flashed in Li Luo's eyes. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist again and delivered several consecutive Ice Soul Divine Fists, each more ferocious than the last. Until the stone floor could no longer withstand the power Li Luo unleashed, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing the hidden chamber beneath. An unusual energy aura instantly emanated from the hole Li Luo had blasted open. Inside the hole, a chamber was faintly visible. On a stone pillar in the center lay a earthen yellow energy crystal, emitting a faint glow and rich earth elemental energy. It was the heritage crystal that everyone had been dreaming of. A heritage crystal. Li Luo gazed at the crystal on the pillar in the chamber below, a smile of joy spreading across his face. He was also deeply excited. Haha, just as I expected. This is a martial sovereign grade heritage crystal. As for its more specific grade, that would have to be determined after absorption. A secret chamber. And a heritage crystal, a martial sovereign grade 1 at that. Hamilton and Lake, watching the suddenly revealed chamber and the alluring aura of the heritage crystal, were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Their expressions were complex, a mix of shock, envy, and greed. Their hearts were filled with resentment. The secret chamber had indeed been found by the martial god of Xia, and it was an even more precious martial sovereign-grade heritage crystal. But unfortunately, this fortune was destined to have nothing to do with them. They could only watch helplessly. You two go down and scout the situation. Li Luo's cold voice suddenly rang in their ears. With the lesson from last time, Li Luo naturally dared not enter the chamber recklessly. It was time to put these two. He wasn't worried that they would dare to snatch the heritage crystal once inside, unless they truly had a death wish. Though extremely reluctant, Hamilton and Lake had no choice. They braced themselves and slowly descended into the chamber. As soon as they landed, before they could even look around, a faint sound emanated from within the chamber. The mechanisms hidden within suddenly activated. Several dazzling beams of light shot toward them like arrows from a bowstring, so fast that they couldn't even retreat back above the chamber. Watch out! Their hearts tightened, and they cried out in alarm, quickly releasing all their power to form an energy shield for defense. But the light rays shooting toward them contained extremely terrifying energy. Even with full defense, they felt in their current state they couldn't hold out for long. Martial God Li Luo, save us. In desperation, they stood back to back, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, and could only send a plea for help to Li Luo above their voices filled with terror and supplication. Worthless. Li Luo's gaze turned icy cold as he looked at the two figures huddled in the secret chamber, their forms battered and disheveled. He remained motionless, yet a bone-chilling aura suddenly emanated from his body. With a wave of his hands, countless razor-sharp ice spikes materialized around him, descending like divine blades and hurtling directly toward the walls of the secret chamber. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed as the mechanisms embedded within the walls were instantly shattered, and the terrifying laser rays abruptly ceased. That was close. Hamilton and Rack, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, their hearts still pounding with lingering fear. The energy contained within those rays was far too terrifying. It was highly likely that it surpassed the power of a martial god-level warrior. If Li Luo hadn't intervened, the two of them would have been severely injured, if not killed outright. No more traps now. Li Luo looked at the chamber walls, which no longer emitted lasers, and retracted his chilling aura. He prepared to enter the chamber himself, eager to see what treasures lay within beyond the inheritance crystal. His gaze then shifted to Xiang Yuan, and he spoke calmly. Elder Xiang, it seems safe now. Let's go down. All right. Xiang Yuan nodded. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The two then moved, landing steadily on the stone floor of the chamber. Li Luo looked around. He noticed that besides the radiant martial venerable inheritance crystal atop the central stone pillar, dozens of other items were scattered in the corners of the chamber. There were wind and earth elemental energy stones ranging from S-class to SSS class. What surprised Li Luo even more was the presence of a divine-level earth elemental energy crystal emitting a faint earthy yellow glow. It radiated an incredibly enticing energy. Overjoyed, Li Luo picked up the divine-level earth elemental energy crystal, cradling it in his hands. As he carefully sensed the energy contained within, his brow furrowed slightly. The joy on his face was instantly replaced by regret. The energy within this divine-level crystal had severely dissipated, leaving only about a third of its original power. What a pity. Li Luo shook his head and sighed softly. Just as Li Luo was lamenting the loss of energy from this divine crystal, a different gleam caught his attention. In a corner of the chamber, an exquisite divine-level jade pendant lay quietly, emitting a soft, warm luster. This is a... Li Luo's eyes lit up. He immediately set down the divine energy crystal, stepped forward, and picked up the jade pendant. Using the spirit communication ring on his wrist, he scanned it, and information quickly appeared. Li Luo learned that this pendant was a supreme auxiliary treasure. Once it bonded with its owner, it could conceal their aura, making it virtually undetectable to warriors of the same rank. Perfect for elemental warriors like those of the shadow attribute. Moreover, the chamber also housed 5 divine-level suits of armor, and 5 divine-level battle axes that glinted with a cold light. Though these artifacts had weathered at least tens of thousands of years, they still shone brilliantly. Their defensive and offensive capabilities had not diminished much. Li Luo reached out and touched them, inwardly marveling. Indeed, divine-level equipment is extraordinary. If they were made of SSS-class materials left in this chamber for tens of thousands of years, they would have surely turned into scrap metal. Previously, in the ice temple of the North Cold Continent, Li Luo had acquired quite a few items. Aside from these energy crystals and armor, there was nothing else in the chamber. Though the number of items was not large, their quality was exceptionally high. Finally, Li Luo's gaze returned to the martial venerable inheritance crystal on the central stone pillar. A slight smile tugged at his lips. Without hesitation, he took it and directly stored it in his infinite storage space. Elderly Eye. Xiang Yuan, standing nearby, seemed to want to speak, but hesitated. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, and his longing for the martial venerable inheritance crystal was unmistakable. He seemed to have something to say, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In truth, he too desired this inheritance crystal to break through to the martial venerate realm. But without Li Luo's intervention, they wouldn't have been able to monopolize this ancient relic from the other 3 factions. Finding such a cunningly hidden chamber would not have been easy. Coupled with Li Luo's terrifying strength, Xiang Yuan naturally felt too embarrassed to ask him for it. Li Luo keenly sensed Xiang Yuan's emotional turmoil and understood his desire for the crystal. He gently patted Xiang Yuan on the shoulder. Elder Xiang, aside from this inheritance crystal, the rest of the items in the relic are yours. Aside from the martial venerable inheritance crystal, Li Luo had no interest in the other items. The energy crystals didn't match his attributes and wouldn't be effective for absorption. Moreover, the energy within them had severely dissipated. As for the armor and giant axes, he had no need for them either. All right. Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Xiang Yuan's eyes. The value of these energy crystals, though incomparable to the martial venerable inheritance crystal, still amounted to a considerable gain when combined. Xiang Yuan then moved swiftly, quickly storing everything into the spatial ring on his finger. Meanwhile, Hamilton and Rack, who had narrowly escaped death, listened to Li Luo and Xiang Yuan dividing the chamber's spoils. Their eyes were filled with envy and helplessness. All they could do was watch as Xiang Yuan collected the divine-level armor energy crystals and everything else into his spatial ring. It was truly agonizing. After carefully inspecting the chamber once more and confirming that nothing remained, Li Luo said with a smile, "Let's go." With that, he leaped up swiftly, passing through the opening above the chamber and returning to the ancient relic. Xiang Yuan, laden with his bounty, followed closely. "Let's go too." Hamilton and Rack, with mixed emotions and reluctance, trailed behind the group. The group didn't linger long. They exited the ancient relic and through the passage they had come from returned to the surface. Having spent too much time in the relic, it was already nightfall outside. As Li Luo leaped out of the long passage, he immediately sensed the presence of numerous Sand Bear Kingdom troops in the vicinity. The EU martial god Ira and the American martial god Ed had also not left. They had been anxiously waiting in the distance for Hamilton and Rack to emerge from the relic. "They're out." Seeing the two safe and sound, the heavy weight in their hearts finally lifted. Losing when facing the Beast Emperor on the verge of a breakthrough would only worsen the plight of both their factions. The elite troops of the Bear Sand Kingdom, summoned by urgent orders, converged around the ruins like a surging tide. Their armored battle suits gleamed with a cold light, exuding an imposing aura. However, as Li Luo and his party slowly emerged from the ruins, the atmosphere grew tense, especially under the formidable pressure of the war god emanating from Li Luo. Their breaths grew heavy, and an involuntary fear crept into their hearts. None dared to make a rash move. "Oh, so many have come to welcome me." A playful smile curled at the corner of Li Luo's lips, his gaze filled with utter indifference as he swept his eyes over the Bear Sand Kingdom forces surrounding him. His tone carried a hint of mockery, showing he held them in no regard. If he wished to act, he could swiftly annihilate the entire surrounding army. Then, in high spirits, Li Luo turned his gaze to Hamilton and Lake, speaking calmly. "You may leave." Having secured the martial lord inheritance crystal from the ruins, Li Luo had no intention of wasting more time here and prepared to return to the Great Xia Kingdom to absorb it. These two were naturally of no further use and could be released. Upon hearing this, Hamilton and Lake's faces instantly lit up with relieved smiles, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Finally, they could distance themselves from this fearsome presence. They exchanged a swift glance, one of survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster. "Let's go." Their forms instantly turned into two afterimages, one darting toward the EU war god Ayla, and the other merging into the position of the American war god Ed. Through this experience, the two war gods from opposing factions had shared a trial by fire. At this moment, damn it, the two war gods of the Bear Sand Kingdom cursed inwardly. though their injuries had somewhat healed as they gazed at the entrance of the ancient ruins. Li Luo's composed retreating figure evoked not only deep wariness, but more of resentment and helplessness. The inheritance crystal originally belonging to the Bear Sand Kingdom had fallen into the hands of the Great Xia Kingdom's war god. Yet they were powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Then Li Luo turned to Xiang Yuan beside him and said softly, "Let's go, Elder Xiang." Xiang Yuan nodded steadily. With Li Luo present, he was confident that the Bear Sand Kingdom forces encircling them would not dare to act against them. Afterward, under the gaze of the numerous Bear Sand Kingdom elite troops and war gods, the two slowly boarded their respective Imperial-level warplanes. Though the crowd surged around them, no one dared to step forward to stop them. A stifling silence hung in the air. The warplane hatches slammed shut. Then, with a deafening roar, the two Imperial-level warplanes, like awakened behemoths, soared into the sky, tearing through the night as they departed the temporary outpost. They sped toward the Great Xia Kingdom, leaving behind only the unmelted snowflakes and the complex, inscrutable gazes of those below. Just then, a martial saint of the Bear Sand Kingdom, who had rushed to support after receiving orders, looked up at the distant high sky. Watching the Imperial-level warplanes gradually shrink to two specks, he furrowed his brow, rage burning in his heart. He quickly strode over to Jarius. Lowering his voice, he requested, "Sir, should we activate the central defense system to shoot down the Great Xia war god's warplanes and reclaim our heritage from the ruins?" Though those warplanes were Imperial level, the Bear Sand Kingdom's strongest central defense system was not to be underestimated. If placed on highest alert, even the most formidable Imperial-level warplanes on Blue Star stood a good chance of being shot down. Hearing this, Jarius' expression shifted abruptly as he quickly interjected, "No, do not act rashly." He issued a command to absolutely refrain from any obstruction. The true terror lay not in the two Imperial-level warplanes, but in the war god Li Luo within them. If the central defense system failed to eliminate that fearsome Li Luo and instead provoked him to fury, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone present, even including the four war gods of America and the EU, might not stand a chance again. At that point, the entire Bear Sand Kingdom would face utter catastrophe. They had already witnessed Li Luo's power at noon today, and calling him the strongest on Blue Star would be no exaggeration. "Yes, sir." The martial saint of the Bear Sand Kingdom nodded reluctantly, though bitterness lingered. He could only comply helplessly. Silently recording this disgrace, he stepped back. As Li Luo journeyed back to the Great Xia Kingdom in his warplane, time passed into the early hours of the next day. The daily check-in time refreshed. "System check-in." Li Luo murmured in his mind, anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Divine-grade Azure Blood Spirit Crystal. Divine-grade Azure Blood Spirit Crystal. Upon absorption, it can directly enhance recovery ability, impact resistance, etc. As the system's voice faded, a blood-red crystal exuding a dense energy aura appeared within the infinite storage space. Divine-grade Azure Blood Spirit Crystal. A flash of surprise crossed Li Luo's eyes. Though it couldn't boost cultivation, it greatly strengthened the user's physique. Then Li Luo glanced at the screen inside the warplane. They were about to exit the Bear Sand Kingdom, with a considerable distance still remaining to the Great Xia Kingdom. This was the perfect time to absorb the Divine-grade Blood Spirit Crystal. With a thought, Li Luo quickly retrieved the Divine-grade Blood Spirit Crystal from the infinite storage space. He sat cross-legged in the warplane, closed his eyes to concentrate, and gently placed the crystal against his armored chest, beginning to channel its energy into his body. In an instant, a scorching and powerful energy surged from the blood-red crystal, rapidly spreading throughout Li Luo's entire being. As the energy continuously permeated, Li Luo felt his blood and qi churn, his muscles and bones seemingly reforged. Every inch of his skin became more vibrant and resilient. During Li Luo's absorption of the Azure Blood Spirit Crystal, the warplane drew closer to the Great Xia Kingdom, about to enter Jiangning Province. Just then, a soft glow suddenly lit up inside the warplane. A holographic projection of a dream-weaving white fox appeared lightly before Li Luo. Blinking its watery big eyes, it looked at Li Luo, who was resting with closed eyes, and said in a soft, playful tone, "Master, we're about to arrive at the destination, preparing to land." Hearing the voice, Li Luo quickly opened his ice-blue eyes, releasing a burst of war god pressure. The Azure Blood Spirit Crystal had just been fully absorbed, transforming into a vast power within him. "Understood." Li Luo responded with a smile, then stood up and stretched his limbs. He felt light and brimming with strength, every muscle containing explosive energy. Clenching his fist lightly, he sensed the surging power within him, a hint of excitement spreading across his face. Even without armed battle armor, Li Luo's muscular defense was already exceptionally formidable, especially due to the influence of the Frost God Vein. Every moment was spent passively cultivating the divine-level techniques of the body refinement, heavenly dipper art, and mysterious ice divine art. The war machine roared swiftly, cutting through the pitch-black night sky akin to a giant black dragon as it entered Jiangning province, finally landing steadily at Li Luo's villa. As the falcon touched down, the resulting shockwave dispersed, instantly awakening Butler Liu and the group of servants who were immersed in their training within the villa. Is the master back? Butler Liu's eyes lit up as he quickly rose from his meditative state and made his way to the source of the roaring sound in the villa. To welcome Li Luo's return, the other servants followed closely behind, hoping that Li Luo, in a good mood, might reward them with some gifts. As the cabin door slowly opened, Li Luo's figure appeared before everyone. "Master, you have returned," Butler Liu exclaimed with joy as he looked at Li Luo stepping out of the war machine. The other servants, seeing this, quickly bowed respectfully to welcome Li Luo back. Li Luo nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, each person found a precious grade resource before them. "Thank you, my..." This elicited a wave of surprise and gratitude from everyone. "It's getting late, you all may leave now." Li Luo waved his hand lightly, signaling everyone to disperse. "Understood, master. Please let us know if you need anything." Butler Liu respectfully retreated after hearing this, while Li Luo looked up at the starry night sky. Instead of resting in his room, he walked into the training room. With a thought, he took out the martial sovereign-level inheritance crystal obtained from the ancient ruins from his infinite storage space. Such rich energy. Li Luo held it in his hand, a slight smile appearing on his face, yet he lamented this was an earth element inheritance crystal, not the ice element he primarily cultivated. The absorption effect surely could not compare to the ice attribute inheritance crystal he had obtained within the ice layer of the northern cold continent. However, breaking through to the late martial god stage would definitely not be a problem. "Let's begin," Li Luo said eagerly, then closed his eyes in concentration, a faint icy blue light enveloping him. He wholeheartedly immersed himself in absorbing the inheritance crystal in his hand, allowing the vast earth element energy to surge within him, nourishing his meridians and bones that had just been reinforced by the blood spirit crystal. This rapidly propelled Li Luo's cultivation. Time quickly passed from dawn to noon. Inside the villa, a powerful aura of a martial god suddenly erupted from the training room. Accompanied by a bone-chilling cold, a layer of frost instantly formed throughout the villa, and the water in the pool froze into thick ice in the blink of an eye. The master. Has he broken through again? The others, who were also in seclusion, absorbing the resources Li Luo had rewarded them, felt the sudden burst of martial god pressure and the cold aura. They were startled and shivered from the cold. They had already grown accustomed to it, their eyes now filled with admiration for the strong. However, under the resources gifted by Li Luo, they too were on the verge of breaking through to the warrior realm. Yet just as this terrifying aura was about to overflow from the villa, spreading throughout Jiangning province, it miraculously retracted, vanishing without a trace. Inside the training room, Li Luo slowly opened his eyes, icy blue light flickering within them. His face radiated the joy of a breakthrough, a satisfied smile forming as he murmured, "As expected of a martial sovereign-level inheritance crystal, even though it doesn't align with my primary attribute, the effect is still astonishing." After successfully breaking through to the late martial god stage, his cultivation increased by about 1/5. Moreover, the owner of this inheritance crystal was exactly like the martial sovereign level 1 Li Luo absorbed last time, a peak martial sovereign powerhouse. Besides the cultivation insights, he also acquired a seemingly suitable and decent earth element technique, the dust rock secret method. Though it doesn't align with my primary ice law, it would be a waste to let it go to waste. Li Luo smiled slightly, then gently touched the spirit swift ring, carefully recording the memories he obtained regarding the dust rock secret method in his mind. All set. He perfectly documented this precious respect level martial skill. Then with a thought, he opened the system panel. Name Li Luo. Level late martial god. Punch power 2350000 kg. Force output 45. 3 times. Techniques, divine level body refinement, heavenly dipper art, divine level mysterious ice divine art. Martial skills, perfected basic fist technique, perfected basic sword technique, perfected divine level ice, frost cannon, perfected divine level cold ice, breaking slash, perfected divine level phantom instant step, perfected divine level ice, soul, divine fist, respect level, frost, gathering, not yet comprehended. Bloodline, frost god vein royal. Items, divine level sky ruler pearl, divine level cold shadow silver armor, divine level starfall blade, divine level ice crystal spirit chain, divine level frost spirit pearl. After quickly scanning through his various stats, a broader smile spread across Li Luo's face. Not only had his strength significantly increased, but he was also one step closer to the martial sovereign realm, a level yet to be surpassed by anyone in Blue Star. After reviewing the system panel, Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was preparing to rise and leave the training room, the spirit-swift ring on his wrist suddenly vibrated, gently indicating an incoming communication request. Li Luo raised his hand to check and found it was Chun Lei again. Presumably there was something urgent, so he quickly connected the call. "What's up, Elder Chun?" Li Luo's voice carried a hint of laziness. After all, he had just broken through to the late martial god stage in a great mood. Li Lao Haisha has once again led the beast tide to disrupt the ocean defense. Can you spare the time to deal with it? Chun Lei's voice carried a note of hope, coupled with a clear annoyance at Haisha's habitual disruptions with the beast tide. This creature seemed to clock in for work, leading the beast tide to attack the ocean defense multiple times a month. Though he had broken through to the mid-Martial Saint stage, facing Haisha, who was nearly at the late Martial Saint stage, he still could not afford to cut him down. As Chun Lei grew increasingly exasperated with Haisha's disturbances, he suddenly had a flash of it. His eyes brightened instantly. Li Luo, who had just broken through to the mid-martial god stage, had returned from the imperial capital province. He could seize this opportunity to directly request Li Luo's assistance. If Li Luo could easily deal with the Beast King of Northern Frontier, he could certainly handle a mere high-level Lord Beast like Haisha. If Haisha was defeated, the casualties along the ocean defense of Jiangbin City would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Haisha. Upon hearing this news, Li Luo's eyes gleamed with a cold smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful arc. Little did he expect that this old friend would come knocking on his door so eagerly to seek death. It seems the lesson he had given last time was not profound enough. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Luo's eyes. He then spoke to Chun Lei on the other end of the spiritual communicator. "Elder Chun, hold your horses. I will head over right now." After saying this, he swiftly ended the communication, leaving Chun Lei with a face full of excitement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Chun Lei's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a look of joyful excitement. With Li Luo making a move, this beast's end is near. Once Li Luo, who has broken through to the mid-stage of martial god, arrives, killing a mere high-level Lord Beast will be incredibly easy. Meanwhile, Li Luo had swiftly exited the cultivation room. A faint chill surrounded him, as if the very air had solidified. Li Luo looked up towards the direction of Jiangbin City, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. To him, the current Haisha was no different from an ordinary beast soldier. Then with a swift movement, he shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for the ocean defense line of Jiangbin City. Along the way, the cold wind howled and frost followed in its wake. At this moment, deep in the ocean, near Jiangbin City, a roar erupted. The high-level Lord Beast Haisha was roaring wildly, surrounded by a dense aura of Lord-level beast energy commanding the ocean. A dense wave of beasts began their routine harassment of the Jiangbin City defense line. The injuries it sustained from the last attack had long healed, but its hatred had only intensified. If it weren't for that newly promoted human martial saint, who forced it into its second form last time, disrupting their plan to strike Jiangbin City. It would have led the beast tide to cross this human military defense line and slaughter through the human city long. Moreover, it could have killed the human martial Saint Chun Lei, who had been opposing it for many years. Now that Chun Lei had fortuitously broken through to the mid-stage of martial saint, the chances of it breaking through this human defense line had become even more bleak. A large part of the reason for this was that newly promoted martial saint named Li Luo. Subsequently, Haisha's crimson eyes locked tightly onto the increasingly tense battlefield, a cruel smile curling on its lips. It calculated in its heart its time. Preparing to personally confront the martial Saint Chun Lei with whom it had fought for many years. It calculated in its heart its time. Preparing to personally confront the martial Saint Chun Lei with whom it had fought for many. Haisha let out a sudden roar. The deafening sound shook the entire sea like a massive body moving. It rose from the surging waves, carrying the might of a high-level Lord Beast, and charged straight at the human defense line. Burn everything. Haisha opened its massive maw, capable of swallowing thousands of ocean beasts, unleashing a surge of blazing flames like a furious dragon. It lunged towards the human defense line, intending to force out the martial Saint Chun Lei, who had not yet made a move. The flames caused the seawater to boil, and the air was filled with a strong burning sensation. However, just as this destructive flame was about to surge towards the defense line, a deafening sound of earth element power suddenly condensed. It transformed into a solid earthen wall, firmly blocking the flames infused with strong fire elements. Inside the ocean defense line, Chun Lei's figure appeared, as if a war god had descended, wielding a giant axe as he leapt into the air. His gaze coldly fixed on Haisha, which emerged from the ocean, letting out a snort as they faced each other. "You again, beast." Gripping his giant axe tightly, the enormous axe blade glinted with cold light under the sun. He knew that Haisha couldn't hold back and would eventually make a move. He thought to himself that with Li Luo, a martial god-level warrior coming over from Jingyang City, it would only take about 10 minutes at most. He just needed to delay Haisha here. Haisha, today is your day of demise. With a thunderous battle cry, Chun Lei charged at Haisha. Now he had already broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint. There was no need to be at a disadvantage against Haisha like before. Just you. Haisha's eyes flashed with disdain upon hearing this, thinking that just because it had broken through to the mid-stage of Martial Saint it could defeat it. It let out a terrifying roar, swinging its sharp claws directly at the charging Martial Saint Chun Lei, who was wielding a giant axe, while simultaneously brewing scorching flames in its mouth. The two sides quickly clashed together. Claws and axe collided, sparks flying, while the surrounding area was filled with the strong energy fluctuations of fire and earth elements. Facing Haisha, which was hundreds of times larger than him, Chun Lei did not show much of a disadvantage, but he mostly focused on defense. He just needed to delay Haisha, and in a while help would naturally arrive to deal with it. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, a frightening martial god-level pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. The surrounding temperature plummeted and a strange cold wind began to sweep through. Feeling this familiar aura coming from behind, Chun Lei's face instantly broke into a look of ecstasy. He thought excitedly, reinforcements have arrived. Now Haisha will find it hard not to die. A human. Martial god. Haisha's face changed drastically, and it felt an overwhelming fear. It never expected that humans would send a martial god-level powerhouse to support them. This was simply too risky. Did they not fear the Beast King taking this opportunity to launch an attack? Damn. Haisha felt the aura of the human martial god-level warrior surrounding it, trembling uncontrollably. Now that the human martial god had arrived, if it continued to fight, it would undoubtedly perish here. Dare to be distracted? Chun Lei felt the fear emanating from Haisha before him and smiled. Finally, it was time to take revenge for the last time, when he almost fell. With a heavy strike of his axe infused with strong earth element energy, he struck fiercely at its body. Roar! Human you! Haisha let out a miserable howl, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Chun Lei before it filled with killing intent. But it understood that the human martial god had arrived, and staying here would mean certain death. Now preserving its life was of utmost importance. I can't hold back any longer. Haisha erupted with an even more terrifying aura, hurriedly activating its second form. The wound left by the giant axe was healing at a visible speed. It couldn't care less about the weakness that would come after the second form ended. Get away from me. It then spewed a mouthful of flames at Chun Lei, intending to shake off this human martial saint that had been entangled with it, taking the chance to escape into the ocean behind. As long as it entered the ocean, even a human martial god-level warrior would not dare to chase in easily. Chun Lei watched as the sea demon spewed forth scorching flames. He quickly stabilized his posture, and with a thought, thick waves of earth elemental energy enveloped him. The ground instantly heaved upward. A solid earthen wall rose abruptly from the earth, steadfastly blocking the fiery onslaught directed at him. As he observed the sea demon, now in its second form, frantically fleeing into the ocean behind him, excitement filled Chun Lei's face. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. It was finally his turn to strike back. As Chun Lei swung his giant axe ready to pursue the fleeing sea demon, suddenly a chilling cold permeated the surrounding air, as if they were situated in the frigid expanse of northern cold continent. Immediately, a torrent of overwhelming frost energy erupted unexpectedly, engulfing the entire. In an instant, they were enveloped in a blinding, icy blue light. What is this? Chun Lei exclaimed, hurriedly raising his arm to shield his eyes. Even as a martial saint, he could not directly gaze at the suddenly erupting blinding light. Seconds later, the radiance gradually faded. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, the chilling roars of ferocious beasts no longer echoing in their ears. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded before them. They beheld the sea demon, a high-ranking lord-level beast, alongside the surging tide of beasts, frozen into lifelike ice sculptures in an instant. Their faces were contorted with the ferocity and panic from just before their deaths, as if captured in a moment of time. The soldiers stationed at the defense line gazed at this scene after the light dissipated. All were left dumbfounded, their faces filled with horror. The beast tide has been eliminated. Am I dead? Is this an illusion appearing before my demise? What nonsense are you spouting? Of course you are not dead, nor are we. It is the might of the martial god. Everyone look over there. It is the frost martial god of the fourth sequence. Many soldiers and martial artists sensed the residual frost energy lingering in the air. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Simultaneously, some sharp-eyed martial artists spotted Li Luo coming from the sky to provide support, their gaze brimming with admiration and envy towards the powerful. Even though Chun Lei had already broken through to the mid-stage of martial saint, he was still deeply shaken by this scene, murmuring to himself, What a terrifying technique. Is this the power possessed by a martial god? Is the gap between a martial god and a martial saint truly this vast? Amidst his astonishment, Chun Lei sensed the residual frost energy fluctuations in the surrounding air and hurriedly looked towards its source behind him. He saw a familiar figure appear before him, surrounded by a faint aura of frost energy, with eyes shimmering with icy blue light. Like a deity from the snow domain. It was Li Luo, who had already broken through to the late stage of martial god, arriving to provide support. I told you I'd slay you next time we met. Li Luo gazed at the massive corpse of the high-ranking lord-level beast in the distant battlefield, his mood unperturbed. Did he really think I was joking last time? He then turned to Chun Lei, who was still in shock and hadn't regained. Old Chun. Li Luo's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly appeared beside Chun Lei, his speed akin to teleportation. He placed his hand on Chun Lei's shoulder, startling him, and greeted with a smile, "Long time no see, Elder Chun." His voice was gentle, like meeting an old friend after a long separation. Because last time Chun Lei risked defending Lin Yi to give him a heads-up, Li Luo held a very favorable impression of him, without adopting the demeanor of someone who sees everyone as ants. It's been a long time, Li Lao. Chun Lei struggled to calm the waves in his heart, replying with a smile, even though he had already learned from the news that Li Luo had broken through to the mid-stage of martial god. Yet witnessing Li Luo, who was also at the mid-stage of martial saint last time, now appearing before him after breaking through to the mid-stage of martial god, anyone would find it impossible to remain calm. Chun Lei's astonished gaze swept over Li Luo. Suddenly he caught a hint of an unusual aura. After carefully sensing it, his expression changed drastically, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. The shock on his face intensified. He looked at Li Luo with eyes filled with horror, as if seeing a monster, exclaiming, "Li Lao, you have broken through again." The surprise within him surged like a tumultuous tide. Could it be that Li Luo was truly the favored son of fortune from novels? Otherwise, how could his breakthrough speed be so abnormal? If breaking through to the martial god realm were truly that easy, then those veteran martial gods like Li Lao would have long since ascended to even greater heights. Li Luo glanced at Chun Lei's exaggerated expression and casually remarked, "I simply broke through to a small realm." Yet the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Then Li Luo's gaze fell upon Chun Lei, noticing the rich fluctuations of earth elemental energy, which piqued his interest, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He recalled a precious noble-level cultivation method he had obtained from the inheritance crystal, seemingly perfectly suited for earth attribute martial artists, and Chun Lei happened to be one. With a shift in thought, Li Luo swiftly tapped a few times on the spirit swift ring on his wrist, then a mysterious smile crept upon his face. He said to Chun Lei, "Elder Chun, don't just stand there. I'm giving you a small gift." "Gift?" Chun Lei asked, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Then the spirit swift ring on his wrist gently vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. He quickly raised his hand, tapping the spirit swift ring with his fingertip. The information displayed on the screen made Chun Lei's eyes widen in an instant. His eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. This is too precious, Li Lao." Chun Lei's voice trembled slightly, almost unable to believe what lay before him. He never expected that the so-called small gift from Li Luo would be a noble-level cultivation method that even martial god-level warriors would go crazy for. Moreover, it perfectly aligned with his earth attribute, akin to a heavenly blessing, causing Chun Lei to be overwhelmed with joy. "Elder Chun, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me." Li Luo waved his hand lightly, then changed the subject, pointing to the frozen corpses of the beasts in front of the defense line, and added, "Elder Chun, the rest is up to you. The beast tide has been dealt with. I will be leaving now." "Li Lao, you're leaving already." Chun Lei quickly stepped forward, trying to keep Li Luo from departing. Not only had he eliminated one of the high-ranking lord-level beasts that had continuously harassed the ocean defense line, the sea demon. Haisha. Upon hearing this news, Li Luo's eyes gleamed with a cold smile, the corners of his mouth. However, Li Luo merely waved his hand lightly. "No need, Elder Chun." His gesture indicated that it wasn't necessary. Seeing this, Chun Lei could only nod helplessly and give up. Then with a serious expression he said, "In that case, take care, elderly. If you ever need my assistance, just speak up, and I will let my performance speak for itself." With this exceptional, prestigious cultivation technique suited for him, breaking through to the martial god level would no longer be a distant dream. He felt immensely grateful towards Li Luo. Chun Lei watched Li Luo's figure as he was about to leave. "Focus on your cultivation, Elder Chun." Li Luo displayed a faint smile, nodding at Chun Lei. Then with a swift movement he shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. The powerful aura of a martial god instantly erupted, while a biting cold wind suddenly howled around. After that, Li Luo's figure transformed into a streak of flowing light rushing towards the direction of Jingyang City. What an astounding martial god aura. It feels even more formidable than Elder Xiang's. Chun lay suspended in midair, gazed at Li Luo's swiftly receding silhouette, his expression filled with shock. Besides gratitude, admiration welled up within him. Although Li Luo hadn't explicitly stated why he suddenly gifted him a prestigious cultivation technique, Chun Lei had already guessed the reason in his heart. This must be a repayment for my past assistance. He hadn't expected that his previous good deeds would yield such a bountiful reward today. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the external elder Wu Sheng Pinnacle Lin, Chun Lei sighed inwardly about Li Luo's principle of repaying kindness and vengeance. Is this what they call repaying with a peach in return for a plum? He shook his head and chose not to think further. Turning around, he returned to the defense line and commanded loudly. All soldiers listen up. Immediately clear the battlefield. Yes, General. The numerous soldiers stationed at the defense line responded to the order and quickly sprang into action. The scene was orderly. Chun Lei looked at the piles of beast corpses outside the defense line, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Especially the body of the high-ranking Lord Beast, the Sea Demon. Collectively, it was quite a significant gain. Now that Li Luo had already broken through to the late martial god stage, he no longer valued such things. It was fortunate that they had fallen into his hands. Thinking of this, Chun Lei's feelings of gratitude surged once again. He hadn't expected that the greatest opportunity of his life would come from Li Luo. Had it not been for Li Luo, he very well could have perished during the previous attack, when multiple high-ranking Lord Beasts united to assault the defense line. Let alone the subsequent fortune that allowed him to break through to the mid-martial saint stage, as well as acquiring this prestigious cultivation technique, considered an invaluable treasure. At this moment, Li Luo had returned to the villa in Jingyang City, having just descended into the spacious courtyard from the sky. This is about to break through. Li Luo keenly noticed the changes in the few servants at home, who were absorbing the two-grade resources he had continuously bestowed. They were about to break from the martial disciple realm to the martial artist realm. Not bad. A faint smile appeared on Li Luo's lips, feeling a sense of reassurance in his heart. Subsequently, with nothing to do, Li Luo entered the training room and gently caressed the cold silver armor on his wrist, now transformed into a bracelet, the Frost Spirit Pearl, flashing with blue light inside. He closed his eyes and focused, using the enhancement effect of the cold energy emanating from it to begin practicing the mystical ice divine art. As the technique operated, a faint cold air quickly wrapped around Li Luo. The entire training room, as well as the villa, suddenly became chillingly cold. Fortunately, due to Li Luo's control, it did not spread further into the city. His cultivation was steadily improving. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye a week had already gone by. Li Luo's days were quite leisurely. Every day, he was in the training room, secluding himself to practice the mystical ice divine art, striving to break through to the martial venerable realm as soon as possible, while also remembering to sign in divine-level armor weapons and various special spiritual, herbs, energy crystals, etc. Although most of them did not enhance cultivation, they had significant improvements in his physique perception and soul strength. Moreover, if these items were placed in Blue Star, they would undoubtedly be precious resources that would attract martial god-level warriors to snatch them up. During this week of Li Luo's seclusion and cultivation, the situation outside of Xia country underwent considerable changes. The beasts in the northern border suffered severe blows, and Elder He Jing of the first sequence did not miss such a good counterattack opportunity. The armies of Longyou Qin Chuan Jinyang and the imperial capital, under the leadership of several guarding officials, no longer passively defending, they chose to take the initiative to strike and break out of the defense line, launching a fierce counterattack against the remaining beasts in the northern border that had suffered heavy losses. Having lost 2 beast kings and the protection of many high-ranking lord beasts, the already weakened beasts in the northern border appeared exceptionally frail. They could only retreat step by step, shrinking into even deeper territories, waiting for an opportunity to regain their strength. The morale-boosted human army advanced boldly, claiming numerous beast corpses. All of this was witnessed by the citizens of Xia country, who were excitedly cheering and celebrating this rare, great victory. They hadn't expected the situation in the north to turn around so quickly. The beast tide was beaten back by the counteroffensive army with no resistance. While everyone was immersed in joy, they were unaware that this was the calm before the storm. One deep night, far above the Tianju Ocean, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled as a torrential down. The sea surface was eerily lively with numerous ferocious marine beasts, including several beast kings, and many high-ranking lord beasts gathering here, a suppressive aura permeating within hundreds of kilometers of the sea. It seemed that something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, an unprecedented, terrifying beast aura surged forth from the deep sea. It was the king of the Tianju Ocean beasts. The fierce aura of the beast king, the Thunder Sea Shark King, reached its peak. After countless years of accumulation, it finally broke through the shackles of the Beast King at this moment and ascended to the status of a Beast Emperor. Moreover, he became the first Beast Emperor in Blue Star. At this moment, the sea was surging with monstrous waves, and the night sky roared with thunder. Roar! The Thunder Sea Shark Emperor emerged from the deep sea, its terrifying roar deafening. Its massive body, resembling a moving island, appeared even more terrifying under the illumination of lightning. The many beasts gathered in the surrounding sea felt the Beast Emperor's pressure erupting from the Thunder Sea Shark Emperor. Roar! Our king has... They all emitted excited roars that echoed throughout the entire surrounding sea. Next, under the leadership of the Beast Emperor, their era was about to dawn. The Thunder Sea Shark Emperor, having successfully broken through, felt the power within him surging like a raging river, and the scales on his body growing more solid and impenetrable. In the bloodthirsty eyes of the beast burned an unprecedented fervor and excitement. He did not linger too long in the ocean, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. His bloodthirsty gaze locked directly onto the nearest human force to him, towards the direction of the Tianju Kingdom. Roar! He then let out a deafening roar. Follow me, conquer this land. Eliminate all humans, this planet belongs to us. The Thunder Sea Shark Emperor issued commands to the beast tied under his command in a unique communication style among ferocious beasts. Subsequently, his massive body broke through the waves. Leading countless marine ferocious beasts like a black torrent, they surged unstoppable towards the coastline of the Tianju Kingdom. Along the way, more ferocious beasts dwelling in the Tianju Ocean sensed the aura of the Shark Emperor and began to converge towards the beast-tied army. At the southernmost tip of the Tianju Kingdom, in a simplified room within the marine defense line, the only martial god of the Tianju Kingdom, Amit, who had reached the late stage of martial god, was meditating with his eyes closed, surrounded by faint fluctuations of fire element energy as he cultivated his skills. He was slowly enhancing his own cultivation. Amit had sensed that the peak Beast King in the Tianju Ocean was about to break through. So in the past few months, he had maintained a high level of vigilance, never leaving Kexina City, even for a moment, while continuously stationing the elite troops and several martial saints near the marine defense line. Moreover, he reinforced the defense line all to guard against the peak Beast King, the Thunder Sea Shark King. Even upon learning that the Shaxiong Kingdom had suddenly discovered a major opportunity in an ancient ruin, Amit did not go to join the excitement. Yet because of this, he avoided a calamity. Just then, rumbling. A sudden disturbance came from the distant sea surface of the Tianju Ocean far from the Tianju Kingdom, interrupting Amit's meditation. He abruptly opened his weary eyes, a hint of unease flickering in them. That beast has broken through to become the Beast Emperor. Amit murmured to himself, taking a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. No, it shouldn't be. His heart began to race, unexpectedly unwilling to accept this fact. But his intuition told him that the most dreaded event had indeed occurred. It can't be. Amit clenched his fists and stood up. He released the powerful perception of a martial god toward the Tianju Ocean, hoping his guess was wrong. This is impossible. When the unmistakable aura of a Beast Emperor-level ferocious beast accompanied by the surging waves from the breakthrough flooded his perception, Amit's face turned pale in an instant, fear and panic flashing in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the peak Beast King in the Tianju Ocean had truly taken that step. He had broken through to the Beast Emperor. This is bad. Amit's eyes were instantly shrouded in fear, his heart racing wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. If that ferocious beast has truly broken through to the Beast Emperor, it will surely rush towards the Tianju Kingdom. I fear within half an hour. No, even shorter time, it will arrive at the city gates. Amit growled, his face ashen. He quickly raised his wrist. He clicked on a communication bracelet similar to the Lingshuan ring of the Xia Kingdom, issuing commands to all troops and martial saints stationed near Kexina City to converge towards Kexina City. At the same time, he issued an urgent evacuation order to all citizens in the city and surrounding areas. Otherwise, if that Beast Emperor came to kill, their situation would become extremely dangerous. Yet Amit understood that relying solely on the army would be utterly impossible to withstand the Beast Emperor's attack. I must seek external assistance. Just as Amit was preparing to inform other forces with martial god-level warriors in the Blue Star about the Thunder Sea Shark King's breakthrough to Beast Emperor, suddenly dark clouds gathered in the distant sky above the ocean, thunder rumbling, illuminating the increasingly turbulent sea surface. Then, roar! A deafening roar shattered the night sky, filled with thunder and rain reaching Amit's ears. Amit clearly felt the pressure of the Beast Emperor-level ferocious beast emanating from the distant ocean, rapidly approaching this way. His face changed dramatically.